they were asleep and drove away. She had no desire to stay with those two unpleasant individuals any longer. However, after a few hundred kilometers, the vehicle broke down. Now she had no choice but to walk among the refugees from Mingwa towards the Great Zhou Kingdom. She felt a bit nauseous just thinking about it. First, she was toyed with by those soldiers, and now she was being manipulated by the fleeing soldiers from Tian's Hugwo. All of this was caused by Xiao Yi. She cursed him 1,000 times in her heart. However, she did obtain a useful piece of information from the soldiers of Tian's Hugwo. The iron walls of Tian's Hugwo were utterly unreliable. These two officers seemed to know the inside story behind the construction of the iron walls. The reason the iron walls were built so quickly was not due to efficiency, but because they were not made of iron at all. Outside, there was only a layer of iron sheeting, while the internal framework was made of wood mixed with concrete. Due to a shortage of concrete blocks, many sections were filled with cow dung. It was said that the shortage was not due to a lack of concrete, but because a significant portion of the construction funds had been embezzled by higher-ups, leading to a funding shortfall. To complete the task of surpassing the Great Zhou Kingdom, they used the most common cow dung to fill the interiors of the iron walls as a cover-up. To compensate for this deficiency, the higher-ups invited several deities to perform rituals on the walls and the cow dung for blessings. However, such tricks might fool the common people but could not deceive those in the know. It was reported that many high-caste individuals from Tian's Hugwo were fleeing to Europe or other regions. Those without connections were escaping to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Regardless of which country's iron walls, they were far more reliable than those of Tian's Hugwo. This news brought a sense of relief to Chu Xiaoxiao. The African general who abandoned her could go to hell. He would surely be fed to worms. However, traveling while pregnant was indeed inconvenient. She needed to find an opportunity to get a ride. She looked up and saw a Hummer approaching. She knew her chance had come. Her greatest asset was her appearance from the Great Zhou Kingdom and the photos of her with Xiao Yi stored on her phone. She was grateful she hadn't deleted all the pictures of Xiao Yi. Otherwise, she would have truly been doomed. At the command center, Xiao Yi slowly savored the coffee brewed by Niesihua. Yao Yao walked in with a pout, placed the folder on the table, and said angrily, "Xiao Yi, Commander Xiao? I want to file a complaint against you." Xiao Yi stretched lazily and replied, "What are you complaining about? Go ahead, I'm listening." Yao Yao closed the door and said, "You're biased. Why are you so nice to Niesihua? She didn't complete her task, yet you didn't criticize her at all. You're just soft-hearted because you think she's pretty." Xiao Yi scratched his head. "Well, she is quite good-looking. But you're not bad either." Yao Yao was taken aback, and all her prepared criticisms slipped her mind. "What did you just say?" she asked, her eyes wide with joy. Xiao Yi actually complimented himself, even though he also mentioned Niesihua. Although Niesihua was indeed attractive, Yao Yao had to admit that. Now Xiao Yi had also praised himself, which made her wonder if it meant she was a bit more important than Niesihua. "I said, what are you complaining about?" "I'm listening," Xiao Yi said, crossing his legs. "Not that." Yao Yao shook her head. Xiao Yi shrugged. "That's all I said. Hurry up, Professor Qian is coming to discuss things soon." Yao Yao, feeling anxious, said, "You just said I was good-looking." Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. "No, you said you wanted to complain about me being biased towards Niesihua, right?" Yao Yao was successfully distracted by Xiao Yi, but then she remembered her original intent. "Yes. Why do you favor Niesihua? You're the commander now. You can't let personal preferences affect your decisions." Xiao Yi played with the cup in his hand and asked, "If we had a child, how would you educate them if they made a mistake?" Without hesitation, Yao Yao replied, "Of course I'd criticize them. If the mistake was serious, they should be made to stand in the corner. If it were worse, they would get a spanking. Otherwise, the child might turn bad." "Did your great-grandfather ever hit you?" Xiao Yi shook his head. "No," Yao Yao proudly said. "I've never been hit." Xiao Yi was speechless. "You've never made a mistake?" "No," Yao Yao insisted. But inside she felt uncertain. Who hasn't he made mistakes? Yao Yao, remember, encouragement is always more effective than criticism. Encourage someone while pointing out their issues, and they'll work twice as hard. Criticizing someone, on the other hand, can lead to negative emotions, which is counterproductive. Besides, Sihua has been working very hard. She's doing exceptionally well, at least better than others in the universe. Yao Yao pouted, wanting to say more, when there was a knock at the door. In walked Qianlin. Senator Xiao Yi pointed to his elevated leg and said, "Sorry, I've been standing for a while, and my legs are a bit swollen, so I'm propping them up." Qianlin's son waved his hand. "Let's skip the pleasantries. I'm here to discuss the matter of the Starry Sky Mech Beasts' home planet." He casually took a seat and continued. "The Starry Sky Mech Beasts are clearly carbon-based life forms, and they feed on other animals. Moreover, they are extraterrestrial. However, there are no suitable environments for carbon-based life forms in the nearby galaxies. If they were to come from distant galaxies, it seems unbelievable to me. If they really came from other distant star systems, how could they communicate with their home planet? If they had mastered the technology of non-local communication, they could have easily destroyed us without much effort, using just a simple object to wipe us all out." Qian Linshan said. I am puzzled about the origin of the starry sky armored beasts. Xiao Yi sighed deeply. I don't know either. However, we will find out. I hope Wang Lin and the others can conduct a thorough study of the starry sky armored beasts and uncover their secrets. Perhaps this is the key to turning the tide. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he turned to Yao Yao and said, Go inform Luo Yaoyang that I will attend their military meeting shortly. Chapter 284. Internal meeting of the military group. As Yao Yao walked out, she suddenly remembered something Xiao Yi had said earlier. What if we had a child? Could this be a hint from Xiao Yi? Excitement filled her heart. She felt she had the upper hand now, and the matter of Xiao Yi protecting Nie Xihua seemed less important. Compared to Nie Xihua, she had already gained the advantage. There was no need to fuss over a loser. In a cheerful mood, Yao Yao headed towards the military group's office area. She bumped into Fang Weizheng and Luo Tingbing, who both noticed her excitement. Fang Weizheng joked, Yao Yao, why are you so happy today? Yao Yao proudly lifted her chin. I am happy every day. With that, she breezed past them. Fang Weizheng and Luo Tingbing entered Xiao Yi's office, and Fang Weizheng said, The Chang'e 5 mission has successfully launched and is about to land on the moon, where it will deploy an observatory to monitor the situation in space at all times. Although the entire nation had entered a state of maximum mobilization and most people were engaged in preparations against the star beasts, the exploration of space had never been abandoned. Since the starry sky armored beasts came from space, the ultimate solution must also lie in space. After eliminating the starry sky armored beasts on Earth, the ones in space would continue to invade. The best way to address this issue is to find the source in space and resolve it once and for all. The problem troubling Xiao Yi now is where these starry sky armored beasts come from and how they invade Earth. How can we effectively prevent their next invasion? Humanity cannot rely on iron walls for defense forever while ceding vast lands to the starry sky armored beasts. The best solution is to counterattack and thoroughly eliminate the threat. Xiao Yi stood up and said, Let's go to the military group together. They are becoming a bit restless. Fang Weizheng, Qian Linshan, and Luo Tingbing exchanged glances and silently followed Xiao Yi. They were somewhat aware of the restlessness within the military group. There were many radicals among them, just like many young readers of this book, who leaned towards using violence to eliminate the starry sky armored beasts. However, due to the suppression by Xiao Yi, it has been impossible to implement it. Moreover, since the incident where the former commander of the 2nd Mecha Legion, Gung Ao Jia, acted independently to massacre the displaced people, Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyang have strengthened their control over their powers, preventing them from having similar opportunities again. Therefore, although these individuals are eager to resort to violence to resolve issues, they find no opportunity to do so. Xiao Yi entered the military group's conference room with Fang Weizheng, Qian Linsun, and Luo Tingbing. Although Yao Yao had personally come to inform Xiao Yi about attending the meeting, it was evident that a tense meeting had just taken place here. The atmosphere was very tense, especially among the commanders of several mecha legions, who were visibly agitated. They had obviously been very excited earlier. However, out of respect for Xiao Yi, they had to suppress their disputes. Xiao Yi pretended not to see and pointed to Fang Weizheng, Qian Linsun, and Luo Tingbing, saying, I won't introduce them. The 4 of us represent the headquarters to attend your internal military group meeting. If you have anything to say, feel free to speak. Xiao Yi pulled out a chair for the elderly Fang Weizheng to sit first, and then he took a seat beside him. Xiao Yi now held great authority, and his presence put significant pressure on the commanders, leaving them momentarily speechless. Xiao Yi smiled faintly and said, Don't be polite. I know you're all holding in your frustration, so just let it out. Finally, the commander of the 3rd Mecha Legion, Lin Chengxing, could no longer hold back his emotions and said, Commander Xiao, Commander Fang, Deputy Commander Qian, I still believe that Commander Gung Ao Jia did nothing wrong. Everyone knows that the starry sky mecha beast expands by consuming other animals. Those displaced people were bound to die by clearing them out. Commander Gung Ao Jia reduced many enemies for us. What's wrong with that? Lin Qingxing's tone grew increasingly passionate. Xiao Yi remained calm. Knowing this issue would be raised again, he spoke softly. Regarding the question of humanity, I will say it once more. Even if something is logically correct, we do not engage in inhumane acts. Seeing that Lin Qingxing still disagreed, Xiao Yi explained, Among our own people, there are many individuals with low intelligence, severe disabilities, and elderly people. They are not only useless to society, but also cause significant waste of medical and financial resources. Should we execute them and burn their bodies? Their deaths might benefit the country, and from a certain logic, it could even be considered correct. But should we act on that logic? Just like some so-called free countries that allow viruses to spread, promoting so-called herd immunity, leading vulnerable elderly individuals to contract viruses and die. During the Great Catastrophe, there were voices in Western countries suggesting that allowing the virus to run rampant would eliminate a large number of elderly people and rejuvenate the aging society. Do you think that's correct? Xiao Yi's gaze swept across the room, and those who had been most agitated could not help but lower their heads. Chapter 285. What is the purpose of building a 10,000-mile iron wall? It's not always necessary to do something just because it seems beneficial or somewhat correct. Human nature serves as a baseline for those of us in the great nation with a conscience. Xiao Yi added. Commander Peng Jinxiao of the 4th Mecha Group, still somewhat unconvinced, said, I won't mention Commander Gung Aojia. Let me talk about the current situation. He pointed to the development map of the star beasts displayed on the screen behind him and said, Africa and South America have become disaster zones. The residents here are certainly going to die, and they will also become part of the star beasts, turning around to harm other humans. We should drop nuclear bombs here to destroy all the star beasts. Peng Jinxiao's thoughts were evidently in line with some radical views from this book's readers. Qian Linson coughed and said, let me say something. First of all, the destruction effect of nuclear bombs on star beasts is limited. According to calculations, they can only completely destroy the star beasts in the central area. Outside of that area, they may cause buildings to collapse and harm flora and fauna, but they might not necessarily eliminate the star beasts. Moreover, the bodies contaminated by nuclear fallout can still be consumed and become part of their bodies, continuing to multiply. Qian Linson raised his hand to stop Peng Jinxiao from speaking and continued, I know you want to suggest dropping more nuclear bombs. But do you realize how much damage this would cause to the planet? Xiao Yi sighed and asked the commanders, what is the purpose of building the Great Iron Wall? Peng Jinxiao replied, of course, it's to resist the attacks of the star beasts. Xiao Yi shook his head slightly, and then? Peng Jinxiao paused, then, after destroying all the star beasts, we would win, right? And then? Xiao Yi smiled wryly. Are we just going to live on the 2 million square kilometers of land inside the Iron Wall? Peng Jinxiao scratched his head. Well, I'm a soldier. I only think about fighting. Feng Wei and Qian Linson exchanged smiles, and Xiao Yi shook his head again. Your answer just now is wrong. The purpose of building the Iron Wall is not just for defense. It's to rebuild our homeland. Xiao Yi pointed to the entire map. We need to think further ahead. The Earth hasn't been destroyed. It remains beautiful and still our home. Our goal in building the Iron Wall is to safeguard humanity's hope and rebuild our homeland after eliminating the pests. If the nuclear bombs destroy our living environment, what significance does it have even if we manage to defend ourselves? Xiao Yi stated. Luo Yaoyang added, Commander Xiao is right. We need to think long-term. It's not just about winning this battle. We also need to consider post-war reconstruction. If nuclear bombs destroy the star beasts, but also our homeland, that is absolutely something we cannot do. Only then did the commanders calm down. They realized they had acted hastily, focusing solely on the immense pressure posed by the star beasts and how to defeat them, while neglecting the issue of post-war reconstruction. In fact, it wasn't that their perspective was limited. Rather, they had no real confidence in this battle. Xiao Yi stood up and said, I know you all have thought about post-war reconstruction, but you simply dare not consider it. Deep down, you are still in fear, worried that you won't be able to hold on. After all, the defenses in other universes have all failed. He slammed the table hard and continued. But I can tell everyone with certainty from my experience that this battle is ours to win. Therefore, we not only need to consider post-war reconstruction, but we must also think about counterattacks, striking back at the lair of the celestial armored beasts, and fundamentally solving the core issues. This is also the reason why we were launching the Chang'e 5 lunar probe yesterday. Xiao Yi looked at the commanders, and it seemed as if there were flames dancing in his eyes. Can you all follow me and eliminate these pests? It must be said that Xiao Yi was an excellent speaker. His words not only dispelled the commanders' doubts, but also gave them immense confidence. Everyone at the table suddenly stood up, saluted Xiao Yi, and said in unison, yes, we can. Xiao Yi slammed the table again. Good. With you all, the iron walls can be defended. As he watched Xiao Yi and the others leave, Luo Yaoyang finally spoke. Comrades, and those radical friends, do you all understand? Now, let's discuss our combat plan. That is, do we need to send troops to intercept the advance of the celestial armored beasts to relieve the pressure on the rear for reconstruction? In the corridor, Yao Yao whispered. Xiao Yi, you looked really cool when you slammed the table just now. Xiao Yi shot her a glance. Cool? It was all an act. My hand is swollen. He raised his hand. The palm reddened from the impact, clearly showing that he had held back a cry of pain. If I had known the table was that hard, I wouldn't have slapped it, or I should have found a book to cushion it. Xiao Yi said to Yao Yao, remember, next time I need to slam the table, bring me a book to cushion it. Yao Yao was left speechless. Could such an unreliable commander really lead humanity to defeat the celestial armored beasts? Chapter 286, The Fall Central Africa. A dozen tanks were lined up, backed by a military fortress made of reinforced concrete. A general stood atop a tank and shouted, move out. The tanks rumbled forward into the swarm of beasts. Soon, the sound of shells crushing carapaces echoed, and a large number of the celestial armored beasts were crushed to death. However, the beasts showed no fear and continued to charge forward. One tank operator suddenly realized his tank was immobilized, Even with full power, it wouldn't budge. A chill ran through him as he recognized the sign of a track coming loose. Meanwhile, the celestial armored beasts were climbing onto the tank, and one or two even crawled in through the observation hatch. Run! The pests are coming in. The tank operator lifted the hatch and climbed out. Standing on top of the tank, he was taken aback to see that the neighboring tank was in the same predicament, its track bitten through. The general was the quickest to react. He had jumped off the tank and was running back to the fortress before the beasts surrounded them. The tank operators also hurriedly jumped down, sprinting towards the fortress over the bodies of the beasts. However, a few who were slower were surrounded by the rushing beasts. Screams filled the air, but they were quickly drowned out by the swarm of pests. The general rushed back to the fortress and, seeing the approaching swarm, shouted, "Ignite!" 50 meters away from the fortress lay the first line of defense, a shallow trench filled with various flammable materials soaked in gasoline. A spark ignited the gasoline in the trench, and flames quickly erupted. Many starry armored beasts had already entered the trench and were engulfed by the fire. However, in the next moment, the hearts of the general and the soldiers sank to the bottom. The starry armored beasts, covered in gasoline and burning, showed no signs of stopping their advance. They crawled out of the trench like fiery demons, slowly making their way toward the fortress. Gunfire erupted, and one by one, the starry armored beasts were struck down by bullets, but after falling, they flipped over and crawled back up. Regular bullets were useless against these creatures. The soldiers' spirits plummeted as they foresaw their grim fate. Suddenly, the sound of engines roared, and the fortress gates swung open, revealing a steamroller that rolled out. A reckless driver shouted as he charged into the swarm of creatures, crushing those that had crossed the fiery barrier. This moment ignited the soldiers' morale. Armed with hammers, stone tools, and clubs, they fiercely struck at the creatures that had breached the fire line. Although formidable, the small size of the creatures worked against them, as they were easily flattened under the tremendous force of the hammers. The soldiers finally regained a sliver of confidence. But in the next moment, that confidence vanished again. A swarm of bugs, the size of sparrows, swooped down, attacking the steamroller driver with frenzied bites, forcing him to abandon the vehicle and tumble into the mass of creatures. With a scream, the driver vanished. Even more terrifying were the larger bugs, the size of dogs. These creatures were agile and had powerful forelimbs capable of easily penetrating a person's body. Even when a soldier's hammer struck one, it merely flipped over before getting back up to rejoin the fight. Seeing the tide turning, the soldiers began to retreat back to the fortress. From the height of the fortress, they could still hold their ground. However, the next scene plunged everyone into despair. The bugs began to use their hard forelimbs to strike at the concrete blocks beneath the fortress. These creatures had exceptionally tough shells, resistant to high temperatures and fire, especially given their overwhelming numbers. The fortress's weapons could hardly inflict significant damage on them. The concrete was gradually being excavated by the bugs, creating a pit that continued to widen and deepen. A helicopter took off, carrying the general who had been commanding the battle. Realizing the situation was dire, he hurried to escape, determined to inform the larger forces behind him. A swarm of flying armored beasts surged forward, attempting to intercept the helicopter. Fortunately, the helicopter was fast enough, while the immature flying creatures were clearly unable to keep up. The helicopter broke through the encirclement and flew towards the rear. The general let out a sigh of relief, removed his hat, and glanced back. He knew that the thousands of soldiers in the fortress were surely doomed. He could hardly imagine any way to fend off the creatures' attacks. Now he understood why the nation had built an immense iron wall. Only such a towering wall could withstand the creatures' onslaught. "General, it's bad. The rear has fallen too," the pilot said in panic. The general stood up abruptly and looked ahead. Inside a large military fortress, the smell of burning gasoline was everywhere. Occasionally, sporadic gunfire could be heard, but it soon ceased. By the time the helicopter arrived, all that remained was a rustling sound, as if a swarm of insects was gnawing on something. The general looked down in horror and suddenly spotted a nearly 3-meter-tall creature, staring up at the approaching helicopter with a cold and arrogant gaze. The creatures here had grown to such a colossal size. "Run! Head north!" the general shouted. But before they could turn, a large group of flying creatures charged at the helicopter, causing it to lose direction and plunge towards the ground. The general's last thought was, "Humanity is finished." In the evening, along the coasts of various regions, Europe, North America, South Asia, schools of fish near the shore slowly disappeared. In Antarctica and the Arctic, large numbers of the colossal creatures pressed forward, driving penguins, sea lions, and seals towards the center of their habitats, which were further shrinking. In Australia, nearby islands were crawling with these creatures, and some began to land on sparsely populated coastlines. Kangaroos rushed into the cities, instilling a sense of panic among the inhabitants. Similar events were happening worldwide. All coastal nations, except for one, had declared a state of war mobilization. Soldiers were urgently dispatched to the coastlines to build fortifications and prepare for battle. Just days earlier, videos mocking the nation and its leader, downloaded billions of times, were taken down voluntarily. They realized that they were not mocking the nation or its leader, but rather themselves. They were ridiculing their own ignorance and weakness. Only the ignorant could disregard the existence of these colossal creatures. The truth that the ignorant are fearless was once again validated. The more one knows, the more cautious they become, treading carefully. The nation was on high alert, taking immediate steps to construct defensive works upon receiving the news, which demonstrated its wisdom and superior insight. Only this nation could emphasize such importance from top to bottom, transferring significant command authority to the human command center. Reports of the invasion by the Starry Sky armored beasts from Africa and South America have kept the world awake tonight. Major events in Dajou Kingdom. On the 23rd day of the countdown, an important decision was made to deploy 1 million mech warriors to assist in South Asia and East Asia to intercept the invasion of the Starry Sky armored beasts. On the same day, a lunar probe launched by Dajou Kingdom successfully adjusted its orbit and is about to reach the moon. Additionally, the mech production line in Dajou Kingdom has scaled up to ensure a steady production of 10 million mechs per day. The focus has shifted from speed to stability, and the previously chaotic supply of supporting products is stabilizing. On the same day, the Starry Sky armored beasts landed in Africa and South America, destroying 11 countries in just one day, with their numbers rapidly increasing. Standard-sized Starry Sky armored beasts have started to appear in the swarm, and many have grown about 10 times larger and continue to increase in size. Based on the landing situation of the Starry Sky armored beasts in various regions, it is evident that their landings are organized and planned. The animal-rich, low-human defense areas of the African savanna and South American tropical rainforests became the first landing zones. In contrast, the heavily defended regions of Europe and North America have seen a significant delay in the landing of the Starry Sky armored beasts. On the same day, a manned spacecraft was launched from North America, where the space station has become saturated and is actively seeking to expand. Meanwhile, the lunar landing base has temporarily halted operations due to a shortage of funding and raw materials. The space agency of a certain country sent a letter to Dajou Kingdom, requesting assistance with their lunar base plans, which was declined. Countdown, 22 days. Dajou Kingdom. Command Headquarters. Xiaoyi woke up early, holding a cup of coffee and looking at the slowly rising sun, feeling heavy-hearted. Just moments ago, the intelligence team reported a major outbreak of the Starry Sky armored beasts. Except for the coastal areas of Dajou Kingdom, all nearby coastlines have seen landings of the Starry Sky armored beasts. These creatures are about to engage in their first confrontation with human forces. Xiao, the conference room is ready, said Yao Yao softly from behind. Xiao entered the conference room, where Qianlin's son and Feng Weizheng greeted him. Despite his old age and poor health, Feng Weizheng insisted on attending this crucial meeting. This was no longer a work mobilization or inspection meeting, but a military command meeting. Luo Yaoyang, leading the military team, sat down and said, Commander Xiao, the million-strong army has reached our border, but neighboring countries have refused our entry. We can only station troops along the border and have prepared basic defensive fortifications. Xiao Yi snorted coldly. What time is it? They are still worried about us occupying their territory. When has Dajou Kingdom ever coveted their land? If we had, they would have been wiped out long ago. Feng Weizheng added. Xiao Yi, deploying troops to other countries carries significant risks. If our retreat is blocked, we could lose a large number of our elite mech warriors. Chapter 288. The issue of osmium alloy shells. Xiao Yi nodded. I know that basic defensive structures cannot withstand the attacks of the cosmic armored beasts. He changed the subject. However, my goal is not to establish an effective defensive position, but to slightly redirect the offensive direction of these cosmic armored beasts, pushing those in East Asia towards the north and those in Southeast Asia towards the southwest. Xiao Yi stated with certainty, cosmic armored beasts are not low-intelligence creatures. They possess strategic thinking and a broad perspective. This is evident from the sequence of their outbreaks. They first invade from the weakest points, rapidly strengthening their forces. Therefore, if they realize that our nation is not to be trifled with, they will choose to attack elsewhere first, giving us more time to prepare. Luo Yaoyang said, Commander Xiao, there is another issue that must be addressed. Xiao Yi looked up at Luo Yaoyang. Are you referring to the ammunition supply issue? Luo Yaoyang nodded. The volcano at Gulao Mountain is still erupting, and osmium ore is continuously being collected. However, Gulao Mountain is outside the Iron City walls. Once the cosmic armored beasts surround the walls, we will lose our source of osmium metal. Inside the Iron City walls, there are no suitable volcanic resources. When the cosmic armored beasts erupt, the demand for ammunition will increase dramatically, and we won't be able to sustain our supplies. Xiao Yi knew that although 2 volcanoes had been detonated, the source of osmium metal was still far from sufficient. Once the cosmic armored beasts erupted, there would be no source of osmium metal left. The osmium alloy shells would become a scarce resource that could only be consumed without replenishment. I wonder if the biological team can bring us any surprises. Xiaoyi frowned and said. Qian Linson frowned and said, according to the research from the biological team, the outer shell of the cosmic armored beasts is extremely hard and must be penetrated with osmium alloy to break through. However, once penetrated, the entire shell shatters. At that point, we can switch to other relatively hard projectiles, such as titanium alloy or graphene shells, which can penetrate the second layer of the shell. Even projectiles made of special steel can penetrate such shells. If that's the case, our options will be more flexible. Luo Yaoyang said, we are currently testing this method. The batch of mecha warriors sent out is equipped with 2 types of ammunition, one with osmium alloy shells and one with improved steel shells. We hope to apply this in real combat. If it proves effective in practice, we can save a lot of osmium metal. On the west coast of a certain country, behind defensive structures rebuilt with wave barriers, a group of mecha warriors stood on a high slope, looking down at the sea. They saw large black shadows surging onto the beach like a tide, with dense cosmic armored beasts quickly crawling towards the land along the sand. Fire! Shouted a general in military attire, and the soldiers behind him pressed the buttons. With a loud explosion, the entire beach was overturned. Private First Class La Bei looked confidently at the scene before him, believing that these cosmic armored beasts would certainly be unable to break through their defenses. The recently detonated mines had immense power, capable of penetrating even tanks. These crab-like creatures, if they could survive the explosion of landmines, would truly be a marvel. Indeed, groups of these creatures were flipped over, landing on their backs with their white bellies exposed, motionless. Although they weren't blown apart, the shockwave's power was enough to kill them all. The starry armored beasts continued to surge forward like a tide. The general waved his hand again, and the second batch of landmines exploded, killing a large number of starry armored beasts that had charged up the beach. However, there were no more landmines left, and it was too late to set more. But the military power of a certain strong nation was formidable, and their weapons were advanced. Although the starry armored beasts were numerous, they couldn't withstand the fierce firepower of the army, and they fell in waves on the beach. After more than an hour, the starry armored beasts finally retreated, dragging the bodies of their fallen comrades back into the sea. Private Rabe watched as the black, smoky water began to turn blue again. Filled with pride and self-satisfaction, they had suffered no losses, relying on the power of their weapons to defeat the starry armored beasts. This was the strength of a certain powerful nation. However, strangely, only traces of the explosions remained on the beach, with no bodies in sight. The scattered starry armored beasts had dragged all the bodies into the water, disappearing without a trace. Well done. The starry armored beasts were nothing to be feared. The general slapped Private Rabe on the back, his voice booming. Those from the neighboring nation, humph, is it really necessary to build such high steel walls? Backward countries cannot even imagine the strength of our world-leading nation. The general walked towards the beach, shouting to the engineers behind him, stop dawdling, fools. Quickly lay more mines. We need to kill as many of these creatures as they come. This scene played out in many places in the strong nation. This is the power of a military powerhouse. Chapter 289, Global Warfare Europe. The coastline of a certain country. The situation was completely different. Sicily and Sardinia quickly fell, and the long coastline and weak military forces of this country were utterly insufficient for defense. Half a day later, the military began a full retreat towards the European continent. A day later, the entire peninsula and the neighboring island fell. The main battlefield of Europe retreated back to the mainland. However, the internal defensive fortifications effectively blocked the further attacks of the starry armored beasts. Africa. Central Africa had completely given up resistance. North and South Africa were retreating step by step, but they managed to hold their ground with the military fortifications they had built. The situation had reached a stalemate. However, the people in North and South Africa were confident in their successful defense, as the results of today's battles showed that the crab-sized starry armored beasts were not as fearsome as they seemed. They also feared powerful weapons. The neighboring nation. The most prosperous city, Mumbai. Troops stood ready. They have a variety of weapons in hand. Some are made in a certain country, others are produced in European nations. And there are countless types in total. They rely on these weapons to defend Mumbai. The armored creatures have crawled up the coast and are beginning to advance inward. A general who returned from studying in a foreign nation confidently waved his hand. Detonate. The landmines produced in that country were set off. However, the sound of the explosion was much weaker than the general had anticipated. He looked at the beach and realized that the detonation site was scattered, with nearly a third of the landmines failing to explode. Nevertheless, the general was already aware of this outcome. Imported weapons always lose some effectiveness once they reach this region. However, today's discount was a bit too significant. Fire! The general shouted. Since the landmines were insufficient, they would use artillery to fill in the gaps. After a fierce battle, the armored creatures retreated, leaving behind a beach blackened by gunfire. The general was extremely excited, feeling that he had already matched the stature of generals like Eisenhower. But after checking the ammunition, he couldn't smile anymore. The ammunition consumption had exceeded a third. At this rate, they would run out of supplies before nightfall. Now, they could only pray that the creatures would retreat and not return. In another region, a convoy of armored vehicles sped along the bumpy road. The occupants were jostled around, but no one stopped. They learned from a satellite phone that today, the armored creatures had erupted and begun landing on coasts worldwide. They had to return to their homeland before the creatures blocked their path. Once they reached their homeland, they would be safe. Currently, the safest place in the world was their homeland, where not a single armored creature had been spotted along the entire coastline. Faint sounds of gunfire from the seaside reminded them to hurry. This time, the neighboring country unusually did not play tricks, but provided the best armored vehicles and plenty of gasoline. It was likely because the conditions offered by their homeland were simply too generous, which is why they did not have any ulterior motives. Along the way, they saw many refugees heading towards their homeland. Their country had given the neighboring country a relocation quota of 10 million. So the upper echelons and elite forces of that country had all gone to their homeland. The ones left behind to resist the armored creatures were local militia, who simply lacked the capability to intercept the creatures effectively. Therefore, they must race against time. 100 kilometers ahead of them, Chu Xiaoxiao was swaying in a jeep. The poor road conditions and the vehicle's inadequate shock absorption, combined with her mild pregnancy symptoms, made her feel nauseous. Just hearing the faint sounds of gunfire made her too afraid to suggest stopping to rest. Currently, the drivers were the leaders of 2 local armed groups, and their convoy consisted of 5 vehicles carrying a dozen people. Their destination was the homeland. When they heard Chu Xiaoxiao's introduction, it felt like a treasure had fallen into their hands, especially when they saw the photo of Chu Xiaoxiao with Xiao Yi, which brought them even more joy. They had been worried about finding a way into the Great Zhou Kingdom, and now they had stumbled upon Xiao Yi's woman on the road, which felt like a gift from the heavens. Therefore, they made excellent arrangements for Chu Xiaoxiao, not only giving her the best seat, but also the finest food, doing everything possible to ensure she had a good time. If it weren't for the fact that the starry armored beasts had already landed, they would definitely have stopped to let her rest before continuing. There's a gas station ahead. Let's refuel and take a break, said the leading soldier. He looked at Chu Xiaoxiao with concern and said, Madam Xiao, in about an hour, we'll reach the gas station, so you can relax and rest well then. Chu Xiaoxiao forced a smile, saying, it's fine, I can hold on. In her heart, however, she was screaming, rest? These lower-class people just don't understand the situation. It's ridiculous to rest now. They're asking for trouble. But she couldn't express this, only suppressing it within herself. Chapter 290. The Sober Drunkard in the Great Zhou Kingdom, at the northern foot of the Iron City Wall. Li Buan was supporting the tattered Jin Jishuan as they stopped to look up at the magnificent Iron Wall. They had finally arrived at the base of the Iron City Wall. Although scaffolding and cranes were still busy, the Iron Wall had already reached over 120 meters in height, casting a strong sense of oppression when looked up at. Especially when looking left and right, the grandeur seemed endless, stirring deep emotions within them. Such a project could only be built by the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Once, the people of another country had the capability to do such things, as evidenced by their construction of the magnificent Hoover Dam nearly a century ago. However, that nation has now decayed. Its former national spirit has been eroded by successive foolish and selfish leaders. Their actions, driven solely by political interests, have turned their once hard-working and united populace into a fragmented and lazy society. Although they remain the world's strongest nation, they can't even build a high-speed rail. This foreshadows their decline. Currently, the greatest skill of this leading power is to mock the Great Zhou Kingdom's magnificent constructions, disparaging them from various angles. The online discourse has been tumultuous in recent days. It all started with Jack uploading the first video of the starry armored beasts, leading to a flood of pranks and sarcastic jokes about the Great Zhou Kingdom and the human commander Xiao Yi. As the standard starry armored beasts appeared, the tide turned, and panic ensued. No one remembered how just a day ago, they were mocking the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom while desperately seeking opportunities to enter the Iron Wall. Once the military forces from various nations appeared and eradicated the scattered starry armored beasts, public opinion shifted again. While they no longer fiercely attacked the Great Zhou Kingdom, they deemed it excessive, labeling its people as overly timid. After the outbreak of the starry sky armored beasts, countries and cities in Central Africa fell, and cities on the edge of the South American rainforest also succumbed. This once again turned public opinion, with riots in various nations becoming more frenzied, as looting of food and supplies occurred everywhere. However, public sentiment shifted again, especially with videos circulating online showing a general from a certain nation eliminating a large number of starry sky armored beasts without losing a single soldier. Various positive signals were continuously reported. In particular, images of the general walking slowly on the bodies of the starry sky armored beasts in high-top military boots conveyed a strong sense of confidence that, with the powerful military strength of certain countries, the armored beasts could be easily eradicated. What they did not realize was that this footage was staged. To create the image of formidable soldiers, they had nearly sacrificed lives to obtain enough bodies of the armored beasts. Nevertheless, the scene of the armored beasts retreating like a tide still invigorated countless residents in the West. Those who once indulged in carefree revelry quickly regained their joy after a brief panic. Many citizens rallied under the banner of making their nation great again, beginning celebrations and parties everywhere. A multitude of parties sprang up, with more residents strongly urging to break free from the iron walls and return to normal life. In the face of the guards blocking the gates, they chanted slogans believing in their soldiers and began to storm the gates. The newly elected president had to announce that the operation of the gates must not infringe upon citizens' rights to freedom. The guards had no choice but to open the gates, allowing a large number of citizens to pour out and join the parades and celebrations, with even more people joining the impromptu parties, entering a festive mode. However, this joy did not affect Jack, the first person from his nation to mock a certain kingdom, who was thoroughly frightened by the starry sky armored beasts. He drove through the crowd of revelers, bewildered and uncertain of his direction. Suddenly, he thought of someone, an uncle with whom he had a slight blood relation, a pilot who sprayed pesticides from an airplane. Jack turned the car around and sped towards the countryside. He knew his uncle would not enter the iron walls nor participate in the parades. He would rather take the time to enjoy a drink. An hour later, Jack drove into a farm where a biplane was parked on the grounds, specifically used for spraying pesticides. He splashed a large can of ice water over his drunken uncle, Hassan, instantly waking him up. "Oh, Jack, you've grown so big," Hassan exclaimed, shaking off the drowsiness and looking at the young man in confusion. Jack grabbed his uncle's collar and said, "Uncle Hassan, our nation is in trouble. We need to find a way to save ourselves." After being splashed with cold water, Hassan's mind cleared significantly. "What are you talking about? Didn't we just drive back the armored beasts? I saw it. The bugs retreated like crabs fleeing back to the sea." Chapter 291. Flying to the Great Zhou Kingdom. Jack gasped and said, "Trust me, uncle. These celestial armored beasts will come back soon, and they'll be as big as houses. Bullets can't penetrate their bodies. Only specially made projectiles can pierce their armor." Jack took out a coated alloy projectile he had found. "This is the projectile I picked up yesterday. I saw it. Only this type can penetrate the shells of the celestial armored beasts. When a large number of them arrive, even the soldiers won't be able to stop them." Harrison's eyes suddenly cleared. He picked up the projectile and examined it closely, then took it to the workshop, clamping it in a vise. He grabbed a Desert Eagle, put on a bulletproof vest, dismissed Jack, and then fired several shots at the projectile from close range. After the loud gunfire, Harrison crouched down to inspect the projectile, which remained intact. In contrast, the bullets found on the ground were twisted as if crushed by immense force. "Jack, are those creatures really as big as houses?" Harrison asked. Jack nodded and pulled out his phone, showing Harrison a photo of a celestial armored beast's corpse. "This is the one that chased me. It killed all my friends." At that moment, gunfire erupted outside. A group of armed villagers stood on a pickup truck, shouting loudly, "Make our country great again. Celestial armored beasts, easy to defeat. Weak people of the Great Zhou Kingdom, see the power of our soldiers." They chanted slogans while firing into the sky in celebration. Harrison spat, "A bunch of arrogant fools. Let's go to the Iron Wall." Jack was surprised by his uncle's decisiveness and quickly followed him. They boarded a biplane, and Uncle Harrison started the engine, maneuvering the aircraft into the blue sky. "Uncle, the Iron Wall is behind us," Jack asked, puzzled. Harrison responded with a strange expression, "No, the Iron Wall is to the west." Jack paused, but quickly understood that the Iron Wall his uncle was referring to was not the one from a certain country, but rather the one from the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, how could their pesticide-spraying plane cross the ocean to reach the Great Zhou Kingdom? Under the Iron Wall, a mech warrior blocked the path of Li Buan and his group. They had delayed their return to assist Jean Jishuan's father. Nevertheless, they arrived at the Iron Wall before the celestial armored beasts launched their attack. However, the experiences of the past few days had left a deep impression on Li Buan. "Refugees are not allowed to enter the Iron Wall," the mech warrior coldly stated. "You are required to leave immediately and stay away from here. Otherwise, we will open fire." They wouldn't shoot at the refugees, but they wouldn't let them pass either. The Iron Wall had limited capacity, while the number of refugees was extremely large. Therefore, they had to drive these refugees away. Li Buan quickly took out his identification and handed it over. "Soldier, we are citizens of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The last group evacuated from the northeast steel plant." The mech warrior checked the information and looked up suspiciously at the 4 people in front of him. The records indicated 3 individuals, all male. You are not allowed to bring refugees in, he stated. Jin Jishuan anxiously glanced at Li Buan. After all her struggles to reach the Steel City walls, was she really going to be stopped here? Li Buan said, "It's like this, young brother. This is my wife." The mech warrior shook his head. "The records show you are not accompanied by family. I cannot let her through." Li Buan quickly replied, "We just got married last month." "Jishuan, come here." Jin Jishuan moved closer to Li Buan, who pulled her into an embrace, saying, "See, we are a couple." The mech warrior shook his head again. "No. We are following orders and cannot let her in." Jin Jishuan looked nervously at Li Buan, truly afraid he might abandon her at this crucial moment. Li Buan glanced at Jin Jishuan and then at her father, who was trembling and injured. He was at a loss for what to do. He couldn't bear to leave Jin Jishuan behind. This girl had saved his life, and she was kind-hearted. He couldn't let such a girl face a dire fate. Suddenly, Li Buan knelt down and said, "Little warrior, please let us through. This is my wife. We cannot be separated." Jin Jishuan hurriedly knelt beside him, along with her father. Only Master Zhou stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to kneel or stand. The workers on the wall paused briefly to observe the scene, but soon returned to their tasks. After all, such situations had become common. Large groups of refugees arrived at the Steel City walls, brimming with dreams and hopes, only to be turned away. Many knelt down. Some even attempted to bribe or offer gifts, but the outcome was always the same: expulsion. The steel walls of the great Zhou kingdom were not open to just anyone. They deeply felt the pride and honor of being citizens of the great Zhou kingdom, especially in chaotic times. Whether during the Great Cataclysm or the current crisis with the Star Beasts, the only reliable support was the great Zhou kingdom. Chapter 292. A difficult choice. Wang Chong stood silently at the foot of the wall, observing the scene. He sensed something special about this situation, as the mech warrior was not directly expelling them, but was engaging in discussions. After a while, he entered the elevator and descended to the base of the wall. Wang Yusi curiously said to Zhong Qianzhezu, "Look, Deputy Engineer Wang has gone down. What is he doing? I want to see." Zhong Qianzhezu replied irritably, "Do your work." However, her attention was drawn to what was happening below. Wang Chong approached the group and asked, "Xiaolin, what's going on?" The mech warrior immediately saluted, "Report, Deputy Engineer Wang. 3 of these individuals are from the last evacuation of the northeastern ironworks of the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, this woman is not. They claim she is a family member and wish to bring her in, but I denied their request. The construction unit of the Steel Fortress is also a military unit, and these mech warriors serve as military leaders of the construction team. According to the hierarchy, Wang Chong's position is slightly higher than that of these mech warriors." Upon seeing Wang Chong, Li Buan felt a glimmer of hope and quickly handed over the documents, saying, "We are truly the last evacuees from the Great Zhou, and she is really my wife." Wang Chong looked at the girl's face, which revealed a hint of determination and resilience. From this girl, he seemed to see a shadow of Zhong Qianzhe's. "What is your name?" Wang Chong asked. He posed this question out of concern that a man like Li Buan might be bewitched and attempt to smuggle a refugee in for his own pleasure. Therefore, he wanted to confirm whether Li Buan and Jin Jishuan were truly a couple. "My name is Jin Jishuan. I married Li Gu a month ago." Although it was a lie, Jin Jishuan said it very naturally. After spending so many days with Li Buan, she was quite familiar with and grateful to him. "Where is the Northeast Steel Plant?" Wang Chong suddenly asked. Jin Jishuan was taken aback. How could she possibly know where the Northeast Steel Plant was? Wang Chong immediately understood everything in his heart. He turned to Li Buan and said flatly, "Only 3 of you can go in. You decide which 3 will enter." He had concluded that Li Buan was someone who wanted to smuggle goods, a selfish and despicable man. Jin Jishuan nervously stared at Li Buan and instinctively grabbed her father's hand. She was most afraid that Li Buan would abandon her father and take her in instead. Jin Jishuan's father seemed to understand something and began to tremble. Wang Chong and the mech warriors silently watched Li Buan, and the atmosphere turned extremely heavy. After a long contemplation, Li Buan suddenly turned to Master Zhou and asked, "Master Zhou, what's wrong with that vehicle?" Master Zhou paused for a moment and replied, "It's leaking oil and won't start. However, it can be fixed with a new ignition system." Li Buan made up his mind. "Master Zhou, Jin Jishuan, you 3 go in. This Deputy Engineer Wang, I would like some heavy-duty truck parts. Is that okay?" Jin Jishuan immediately understood Li Buan's plan. He wanted them to enter first while he drove the truck over, believing that by then, they would let Li Buan in as well. "Li Dage, I want to go with you," Jin Jishuan said softly to Master Zhou. "Uncle Zhou, please take care of my father." She lowered her voice. "If anything happens to us, please look after him." After saying this, she walked up to her father, shook his hand firmly but didn't dare to say much, and then turned to leave. Her father wanted to say something, but realizing that speaking would reveal their secret, he kept silent and just watched them leave. Back on the Steel Fortress, Wang Chong felt a bit heavy-hearted, sensing that he might have done something wrong. It seemed he had pushed a loving couple to a desperate situation. However, during such critical times, he felt he had no choice but to act this way. He suddenly saw Zhong Qianzhe coming over with surprise as he rose above the steel city wall. She asked him what happened. Why did two people come back when only two left? Wang Chang recounted the events, and Zhong Qianzhe stood on the steel city wall, watching the two figures gradually fade away. She suddenly said, "They are also a pair of unfortunate lovers." Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat. What did Zhong Qianzhe mean by that? What does it mean to be an unfortunate pair of lovers? Who is the other pair? Is it her and him? In the land of the eastern country, along the coastline of Mumbai, the once retreating darkness began to spread again, slowly extending towards the ground. The once proud general, now tensed up like a rooster, waved his pistol and said, "Prepare. This time we will leave no corpse of those bugs behind." A long line of tanks rolled out from the fortifications, all heavy tanks purchased from several countries. These tanks would crush the bugs mercilessly, making them understand that the people of the eastern country are not to be trifled with. Mumbai is the most important and prosperous city in the eastern country, and it is also the closest location of the Steel City Wall to the seaside. The Steel City Wall of the eastern country surrounds the entire bustling area of Mumbai. Only the slums are outside the Steel City Wall, which has now become the main battlefield. Chapter 0000 Extra. The Anatomy Report of the Starry Armored Beast published by the Reader Owl of Summer. Standard Anatomy Report of the Starry Armored Beast. The biological team conducted a live dissection of a 4-meter standard starry armored beast, hereinafter referred to as the 001 specimen. Outer shell part. The experimenters used conventional cutting tools, including electric saws, grinding wheels, and water jets. But none succeeded in breaking through the outer membrane of the starry armored beast. They found that laser cutting was not ideal for the 001 specimen, with some areas even experiencing deflection and scattering effects. However, osmium alloy tools showed good cutting effects, better than osmium alloy bullets. From the actual test results on the outer membrane of specimen 001, it can effectively transmit external impact forces to the entire shell. However, its resistance to continuous external force applied at a single point was somewhat weak. The osmium alloy drill successfully shattered the shell after just 2 seconds of testing. After the attack stopped, the shell would secrete a transparent liquid to cover itself within 3 minutes, which would harden into a solid outer membrane within 25 seconds. The collected outer membrane mucus was tested and found to be an amino-based biomass, with a stable and disordered molecular structure, lacking defensive capabilities. After being electrified, this biomass underwent a transformational metamorphosis, with its molecular structure becoming stable and ordered, capable of blocking temperature conduction. Some researchers speculate that this might be a layer of amino muscle tissue. When the biological current commands the amino muscle tissue, similar to human muscles tightening under electrical stimulation, it becomes hard but loses its toughness, turning into a material like tempered glass that shatters entirely once broken. The electrical testing results indicate that directly electrifying the experimental subject 001 can enhance its outer membrane hardness exponentially, to a level that currently cannot be broken by humans. However, after being electrified with 1 million volts, its structural strength reaches a peak, and within 3 minutes, the substance will be almost completely consumed. The experimental subject 001 then requires about 3 minutes to regenerate this substance. Notably, this substance can be locally enhanced through direct electrification even when it is not fully distributed throughout the body. Similarly, after a high-intensity and sustained electromagnetic pulse attack, the electrified state of the outer shell will be briefly interrupted, allowing the outer membrane to soften and return to a semi-liquid state, at which point it can be penetrated by ordinary bullets. However, the special chitin shell containing iridium elements can effectively block external damage. Importantly, the shell is divided into 3 layers. The outer layer, containing iridium, is a mutated substance similar to rhino horn, while the second layer contains a significant amount of iron, making it very sturdy and able to withstand harsh underwater environments. The innermost layer consists of a biological carbon fiber shell that contains chitin. Experiments indicate that when the outer membrane of the experimental subject is electrified, it will not secrete new substances. Therefore, we can attempt to use area effect weapons to directly shatter the outer membrane and artificially electrify the outer tissues of the celestial beast to aid in the formation of the outer membrane. Internal structure. Through vivisection, the biological team found that the internal structure of experimental subject 001 is similar to that of insects, with muscle tissue inside and the skeleton replaced by the shell. The difference is that its muscle tissue is interspersed with a large amount of nerve tissue, and its muscles even possess sensory capabilities akin to human skin, connecting with the dendritic structures in the brain. A fitting analogy is that human muscles and nerves form a multi-line structure, while experimental subject 001 operates like a universal single-line cluster. There is no occurrence of nerve function loss below the injury site due to spinal nerve damage. Instead, signals can be rerouted through other muscle groups, allowing the subject to maintain high combat effectiveness even after sustaining severe injuries. The tremendous elastic power generated by the contraction of its forelimb muscles is comparable to the force of a 23 mm naval gun, although it requires approximately 3 seconds for contraction. This serves as a clear sign for potential counterattacks and vigilance. The interior of experimental subject 001 is filled with muscle tissue, with no cavities present. Even the digestive system is usually in a compressed and closed state due to muscle pressure, with organs directly wrapped and connected by muscle. Because the nerve structure and muscles grow together, the conduction speed is very fast, but this also results in an inability to perform precise and complex movements. Additionally, it shows a significant response to strong electromagnetic pulses. Brain. The brain of experimental subject 001 resembles an oval shape, is gray, and weighs a substantial 56 kilograms. It has a large brain core and a smaller brain margin, while the cortex responsible for advanced cognition is surprisingly small, primarily consisting of a structure of dendritic fiber clusters unseen in humans. This massive brain mainly includes a large perceptual functional area and a smaller emotional functional area, with the thinking functional area also being quite small. It is speculated that, relative to humans, experimental subject 001 cannot be considered a thinking organism. The 001 experimental subject resembles an automated robot, capable of executing complex physical movements, but lacking in advanced cognitive abilities. Researchers conducted intricate tests in a simulated environment, revealing that the 001 subject exhibited aggressive tendencies and low intelligence when faced with complicated situations. Some researchers speculate that the 001 subject is similar to ants and bees in the insect world, capable of performing certain tasks autonomously within set parameters, but struggling with tasks beyond those limits, suggesting the presence of a commanding entity akin to a queen insect. Analysis indicates that the branched fiber network in the 001 subject's brain is a specialized sensory neural structure directly connected to sensory organs within its head. This allows it to distinguish, recognize, and receive various signals, including electronic ones. If the signal is visual, the 001 subject can directly interpret the information as imagery. Sensory organs. Thanks to its unique brain structure, the 001 subject is equipped with numerous sensory organs. In addition to sight, hearing, and smell, its sense of touch is highly sensitive, capable of detecting air, water, and ground vibrations from several kilometers away. Inside its head, there is a pair of conical structures that were previously mistaken for a brain. Experimental and anatomical analyses indicate that these structures serve as the primary signal reception and transmission organs. They contain 6 distorted muscle tissue organs that can generate bioelectromagnetic waves and receive faint electromagnetic radiation in waves produced by electronic devices, transmitting the received information directly to the brain's branch structure through a neural network within the muscles. This columnar structure is also the main organ responsible for hardening the outer membrane, maintaining a stable, overcharged state of amino fluid. Visual organs. The eyes of the 001 subject feature 5 central foveae, 1 central fovea, and 4 peripheral foveae, distributed across different regions of the eyes. The central fovea can keenly detect objects in the forward field of vision, while the peripheral foveae can identify objects surrounding the head. Its field of vision extends up to 320 degrees. The peripheral foveae provide a low-resolution wide field of view, enabling quick target acquisition, while the central fovea offers high resolution and a narrow field for detailed observation. This multifoveal structure allows it to function like a zoom telescope, with glandular tissue beneath the eyes enabling the 001 subject to sense life forms and their shapes through thin obstacles. Unlike human detection devices, its eyes are unaffected by temperature variations or overlapping quantities of life forms. Digestive organs. The digestive system of the 001 subject is its most unique feature. Its organ structure includes not only the mouth, but also a rough, hard esophagus with grinding capabilities. The internal muscles can compress the esophagus to assist in breaking down food. It lacks a stomach for dissolving food and is directly connected to an intestine filled with biological enzymes. This means the 001 subject can swallow living organisms whole, crushing them in the esophagus before directly digesting and absorbing them in the intestine, leaving no residue. The undigestible waste, such as clothing and jewelry, is expelled from the body through the muscular contractions of the inner body, indicating that the subject can be classified as a cnidarian, with the anus and mouth being the same organ. Reproductive behavior. Due to the environmental conditions surrounding the subject, it has not engaged in reproduction, instead opting for energy storage and growth. Therefore, we cannot accurately determine how it categorizes new individuals. However, Research suggests that the splitting bodies likely originate from a mixture of biological enzymes and flesh within the body. This means that the biological enzymes inside are more akin to human sperm and eggs, capable of directly reproducing new individuals within the flesh, similar to the process of shedding shells. However, the reaction substances from the enzymes remain inside the shell, forming the internal organ structures of the new individuals. This concludes the entire anatomical report on the subject. This chapter reflects the insights of a reader, representing their understanding and imagination, which is indeed impressive. Thanks to all the readers for their support. Today's chapter will be posted slightly later. Chapter 293. The turning tide of battle. The black mist gradually crept up the shallows, infiltrating the beach. Attention! This time, we cannot allow so many dud shells. All the mines must be detonated. Meanwhile, all departments should focus on seizing the carcasses of the starry armored beasts, ensuring they do not remain on the beach to be taken away. The general said confidently. He mimicked the imposing demeanor of a general from a certain country he had seen in a video and took a few steps. He felt somewhat regretful. That general knew how to use the internet to promote his achievements, while he had been a bit slow on the uptake. This time, he must also stage a photo opportunity to capture his own formidable presence, ensuring that the angle is more cunning than that of the foreign general, making himself appear even more impressive. A black shell emerged from the surface of the sea, but this time it was significantly different from the first. The shell that surfaced seemed larger, taller, and darker. They have grown, one soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the shell of the starry armored beast that emerged from the sea had indeed increased in size, significantly so. The previous starry armored beast was only the size of a crab, but now it had grown to about 10 times that size, transforming from the size of a spider crab to that of an Alaskan king crab. Although the number had decreased, the intimidation factor had increased considerably, especially their crawling speed, which far surpassed their initial pace, as they charged onto the beach at a running speed. Ignite! The general was momentarily distracted, and then noticed that several starry armored beasts had already dashed across the beach and reached the embankment. They possessed insect-like compound eyes, with 2 eyes on each side, each having 4 small and 1 large pupil, designed based on the reader's suggestion, giving them a grotesque appearance. Their ugly mouthparts were edged with sharp teeth, and their forelimbs were extremely hard and streamlined. Boom, boom, boom. The previously buried mines on the beach detonated again. Many starry armored beasts were propelled into the air by the explosion and then fell scattered to the ground. However, to the general's disappointment and shock, this time the celestial armored beasts did not die. They simply turned over in midair and continued to crawl after landing, as if they had just experienced a wave of shock. The tanks charged forward, spewing black smoke, intending to crush these celestial armored beasts. But everything changed dramatically. The celestial armored beasts curled up their 6 limbs and huddled together. The tanks seemed to have run over a mass of hard granite, unable to crush these creatures at all. Countless celestial armored beasts climbed onto the tanks and began to strike them. The tank crews were horrified to hear the awful sound of metal scraping against metal coming from the armor surrounding them. Furthermore, judging by the sound, the attacks from these celestial armored beasts didn't seem random. Instead, they were causing some damage to the metal armor, as could be inferred from the changes in the sounds. Soon, they realized the tanks were immobilized. Experienced tank operators knew this was due to the tracks coming off, watching the dense sounds of armor being struck around them. The soldiers inside the tanks were filled with terror. What they had thought was a safe haven had now turned into a trap. Some quick-thinking tank operators hurriedly opened the hatches, hoping to escape while the celestial armored beasts were distracted. However, they were not facing creatures the size of crabs this time, but rather ones as large as small dogs. As soon as they climbed out, they were attacked by the celestial armored beasts. The soldiers were utterly defenseless against the beasts, with their calves instantly pierced by the front limbs of the creatures. The soldiers who managed to escape from the tanks screamed as they fell, quickly being overwhelmed by the celestial armored beasts. Inside the tanks, the operators watched in horror, completely panicked. The only thing they could do now was wait for death. Behind the front lines, the soldiers were in a state of panic. It was one thing to bully small crabs, but facing such large celestial armored beasts left them rattled. Some timid ones had already started to prepare to flee. Don't panic, shoot them. Take them down, the general shouted, drawing his pistol and firing. The other soldiers, snapping out of their stupor, also began to shoot. After all, there was no need to aim. Just firing at the ground would surely hit something. In an instant, gunfire erupted and smoke filled the air. The sound of heavy machine guns especially helped to calm the panicked soldiers, facing a group of crawling creatures. Their firearms were not to be underestimated. A sea breeze swept through, dispersing the lingering smoke. The soldiers rubbed their eyes, eager to see the results of their furious barrage. But the next moment, they panicked again. The celestial armored beasts were completely unaffected, vigorous and lively. cheering and climbing over the fortifications, ready to break through the defenses. The general was left dumbfounded. This was completely contrary to the earlier outcome. Just moments ago, the celestial armored beasts had caused no casualties among the humans at all. However, the situation has reversed now. People have not suffered any casualties from the starry armored beasts. In an instant, the tide turned. Chapter 294, The Collapse of the Defense Line of the Eastern Region. The defense line crumbled in an instant. It is unclear who fled first. But almost in the blink of an eye, the military's defenses scattered. The overwhelming starry armored beasts climbed over the fortifications, chasing after the fleeing crowd. The general initially intended to hold the line, but seeing all his subordinates flee, he realized he had to run or risk being left behind. The general turned to escape. But the high-top military boots he had just put on severely hindered his speed. He had thought that wearing these boots would make him look more imposing in later photos. But now they had become a burden. He grabbed a young soldier, hoping for assistance. However, the young soldier thought a bug had grabbed his clothing, and in panic, he flung his arm, causing the general to fall to the ground. Realizing something was amiss, he turned around only to discover he had knocked over the general. Not a bug. He wanted to help the general up, but the beasts were already closing in. In a moment of peril, the general was of no use. The young soldier turned and fled, his speed comparable to that of a sprinter. A scream pierced the air as the first high-ranking commander of humanity met his end in the jaws of the beasts. The most tragic fate was not that of the fallen general, but of the tank crews waiting to die inside their tanks. After a large number of the bigger starry armored beasts crawled past, a series of soft rustling sounds followed, and then many crab-sized starry armored beasts crawled in through the observation and firing ports. The tank erupted in horrifying screams and gunfire. Clearly, some individuals could not withstand the overwhelming fear and chose to take their own lives. Soon, the inside of the tank fell silent, only to be filled with swarms of beasts surging over the beach, breaching the breakwaters, overcoming the fortifications, and spilling into the slums. This massive tide of creatures was boundless, continuously spreading and flowing across the eastern realm. Command headquarters of the Great Zhou Nation. Yao Yao rushed into Xiao Yi's office, holding a document and saying, "Latest news. A large number of sizable starry armored beasts have been discovered in the eastern region." Xiao Yi took the document, glanced at it, and heavily set it down. The performance of the eastern region was indeed too weak, having breached the first line of defense so quickly. Moreover, according to internal intelligence, the defense of the eastern region's steel walls was quite fragile. It was estimated that only the steel walls near Mumbai and Kolkata were genuinely constructed of steel and concrete. Elsewhere, they were merely flimsy layers of iron sheets covered with dirt and cow dung. Unfortunately, the eastern region had a large population and livestock, which would increase the number of starry armored beasts by several 100 million standard units. The eastern region would become the first domino to topple human defenses. Once one fell, the others would gradually collapse until only the Great Zhou Nation remained. If the world were under the control of the Great Zhou Nation, none of this would have happened. Xiao Yi is confident that he can keep the starry sky armored beasts of the world outside the iron walls of various nations. However, unfortunately, people from other worlds will only regard the people of the Great Zhou as they would a ferocious beast. If given a choice between eliminating the people of the Great Zhou or the starry sky armored beasts, it is likely that the vast majority of countries in the world would choose the former. In a sense, the people of the Great Zhou are their greatest enemies, rather than the starry sky armored beasts, especially for the people of Tianzhu. The historical and ethnic animosities and barriers far exceed the hatred between different species. This is the most valuable message that Xiao Yi from the previous universe conveyed to Xiao Yi in this universe. Therefore, from the beginning, Xiao Yi has never trusted other countries, especially Tianzhu and Western nations. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. This saying is sometimes very accurate. Behind him, a large screen began broadcasting news from Tianzhu. An animated news anchor spoke in a mournful tone, "In a grueling battle, the excellent military commander General Yujia has unfortunately passed away. However, our brave warriors of Tianzhu have kept the starry sky armored beasts outside the iron walls. We will surely win this war." Xiao Yi sighed and said, "Tianzhu can hold out for at most 2 more days. Where is Gao Daqiang?" Yao Yao replied, "He is in Mengua. Don't worry, he will be fine. Good people will be safe." Yao Yao understands Gao Daqiang's status in Xiao Yi's heart and in the hearts of the people of the Great Zhou. As the first recipient of the National Mobilization Personal Medal, Gao Daqiang holds an extraordinary significance. Mengua. There are 2 standard-sized starry sky armored beasts. Yi Wen abruptly stood up from the vehicle, pointing ahead. He then noticed that Gao Daqiang had already stood up, checked his gear, and was ready to set off. "Yi Wen, stay back and protect Tina. The rest of you, get off the vehicle and confront the starry sky armored beasts." After Gao Daqiang finished speaking, he jumped down from the vehicle, using inertia to continue running. and then accelerated using the mech's power system. Chapter 295, Standard Triad on the battlefield. The other soldiers also jumped down, quickly adapting before following Gao Daqiang into the fray against the Starry Sky armored beasts. Tina watched the Starry Sky armored beasts from a distance, her mouth agape in astonishment. Could Gao Daqiang withstand such enormous Starry Sky armored beasts? The other soldiers felt a bit tense as well. Whether on posters or in simulation games, no Starry Sky armored beast had ever given them such a strong visual impact. Standing 3 meters tall, with ugly compound eyes, disgusting mandibles, razor-sharp teeth, and streamlined forelimbs that gleamed with metallic luster, they were extremely shocking. Although they had all trained for a long time and performed excellently, ranking high in the games, when faced with the real Starry Sky armored beasts, they were still taken aback. Their movements felt somewhat stiff, nervous, and restrained. Inside the armored transport vehicle, Tina looked fearfully at the enormous Starry Sky armored beast, trembling slightly. Can Gao Daqiang handle it? Yuan patted Tina on the shoulder and crossed his arms, saying, "If you asked anyone else, I might say I don't know. But Gao Ge, he is the first hero of our great nation to receive the National Mobilization Medal. With him around, you can rest assured." Yuan's calm demeanor reassured Tina, and she fixed her gaze outside, wanting to see just how powerful the sturdy man, who seemed small next to the Starry Sky armored beast, was to earn such praise from Yuan. "Everyone, stay calm. It's just a simple-minded bug." Gao Daqiang's voice inexplicably calmed everyone down. He took a quick step forward and lunged at the first Starry Sky armored beast. "Oh no!" Tina suddenly cried out in terror. She saw Gao Daqiang rushing too close, actually charging under the beast's front limbs. Wasn't that the end? Sure enough, the armored beast raised its 2 front limbs high and struck down fiercely at Gao Daqiang, especially now, in a half-standing posture. The Starry Sky armored beast was nearly 3.5 meters tall, while Gao Daqiang, clad in his mech, was just over 2 meters, making him seem quite small in comparison. Yuan shook his head with a smile. Tina was still a bit naive. The standard 3-style initiation move required getting beneath the armored beast to execute it, didn't it? Gao Daqiang clearly wanted to conserve ammunition, knowing they had a long way to go. Thus, he employed the standard 3-style, aiming to resolve the battle with minimal ammo. Suddenly, a shield made of alloy appeared, blocking the downward strike of the beast's front limbs. Bearing immense pressure, Gao Daqiang's body arched perfectly. In an instant, he skillfully drew his standard military knife and aimed for the weakest point beneath the beast's head shell. His strength, timing, and accuracy were all impeccably executed, showcasing not only Gao Daqiang's proficient mech operation skills, but also his exceptional psychological resilience. If it were anyone else, including Yuan, although they might match Gao Daqiang's skill level and even surpass him in gaming rankings, the reality of combat posed a different challenge. Without strong psychological resilience, actions could easily become distorted under pressure. It's akin to some street basketball stars who excel in tricks off the court, but falter when the game begins. Performing well under high pressure requires exceptional mental fortitude. This was the first encounter with the Starry Sky armored beast for everyone, yet Gao Daqiang's movements remained fluid and natural, as if he had slain hundreds or even thousands of these beasts before. Such remarkable psychological resilience was absolutely necessary for this. Boom. A shell accurately landed in the opening created by the military knife. The starry armored beast erupted with an explosion from its belly, and the massive creature immediately went silent, collapsing onto the ground, motionless, clearly dead. Wow, so cool. Tina's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the tall and strong figure. In peacetime, the charming young men dominated, with those flawless beauties who wouldn't step out without makeup winning the hearts of girls. However, in times of crisis, what girls truly admired and idolized were real men. Another starry armored beast was unable to approach due to the barrage of bullets from other mech warriors. Soon, this beast, covered in dirt and bruises from the gunfire, turned around and fled. Wow, the bugs can actually run away? This certainly changed my perspective. Yuan quickly picked up the satellite phone to report the recently concluded battle to the military team, also sending the recorded battle footage to the command center. The military team swiftly relayed the battle results to the biological team. Studying the combat characteristics of the starry armored beasts was one of the core topics for both the biological and military teams. Chapter 296, Tears of Rupert in the Great Zhou Kingdom. The command center was bustling in the afternoon. Xiao Yi watched the data on the big screen fluctuate, feeling a constant thrum of anxiety in his heart. Humanity was gradually losing territory, and time was running out for the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, Xiao Yi was not nervous. As everything was under control, Nie Sihua walked in, placed a document on the table, picked up Xiao Yi's coffee cup for a sip, then frowned. What kind of coffee is this? Instant. Who made this for you? She picked up the phone and dialed her office number. Bring my coffee machine over. After hanging up, She walked behind Xiao Yi and gently massaged his head with her delicate hands. Xiao Yi, although coffee keeps you alert, drinking too much isn't good. Xiao Yi sighed. I always feel like something hasn't been accounted for. Niesi Hua chided softly, you've done well enough. Even if there's something you haven't considered, with your adaptability, you'll quickly find a solution. I believe in you. Xiao Yi smiled faintly. It was only in front of Niesi Hua that he felt a little relaxed and could reveal a hint of vulnerability. However, as the commander of humanity, he could not afford to be weak. He needed to project confidence and strength in front of others. Do you have good news? Xiao Yi asked. Niesi Hua nodded. Instead of handing the document to Xiao Yi, she verbally summarized the information. Although we've reduced production, the quality has significantly improved. Wei also recalled the match that had quality issues exposed recently. Feeling the gentle touch of Niesi Hua, Xiao Yi relaxed completely. Haste makes waste. This saying truly holds wisdom. Indeed, in the past, the daily production reached 30 million units, but in reality, over half of the matches had various quality issues. This not only fails to enhance combat effectiveness, but actually diminishes it. Fortunately, both you and Elon pointed out my problems, and I have now slowed down the pace, allowing me to focus on every detail. Moreover, we recall 10 million matches daily to replace parts. Niesi Hua said, now I understand Elon's capabilities. Xiao Yi asked, how is he doing at the space station? Niesi Hua replied, the lunar base plan of a certain country has encountered setbacks, and he is quite frustrated. However, this gives him plenty of time to guide my work. Xiao Yi said, tell him not to be idle. He should carefully plan the interstellar counterattack. The issue with the star beasts is not just a problem for Earth. We must strike at the home planet of the star beasts to resolve the problem once and for all. Although he is currently a citizen of that country, within a month at most, that country will cease to exist, and he will have no choice but to become a citizen of our great nation. Therefore, he should contribute his strength for Earth's counterattack and not waste his talents. At that moment, the door opened, and Qian Linsen entered with Wang Lin and several members of biological teams, as well as Luo Yaoyang and others from military teams. They felt somewhat awkward upon seeing the scene. Xiao Yi, however, acted as if nothing was amiss and said, I see you all looking pleased. Do you have good news? Wang Lin excitedly replied, today, the frontlines Gao Daqiang conveyed an important message to us. Based on this information, just now, we achieved significant research results. Sitting down, Wang Lin gestured for Wang Chong to explain. Since this result was primarily discovered by Wang Chong, he did not want to steal his thunder. Wang Chong took a sip of water and eagerly said, this is a major discovery. He took out an object and placed it on the table. It was a teardrop-shaped glass orb. Does anyone recognize this? The members of the military team did not recognize it, but Qian Linsun, a quantum mechanics authority, immediately identified its origin. Rupert's tear? Wang Chong gave Qian Linsun a thumbs up. Old Qian is indeed knowledgeable. Luo Yaoyang curiously asked, what is Rupert's tear? Wang Chong explained. This is created by dropping molten glass into water, which cools and forms a teardrop-shaped glass orb. The front is a large sphere, and the back has a long tail. Wang Chong looked at Luo Yaoyang and said, who has a pistol? Let's do an experiment. Commander Lin Xingxing of the 3rd Mech Legion walked over with a pistol. Wang Chong's assistant brought a small bulletproof glass house and placed Rupert's tear inside. Wang Chong said, Commander Lin, you can shoot at this large glass orb. I guarantee you won't break it. Lin Xingxing shook his head. How is that possible? It's not bulletproof glass. How could it not break? He aimed the gun at the small opening of the glass house and suddenly pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the glass orb, but surprisingly, the orb remained completely unharmed. Lin Xingxing found it unbelievable and fired several more shots, but the result was the same. He simply couldn't shatter the glass orb. Thanks to the 2 great experts in the field of ideology for their certification. The big guys are impressive. Other friends' rewards will lead to more updates tomorrow. Chapter 297. The weakness of the starry armored beast. Don't waste bullets. The hardness of this glass orb is extremely high, even surpassing that of diamonds. Only a rhenium alloy projectile can shatter it, Wang Chong said. Xiao Yi suddenly realized. So you mean the outer part of the starry armored beast shell is made of this material? Wang Chong nodded. Yes, it's a similar substance. Luo Yaoyang sighed. Although you've analyzed the composition of this material, it's still useless. We can only rely on rhenium alloy projectiles to break it. Qian Linsun laughed. Haha, you don't know this. Although Rupert's tear is so hard, it still has a weakness. Qian Linsun took Rupert's tear from the bulletproof glass booth. He lifted it and pinched the fine tail end. With minimal force, the entire Rupert's tear instantly shattered before everyone's eyes, turning into powder that scattered all over the ground. Wow, Qian Lao, how strong are you? You're even stronger than a bullet. Luo Yaoyang exclaimed in surprise. Qian Linsun waved his hand. An 8-year-old child could crush it. This is because the tail end is its weakness. As long as the tail end is broken, the entire Rupert's tear will shatter. Wang Chong explained. This is due to the special structure of Rupert's tear. Luo Yaoyang said excitedly. Does that mean that even without rhenium alloy projectiles, we can still shatter the outermost layer of the tough armor? Wang Lin, however, expressed some regret. That's right, but this part is very concealed, located at the tail end of the abdomen. By aiming at this spot, it can be shattered using special alloy projectiles. But Xiao Yi looked at Wang Lin, realizing that this information had not been studied or discovered in other universes. This was their first unique discovery compared to other universes, marking a breakthrough. Wang Lin continued. According to the message just transmitted back by Gao Daqiang, once this layer of armor is shattered, it will regenerate within an hour. Moreover, this most vulnerable spot is in a very concealed position, usually in the shooting blind spots, making it difficult to hit. Not long ago, Gao Daqiang and his team discovered that the escaping starry armored beast had brought 2 standard-sized starry armored beasts to launch a sneak attack. Although they were once again driven away by Gao Daqiang's team, Gao Daqiang noticed that the previously shattered outer shell had actually restored itself. Therefore, he immediately informed the military and biological teams. Xiao Yi lowered his head in thought, paced back and forth, and quickly said, there is actually a way to solve this. The intelligence of the starry armored beast is not high, and the effectiveness of the standard model clearly demonstrates this point. Therefore, we can specifically study a set of attack methods targeting this weakness, making it easier for everyone to eliminate the starry armored beast without the need for alloy-tipped projectiles. He pressed the phone, called the Rampage team over, especially Zhang Xiaolong and his research team. Soon, Zhang Xiaolong walked in with a group of young faces, each filled with anticipation. Young people are always eager for challenges. Since Xiao Yi called them in at this time, it must mean there was a daunting task for them to accomplish. After Wang Chang explained the latest findings regarding the starry armored beast's shell, Zhao Hongyi immediately said, no problem, we will add this data into the starry armored beast's data module right away. Zhang Xiaolong also added, my friends and I will definitely figure out the methods and tricks to deal with the starry armored beast using regular bullets in the shortest time possible. Once the Rampage team and military personnel left, Xiao Yi addressed the remaining biological team and Qian Linshan, saying, the research on the starry armored beast must be thorough. I have a feeling this is the direction and goal for us to completely defeat the starry armored beast. Qian Linshan nodded in agreement and turned to Wang Lin. How is the research on the digestive system of the starry armored beast going? Can we create a similar digestive fluid? This was a topic of great concern for everyone. The biggest problem troubling humanity now is the corpses of the starry armored beasts. If humanity does not have an effective way to completely destroy the starry armored beast's body, turning it into ordinary elements like other animal remains, it will not be able to reduce their numbers. They will continue to attack in cycles. It is like a tower defense game. Humanity is the defending side, while the starry armored beasts are the attacking side. The starry armored beasts will keep attacking, and if humanity makes a mistake, the attackers will breach the defenses, leading to a game over. This is definitely an unfair game. The starry armored beasts can repeatedly fail and try again because they do not worry about failure. Their relentless existence has placed them in an invincible position. If a method to completely eliminate the starry armored beasts cannot be found, humanity's defense will be extremely dangerous. If one day there is a breach in the steel walls, humanity will be completely doomed. Wang Lin frowned and said, we have made some discoveries, but they are not good news. What discoveries? Xiao Yi and Qian Linshan asked in unison. Wang Lin replied, the digestive system of the starry armored beast is quite strange. It does not have obvious digestive organs. Food enters through the mouth and then passes through a short esophagus into the body. But, Wang Lin shrugged, that's it. That's it. What else? Qian Linshan asked curiously. There are no digestive organs, Wang Lin said, a strange expression on his face, clearly encountering such a bizarre situation for the first time. No digestive organs? Then where does the food go? Qian Linshan pressed on. Wang Lin said, generally speaking, for any animal, the digestive system is a very important part of the body. It is the source of nutrition and energy for the body, and for some organisms, the digestive system occupies a large portion of the body. However, the starry sky armored beast does not have a special digestive system. As for how they obtain nutrients from food, we are still researching it. It will take some time. Qian Linshan looked astonished. This creature was too strange. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Yi, only to find that Xiao Yi did not seem particularly surprised, but was instead deep in thought. On the western coast of a certain country, a biplane landed at a military airport. In the distance, there was the booming sound of bombings, as the soldiers were conducting airstrikes against the coastal starry sky armored beasts. The military strength of this country was indeed formidable. They had built solid defenses along the coastline, and were using their powerful military might to bombard the shallow seas and beaches, successfully repelling 2 waves of attacks from the starry sky armored beasts. However, the current situation was not looking good. By the time the second wave of starry sky armored beasts appeared, they had already grown to the size of small dogs. When the third wave landed, they had reached the size of large dogs. Now, the fourth wave of starry sky armored beasts had bodies that were the size of a table. The most troublesome part was that as their bodies grew larger, their resistance to damage increased rapidly. Moreover, their speed and agility did not decline, while their strength saw a significant enhancement. A full-speed charge from a starry sky armored beast could cause substantial damage to tanks. Currently, the tanks patrolling the front lines were battered and bruised, with one-third of them rendered unable to move. Fortunately, this country had received methods for extracting and refining osmium alloy from a certain nation, producing a considerable amount of osmium alloy projectiles, providing them with enough firepower to eliminate these terrifying creatures. However, the consumption of ammunition was enormous, and the offensive stance of the creatures showed no signs of weakening. The military advisors to the president had already suggested retracting the defense line and retreating behind the iron walls. As for the citizens outside protesting that entering the iron walls would deprive them of their freedoms, they could do as they pleased. Those willing to enter the iron walls could come in, while those unwilling could wait to participate in the creatures' chaotic party. The newly elected president, whose foundation was unstable, did not dare to make such a significant retreat decision, as it concerned the lives of nearly one-third of the population. He decided to take a nap and rest before making a decision. However, he had already arranged for national officials to begin evacuating, and military facilities outside the iron walls also started to withdraw. The airport where Jack and Hassan landed belonged to the military department that was currently evacuating. "Hassan, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of the flying armored beasts?" A portly middle-aged man shouted at Hassan. "I came to borrow something from you," Hassan replied, unusually alert and showing no intention of continuing to drink, despite having a large bottle of whiskey hidden on the plane. "In a chaotic situation, we all need to evacuate. What else do you want to borrow?" The middle-aged man named Hani is a comrade of Hassan. "I need a plane that can fly at least 5,000 meters high, with enough fuel to cover 10,000 kilometers, Hassan said. Hani was taken aback. "Are you crazy? The maximum combat radius of a fighter jet is just over 2,000 kilometers. At this point, both Hani and Hassan instinctively glanced at a massive object in the distant hangar, a large strategic bomber. "Hassan, you can't be eyeing that thing, right? That's absolutely impossible." Hani waved his hand. Hassan, however, calmly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, asking, "What's the situation with the bugs now?" Hani hesitated. "This is confidential, don't let it slip." The order from the president before he went to sleep was to abandon this military airport and retreat behind the steel walls. Hassan grinned, revealing yellow teeth. "Does that include that thing?" He pointed to the strategic bomber in the hangar. Hani shook his head. "That thing is about to be retired. The higher-ups said to leave it here, and once the bugs are eliminated, we can come back and see if it can still be used. But it seems the bugs don't damage non-electrical equipment." Hassan spat out a thick phlegm and mocked. "Wait until the bugs are eliminated? Haha, it's more like being eliminated by the bugs." "Hani, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you want to survive, there's only one way." Chapter 299. Flying the bomber to the Great Zhou Nation. Hassan looked at Hani meaningfully and pointed to the bomber. "Your way to survive is right there." Hani suddenly understood Hassan's plan. "Wait, are you planning to fly that plane to the Great Zhou?" Hassan glanced at the evacuating troops and sneered. "Do you still think these soldiers are the same as the ones we had back in the day? They've been spoiled for too long. And the wars they've experienced are all about overpowering the weak, always in an absolute advantageous position. Once things go south, they collapse. These soldiers are too arrogant. I cannot entrust my life to them," Hassan said. Hani hesitated. "I know, these soldiers are indeed too arrogant. They aren't suited for a war of attrition or a tough defensive battle. But I can't give you that plane." Hassan smiled. "You don't need to give it to me. Just make sure it has enough fuel. When the time comes, I'll accidentally find that plane here. Of course, it would be best if I could also find a guy named Hani on board." Hani asked suspiciously, "Hassan, do you really think the troops are unreliable?" Hassan pulled Jack over and said, "You tell old Hani what the starry armored beast is like." Jack recounted what he had seen and heard, saying, "Given our level of preparation, we can't defend against them. The number of starry armored beasts in the sea is already massive. And with the enormous starry armored beasts from South America approaching, we can't hold them off. Our steel walls are too fragile." Hani furrowed his brows and suddenly picked up the satellite phone, dialing a number while explaining, "Last year at the Global Military Technology Competition, I met a general from a certain nation and we hit it off. I'll ask him for details." After a call, Hani's expression changed. He put the phone away and walked straight to the refueling truck. "What did that general say?" Hassan asked curiously. Hani replied, "He said that the certain country can hold out for at most half a month before everything turns into food for insects." However, Hani's face revealed an unmistakable joy. "He said he could give me a few quotas to enter the Iron City walls, as long as I can fly to his country." Hassan and Jack exchanged glances, rubbing their hands together, ready for action. "What are we waiting for? Let us refuel quickly. I'll go check the plane's condition, Hani said with some hesitation. He hopes we can bring a certain advanced fighter jet with us. Jack looked shocked. No matter how big the B-52 is, it can't carry that fighter. The advanced fighter jet is known for its stealth capabilities and carrier launch and landing performance. Strangely, Hani and Hasan didn't seem to find anything wrong with this proposal. Hasan and Hani exchanged glances, and Hani clapped his hands. I trust this general's words. Let us do it. But Hasan, while I refuel here, don't just stand around. Bring my wife and kids here. This is their address. Hurry back. Hasan asked curiously, Hani, when did you get married? You even have kids? I thought you were single? Hani didn't turn around, and simply responded with a middle finger. In the northern region of the certain country, outside the Iron City walls, Li Buyuan pulled Jin Jishuan's hand, leading her up a steep slope. Why do you, a delicate girl, want to come along? You could just go in with your father. Li Buyuan reproached gently. Jin Jishuan pressed her lips together, standing straight and looking ahead. It was snowing. Although lightly, it added a chilling atmosphere to the world. Two people are stronger than one. Jin Jishuan suddenly smiled at Li Buyuan, stirring something in her heart. Though Jin Jishuan looked dirty now, she appeared more attractive than those clean girls. Let us go. There's still a way to go. Plus, it's snowing again, which will make it harder. Li Buyuan wanted to reach for Jin Jishuan's hand, but stopped halfway. They were taking a small path to avoid trouble. The main road was often filled with refugees. The refugees were now aware of the outbreak of the starry armored beasts, and they exhibited a state of frenzy. In such a state, refugees could do anything. Although Li Buyuan had a gun, based on his experience, he sometimes felt that Jin Jishuan was better. At least she had shot and killed that scoundrel, Li Shichong. Before they set off, Wang Chong not only provided them with parts, but also some food, which was the only help he could offer. Brotherly, are you married? Jin Jishuan closely followed Li Buyuan, asking questions as they walked. Li Buyuan gave a bitter smile. I'm just a worker, and I don't have any money. I can't afford to marry a wife. Jin Jishuan's heart skipped a beat. How about I be your wife then? If you don't mind. Li Buyuan stumbled, almost falling over. He held onto a tree to hide his embarrassment and said, that works too. We can call each other husband and wife. It'll be more convenient. Jin Jishuan felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that Li Buyuan did mind her after all. Thinking about it, it made sense. As a woman from a struggling nation, what right did she have to aspire to a man from a powerful country? In such chaotic times, marrying a man from a powerful nation would be a dream come true. How could she ever be worthy of Li Buyuan? To mask her disappointment and embarrassment, she quickly said, all right, I'll listen to you, brotherly. Chapter 300. The iron wall has been breached outside the iron wall of a certain country. Darkness began to descend. However, darker than the night were the countless starry armored beasts lurking outside the iron wall. The area outside was pitch black, all lights extinguished, and only the sea reflecting moonlight provided a glimmer of light. Searchlights swung back and forth, alarms blared one after another, further heightening the anxiety of the already panicked crowd. The overly confident citizens of the country finally began to feel fear. Faced with harsh reality, they came to realize that the starry armored beasts were extremely terrifying creatures. And the caution of the people from the powerful nation was not cowardice, but wisdom. They could only pray that the iron wall would withstand the onslaught of the starry armored beasts. Ria clasped her hands together, pressing them against her forehead, praying for divine protection. She had just turned 18, at an age full of promise. With her stunning beauty, she had attracted many admirers. Her life was just beginning, with many wonderful years ahead. But the emergence of the starry armored beasts disrupted all her plans. Her life was now completely in the hands of a swarm of cold, unfeeling creatures. Despite her sincere prayers, bad news continued to pour in. The country's army was retreating steadily, losing hundreds of thousands of soldiers in just one day. The number of starry armored beasts was increasing, with some claiming to have seen 3-meter-tall creatures that could overturn a truck in one blow. Others said that a starry armored beast could devour a person in just a second, and that when one passed through a village, all the inhabitants perished. Rumors spread wildly, and no one knew what was true or false. The hearts of the people are in turmoil, filling Ria, the beautiful and serene girl, with despair, leaving her to place her hopes in unseen deities. Ria, Ria, a shout comes from outside. Just as Ria responds, a young man bursts in. He is one of her suitors. Among all her suitors, Ria is particularly satisfied with 2 Brahmins from the highest caste of their land. One named Shirkan and the other Rao. Ria is especially fond of Shirkan for his tall, strong, and handsome appearance. Like many girls her age, Ria prioritizes looks above all else, while other qualities such as character and personality seem less important. However, being a Kshatriya, she is of a lower caste than the Brahmins, which means her family must prepare a significant dowry if she is to accept Shirkan's pursuit. But her father, having failed in business, cannot provide such funds. And she can only watch as Sher Khan marries a Kshatriya girl who is not as capable as herself, but comes from a wealthy family. The suitor who just entered has a lower caste than Riya, so her parents disapprove of him. Nevertheless, the boy has not given up. Although he is not handsome and has a darker complexion, he is kind-hearted, clever, and lively. Conversations with him are enjoyable. However, she hadn't seen him much in the past couple of months, leading her to believe he had given up. Lei rushed in, speaking quickly. Riya, we need to leave immediately. I've heard that the iron walls in the south have been breached, and creatures are pouring in. If we don't hurry, we'll be doomed. Riya's heart tightened. Really? Lei attempted to grab Riya's hand to run, but his intense feelings of inferiority held him back. He could only say, I swear by the name of Shiva, it's true. Riya panicked. If the iron walls could not hold, their land would indeed be finished. But where could they escape to? Lei, where can we go? The iron walls are all we have, Riya said anxiously. Lei, however, was unusually resolute. Riya, trust me. I found a way to escape. To where? Riya asked desperately. Lei replied, to the Great Zhou Kingdom. It's south the safest place in the world. We can go there. Riya gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my, Lei, are you out of your mind? The Great Zhou Kingdom is so far away. And there are creatures everywhere. How can we possibly escape there? Lei remained firm. Riya, believe me, we can do it. Seeing Riya still skeptical, he added, Riya, do you know why I haven't come to see you much lately? Riya shook her head. Lei explained, it's because I've been planning our escape. He gestured excitedly. I saw them stuffing cow dung beneath the iron walls, and I knew they were unreliable. So, I've been looking for a way out. I've checked the information from the Great Zhou Kingdom. The maximum flight altitude of the flying starry beasts is 2,000 meters. As long as we fly above 2,000 meters, we can escape from the air. Rai looked at Riya affectionately. You are my goddess. I cannot let you perish in the mouth of those creatures. I must rescue you. Which is why I've been studying hot air balloons for the past 2 months. Rai glanced outside. It was evident that the people outside were aware of the collapse of the southern city walls, and the scene was now chaotic and noisy. He quickly said, we need to hurry. If the chaos breaks out, we won't be able to get out. Riya hurried a few steps, but then stopped abruptly. Rai, I can't go alone. What about my parents and my grandmother? Rai's face twitched. He too had parents, grandparents, and adorable younger siblings, but he couldn't save them. Riya, I don't have much money, and the supplies I prepared can only support the 2 of us. I can't save anyone else. Riya's eyes widened in realization. She understood that Rai was just an ordinary young man who couldn't save others. Moreover, he had given up the chance to save his own family to save her. Rai had even sacrificed the opportunity to rescue his lovely sister. But how could she bear to leave her parents behind? Riya, your parents would want you to go. They will bless you from the afterlife, Rai urged loudly. If Riya didn't leave, all his efforts would be in vain. This statement jolted Riya. She knew she had to say goodbye to her loved ones. I need to say farewell to my parents. Tears streamed down her face. But Rai no longer hesitated. He grabbed Riya and said anxiously, no, Riya, I know your selfish father too well. If he knows there's a chance to escape, he will definitely try to save himself. Probably taking your brother with him. This country values boys over girls, and Riya knew Rai was speaking the truth. If her father knew there was a chance to escape, he would leave her behind and take the opportunity for himself and her brother. The city had descended into chaos. The panicked crowd didn't know where to flee. People were rushing everywhere, but everyone was aimless. As soon as someone ran, others followed suit. Gunfire echoed from a distance near the coast, further heightening the panic among the people. Rai pulled Riya's hand as they ran through the crowd. Unlike others who were aimless and lacked direction, he firmly knew what he wanted. It was this resolute attitude that caused many people to start following their lead. As Rai ran, he instinctively glanced back and was stunned to see a large crowd following him. Although no one knew where Rai was heading, it didn't deter them from following. As no one knew where to go, Rai sensed that things were not going well. He quickly pulled Riya's hand and turned sharply into a small alley, hiding there. However, the people running around continued to rush forward due to inertia. Once the large crowd passed, Rai carefully emerged from the other side of the alley, still holding Riya's hand. He noticed that Riya's hand was trembling slightly, so he quickly withdrew his hand and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, I was a bit hasty just now. Riya's face turned slightly red as she replied, it's nothing. It was an emergency. Don't worry about it. Rai looked around. The crowd outside was chaotic and disordered. Even the soldiers seemed to have lost their sense of direction and were running aimlessly with the crowd. After walking a short distance, they were almost separated by the throng of people. He hurriedly told Riya, if we get separated, let's meet at the deserted mountain we passed earlier. Riya reached out and grabbed Lai's hand, saying, if we run holding hands, we won't get separated. Seeing Riya's encouraging smile, Lai took her hand again and they continued to run. This time, he learned from his previous mistakes and didn't just run blindly. Instead, he frequently changed their speed and direction. Finally, they arrived at the place where he had hidden the hot air balloon. It was in a remote area, far from the crowd, and completely dark, providing them with cover for their actions. He hurriedly dragged out the things he had prepared for 2 months, laid out a patched hot air balloon on the ground, and began to heat it up. The balloon slowly inflated and finally stood upright in the air. But it caught the attention of 2 people not far away, who started running toward them. Lai panicked and shouted to Ria, "Ria, you heat it up." Ria clumsily took over the task from Lai, working on the balloon that was slowly gaining lift. As the 2 people approached, Lai quickly went over to talk to them. But soon a dispute broke out, and the 3 of them started fighting. Lai was outnumbered and got pinned to the ground by the 2. One of them turned and noticed Ria, instantly captivated by her beauty. He abandoned Lai and rushed towards Ria, grabbing her hand and pushing her down. Ria screamed in terror, and Lai, in a moment of desperation, pushed the man off him, picked up a small stone from the ground, and threw it at the man holding Ria. The stone hit the man on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. He turned and lunged at Lai, who was still grappling with the other man. Another man picked up a brick and smashed it against Lai's head, opening a gash. "Kid, you're asking for death." The 2 men were thugs. And in the midst of this chaos, they showed no mercy, mercilessly beating Lai until he was a bit disoriented. Ria cried out in fear, "Stop! You're going to kill him." The man with blood on his head sneered, "Killing him would be perfect. My brother and I can escape with this pretty lady." After speaking, he raised his fist and struck hard on Lai's head, causing Lai to twitch in pain. Another man kicked him hard in the stomach, making Lai curl up. "Find a large stone and smash him to death. This hot air balloon will be ours," the bleeding man instructed another man. The man agreed and began searching for a large stone nearby under the moonlight. Suddenly, Lai grabbed the bleeding man, trying to turn over, but due to his dazed state, he was pressed down again. The man raised his fist and hit hard, and Lai's resistance grew weaker. In a panic, Ria felt helpless. Women often seem useless in such situations, and she was filled with self-loathing for her cowardice. She wanted to help Lai, but didn't know how. Suddenly, her hand brushed against something sharp in the hot air balloon's basket. It was a small knife with a sharp blade. Just touching it had cut her finger. In a moment of impulse, she pulled out the knife and rushed towards the man, stabbing down fiercely. The struggle ended quickly. The man stood unsteadily, glancing in disbelief at Ria before collapsing weakly to the ground. Ria was covered in blood, with drops dripping from the knife's tip she held. She didn't even know where the courage came from to have killed a man. The man who was moving stones heard the scream, turned around, and saw Ria's vacant eyes staring at him, especially her hand gripping the bloodied knife, which gave him a strong shock. He stumbled and ran, tripped after a few steps, but scrambled up again to escape. Ria trembled all over, but kept her gaze fixed in the direction the man had fled. Lai stood up, surprised to look at Ria. He never expected that the beautiful and serene Ria would also kill. This completely shattered his imagination. However, Ria was now unstable, still holding the knife as if wanting to strike again. Lai quickly said, "Ria, he's gone, relax. We're okay now, relax." Ria's nerves finally eased, and the knife fell from her hand as she sank weakly to the ground. Lai looked into the distance, where more people had noticed the commotion and were running towards them. He hurriedly shouted to Ria, "Ria, quick, we need to leave now, or it will be too late." Ria came to her senses, trembling as she crawled into the basket, her body shaking. As the basket lifted, she continued to tremble, murmuring, "I killed someone." Lai had no better way to comfort her, only saying, "If you hadn't killed him, he would have killed us. It's okay." In another region, the sky was gradually darkening, but the tall and strong man dared not stop. The cunning starry armored beast had escaped again, and no one knew when it would return. Therefore, the safest course was to hurry back to their homeland as soon as possible. Suddenly, a voice came from the front, "Gao Gu. A woman from a certain country is waving at us and asking us to stop in her language. Friends who like this book, if you have the means, please consider a tip. If not, click to urge updates and watch the update video, which motivates the author. Thank you." Chapter 302. No traitors needed. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a mix of emotions. She had finally waited for what she desired. All her efforts had been worthwhile. Every sacrifice and hardship had paid off. The car with the red flag was so striking and beautiful. In the past, she thought the flag of her country was ugly. The phrase "dyed with blood" seemed utterly repulsive to her. She had wanted to escape that land countless times. But now, the only belief supporting her was to return to her country, the very country she had once detested. Thus, the red flag appeared so prominent and appealing. The vehicle stopped in front of her, and a young mech warrior looked at her inquiringly. "Are you from that country?" Chu Xiaoxiao quickly nodded, excitedly saying, "Yes, I am from there." She suddenly pointed at the kind soldiers from another country who had carried her along, saying, "I was kidnapped by them, so I couldn't return home. Please rescue me." Although the soldiers from the other country couldn't understand what she was saying, they sensed something was amiss by her demeanor and started to panic. Just as Yuan was about to speak, a large vehicle stopped behind them, and Gao Daqiang approached. His gaze swept over Chu Xiaoxiao's face and then shifted to her ankles. Though it was getting dark, the lights illuminated a tattoo above her ankle, a spade A design with a Q in the center. Gao Daqiang's brows furrowed slightly. Chu Xiaoxiao recognized him at once. He had been a hero from her country recently, and she had seen him on television multiple times. Although she scoffed at his actions, believing they were mere performances, she thought it impossible for anyone to risk their life for another. If such people existed, they were just fools, tragically brainwashed by their government. She firmly believed Gao Daqiang was a foolish person. But now, he was standing right in front of her, and she felt exhilarated. Such a person, filled with a sense of justice, is the easiest to deceive. Gao hero, it's really you. I admire you so much, Chu Xiaoxiao flattered. Gao Daqiang asked, from that country? Yes, yes, Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly nodded. Gao Daqiang glanced at her belly. Why didn't you return within the specified time? Chu Xiaoxiao pointed at the soldiers from the other country sternly. They kidnapped me. The soldiers showed further concern. Gao Daqiang suddenly turned to the soldiers and asked in a foreign language, are you with her? Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She never expected that Gao Daqiang could speak a foreign language. The soldiers from the neighboring country quickly said, yes, we are escorting her back to our nation. She is the woman of a high-ranking official. Chu Xiaoxiao dared not mention her kidnapping anymore and quickly changed the subject. She took out her phone, pulled up a photo of herself with Xiao Yi, and said, I am the wife of Commander Xiao Yi, and I am carrying his child. Gao Daqiang glanced at the photo, which showed a picture of Chu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yi. However, Xiao Yi looked youthful and reserved, while Chu Xiaoxiao appeared indifferent. Gao Daqiang turned and jumped into the vehicle, telling Yiwen, let us go, we need to hurry back. Yiwen, somewhat puzzled, asked, Brother Gao, what about this woman? No more nonsense, let us go. We've already wasted some time, Gao Daqiang replied. The vehicle drove off under the watchful gaze of Chu Xiaoxiao, leaving no intention of taking her along. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned and quickly shouted at the soldiers behind her, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow them. The soldiers were still in a daze when Gao Daqiang's head popped out of the window, and he spoke to them in a foreign language. She says you kidnapped her. Chu Xiaoxiao's heart sank. Behind her, the soldiers' expressions turned icy. Inside the vehicle, Tina looked at Gao Daqiang with confusion, not understanding why he wouldn't take this seemingly pitiful woman along, an expectant mother from a neighboring nation who had been kidnapped. Could it be that Gao Daqiang was truly a cold-blooded soldier? A ruthless executioner focused solely on killing? The voice of Yiwen came through the intercom. Also confused, Brother Gao, what is going on? Why don't we save her? She claims to be Commander Zhao's woman. Gao Daqiang replied nonchalantly. You haven't met Xiao Yi, so it's normal to have doubts. The Xiao Yi I know would do everything possible for any ordinary citizen of our nation. Not to mention his woman. Even if it were just a passerby he had met, if they called for help, he would spare no effort to rescue them. How could he possibly leave a pregnant woman, carrying his own child, to struggle alone in a dangerous foreign place? Gao Daqiang spat. I'm sure this woman is not only unrelated to Commander Xiao, but is also a traitor. Our nation does not need traitors. His tone was calm, yet resolute. However, what if she truly had a reason for being trapped abroad? Yiwen still hesitated. Tina also looked at Gao Daqiang, clearly finding his previous explanation unconvincing. Gao Daqiang shook his head and said, Yiwen, did you notice the tattoo on her ankle? Before Yiwen could respond, Tina interjected, Brother Gao. Aren't you being too conservative? Not all girls with tattoos are bad. Yiwen said, I think a good girl definitely wouldn't get a tattoo. Tina, speaking into the microphone, retorted, I have a tattoo. Does that mean I'm not a good girl? Yiwen stood firm. Having a tattoo doesn't mean you're a bad girl. But a good girl certainly wouldn't get one. Just as it seemed the two were about to argue over the microphone, Gao Daqiang interrupted. Whether you have a tattoo or not isn't important. What's important is the content of the tattoo. Both Tina and Yiwen paused. What about a spade A? Does it have any special meaning? Gao Daqiang glanced at Tina, said nothing more, and directly spoke into the microphone. Just go check it online. Then he added, Yiwen, keep an eye on it. The data shows that flying beasts can fly at night as well. After saying that, Gao Daqiang closed his eyes. As for the woman behind him who was pregnant, Gao Daqiang had no interest in knowing her fate. A traitor wasn't worth his time to ponder over. Gao Daqiang's blood was hot, but only for those who were worth it. Chronicle of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Day 22 of the countdown. A large section of the southern steel wall of the Tianzhu Kingdom collapsed, allowing a massive influx of starry sky beasts into Tianzhu's weak defenses, leading to a brutal massacre that lasted from night until dawn. The Tianzhu Kingdom could barely protect the important areas in the northwest. Senior officials of Tianzhu had fled in large numbers to certain countries in Europe, but during takeoff, 1/3 of them were shot down by flying beasts. On the same day, good news came from a certain country. They withstood 5 attacks from the starry sky beasts and drove them back into the sea, not daring to show their heads for a full 10 hours. On the same day, Europe withstood 6 attacks from the starry sky beasts. but their defensive positions had retreated to 100 kilometers away from the steel wall. This area had gathered a large number of refugees, causing great chaos. Military and police forces had to spend a lot of time maintaining traffic and order, and they shot nearly 1,000 armed rioters. On the same day, defenses across continents began to fall one after another, and humanity gradually retreated, with the front line moving back step by step. On the same day, the Great Zhou Kingdom announced the weak points of the Starry Sky Beasts to the world, prompting various countries to adjust their combat plans accordingly, increasing the number of snipers and using armor-piercing rounds and specialized warheads for auxiliary defense. This strategy achieved initial success, saving a large number of osmium alloy projectiles and gradually turning the situation around. However, rumors began to spread among countries, giving rise to a new conspiracy theory. This theory suggested that the Starry Sky Beasts were introduced to Earth by the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom in collusion with aliens, with the aim of eliminating other world civilizations and re-establishing a new world order centered around the system of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The people of the Great Zhou would dominate the globe, controlling the world from both ideological and economic perspectives. The main evidence cited was the outbreak of Starry Sky Beast waves globally, with even some inland countries reporting sightings, while the Great Zhou Kingdom remained unaffected. This was seen as the best evidence of collusion between the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Starry Sky Beasts. On the same day, the most severely affected area, Central Africa, completely fell, leading to a massive influx of refugees into North Africa. The countries in South America are showing signs of weak defense. They have been sending distress signals for assistance. However, help has not been accepted. The countdown is at 21 days. In the command center's operations room, people are busily engaged in tense activities. The operations room no longer distinguishes between day and night. It is filled with a wartime atmosphere. Although the threat has not reached the mainland of the Great Zhou Nation, the global situation remains chaotic. Apart from certain regions and organizations, other countries are facing significant challenges. On the large screen, the areas marked in red, indicating fall, are continuously expanding, particularly in Africa and South America, which are alarmingly vivid. Xiao Yi entered the operations room and asked Luo Yaoyang for the latest updates. Having only slept a few hours, Xiao Yi felt relatively refreshed. Luo Yaoyang, looking puzzled, remarked, "These creatures are quite perplexing. When their smaller units invaded, they seemed to maneuver strategically and knew how to avoid direct confrontation. However, during the large-scale outbreak, they appeared scattered and fought independently. While there is some coordination in the overall battle, the local skirmishes seem to rely solely on instinct." He pointed to the footage from the battlefield and said, "In that region, the creatures have no effective countermeasures and are merely launching reckless attacks. They have developed a strategy that allows them to hold the line without incurring significant costs, and this method has been disseminated to other areas." Luo Yaoyang pointed at the maps from various locations, stating, "Currently, the areas with stronger military forces have stabilized their positions and have started organized counterattacks." Commander Lin Xingxing of the 3rd Mech Corps lowered his head and added, "We have also relayed these tactics to frontline soldiers, and they have achieved good results, successfully holding back the creatures at the perimeter." Luo Yaoyang looked at Xiao Yi with a puzzled expression. "Have we perhaps overestimated the strength of these creatures?" Xiao Yi shook his head slightly. "Do you remember when we first found that sample of the creature's organization, and the first photos taken of it? That was the 3rd form of the creature. I suspect this 3rd form is a queen. These creatures are all under its control. It can manage limited or overall coordination, but it cannot control the details." Zhao Taizhu exclaimed excitedly, "Then it's simple. Since there is a queen, if we eliminate her, won't all the creatures be finished?" To emphasize his point, Zhao Taizhu swung his fist, just like in those sci-fi movies. "Once the queen dies, all the creatures will immediately be done for." However, Luo Yaoyang shook his head, "You're overthinking it. The fact that the queen cannot control all the creatures means each one can fight independently based on instinct. Killing the queen would only destroy her overall control." Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. "It would still be beneficial if we could disrupt their overall operational coordination. This way, we will have a greater chance of winning." He turned to Yao Yao and said, "Call the members of the biology team. I want to see their current research progress." After seeing Yao Yao leave, Luo Yaoyang said, "Commander Xiao, biological research is a meticulous task. It's unlikely there will be any results so soon, especially since they just made such a significant discovery yesterday." Xiao Yi understood that Luo Yaoyang was referring to the research results on the body structure of the celestial armored beast. The frenzy team was actively adjusting the data on the celestial armored beast, while Zhang Xiaolong and the mecha trainers were exploring new strategies. All of this required time, perhaps 10 days, half a month, or even 1 or 2 months. Research in any field cannot be rushed. Xiao Yi shrugged it off, saying, 3 cobblers can match a Zhuge Liang. Let's have a brainstorming session. It might be more beneficial than their focused research." Soon, Wang Lin hurried in and immediately said, Deputy Leader Wang Chong is studying the digestion issues of the celestial armored beast and won't be able to come for a while. I'm here to report on the work. Xiao Yi waved his hand. Today is not for your work report. We are having a brainstorming session with you, hoping to inspire your research. At this point, Xiao Yi signaled Wang Lin to sit down, and after he settled into a chair, he continued. We just speculated that the third form of the celestial armored beast should be the queen bug, which has the ability to command the entire celestial armored beast. Therefore, it plays a significant coordinating role in major battles. However, when it comes to the combat of a specific celestial armored beast, it clearly exhibits primitive instincts. Thus, we believe the celestial armored beasts have a social structure similar to that of ants. The queen bug is responsible for laying eggs, producing two types. One is the six-legged celestial armored beast, and the other is the four-winged flying armored beast. The six-legged celestial armored beast functions like soldier ants, responsible for attacking, while the four-winged flying armored beast acts like sentinels, keeping watch and searching for food. Wang Lin pondered for a moment before responding. What you mentioned, we actually considered long ago, but I have deeper thoughts on this, though they are still quite immature and just a direction for now. Once I have a clearer idea, I will share it with you. Luo Yaoyang added. In terms of research, we certainly look to you as the leader. However, we are currently facing a very dangerous situation. So what I'm concerned about is whether we can locate the queen bug's main body through the signals sent by it, and then eliminate it directly. Wang Lin was taken aback. He had always approached the problem from a scientific research perspective and hadn't considered it from a strategic angle. That's a good approach. I have already identified the possible locations for receiving signals from the celestial armored beast, and am currently analyzing various external signals to see what kind of signals can mobilize all celestial armored beasts. We now have enough living specimens, and we have divided into 10 small groups for research. Results will come soon, Wang Lin said. Understood. Good job, Xiao Yi nodded. As soon as there are results, let us know immediately. We must find the mother creature as soon as possible to disrupt the overall plan of the starry armored beasts, causing them to fall into a chaotic state of fighting individually. This will be very beneficial for our defense and counterattack. Wang Lin agreed and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped at the door and said, based on our research and observation, eliminating the mother creature has very limited impact on individual starry armored beasts. Their combat effectiveness will not diminish at all. Moreover, if the standard variant of the four-winged flying armored beast appears, the situation may quickly deteriorate. Xiao Yi and the others couldn't help but feel a weight in their hearts. According to the decoded information, there are two types of four-winged flying armored beasts. One is the non-standard variant, which is not very large and has a small body. It has an extremely fast flying speed. Currently, all the four-winged flying armored beasts found in various places are of this type. The other is the standard variant, which is huge in size and requires a running start to take off. Most importantly, it can carry biological bombs. The composition of these bombs is unclear, but they can cause significant harm to ground animals. Once the standard four-winged flying armored beast appears, the situation will change dramatically. In a coastal defense line of a certain country, various weapons are lined up to firmly hold their position. This is the military foundation of this nation. As the world's top power and first military superpower, their variety and lethality of weapons are the strongest. Even with the strength of a neighboring state, they cannot hold their coastal positions as firmly. That is why they rely on steel walls for defense. The general, with a cigar in his mouth, looked disdainfully ahead. The sea surface turned dark again, indicating that another attack from the starry armored beasts was imminent. A row of bombers flew low, followed by a large number of bombs being dropped. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the general couldn't help but shrink his neck. These bombs are really loud. But it's good that they're loud. These tenacious creatures seem impossible to kill. No matter how we strike, they just keep coming. After a violent cloud of smoke, many starry armored beasts were knocked over, but the vast majority flipped over and continued to crawl up. Only a small number of them were killed in this round of bombings. However, their bodies quickly disappeared, dragged into the depths of the sea. General, these starry armored beasts have grown larger again, Private La Bei said nervously. The general felt a headache coming on. Every time these pesky creatures are repelled, they come back. And when they do, they are noticeably bigger. Report, General, these starry armored beasts have become standard variants, a soldier responsible for observation reported. Standard variant? Is that powerful? The general asked. Tank, fire. He ordered fiercely. Boom. A shell accurately hit a starry armored beast crawling out of the sea. The creature was sent flying and landed far away in the water, floating with its 6 legs in the air. Not even a single shot to take it down. The general sighed in relief. The timid and foolish people of a certain nation actually gave up their territory out of fear of these creatures, building a steel wall to hide behind. It's truly laughable. Only we, the people of a certain country, are capable of saving the world, the general arrogantly stated. punctuating his words with a harsh, unpleasant laugh. He believed that facing these extraterrestrial beasts was easier than facing humans, as their attack methods were quite simple, just close-range physical attacks. For a country with powerful weaponry, there was no reason to be afraid. They could easily eliminate these beasts from a distance. The general himself never felt the need to hide. He stood at the front line commanding the battle, feeling completely safe. However, in the next moment, he found himself unable to laugh, as the extraterrestrial beast that had been hit moved its 6 legs, flipped over, and crawled back toward the beach. Damn it. I really hate these creatures. Snipers, mech warriors, prepare for defense. The general shouted. A battle quickly erupted, turning into a grueling defensive fight. Suddenly, a row of dark shapes appeared in the distant sky. What is that? The general snatched the telescope from an observer. After just one glance, his heart sank. It was a swarm of flying beasts. They had appeared infrequently in yesterday's battle, but today was completely different. Hundreds of thousands of these extraterrestrial beasts were flying in, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The anti-aircraft artillery opened fire fiercely. The sky was filled with streaks of light, weaving into an impenetrable net. Flying extraterrestrial beasts fell from the sky like a rain of insects, a truly spectacular sight. The crowd watching from a distance cheered and applauded the powerful firepower, posting videos online while mocking the people of the certain nation for their cowardice. Yet, despite the excitement of the onlookers, the general on the front line felt uneasy. He knew very well that the effectiveness of the anti-aircraft fire was primarily due to the use of osmium alloy projectiles. The earlier test shots had posed little threat to the flying beasts, so the anti-aircraft fire had quickly switched ammunition. However, the stock of osmium alloy projectiles was extremely limited, and the recent barrage had consumed a significant amount. The downed flying extraterrestrial beasts fell into the ocean, and he knew they would be devoured by their kind, which would then split into more of the beasts. They would be reborn, a never-ending cycle. But human bullets were finite. The anti-aircraft fire was like a massive black hole, consuming large quantities of osmium alloy projectiles. This situation was not a good omen. Sooner or later, the alloy projectiles will run out, and when that happens, what will they use to defend against the attacks of the flying armored beasts? He gazed at the sky, where the once dense swarm of flying starry armored beasts had significantly thinned out. The general quickly ordered, cease anti-air fire, and wait until they reach land before firing. His goal was simple, to lure the enemy deeper, allowing the flying armored beasts to enter the land, so that they could quickly collect and transport the downed beasts to the rear, preventing other creatures from stealing the bodies. Only by doing this could they effectively reduce the number of the enemies. However, a strange scene unfolded, after dozens of flying armored beasts were shot down upon reaching land. The ones behind them quickly turned around and vanished from sight. Clearly, they understood the humans' intentions and adjusted their plans. The ground-based armored beasts also retreated, dragging the bodies of their fallen comrades back into the sea amidst heavy fire. Cheers erupted from the soldiers on the ground, but the general felt a heavy heart. He had a strong premonition that the next time the flying armored beasts attacked, it could very well be their full-scale assault. The previous attacks felt more like probing strikes. Moreover, the full-scale assault would be infinitely more dangerous and powerful than the current one. The best response would be to retreat and shrink the defensive perimeter to concentrate firepower. In fact, retreating behind the steel walls would be the optimal choice. However, he knew that his idea would not be approved. The pride of the people would never allow them to retreat behind the steel walls, especially the new president, who needed glorious achievements as political capital. Retreating would not even be considered an option by the president. He began to understand why the neighboring nation had initially built steel walls for a turtle-like defense. Only by relying on the barrier of steel walls could effective defense be mounted. Turtle-like defense was not a sign of cowardice, but a recognition of the opponent's strength. Outside the northern steel wall of the neighboring nation, Li Buan replaced a part and pressed the accelerator, but the car still wouldn't start. He felt a bit frustrated. Jin Jishuan handed him a glass of water and said, "Brotherly, don't rush. Think about whether you have any familiar mechanics you can ask." They had been trying all night, but still couldn't get the car to start. There were also refugees passing through. But when they saw Li Buan and Jin Jishuan with guns, they chose to detour. Now, small units of armored warriors from the neighboring nation were active everywhere, making the refugees dare not act recklessly as they used to. So Li Buan and the others remained quite safe. "Hey, is your car broken?" a refugee asked clumsily in the local language. Jin Jishuan waved her handgun and said, "Get away quickly." What she feared most now was these former compatriots. "I can fix it," the refugee, a man in his 40s, gestured a repair action. Li Buan was overjoyed. He had been communicating on the phone for a long time earlier, but still couldn't solve the problem. Unable to see the situation. Even the most skilled mechanic cannot diagnose a car's fault. "Can you fix cars?" Li Buan asked anxiously. The man didn't understand, but roughly grasped Li Buan's meaning and nodded quickly. Jin Jishuan then asked in his native language, Can you really fix cars? The man was overjoyed. Oh, you're from the same country. I can do it, really. After receiving approval from Jin Jishuan and Li Buan, he checked the car's condition and said, the wiring is broken. But without materials, I can only make a temporary connection, and it might run for about 10 kilometers. Li Buan didn't understand, so he looked at Jin Jishuan, who translated. He says there are no parts to replace, and it can only manage about 10 kilometers. Li Buan looked up at the steel city wall, although it seemed to be only a dozen kilometers away in a straight line. Traveling the main road would take 20 to 30 kilometers. Let's take him with us, Li Buan decided immediately. Once in the car, the man looked at Li Buan and then at Jin Jishuan. Are you from the Three Han Republic? Jin Jishuan nodded. The man became excited. I knew it. Only people from the Three Han Republic have this kind of demeanor. I could tell at a glance. We're compatriots. I'm also from the Three Han Republic. Jin Jishuan didn't want to say much. Their only purpose in bringing this man along was to hope he could fix the car, not to provide him with a chance to enter the steel city wall. Therefore, it was best not to get entangled in relationships with him. When they reached the base of the steel city wall, they could directly send the man away without feeling guilty. Sir, are you from the Great Zhou? The man continued to ask. Jin Jishuan nodded again. The man's eyes brightened. Miss Jin, can you get in? He pointed to the steel city wall ahead. Jin Jishuan replied cautiously, no, only people from the Great Zhou can enter. However, the man clearly didn't believe this and continued to speak for himself. People from the Great Zhou can't be trusted. I have a cousin who is currently in the Three Han district inside the steel city wall. She was one of the first to be drafted into the steel city wall from the Three Han Republic. If we can get in, we can go to her. Seeing that Jin Jishuan ignored him, he emphasized, my cousin married a military officer from the Great Zhou, a very powerful officer. She said that if I can get in, she can help me settle down and even arrange a residency permit for me. Jin Jishuan finally looked at him seriously. Although she didn't know if what the man said was true, she felt genuinely uneasy. If her father were found out to be a foreigner from the Three Han Republic, all her efforts would be in vain. What did he say? Li Buan asked, driving the car. The journey was quite bumpy. He only had a small vehicle license and had never driven a large truck, having only seen Master Zhou do it before. However, the feeling of driving a large truck is completely different from that of driving a small car. Fortunately, there was no one on the road, allowing for a smooth journey. He mentioned that his cousin was also inside the steel walls. Jin Jishuan instinctively concealed the most important information. Oh, that really is a lucky person, Li Buan said casually. The vehicle stalled again, and Li Buan slapped the steering wheel in frustration. The man gestured to Li Buan, indicating for him to drive. After thinking for a moment, Li Buan got out of the driver's seat and let the man take over. The man fumbled around a bit and then started the vehicle, moving slowly forward. You can't drive fast, otherwise, the vehicle won't handle it, the man explained to Jin Jishuan. Jin Jishuan relayed this to Li Buan. Li Buan nodded, leaned back in his seat, and wearily said, tell him to drive slowly. I'm going to take a nap. Before long, Li Buan's snoring could be heard. The man was sure that Li Buan was asleep before he said, isn't this the vehicle that goes into the steel walls? Jin Jishuan nodded. The man suddenly said leisurely, you must also want to enter the steel walls, right? Jin Jishuan did not respond. The man continued, you probably hope that this man will take you in. Along the way, this man had seen a lot. He observed many beautiful girls trying to seduce the mech warriors, hoping that they would take them inside. These girls were willing to do anything just to enter the steel walls. So, Jin Jishuan must be the same. Without waiting for Jin Jishuan to reply, he said, it's useless. My cousin said the inspection team inside the steel walls is very strict. They're a bunch of older folks who check everywhere. If they find a foreigner without a residence permit, they'll send them out. Jin Jishuan's expression instantly tightened. She was very worried that her father would be sent out. Because her father didn't know a single word of the local language, it would be easy for him to be caught. What should we do? Jin Jishuan couldn't help but ask. If you know the local language, it might be a bit better. Maybe you can pass off as local. But if you're like me, knowing only a little, then you're done for, the man said. However, Jin Jishuan hesitated. The man glanced at Jin Jishuan and asked, do you have someone inside the steel walls? This man was sharp and quickly saw through Jin Jishuan's background. My father got in yesterday. Jin Jishuan finally said. The man was silent for a long time before he suddenly sighed. There's probably no hope. If I'm not mistaken, at most by tomorrow, he will be sent out. Unless... What? Jin Jishuan pressed. Unless you have someone influential, the man replied. We're halfway through. For more times to go. Wipe the sweat. Chapter 308. The first nuclear bomb. Thanks to Owl of Summer for the godlike certification, Jin Jishuan turned to stare at him, and he continued. If I could get in too, maybe I could help you. I know where the residence area of the Three Han countries is. I could also ask my cousin to have her man issue you a residence permit, but unfortunately, I can't get in. Seeing that Jin Jishuan was not responding to him, he fell silent and continued to drive. Suddenly, Jin Jishuan asked, we can't take you in. The man stared at Jin Jishuan and lowered his voice, saying, "Actually, there is a way." "What way?" Jin Jishuan asked. The man glanced at Li Buan and said, "You know the language of the great Zhou, and I can drive. He can take you in, and so can I." Jin Jishuan understood his intention. He wanted to eliminate Li Buan and then use Li Buan's identity to take her in. Noticing that Jin Jishuan didn't react much, the man realized he had struck a chord with her. He continued, "I know you probably don't want to get your hands dirty. I've tampered with this vehicle. It will stall soon. I will get out to repair it and ask him for help. At which point I will secretly take care of him. This way, I can bring you in and find your father. And we can go to the residence area of the Three Han Republic to find my cousin." He looked into Jin Jishuan's eyes and said, "Don't worry. We will definitely be able to stay within the Steel City walls." Jin Jishuan frowned and asked, "Is this car going to be fixed?" The man waved his hand dismissively. "I just did a little work on the fuel line, clogging it up. We need to refuel every few miles. It's nothing serious." Jin Jishuan fell silent, leaning back with her eyes closed, but the restless movement of her eyes beneath her closed eyelids revealed her inner anxiety. In a nation known for its steel walls, it stands out globally, rivaling only the Great Zhou in terms of construction efficiency. With a population of less than 10 million, its steel walls are taller, longer, and larger than those of most countries. This highly united nation possesses the same solidarity and national cohesion as the Great Zhou. However, their approach to handling refugees is entirely different. Due to historical reasons, neighboring countries are in a hostile relationship with them, while surrounding nations have collapsed. They continue to defend their steel walls. As a result, many refugees, though unwilling, are forced to approach their steel walls, hoping to survive by relying on the military might of this nation. However, this nation turns its guns on them, massacring the refugees and then setting them ablaze. The surrounding area becomes scorched earth, with a nauseating smell lingering in the air. In peacetime, such actions would undoubtedly draw condemnation from around the world. However, currently, nations are overwhelmed and can only turn a blind eye to such behavior. The military leader of this nation stands atop the steel walls, gazing eastward at the relentless stream of refugees, and finally speaks. Action. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the densely populated capital of a neighboring country, a fierce battle rages between armored beasts from the stars and humans. Despite the humans' desperate resistance, they cannot withstand the onslaught of the armored beasts, and the entire city is falling. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierces the sky. A metallic object is rapidly descending, while an aircraft swiftly flies westward. Clearly, this object has been dropped from that plane. People did not pay much attention, as the military's aerial forces had been continuously dropping bombs. But the power of the bombs was indeed limited. They were almost useless against the celestial armored beasts. When this bomb landed, a sudden and extremely intense flash appeared, and then the entire city was rapidly destroyed like waves. On the ground, countless humans and celestial armored beasts were vaporized. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a massive layer of dust spread across the ground. The third nuclear bomb ever used in warfare had finally appeared. In that moment, it seemed that the earth itself trembled. In the Great Zhou Kingdom, the command center was in shock. Everyone realized that just moments ago, a certain nation had detonated its first nuclear bomb. This country, known for its unconventional tactics, had once again shocked the world. Moreover, they detonated the bomb in the densely populated capital of a neighboring country. Would this trigger a chain reaction, prompting other nuclear nations to follow suit or retaliate? How should the Great Zhou Kingdom respond? These were enormous questions facing everyone. Xiao Yi hurried into the operations room, where the large screen displayed images of the capital of the neighboring country to the east of the aforementioned nation, observed via satellite. Dust still hung in the air, obscuring the ground situation. It was estimated that this nuclear bomb had caused at least 3 million deaths. The city had a population of 4 million, plus an additional 3 million who had entered due to the celestial armored beasts, making it home to a significant portion of the national population. Now, half of the population had died directly in the nuclear explosion, and the remaining population would suffer from severe nuclear radiation. Perhaps fewer than 1 million would survive, or even fewer. Luo Yaoyang spoke to Xiao Yi in a low voice. "Yanling, good husband. Wipe the sweat again. Integrity, we must not lose it." This chapter is a special update in gratitude for the certification reward from the user Owl of Summer. A model for us all. Chapter 0002 Extra. Analysis report from Reader Owl of Summer. Comparison analysis report of ETSCS 01 and Subject 001 document number 202011130 source. Forwarded through special channels from the space station of a certain nation. Excerpt from documents from a certain nation. Document number ETSCS 01 during a pest control operation. Tom Jonick from the Marine Aviation Division of the 4th Regiment in the Oregon area accidentally captured a flying insect with 45 damage. Subsequently, a regional commissioner completely wrapped it in a soft gel and transported it in a special container by air. The experimenters found that ETSCS-01 maintained high biological activity after 2 hours of transport in a closed environment, without entering a state of suspended animation or shock due to lack of oxygen. This suggests that the species does not require interaction with air or may not need to breathe at all. After being released from the gel, ETSCS-01 still exhibited strong combat and destructive capabilities. After the loss of a D-level experimenter and a mech from the Great Zhou Kingdom, it was finally subdued completely. A special team of biologists, including Edward, Eugene, and David, conducted a series of experiments on ETSCS-01. The final conclusion confirmed the intelligence of a certain nation, determining that this species is indeed an extraterrestrial life form with a high level of threat, and it has been urgently reported to relevant authorities. Based on the detailed data from the ETSCS-01 report, our biological team compared ETSCS-01 with the 001 experimental subject. Note: the following report is a comparative analysis of the flying starry armored beast, referred to as ETSCS-01, using the 001 experimental subject as a reference. Due to the lack of actual samples, the report may contain some errors. Shell structure: the shell of ETSCS-01 is fundamentally different from that of the 001 experimental subject. In terms of tissue structure, ETSCS-01 does not possess the ability to secrete an outer membrane. Instead, it has a very smooth, delicate, and thin metallic shell composed of iron and titanium elements, with surface variations not exceeding a single atom. Its hardness is significantly lower than that of the membrane-covered 001 experimental subject, rendering it unable to withstand large-caliber artillery. However, its smooth surface can achieve a very high rebound rate. Structurally, its limbs can contract closely to the body, forming a new aerodynamic shape to adapt to various conditions, including low speed, high subsonic, supersonic, and hypersonic flight characteristics. Flight organs: ETSCS-01's conventional flight organs consist of 3 pairs of wings, varying in size and shape. The largest main wing is 25 times its body length, while the remaining 2 pairs primarily control direction, possessing hovering and trajectory-changing capabilities. Its ability to maneuver at high speeds far exceeds the G-force tolerance of human pilots, reaching up to 2043 gs. The transparent wings of ETSCS-01 do not have the retraction capability seen in certain insect species, primarily reinforced by wing veins, which represents a significant weakness in terms of defense. However, its incredible speed and superior aerial control can greatly mitigate this weakness. Its maximum flight speed is comparable to that of a specific attack helicopter, yet its shell supports higher flight demands. Internal structure: the internal structure is fundamentally consistent with that of the 001 experimental subject, with the main difference being the structure of the posterior section. The muscles of this organism are hollow, essentially forming gas sacs. This design reduces weight and enhances flight capabilities, akin to the hollow bone structure of birds, while also increasing buoyancy. The gas inside consists of 40 hydrogen and a new gas mixture. This new gas can react inertly with hydrogen, enhancing stability while providing significant lift. Under electrification, this gas can condense into a liquid state, increasing mass. Once the electrification ceases, it rapidly dissolves and vaporizes, with the entire process occurring in less than 0.001 seconds. At the tail end, there are 2 glandular sacs. One produces a substance similar to hydrazine, while the other can generate hydrogen peroxide. The very tip of the tail contains a cavity capable of withstanding pressure from high-intensity explosions. The biological team speculates that its structure is similar to that of certain organisms, where the secretion from 2 types of glands mixes to produce a flammable and explosive gas, which is then compressed by powerful muscles within the body to create strong thrusts similar to vector propulsion. However, there have been no observations of other specimens utilizing this method of flight, suggesting it may be an organ for flight outside the atmosphere, while wings serve as flight organs within the atmosphere. Based on Commander Zhao's explanation, team members hypothesized that the bomber-type flying organism may rely on these 2 glands to produce highly potent, toxic, and corrosive biological bombs. Brain structure: dissection revealed that the ETSCS-01 shares a basic structural similarity with the 001 experimental subject, with slight differences that may account for individual variation. Sensory and visual systems: comparisons between the ETSCS-01 and the 001 experimental subject confirmed that the brain of the ETSCS-01 is not located in the head, but is wrapped and connected directly by neuromuscular tissue within the body. Unlike the 001 experimental subject, the head of the ETSCS-01 does not contain the same dual conical organ. Instead, it is filled with a soft, fluffy mass of nerve bundles. According to reports from a certain country, the functions of this organ are completely different from the dual conical structure of the 001 experimental subject. It possesses the ability to perceive electronic signals, but lacks the ability to recognize them. They cannot differentiate between small and large electronic devices in terms of signal strength, but can keenly sense the spatial relationship between the two. Additionally, its visual organs differ significantly from those of the 001 experimental subject. The ETSCS-01 has 2 smaller central foveas and 3 large lateral foveas, providing a visual range of 355 degrees with almost no blind spots and the ability to rotate each eye independently. Tests show that the cone and rod cells in the ETSCS-01's eyes are far more developed than those in humans, with a density and activity level approximately 200 times greater. It can perceive 256 primary colors, including both known and unknown visible and invisible light, which allows for remarkable clarity and recognition during high-altitude reconnaissance, enabling it to see objects clearly within a 20-kilometer radius, with a resolution surpassing that of the most advanced spy satellites, reaching 00237 m. Other sensory systems are not as advanced as those of the 001 experimental subject. Auditory system. According to the research report on the ETSCS-01, it features a unique auditory system with bubble-like eardrums. Tests indicate it can hear infrasound waves ranging from approximately 0.000001 Hz to 1,310 Hz within a distance of about 40 to 60 kilometers. However, its ability to resist interference and recognize sounds is fairly average. As long as proper soundproofing is in place, detection can be avoided. In simple terms, if you lie still on the ground, it can detect your heartbeat and pulse from 40 kilometers away and estimate your location using visual cues. Digestive system. Reports indicate that following the esophagus, the ETSCS-01 lacks any other digestive organ tissue, with the specific reasons and operational principles currently unknown. It may not possess digestive capabilities. Reproductive behavior is unclear. It is estimated to be similar to Subject 001. Neural network. After comparing ETSCS-01 with Subject 001, our team conducted further research on the neural network of Subject 001. The study indicates that its reticular neural structure differs from that of lower organisms, and we refer to it as a node-based neural network structure. This structure is more advanced and complex than our tubular neural system. Some team members expressed deep concerns about this, as well as fears regarding the undiscovered queen insect, leading to certain speculations about it. Professor Zhou from our team suggested that the command system of the starry armored beast might possess node command insects that disseminate command signals, similar to their reticular node neural structure, and a queen with the highest authority. The entire senior committee should be aware that the potential existence and threat of this entity far exceed those posed by Subject 001 and ETSCS-01. Academician Zhou Qinglu from our team recalled that in the past, gift boxes containing crabs were tied with rubber bands to prevent the crabs from escaping. Inspired by this, the team believes it is necessary to obtain information about the colloids and special containers used for transporting ETSCS-01 or to independently develop similar binding devices for future capture efforts. File number viewing permission level. This is a fascinating document edited by a book friend resembling the containment objects of the SCP Foundation, detailing the flight information of the starry armored beast. An update on the insects is coming soon. By the way, in accordance with the request from book friend Yin to address ideological issues, I'll add a line. Yin, I like you. Chapter 309. Interests bound together. The key concern is whether their actions will provoke retaliation or inspire imitation from other nuclear nations. If that happens, we will find ourselves in an extremely passive position. Lin Qingxing said worriedly that if we get implicated, our defenses. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and said, "Connect me to the president." A few minutes later, an elderly voice on the line said, "Hi, Commander Xiao. Is today's call about the nuclear bomb being dropped by the Jewish nation? I must first clarify that this action was taken unilaterally by them and has nothing to do with us." Xiao Yi chuckled lightly. No, I'm not discussing that. I want to sign an agreement with you." The president sounded puzzled. "The starry armored beasts are at our doorstep, and we still have an agreement to discuss? Are you planning to share the soil samples collected from the moon with us? I don't think that's necessary. Our lunar base plan has already been halted, and we are no longer interested in lunar-related information. Our entire focus is on dealing with these insects." At this point, he seemed to feel that his decision was somewhat resolute, so he softened his tone a bit. "Perhaps, after we drive away the starry armored beasts, we will need this kind of cooperation." Xiao Yi replied calmly. "No, I'm not discussing this lunar exploration plan. The true purpose of our lunar exploration plan is actually to search for anything that may be associated with the starry armored beasts. Before achieving any results, there was no need for discussion." The president of a certain country then asked in a peculiar tone, "So what exactly do you want to talk about?" Rao Yaoyang, Qian Linson, and Yao Yao looked at Xiao Yi in confusion, unsure of what he was trying to convey. Xiao Yi lowered his voice and said, "I want to discuss my security issues, and of course, yours as well. Before the president could raise any questions, Xiao Yi continued. There are many uncertainties in combating the cosmic beetles. No one knows if we can hold the line. Although our country's iron walls are built quite solidly, there's no guarantee that not a single flaw will appear along the 10,000-mile stretch. In fact, I live in constant fear, worried that one day I might wake up to find our iron walls breached. Therefore, I need to find a way out for myself. Yao Yao looked at Xiao Yi as if she didn't recognize him, feeling as though he was scared after hearing about the nuclear explosion in a certain country. However, she managed to hold back her impulse to question him and continued to listen. I believe, Mr. President, you share similar concerns, Xiao Yi said. The president remained silent, clearly having such considerations as well. Therefore, I would like to propose a pact. The content of this agreement would be that if either side cannot hold their ground, the other side will provide refuge and all necessary assistance to the exiled government of the affected party. I wonder what you think of this, Mr. President? Xiao Yi proposed. The president displayed a knowing smile, finally understanding Xiao Yi's intention. It is said that the young human commander from our country is decisive and courageous, yet deep down, they are all just afraid of death. But then again, isn't he the same? All right, this proposal is excellent. This way, regardless of which side encounters problems, we can ensure that the flame of our nations does not extinguish. Commander Xiao, I look forward to our cooperation, the president said, extending his hand in a virtual handshake gesture from the other side of the video. Xiao Yi also extended his hand, his face filled with excitement. After the video call ended, Yao Yao immediately glared at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking? How could you discuss an exit strategy with the president of a certain country? Don't you believe we can hold our iron walls? Xiao Yi looked at Yao Yao with mild surprise. Yuan Shuyao, after all this time, haven't you formed a fixed impression of me? If Niesihua were here, she wouldn't look at me this way. Yao Yao was puzzled and looked to Rao Yaoyong and Qian Linsen for help. Rao Yaoyong and Qian Linsen exchanged glances and smiled. They both understood Xiao Yi's thoughts clearly. Xiao Yi wasn't looking for an escape route, but was ensuring the safety of their nation's iron walls. The nuclear button was in the hands of the new president of a certain country. If that country were to fall to the cosmic beetles, it was hard to guarantee that the president wouldn't resort to using nuclear weapons on a large scale, potentially destroying the entire planet or dismantling the iron walls of their nation, taking the whole world down with him. Therefore, giving the president a glimmer of hope would prevent him from taking actions that would harm both parties. At the very least, the iron walls of the Great Zhou Kingdom are always open to the leader of a certain country, so he would never launch a nuclear strike on the iron walls of the Great Zhou Kingdom. This ties the interests of both parties together. Xiao Yi is certainly confident in his own country's iron walls. What he is concerned about is the iron walls of that certain country. Continue to connect the call with the leader of the neighboring country, Xiao Yi instructed. Yao Yao quickly understood Xiao Yi's intention and suddenly fell into a state of panic. Her earlier doubts about Xiao Yi had caused her to lose the upper hand in the competition with Niesihua. Commander Yan, I like you, she thought. In this moment, she regretted her grandfather's indulgence, realizing that if it weren't for that, she wouldn't have impulsively suspected Xiao Yi, but would have thought more calmly about why he acted that way. Yes, Yao Yao collected her thoughts and hurriedly replied. The neighboring country is also a nuclear power and has the largest stockpile of nuclear warheads in the world. Eventually, Xiao Yi connected with the military leader of another country. Commander Xiao, are you here to reprimand me as well? The military leader said with a harsh tone, clearly having just received a barrage of condemnation calls from various countries. It seems that a few days ago, you slaughtered a large number of refugees, so perhaps you don't have the right to criticize us? Our Great Zhou Kingdom never interferes in the internal affairs of other countries. Especially in the current situation, it's hard to judge who is right or wrong. Xiao Yi's response clearly caught the military leader off guard. Xiao Yi continued, I just want to give you a suggestion. Don't rush to drop a second nuclear bomb. Observe the results first. According to my information, nuclear weapons pose little threat to the starry armored beasts, and no one knows whether the starry armored beasts will mutate, or if mutated ones will be even harder to deal with. The military leader was silent for a long time before replying. I will seriously consider your suggestion. Xiao Yi added, at the same time, we hope to sign an agreement with you to ensure that the sparks of our respective nations do not completely disappear. On the African grassland, a massive army of standard starry armored beasts was heading toward North Africa. Wherever they passed, not a single living creature could be seen. Only lush plants swaying in the wind, making the entire world appear eerie. After the army of starry armored beasts passed, the world was left with only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the trees. There were no bird calls, no insect chirps, and certainly no animal roars. The entire world was terrifyingly quiet. Groups of four-winged flying armored beasts soared through the air, some of which were astonishingly large. After the passage of the starry armored beasts, the world fell into silence. The formation of the starry armored beast army followed a certain order. The standard starry armored beasts walked at the forefront. And after they consumed all the large animals in front, a large group of medium-sized starry armored beasts followed behind them, responsible for capturing any stragglers. At the very back were numerous crab-sized starry armored beasts, and wherever they went, there were no living creatures left. Even the animals hidden deep underground cannot escape. They are like the ruthless fishermen's nets, capturing every creature in their path. Not even the insect eggs are spared. As a result, their numbers continue to grow and strengthen. Following in the footsteps of human ancestors, they gradually move from Central Africa towards the Eurasian continent. High-altitude reconnaissance aircraft relay this scene to the command centers of various nations. A dark cloud looms over the leaders of these countries, and they feel a strong urge to imitate others and drop a second nuclear bomb on the African continent. Some have even begun to act on this. An aircraft carrying a nuclear warhead has already reached the skies over Africa. In the next moment, a nuclear bomb is hurtling towards the ground. The reconnaissance aircraft swiftly transmits everything happening on the ground to the various nations. At the command center of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Xiao Yi is watching the large screen. Just as the nuclear bomb begins to descend, suddenly, four-winged flying creatures form a wall in the trajectory of the bomb. The flying creatures at a distance quickly scatter. On the ground, the standard-sized starry armored beasts quickly gather and crouch down, forming tightly packed fortifications. The slightly larger armored beasts burrow into these fortifications and also lie in wait. The smallest armored beasts rapidly dig underground, quickly disappearing from sight. The descent of the nuclear bomb slows significantly, giving the armored beasts time to prepare their defenses. The bomb ultimately strikes the ground, creating a mushroom cloud that rises once again. Hours later, the mushroom cloud finally dissipates, revealing the conditions on the ground. However, the damage inflicted on the armored beasts by this nuclear attack is minimal. The armored beasts on the ground begin to advance northward in formation as if the nuclear attack was merely an inconsequential airstrike. Only a small portion of the armored beasts in the central area was eliminated. This number is insignificant compared to the vast population of armored beasts. What is even more frustrating is that a large number of armored beasts begin to enter the water and then disappear. Only a fraction continues to advance toward human cities. If another nuclear bomb is dropped, it would destroy humanity along with everything else. Clearly, using nuclear weapons against the armored beasts is futile. Aside from devastating the Earth, the damage to the armored beasts is negligible. Xiao Yi secretly breathes a sigh of relief, believing that this outcome will temper the impulsive leaders, making them realize that only by relying on strong defenses can they find a way forward. Chapter 311. Thinking Bugs. Yao Yao walked in and handed Xiao Yi a document. Whispering, currently, there's a narrative in Western media claiming that the Starry Sky armored beasts are not terrifying, as it has been 7 or 8 hours since the last wave of them was defeated, and there have been no sightings since. They believe that the Starry Sky armored beasts dare not attack anymore. Seeing Xiao Yi's lack of response, she added, "The mainstream opinion in the West thinks that the Starry Sky armored beasts possess high intelligence. They know that our nation, like the Great Zhou, is not to be trifled with. So as long as we show strong offensive capabilities, those bugs will not dare to invade humanity." Xiao Yi casually flipped through the document, which was a battle report from the border, detailing how the soldiers there had withstood the fierce attacks from the Starry Sky armored beasts, preventing them from advancing further. Noticing that Xiao Yi seemed indifferent to her words, Yao Yao quietly said, "Xiao Yi, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have." This was the first time in her life that Zheng Shuiyao apologized, and her heart was filled with grievance. Xiao Yi looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What did you say?" Yao Yao pouted and stomped her foot, saying, "I said I shouldn't have doubted you." Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, "Oh that? I forgot about it a long time ago. You haven't known me for long, so it's normal not to understand some things. By the way, regarding the Western narrative you mentioned, just take it with a grain of salt. Among them, there are not only fools and narrow-minded individuals, but also smart people who will take the threat of the Starry Sky armored beasts seriously. That will be the real challenge." Yao Yao felt disappointed. If Xiao Yi had scolded her or ignored her, she would have felt better. However, his casual response made her feel frustrated. She had known Xiao Yi first, while Nie Xihua came later. Yet Xiao Yi seemed to think that Nie Xihua understood him better, leaving her feeling like someone who didn't truly know him. Unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen behind Nie Xihua by a lot. This was something that the proud Zheng Shuiyao could not bear. "No, I must win." The competitive Yao Yao made up her mind to surpass Nie Xihua. With that thought, she quietly walked behind Xiao Yi, reaching out to press down on his head. Xiao Yi shivered and turned to look at her in surprise, asking, "What are you doing?" Yao Yao bit her lip and took a moment before saying, "I'm giving you a massage." Xiao Yi sighed. "Yao Yao, your strength is too much. This isn't a massage. It's torture. Better not do this. It's not something a proud person like you should be doing." Seeing that Yao Yao still didn't want to give up, Xiao Yi suggested, "Why don't you go check on the biology team and see if they have made any progress?" Reluctantly, she left. However, She felt quite frustrated. It was her first time apologizing, and yet she felt ignored. In another nation, during a presidential staff meeting, a group of people excitedly said, "The starry sky armored beasts have not appeared for 7 or 8 hours, and there are no signs of them in the sea. We can proudly say that they dare not come to our country. What a world-destroying alien bug tide. It's simply not a threat. People from the Great Zhou are just making a mountain out of a molehill." The chief of staff, stroking his bald head, said disdainfully, "I propose we open the gates of the steel city walls and allow the residents to return to their normal lives. We have the capability to protect everyone's way of life. Yes, 70 years ago, neither fascists nor others could invade our nation. And now these pests won't stand a chance either," someone echoed. The atmosphere in the room was lively, clearly indicating everyone's satisfaction with the current military achievements. The aging president noticed that the general returning from the front lines was unusually silent, contrasting sharply with the excitement around him, which made him feel uneasy. "General, what do you think?" the president asked. The general glanced at the flushed faces around him, eager to voice his true thoughts but reluctant to dampen their spirits. On his way back from the front, he had been contemplating how to execute effective defenses. He knew all too well that the next wave of threats would be deadly and could potentially breach the defenses set up by their nation. These creatures were strategic thinkers, and each appearance was stronger and more targeted than the last. The recent detonation of a nuclear device in Central Africa had only solidified his concerns. When the next wave of threats came, the best course of action would be to retreat behind the steel city walls, relying on advantageous defenses. If they continued to depend on temporary fortifications along the lengthy coastline, they would suffer significant losses. However, he couldn't express this. Speaking out would surely label him as a coward. "General, speak up, don't hold back," the president urged, noticing the general's hesitation. Having been in politics for a long time, he was not as impulsive as his predecessor, who often made foolish decisions driven by emotion. He understood the gravity of the situation. Anything that required the full attention of their nation was never simple. After much contemplation, the general finally said, "We should withdraw and consolidate our defenses to the steel city walls." Chapter 312. Unidirectional signal receiver at a military base on the west coast of the nation. Jack stared out the window, bored, watching soldiers bustling about, transporting supplies in a scene of chaos. The policies these days change constantly. Just last night, as they were preparing to fly bombers towards another nation, they learned that the previously retreating troops had returned. Hannibal went out to inquire and found out that news from the front was positive. They had successfully repelled the attacks, prompting the higher-ups to decide against retreating and instead reinforce coastal defenses to intercept the threats at sea. This news caught Hannibal off guard, forcing him to arrange for his family and Jack to wait quietly in his lounge for further updates. Later, news of troop withdrawals surfaced again. But after a battle early this morning, things changed once more. According to the military, the starry sky armored beasts have been completely repelled, as they have not launched an attack for 7 to 8 hours. Now, the troops are beginning to take up positions, and the Air Force Base is becoming busy again. Hassan cannot find an opportunity to sneak out the massive bombers. "Hassan," Haney hurriedly walked in from outside and said that the situation is complicated. The military demands to continue holding the coastal defense, but the president wants to evacuate important supplies. "What should we do?" Hassan said. "I just spoke with a few old buddies on the front line and asked for details." Hassan grabbed Haney's hand and said, "Back in the day, in the Middle East, wasn't my judgment the sharpest?" Haney nodded. Many of their old buddies managed to return safely from the Middle East thanks to Hassan's keen judgment, which often helped them escape danger. Therefore, when Hassan spoke yesterday, he responded positively. "Based on the information from yesterday's encounter with those creatures, I am even more convinced of my judgment. Those creatures are currently only using part of their standard forms in combat, and the flying armored beast standard forms have not yet appeared. Most importantly, our quantity of osmium alloy warheads is limited. We cannot afford to consume them endlessly like yesterday." Hassan slammed the table fiercely. "If they immediately withdraw their defenses today back behind the steel walls, I would still think there is a glimmer of hope for the country to hold on. But now it seems impossible. Those fanatics in the military are actually shouting to resolve the battle offshore. This is delusional. Such a wrong decision will not only fail to hold the coastline, but will also greatly reduce the defensive capability of the steel walls, the last bastion." Hassan habitually wanted to grab a drink, but restrained himself. They were about to sacrifice the most elite defensive forces outside the steel walls. Haney felt increasingly uneasy. He was familiar with Hassan. If Hassan wasn't drinking, it indicated that the situation had become extremely tense, prompting Hassan to stay highly alert. "I'll think of another way to get the planes in the air," Haney said. Hassan shook his head. "There's no opportunity now. Our only chance is when the next wave of starry sky armored beasts comes in. That's when chaos will ensue. I estimate we have at most half an hour from when the defense line is breached to when the creatures occupy the airport. That will be our time to steal the planes. What do we do now?" Haney asked. Hassan looked outside and said, now, it's time to get the F-35C onto the bombers, preferably with the F-22 as well. The more substantial the welcome gift, the better our days will be in the Great Zhou. Great Zhou, Command Headquarters. Xiao Yi walked into the biological research team's laboratory, followed by Luo Yaoyang and Qian Linsen. Yao Yao greeted them and said, the biological team has made some progress. Entering the conference room, Wang Lin handed out materials to everyone and said, we found signal receptor organs on the backs of the Starry Sky armored beasts. This is a unidirectional receiver. Unidirectional? Xiao Yi, Luo Yaoyang, and Qian Linsen were somewhat surprised. Yes, it is unidirectional. We can only receive signals, not transmit them, because we have not discovered any structures for transmitting information, Wang Lin said. He activated the projector, revealing the bodily structure of the celestial armored beast number 1. Pointing to a small bulge on its back, he remarked, this part is quite obvious. It resembles an antenna receiver. They rely on this to receive signals. As for the source of the signals, we have handed that over to the communications and astronomy departments. Experts from the communications field and the astronomy department had already arrived at the venue. The communications expert stated, based on the source of the signals, we collaborated with the astronomy research team and discovered that the signals originate from the moon. Xiao Yi felt an odd sensation rising again within him. This feeling had surfaced several times, seemingly reminding him that something was being overlooked. Yet, when he thought carefully, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was missing. Chapter 3:13. Defending the Great Zhou Kingdom's heavenly eye. What is on the moon? Luo Yaoyang pulled out a cigarette, preparing to light it, but quickly remembered something and put it away. In the command center, aside from their military team, very few people smoked. He didn't want to affect others' emotions because of his own habits. Qian Linsun leaned back, stroking his chin. It was only upon hearing Luo Yaoyang's question that he replied, we have been studying the moon for many years, and there are still probes on the moon. If there is anything there, we will definitely find it, right? Qian Linsun was asking the astronomer sitting next to him. The astronomer nodded and added, the moon is the closest celestial body to Earth, and our research on it is the most thorough. Of course, our current conditions limit our studies on the moon. Qian Linsun slightly nodded, agreeing with the astronomer's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I think we should expand our thinking. You all should find a method to accurately locate the source of the information. That way, we can know what exactly is on the moon. The astronomer sighed and said, yesterday, the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico collapsed due to an attack by the celestial armored beast. We had hoped they would help verify our discovery, but that's no longer possible. Xiao Yi suddenly sat up straight. What did you say? Repeat that. The astronomer looked at Xiao Yi in surprise, as he rarely lost his composure. I said that the world's second largest radio telescope, controlled by a certain country, has collapsed. It was located at the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico. Now, our fast radio telescope is the only one left in the world. It is also the last eye of Earth looking into the universe. Xiao Yi jumped to his feet and slapped Luo Yaoyang on the shoulder. Quickly dispatch troops to protect our fast radio telescope and take high precautions against aerial attacks. Qian Linsen was taken aback. Xiao Yi, are you saying that the celestial armored beast will attack our fast first? The fast radio telescope of the Great Zhou Kingdom is located in the mountainous area of Qiannan, and it is the largest radio telescope in the world, as well as the sharpest eye of Earth. It is known as the heavenly eye of the Great Zhou Kingdom, symbolizing the country's gradual advancement on the global stage. The existence of this eye can greatly promote the research and development of astronomy. At the same time, it can verify many theories that were previously untestable. With the cooperation of the Great Zhou Kingdom's celestial eye and the long-distance collider, it may unveil the mysteries of the universe. However, we will still abandon fast, after all. It is not within the steel walls. Qian Linsen said with concern. Therefore, we must race against time. We need to uncover the secrets of the moon before the celestial armored beasts attack our steel walls. Xiao Yi said to Qian Linsen. The astronomy team put aside their other work and focused on observing the moon. We must discover the secrets of the information transmission of the celestial armored beasts before fast falls. Yes, Qian Linsen replied solemnly. Southwest border of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Gao Daqiang looked at the familiar border with a sense of relief, finally back home. Down below, we are no longer in any danger. Tina tilted her head, curiously looking at Gao Daqiang. Are you so sure? Gao Daqiang nodded. Of course. Commander Xiao has said that during the early stages of the outbreak, the celestial armored beasts will not invade the Great Zhou Kingdom. They know to save the toughest bones for last. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze was drawn to a flock of birds flying above. He saw a row of birds forming a V-shape moving forward, not very fast, but very steady. What kind of birds are those? I've never seen them before. Yuan asked curiously, shielding her eyes from the sun. Gao Daqiang was also puzzled. Suddenly he grabbed the satellite phone and said, those aren't birds. They're four-winged celestial armored beasts. Really? Why are they flying so high? Yuan also felt confused. The Great Zhou Kingdom has deployed heavy troops in coastal areas, but in the southwest border. Due to the distance from the sea and the ability to monitor the movements of celestial armored beasts from other countries, not many defensive troops have been stationed here. They seem to have a specific target, Gao Daqiang remarked. The satellite phone was quickly connected, and after hearing Gao Daqiang's report, the call was soon transferred to Luo Yaoyang. You said a large number of celestial armored beasts were discovered at our southwest border? Yes. There are at least hundreds of them. Moreover, a few are enormous and flying at a high altitude, at least 1 to 2,000 meters. Gao Daqiang stated. Luo Yaoyang said, Good, your discovery is very important. After hanging up, Luo Yaoyang immediately arranged for a group of fighter jets to intercept. He secretly felt fortunate that Xiao Yi discovered the celestial armored beast's intentions. He had already arranged for a mecha unit to reinforce the defense of the fast radio telescope. Otherwise, if ambushed by flying armored beasts, Fast would be in danger. The apparent target of these flying celestial armored beasts is clearly the fast radio telescope. It seems that the celestial armored beasts want to sever humanity's ion space first. Recommendation of 2 books by a friend. One is Star God Temple, a fast-paced war god novel. The other is Fantasy, a Worker in the Sect, a system fantasy novel. Friends who are running out of reading material can check them out. Chapter 314. The Kingdom of Tianzhu is destroyed. Gao Daqiang put down the satellite phone, looking up at the flock of flying armored beasts with a serious expression. Suddenly he shouted, Stop! The convoy came to a quick halt, and Gao Daqiang jumped out of the vehicle. Walking up to the front armored car, he said to Yuan, You take your team and escort the transport vehicle back. Leave us 2 vehicles. We will track those flying armored beasts. Yuan hesitated a bit. It's too dangerous for you to go like this. With so many flying armored beasts, your strength isn't enough to handle it. Gao Daqiang replied calmly. Some things, even if you know they are impossible, you must still do them. This is the fate of a soldier. Tina, who had gotten out of the car with him, looked anxious and grabbed Gao Daqiang's arm. Is it very dangerous? Gao Daqiang smiled at her. Don't worry, there's nothing I can't handle. However, seeing Yi Wen's worried expression, Tina knew that things were clearly not as easy as Gao Daqiang had said. She suddenly took off a pendant from her neck, took Gao Daqiang's hand, and pressed it into his palm, saying, This is a talisman my grandmother gave me. It's very effective. You promise me to definitely take it with you. Gao Daqiang hesitated. He could tell that this pendant was quite valuable, and moreover, Tina was a girl, so accepting something from her felt inappropriate, especially such a precious item. Is this really okay? Gao Daqiang reached out to hold the girl's hand, but then stopped, realizing that this action also seemed inappropriate. You're the best person I've ever met. And I hope you stay safe, Tina said sincerely. Gao Daqiang wanted to say something, but Tina frowned and said, If you insist on not wanting it, that's fine. When we return to the city, you can personally hand it back to me. Gao Daqiang stopped overthinking. He was someone who could let go and take things easily. All right. I will definitely return it to you in person. After saying that, he carefully tucked the pendant into his pocket and waved his hand. Everyone get in the vehicle. We are going to track those flying armored beasts. Above the land, a hot air balloon floated northwest with the help of the northwest wind. Lai tore off a piece of flatbread and handed half to Ria. Ria waved her hand, not in the mood to eat. Their hot air balloon had just reached the northwest end of the city walls, and the scene below was shocking. A large section of the walls had completely collapsed, exposing the mud and cow dung filling inside. A thin layer of metal sheet, under the sunlight, looked like a gaping mouth, mocking the foolishness and greed of the builders of the city walls. The flying armored beasts swarmed in like ants through the broken walls, sweeping away all living things like a tide. In places swept by the flying armored beasts, the ground was stained red, with nothing else visible. This left Ria feeling extremely depressed. Her family was down there, facing a fate that could only lead to death. Lai was also not doing well. He had only enough money to make a hot air balloon that could barely fit 2 people. His family was also down there, and they were probably dead by now. However, he had to survive. He needed to escape with his goddess to a place where hope still existed. Eat. We must conserve our strength and keep warm, Lai said. To save fuel, he tried to keep the hot air balloon at an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. This was a height unreachable by the flying beasts. Moreover, this altitude was not too cold to bear. Ruya took the flatbread and swallowed hard. The country was doomed. The country with a population of 1.3 billion was destroyed just like that. Moreover, both Ruya and Lai could see that the ground-based starry beasts had visibly grown larger after devouring so many people and livestock. Now, many standard-sized starry beasts had appeared, and these beasts were quicker and posed a greater threat to humans. Additionally, the flying beasts, which could originally only soar at a few hundred meters, had also grown significantly and were now much closer to them. Ruya could see the ugly eyes and thin wings of these flying beasts. They showed no disguise of their greed. They simply could not fly up due to the altitude. Ruya, You should take a nap. I'll keep watch, Lai said, rubbing his eyes. Ruya realized, you go sleep. You haven't closed your eyes since we took off. It will probably take us a long time to drift to the neighboring country, right? Lai nodded. It might take about 10 days or half a month, but don't worry. We have plenty of fuel and food. Then you should definitely get some sleep. We will need you later, Ruya replied. She felt grateful to Lai, and if there was a chance, she would seriously consider marrying him, even though his caste was a level lower than hers. Lai indeed could not hold on any longer. He rubbed his eyes and said, all right, I'll take a short rest. Ruya, stay alert. If you notice anything unusual, or if we veer off course, you must wake me up. Chapter 3:15. Give everyone a chance. Ruya nodded. Only then did Lai curl up in the basket and begin to sleep. Ruya stared ahead, her gaze distant, feeling quite downcast. Although she had escaped, her family and Lai's family were all gone. Only a small part of the country was still holding out. But from their vantage point, it was clear those people could not last much longer. The country was finished. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice their direction had shifted. In the neighboring country, on the iron city walls, Wang Chong gazed into the distance. Zhong Xian's bamboo carried a roll of fine steel wire, distributing it to the construction workers who were tying rebar. Every day, the iron walls grew taller, and everyone was doing their utmost to raise them, step by step. Each day, life was fulfilling. Only during this brief moment could they think about other matters. Zhong Xian stopped and also looked ahead. It had been a day, and the man and woman had yet to return. They didn't know how they were doing. I really hope they are all right, Wang Chong suddenly said upon noticing Zhong Xian's action. Zhong Xian's remained silent. Wang Chong mustered his courage and turned to Zhong Xinzhong, saying, Xinzhong, can we have a chance? If they come back safely, can we start over? Zhong Xinzhong's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, clearly moved by Wang Chong's words. She bit her lip, feeling conflicted. She missed the feeling from that night, the sense of being protected by a strong man. Perhaps she had been too harsh on Wang Chong. Maybe it was time to give both sides a chance. All right, if they come back safely, let's give each other a chance, Zhong Xinzhong said before turning and walking away. Wang Chong watched her silhouette until it disappeared from view, then turned back to look outside. Snow began to fall from the sky, and the whole world seemed desolate. He looked up at the sky as a snowflake landed on his hand. Could these two really bring a chance for both him and Zhong Xinzhong? Outside the steel city wall in the north, the vehicle jolted again and stalled. The mechanic cursed as he got out, opened the hood, and started working on it. Jin Jishuan followed closely, whispering, You're not going to fix it, are you? It looks like it's really done for. The man chuckled secretly, fiddling with a pipe, and said, Believe it or not, with this, the vehicle can go a few more kilometers. Li Buan opened his eyes, got out of the car, and approached to ask, Is it broken again? The man flashed a flattering smile at Li Buan. It's just missing some parts, but it's fine. I'll fix it up in no time. After hearing Jin Jishuan's translation, Li Buan looked ahead and was relieved that they were not far from the steel city wall. If they could just hold on a bit longer, they would make it. The man said something else to Li Buan and then discreetly signaled to Jin Jishuan, who understood and nodded slightly. Jin Jishuan said, He wants you to hold this spot while he tries to start the engine. Li Buan walked over and placed both hands on the wiring. The man's gaze turned cold in an instant. He got back in the vehicle and started the engine, letting it roar. Then he quietly slipped out of the driver's seat, pulled out a crowbar, and stealthily approached Li Buan from behind. He prepared his move and winked at Jin Jishuan again. Li Buan seemed to sense something was off and turned around to check. Just then, Jin Jishuan suddenly hugged Li Buan. Surprised, Li Buan asked, What are you doing? Jin Jishuan whispered, I just wanted to hold you. Li Buan's body went stiff. It was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to hug him, causing his mind to heat up. Jin Jishuan's hand moved toward Li Buan's waist, making him feel even more flustered. But suddenly, Li Buan felt a chill run through him as he realized that Jin Jishuan's hand was not going where he thought it was. It was reaching for the gun tucked at his waist. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed that Jin Jishuan had already grasped the firearm. A snowflake quietly fell on Li Buan's nose, but he couldn't feel it, as his mind was completely captivated by Jin Jishuan's gun-holding hand. Along the eastern border of the region and another country, a large number of refugees were on the move. Among these refugees were people from both countries, as well as individuals from another region. They appeared emaciated and stumbled along. Clearly many had been traveling for a long time. Among this group was a person with an Eastern face, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had endured countless hardships yet still fought to survive. Yesterday, after her true identity was exposed by a tall and strong individual, she was severely humiliated by several people from the region and then abandoned. Chu Xiaoxiao struggled to continue moving forward, but she now knew there was no hope left. At this moment, she resembled a walking corpse, merely moving on instinct. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the crowd ahead, with someone shouting loudly, The bugs are coming, run. However, Chu Xiaoxiao found she could not move any faster. She looked towards the east, where her homeland was located. Once, she had decisively fled that place, but now she could never return. In that moment, a hint of regret washed over her. She shouldn't have left her homeland. The next moment, her expression turned fierce. This is all Xiao Yi's fault. Even if I become a ghost, I will settle the score with him. Chapter 316. The Great Zhou Kingdom gains the strength to challenge the so-called mainstream opinions of the West in the southwest of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Armored SUVs sped along deserted roads. Everything here felt eerie. The wide highway was nearly devoid of vehicles, with only scattered refugees making their way along it. When these people saw the speeding cars, envy filled their eyes, and some raised their hands in vain, hoping to catch a ride. Watching them made Tina want to cry. With tears in her eyes, she murmured, "And that woman from the Great Zhou Kingdom whom we didn't take with us? I feel like she has many stories." Although they had entered the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom, Tina occasionally thought of that woman's desperate expression. Yet Yuan felt no sorrow at all. He said calmly, "You are Dutch. Although you are now a citizen of the Great Zhou Kingdom, you know nothing of the history this land has endured." He pointed to a man wearing a wide-brimmed military hat and said, "Do you see them? They are a group of refugees from another country. Don't you think they are pitiful?" Tina nodded. Yuan spoke solemnly. 40 or 50 years ago, we provided them with a large amount of food and supplies to help them win their war of defense. But as soon as they established their country, they turned around and used the aid we provided to attack us. Yuan's eyes suddenly reddened. My father was injured by these ingrates, who ate our food and used the bullets produced in our land to break his legs. He still suffers from that injury. On rainy days, the pain is unbearable. Tina fell silent. This matter was beyond her comprehension. The Dazhou Kingdom has limited capabilities and cannot save everyone, especially those who are not worth saving. That woman who claims to be the chief commander is definitely not worth rescuing, Yuan said. Tina sighed and replied, "I know you're right. But I still feel a bit reluctant. After all, these are lives. Are we just going to let them be devoured by the starry sky armored beasts? Although I understand that the people of Dazhou have done nothing wrong and the chief commander is wise, I still think they are a bit cold-hearted." Yuan turned to look at Tina, suddenly sensing that she seemed a bit naive. Cold-hearted? The people of Dazhou? Tina nodded slightly. She was a straightforward girl who would express her thoughts openly, without holding back. After spending a few days together, Yuan had come to understand Tina's personality. He didn't think she meant any offense. He just needed to make her aware of the truth. "Tina, do you know the story of Noah's Ark?" Tina nodded. "Yes. It's a well-known story." Yuan smiled. Noah was not from Dazhou, but on his ship, there were only his family. He didn't save any other humans. "Do you know why?" Tina was taken aback. Yuan patted the thoughtful Tina on the shoulder. "You've been too influenced by the one-sided reports from the West. It was right for Noah not to save others, yet it's cold-hearted for the Dazhou Kingdom not to save people. This is the double standard of the Western world. They allow their own to cause chaos, but permit the people of Dazhou to take a stand. Let me tell you, the Dazhou Kingdom only saves those worth saving, like you who have become one of them. As for others, the Dazhou Kingdom has no obligation and will not feel pressure to save them. From now on, the people of Dazhou will not care about others' opinions because they have gained the strength to challenge the so-called mainstream views of the world." After a long pause, Tina finally said, "It seems I need to familiarize myself more with Dazhou culture to truly integrate into it." Yuan suddenly smiled mischievously. "I have a way for you to quickly integrate into Dazhou." Tina was taken aback. "What is it?" "Marry someone from Dazhou," Yuan said with a playful look at Tina. He genuinely liked this straightforward girl. However, Tina's next question disappointed him. "Is Brother Gao married?" "In southern Qian." The off-road vehicle followed the flying armored beasts in the sky at high speed until they finally began to slow down. "Decelerate." Getting closer, Gao Daqiang said cautiously, adjusting the mecha and preparing for battle. After the small team checked their weapons, ammunition, and mechanical performance again, Gao Daqiang picked up the phone and dialed. "Report to headquarters. The flying armored beasts have lowered their altitude and are about to land. Report your location." Gao Daqiang checked the signal at the northern end, compared it with the map, and said, "We are at the southern boundary of Qian, about 100 kilometers from the fast radio telescope." "Received. The fighter jets have already departed and will arrive in this area in 5 minutes. You are responsible for assisting the fighter jets in completing the target location." Gao Daqiang jumped out of the vehicle, and the five started tracking deeper into the forest. Although filled with danger, Gao Daqiang and his companions never considered these issues. Since they chose this path, they must see it through to the end. Chapter 317. A leader worth following. Command headquarters. The images transmitted by drones appeared on the big screen. Standard aerial armored beasts emerged. Luo Yaoyang took a deep breath. On the screen, dozens of aerial armored beasts were landing in the forest. Among them, a few were extremely large, appearing to be 3 to 4 times bigger than the standard 6-legged cosmic armored beast. They looked to be about the size of a bomber. "Inform Gao Daqiang to try to obtain some components of biological bombs," Luo Yaoyang said. The information in Xiao Yi's mind did not include details about the biological bombs that the standard aerial armored beasts could carry. Obtaining these components would better equip them to deal with aerial attacks. Zhao Taizhu stared at the aerial armored beasts and said, "Team leader Luo, they can't fly in any way. As long as we hold the iron walls, these biological bombs are nothing to fear." Luo Yaoyang shook his head. "Commander Xiao has said, our mission is not just to defend, we must also counterattack. When our conditions are ripe, we will take the initiative to strike and eliminate all the cosmic armored beasts. At that time, we cannot bring the iron walls with us to counterattack." Zhao Taizhu suddenly understood and nodded. "Ah, look at my mind. I can't compare to you. I was only thinking about defense and not about counterattacking. Simply defending will ultimately lead to failure." Xiao Yi hurriedly walked in, glanced at the images on the big screen, and asked, "Gao Daqiang and the others are not in danger, right?" This time, for the sake of combat flexibility, we not only deployed J-20s, but also several armed helicopters. The fast is not far from the iron walls, and we can still ensure sufficient defense, Luo Yaoyang replied. Xiao Yi sat down and handed a document to Luo Yaoyang. "This is the conclusion from the astronomical team. Take a look." Luo Yaoyang read it carefully, and then sat next to Xiao Yi, somewhat puzzled. "There's nothing found on the moon?" Xiao Yi nodded. "It seems their means of communication is something we have not yet grasped or understood. Therefore, we must locate the mother insect and cut off its control." Luo Yaoyang said slowly, "What methods are we using to monitor the movements of the mother insect now?" "Besides satellites, we have also deployed a large number of aerial reconnaissance aircraft," Luo Yaoyang replied. "Unfortunately, our fighter cannot go underwater. Once the underwater reconnaissance equipment is deployed, it will be destroyed by the cosmic armored beasts. If the mother insect is at the bottom of the sea, we will have no way to handle it." Xiao Yi frowned and thought for a moment. The possibility of it being at the bottom of the sea is low. The capabilities of the cosmic armored beasts do not exceed our understanding by much. They haven't reached the level of dimensionality reduction attacks. I believe it is more likely on the ground, or it may surface when it sends signals. Luo Yaoyang suddenly realized, "You're right. My observation capacity of the ocean is inadequate. In that case, I will deploy all the reconnaissance aircraft and arrange for more personnel to observe. They will always find the trace of the mother insect." Xiao Yi glanced at the large screen and said, "Notify Gao Daqiang. Once the location is determined, retreat immediately. I don't need dead heroes. I need living talents." When this message reached Gao Daqiang's ears, he felt a warm sensation in his heart. Although he hadn't interacted much with Xiao Yi, he knew that Xiao Yi was a man of flesh and blood, not someone who seemed like a typical commander. Every great achievement is built upon countless sacrifices. Which great hero hasn't risen from a pile of bones? Perhaps because of Xiao Yi's unique identity and experience, he had jumped directly from a small person to the commander of humanity. His blood wasn't cold enough, and his heart wasn't hard enough. Xiao Yi always cared about the lives of people like him. It is leaders like him who are worth following. Fighter jets roared in, and precision-guided bombs rained down, accurately hitting the newly launched starry armored beasts. Suddenly, fragments of the starry armored beasts' bodies flew through the air. In dealing with small units of starry armored beasts, humanity held an absolute advantage, which is also why the coastal line was held firmly. Gao Daqiang watched the fierce battle from a distance. Several helicopters flew over and opened fire on the remaining starry armored beasts. Heavy machine gun shells rained down like a waterfall, glinting in the sunlight, resembling a downpour of metallic rain. Wow, watching them fight really gets the blood boiling. "I want to go up and take down a few bugs myself," a comrade said while rubbing his hands. Gao Daqiang smiled faintly and replied calmly, "I actually think this is pretty good. Watching those despicable bugs fall one by one is more satisfying than killing them myself." His comrade looked at Gao Daqiang, filled with respect for this man. Only those who had experienced more intense and brutal battles would have such thoughts. This is the difference in mindset. "Get ready. Later, we will clean the battlefield and collect samples of biological bombs from those big bugs," Gao Daqiang said. Chapter 318. It was me who killed Bang. A gunshot shattered the silence, seemingly freezing the snowflakes for a second or two. Li Buan looked in shock at his waist, where a burning sensation was coming from. This was the brief heat from the gun barrel. He turned to look behind him and saw a man holding a crowbar now had a blood hole in his abdomen. The man stumbled forward. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Li Buan glanced at Jin Jishuan, who had a determined look on her face, with anger visible in her eyes. In an instant, Li Buan understood. That man intended to kill him and then blend into the Iron City walls. He suddenly felt a wave of fear. If Jin Jishuan thought the same, wouldn't he be doomed? He reached out to hold Jin Jishuan, only to realize she was trembling violently. Just as Li Buan held her, her legs gave way, and she collapsed into his arms. This was her second time committing murder, yet it still left her feeling an overwhelming tremor. Killing truly felt unbearable. "Brotherly, he wants to kill you. I can't not kill him," Jin Jishuan cried. burying her face in Li Buen's embrace. Li Buen glanced back. The man lay on the ground, blood staining the snowflakes that had just fallen, making the earth a mess. He was still crawling in vain, merely struggling in his dying moments. "Thank you, Jishuan. You saved me," Li Buen said, holding Jean Jishuan tightly, filled with gratitude for the girl. Suddenly, Jean Jishuan's grip loosened, and the gun fell to the ground as she continued to tremble. Li Buen frowned, knowing that the girl's nerves had reached their limit. To save himself, she had killed 2 people in succession, and the hardships along the way had pushed her to the brink of collapse. He picked up the handgun from the ground, turned back to look at the man still crawling, raised the gun, aimed at his body, then closed his eyes, turned his head, and pulled the trigger hard. Bang, bang, bang. He pulled the trigger 3 times in quick succession, feeling his legs weaken, yet his heart felt exceptionally at ease. Jean Jishuan looked up in surprise, glancing at what was behind Li Buen. The man now had 3 bloody holes in his back. He twitched a few times before dying. Li Buen spoke, his voice trembling. "Jishuan, this man wasn't he killed by you. It was me." Jean Jishuan understood his meaning. He was alleviating her burden, allowing her to no longer bear the fear of having killed. She nodded obediently, knowing how much willpower and determination Li Buen had just displayed with those 3 shots. She felt that this man was 1,000 times better than the suitors from her own country because he was responsible and attentive. In the male-dominated society of the 3 Han Republic, it was hard to find someone so considerate. She hoped Li Buen would accept her. Li Buen suddenly sighed. "What about all the steel we have?" Jean Jishuan lifted her head from Li Buen's arms and smiled brightly. "I just learned some car repair skills from him." Reluctantly, she left his embrace and moved to the front of the car, twisting a pipe in the place indicated by the man. To understand the car's malfunction, Jean Jishuan had been deliberately pretending to engage with the man, all to uncover the secrets of car repair. Sometimes she felt quite despicable, but for the sake of returning to the iron-walled city with Li Buen, she pushed those thoughts aside. The car restarted, but after moving a few steps, it stopped again. "What are you doing?" Jean Jishuan just wanted to leave quickly, to burn him, not letting him become food for insects. Li Buen was holding a can of gasoline, preparing to jump out of the car. "I'm going too," Jean Jishuan said, ready to exit. Li Buen stopped her. "No need. This kind of thing isn't suitable for girls." Jean Jishuan blurted out, "Husband and wife should act together." After saying that, both of them froze for a moment, exchanging a glance before quickly looking down. "Ahem. Well, wait for me, I'll be right back." Li Buen turned and left, concealing his embarrassment. He poured gasoline over the man and dragged over some branches. He noticed that Jean Jishuan also got out of the vehicle and helped gather a lot of dry branches in the woods. This time, Li Buen did not stop him. Although they were engaged in a murderous act, the two surprisingly shared a pleasant feeling of working together. As the fire blazed, Li Buen looked at the roaring flames, clasped his hands together, and said, "Sir, I wish you could be reborn as a good person in your next life." The sky was already darkening. On the Iron City wall, Zhong Xian's bamboo silently gazed ahead. Wang Chang was about 10 meters away from her. He was filled with disappointment. It seemed that Li Buen would not be coming back. It was already this late, and it felt like heaven was not giving him a chance to start over. His heart was heavy with frustration. Suddenly, he heard a surprised shout. "They are back." Wang Chang quickly looked over and saw a heavy cargo truck slowly approaching through the snow. His heart was filled with joy. He turned to glance at Zhong Xian's bamboo and suddenly realized that she seemed even happier than he was. Chapter 319. The Fall of South America in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Outside the southwestern section of the Iron City Wall. "Hurry up. It's getting dark." Gao Daqiang led a mech team running through the jungle. They had just seen a standard flying armored beast crash down, and the target was not far ahead. However, while the flying beast seemed close in the sky, it was quite a challenge to reach on the ground. Finally, Gao Daqiang spotted some fallen trees, indicating that the standard flying armored beast was nearby. The 5 of them surrounded it in a fan shape. On a slope lay a massive flying armored beast. It was futilely trying to get up, but its body had sustained heavy damage, making it unable to stand, let alone fly. Gao Daqiang looked at the giant creature and said, "Everyone be cautious. We know very little about this standard flying armored beast, so be prepared for its desperate struggles." The 5 surrounded the beast and slowly approached, their heavy machine guns and grenade launchers aimed at it, ready to fire at any moment. Surprisingly, the flying armored beast showed no aggression, merely opening its mouth in vain, revealing its disgusting sharp teeth. Gao Daqiang realized that this type of flying armored beast had extremely low attack power. He put away his gun, picked up the satellite phone, and reported to headquarters. "The standard flying armored beast poses no threat due to its size. I recommend sending a large transport helicopter to bring it back for research." Half an hour later, a huge helicopter and a ground convoy arrived at the site, equipped with cranes and bulldozers. This would be their first captured sample of a standard flying armored beast. On the western coast of a certain country, Behind coastal defense works, soldiers were resting, chatting, drinking, and flipping through magazines. There are no signs indicating that the bugs are preparing for their next wave of attack, so everyone is feeling relaxed. Their conversations revolve around two topics. One is about women, and the other is mocking the people from a certain country. Do you know? Yesterday, a person from that country, with long braids and as skinny as a twig, saw a starry sky beast the size of a crab and was so scared that he wet himself, even kneeling down to bow to the bug, muttering for mercy from the emperor. A soldier spoke recklessly. Although everyone knew this guy was lying, it didn't dampen their spirits. Once the bugs are eliminated, I'll definitely bring one to that fool Xiao Yi and make him eat it in front of me, said a small soldier with a grand tone. You've got it wrong. Those people eat anything. Who knows? They might even roast the bugs and eat them. You are just delivering a meal to that coward Xiao Yi, another soldier said excitedly. The small soldier, with a dark sense of humor, asked, do you think that with so many people from that country, they might also reproduce like the bugs? Ha ha ha. The soldiers burst into malicious laughter. Hassan walked past these soldiers with a serious expression. Although the atmosphere at the entire outpost was optimistic, Hassan, seasoned in battle, knew that the more arrogant the moment, the more dangerous it was. Years ago, the Allies thought the Maginot Line could completely stop the Axis powers' advance, and everyone was overly optimistic. In just a few months, the Allies lost all their territory in Europe. He was very worried that under the next wave of bug attacks, their defensive fortifications would also fall. He needed to get the planes in the air as soon as possible. In the eyes of certain Westerners, the country they looked down upon as backward, timid, and lacking in experience and courage was still considered a trustworthy nation. Suddenly, alarms went off, and the loudspeakers began announcing, attention all departments, attention all departments. Based on reconnaissance results, a large number of starry sky beasts are gathering at the seabed and are expected to land within 2 hours. Please prepare for battle. The soldiers lazily began to gather at their posts, believing they could still stop the starry sky beasts without losing a single person. Hassan hurriedly made his way to the airport. He needed to check the fuel and cargo situation of the plane again. He also had to inspect the aircraft's condition. Everything had to be flawless. He sensed that this wave of starry sky beast attacks would be extremely fierce, and those proud soldiers would face great difficulties. Command Center. Xiao Yi looked at the display screen on the large monitor, especially focusing on South America. Initially, everyone thought Africa would be the first continent to fall. After all, Africa is the poorest and has weak military strength. However, unexpectedly, South America fell first. The entire continent of South America succumbed in just 2 days. This speed far exceeded Xiao Yi's expectations. I originally thought that countries known for their wealth and football prowess could effectively resist the invasion of the star beasts. However, in reality, their overly relaxed nature and passionate demeanor did not aid in combating the star beasts. Rather, it significantly diminished their fighting spirit. After all, there are only a couple of countries on the African continent that are putting up a strong resistance, and the continent itself is much larger than South America. Consequently, South America shamefully became the first to fall. As for the Antarctic continent, it was swiftly transformed into a land of death by the star beasts due to the absence of humans. Xiao Yi surveyed South Africa and Central America. South Africa is currently under immense pressure, facing the dual onslaught of the star beast armies advancing from Central Africa and those coming up from Antarctica, putting the nation in a precarious situation. Central America has already fallen, but what concerns Xiao Yi more are the star beasts encircling from the outside. The red dots on the large screen indicate that the star beasts from South America are gathering in Central America, amassing strength to launch a significant invasion from the southern end of a certain country. Meanwhile, the star beasts emerging from Antarctica are also heading northward from the southernmost tip of South America to reinforce Central America. A certain country is about to face a tough battle. However, the news coming from that country is not optimistic, as it is engulfed in blind fervor and joy from top to bottom. Xiao Yi dialed the president's phone and said cautiously, Mr. President, I must remind you that the star beasts from South America are gathering in Central America, preparing to launch the strongest attack in history from your south. The reinforcements from Antarctica are also continuously arriving. I suggest you retreat behind fortified walls, especially given the large-scale appearance of advanced flying star beasts. The president sighed suddenly and replied, I can't do that. Although I am the commander-in-chief of the army, I must consider domestic public opinion. I know you are right, but I cannot issue a retreat order. Xiao Yi sighed. Politics, always politics. Even now, it's still politics. The president said quietly, in fact, I am as aware of the current situation as you are. However, you are not from that country. You do not understand the internal circumstances. During World War II, we delayed our entry into the war. Why? Because there was a large anti-war political force domestically, believing we should focus on ourselves and let other countries fight, while we simply develop internally. The president at the time knew this thinking was dangerous, as once the Axis powers eliminated other nations, they would turn their attention to us. But he couldn't declare war on the Axis powers due to public opinion. Later, why did we enter the war? I believe you understand. It was the event at Pearl Harbor. Before the surprise attack occurred, the president was already aware of the impending strike on a certain harbor. But he did not make any defensive preparations, allowing the attack to succeed. The president intended to deeply provoke the emotions of the citizens, so he could shift public opinion and silence the selfish individuals, allowing him to lead the nation in a true declaration of war against the Axis powers. As for what happened later, you already know. The nation entered the war, and the situation quickly deteriorated, leading to victory for the Allies. At this point, the president's tone became somber. The southern defense line is my Pearl Harbor. Xiao Yi fell silent. This was not merely a harbor. After all, a harbor was just a fleet. The southern defense line was the first domino in a chain reaction. The fall of this domino signified the beginning of the nation's comprehensive collapse. In fact, Xiao Yi hoped that the nation could hold out a bit longer to give his own country more preparation time. But now he realized that the nation was destined to be unreliable. All hope rested solely on the people of his own country. Completing all preparations before the impending threat was the most urgent issue. Mr. President, I know I can't persuade you. However, I hope you can conserve your strength as much as possible. At the first sign of the southern defense line collapsing, quickly pull back your other defensive forces to retreat behind the steel walls. The steel walls are the most reliable fortifications, Xiao Yi said earnestly. The president paused for a moment and then replied, although I know your motives are solely for your own benefit, I still thank you. Chapter 321, Hopes. Lai woke up. He looked at the sky. It was already evening. Instinctively, he glanced at the ground and noticed the shimmering water surface under the moonlight. Where are we? Which lake is this? Lai asked. This startled Ria out of her thoughts. She instinctively replied, is that water below? I don't know. Lai looked into the distance, where an endless expanse of water stretched before him, and there was a distinct smell of the ocean in the air. The ocean? Which body of water are we in? Lai murmured. Ria realized she had made a significant mistake. Lai had always urged her to pay attention to their direction, but she had been lost in her own thoughts and had completely forgotten about it. Now, she had no idea which way they were heading. Lai opened the map, and his heart sank quickly. Based on their speed and time, they were in the southwestern waters of a certain country. They had strayed off course. Lai had no intention of blaming Ria, as she was grappling with the news of her loved one's deaths. If it were him, he would likely be just as unsettled. However, this delay meant that their food and fuel were now at risk. Did I make a huge mistake? Ria asked nervously. Lai smiled nonchalantly at her. It's fine. We probably just veered a bit off course. Yet inside, Lai secretly hoped they had only deviated slightly to the south, not westward. Otherwise, it would be truly dangerous. Ria, we can't proceed overland anymore. We need to cross the country to the west and head straight into the Bay of Bengal. Then sail into the fortified city of the Great Zhou Nation with the ocean's monsoon winds, said Lai. Ria sighed in relief. All right, you decide. When land finally appeared before Lai, he felt a sense of relief. Things had not yet reached a hopeless state. They had only deviated from their course southward and westward for a day. Therefore, Lai had to take the risk of entering the Bay of Bengal, approaching from the northeast into the region, and then into the territory of the Great Zhou Nation. At the same time, he needed to conserve fuel and food. He picked up a knife and cut away more than half of the sandbags that were adding weight. There was no choice to maintain lift. He had to discard part of the sandbags. Although this increased the risk, it was necessary. Ria, starting today, we need to reduce our food supply, Lai said. Ria blinked her beautiful eyes and softly asked, is this all because I didn't keep an eye on the direction? Lai was momentarily defeated by Ria's gaze. No. It's just that I wasn't well prepared. A thought crossed Lai's mind. Is it worth such sacrifices for a girl as naive as her? Chronicle of the Great Zhou Nation. Day 21 of the countdown. The country has fallen, with a population of 1.3 billion, aside from a few who managed to escape. The vast majority have become nutrients for the starry armored beasts. Their so-called longest steel wall in the world didn't last even a day of defense. The high-ranking officials fled to the EU, as their request to enter the Great Zhou Nation was denied. However, the EU also refused to accept this large group of officials, agreeing only to allow a few planes from the core government. Many flights from the country redirected to another nation, but due to fuel shortages, several passenger planes ran out of fuel and crashed into the Pacific. On the same day, South America fell. Overly optimistic sentiments led them to neglect defense preparations, and the fall of the entire continent was faster than that of poorer Africa. On the same day, in the waters of Central and North America, large numbers of starry armored beasts were gathering, and a massive landing battle was about to commence. Meanwhile, the other nation was full of confidence, believing they could easily repel the starry armored beasts again. On the same day, 2 nuclear bombs were detonated globally, but with minimal effect. the Great Zhou nation reached a mutual assistance agreement with nuclear states, effectively preventing the misuse of nuclear weapons. On the same day, the construction of the Great Zhou nation's steel wall continued steadily, with migration indicators from various countries largely settled. The population inside the steel wall has reached 1.9 billion, with only 100 million spots remaining before full capacity. Countdown, 20 days. Great Zhou Nation. Command Center. Xiaoyi picked up the phone and asked wearily. Is there any news from Central America? Luo Yaoyang replied in a deep voice. 5 minutes ago, the starry armored beasts completed their assembly and are beginning to land. Xiaoyi asked, have the forces from the other nation retreated? Luo Yaoyang said, no, they have prepared thousands of planes and are ready to attack first. Xiaoyi sighed and leaned back. There's no way to exhaust them. It's a waste of resources. Forget it, the other nation is doomed. Xiaoyi put down the phone, stood up, and walked outside. He had originally held a glimmer of hope that the leader of a certain country would be able to rally support and withdraw most of the troops back behind the iron walls. But it seemed that he was determined to abandon the southern defense line. This left Xiaoyi feeling frustrated after staying up all night for nothing. The only hope for saving humanity now lay with the Great Zhou Kingdom. Chapter 322. The components of biological bombs. Xiaoyi faced several unsatisfactory issues. First, there was a shortage of mechs. The projected number of 1 billion mechs had only reached a daily production of 10 million, and a large number of previously produced mechs needed to be recalled for parts replacement. Currently, the number of qualified mechs barely exceeded 500 million. Second, the originally expected preparation time of 180 days had now been reduced to about 170 days at most. With the arrival of the starry armored beasts looming at the iron walls of the Great Zhou Kingdom, this 10-day reduction had a significant impact, necessitating a speed up of all operations. Third, research on the starry armored beasts was still lacking, with no effective breakthroughs achieved so far, particularly in terms of how to reduce their numbers. If the corpses of the starry armored beasts could not be effectively dealt with, humanity's defenses would fall into an endless cycle, and eventually, human resources would be exhausted, leading to their doom. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Wang Lin rushed in, shouting at Xiaoyi. Commander Xiao, we absolutely cannot engage the starry armored beasts in open combat. We can only rely on the iron walls for defense. Otherwise, the losses for humanity will be catastrophic. Xiaoyi's expression tightened. Have you made any breakthroughs in your research? Wang Lin replied anxiously. Yesterday, Gao Daqiang brought back a live standard flying armored beast, and through our research, we discovered the components of the biological bomb, which contains a large amount of white phosphorus. This biological bomb consists of ethanol heavily infused with white phosphorus, stored in the standard flying armored beast storage organ. Once it leaps over humans' heads, it will spray everywhere, causing damage even worse than that of white phosphorus bombs, Wang Lin explained. Xiaoyi's heart sank. Among the most notorious bombs in the world is the white phosphorus bomb. A white phosphorus bomb is one that contains white phosphorus, which ignites spontaneously upon contact with air and adheres to the human body, burning continuously until it is completely consumed. Once ignited, it is extremely difficult to extinguish, continuing to burn even underwater or in soil. The burning process can reach temperatures of 1000 degrees Celsius. If a person's body comes into contact with white phosphorus, it will burn relentlessly, even to the point of burning bones. Many people have had parts of their bones burned away while remaining conscious, causing immense suffering. As a result, this weapon has been classified as a prohibited weapon by the United Nations, with nearly all countries in the world signing this treaty. Only one country has not signed this treaty, and now they are facing an attack similar to that of white phosphorus bombs, which is undeniably a highly ironic outcome. Xiaoyi immediately said, inform the president of the relevant country about this research result and instruct them to retreat back behind the iron walls. In Central America, the sound of aircraft from the military was deafening. The sight of thousands of planes flying was breathtaking. However, facing them were hundreds of thousands of flying armored beasts. Against these flying creatures, the thousands of planes seemed exceedingly fragile. Fortunately, the flying armored beasts were not at a high enough altitude to pose a threat to the fighter jets. Open fire. With that command, thousands of planes began unleashing various types of ammunition, with missiles soaring through the sky. Those flying armored beasts that were hit fell from the sky like rain. Ha. Is this what makes the people of the Great Zhou tremble in fear? They are just targets waiting to be slaughtered. Watch me unleash a massacre. A pilot shot wildly. He didn't even need to aim. Those foolish creatures not only didn't scatter, but instead flew forward in formation. Therefore, after the sound of gunfire, many flying armored beasts were shot down. When the pilot ran out of ammunition, he finally noticed something unusual. These flying armored beasts were not flying chaotically, they were organized. The smaller flying beasts were on the outside, while the core consisted of the large standard type flying armored beasts. The standard-type beasts were surrounded by the smaller ones, forming a solid protective layer. So, although he had shot down countless smaller beasts, he had not affected the core's standard-type flying armored beasts at all. Under the cover of the smaller beasts, the standard-type flying armored beasts broke through the human defenses and entered above the fortifications. Suddenly, the smaller flying beasts scattered in all directions, while the massive bodies of the standard-type beasts began to spray a liquid. This liquid had a strong smell of alcohol, which excited the alcohol-loving soldiers. However, the next moment, their excitement turned to horror. The liquid ignited whatever it touched, engulfing the area in fierce smoke mixed with the smell of burning flesh. The scene was filled with cries of despair. Anyone caught in the liquid's reach was not spared. The entire defensive structure turned into a hell on earth. The defense line was breached. A large number of standard six-legged flying armored beasts surged forth, breaking through the ground defenses and wreaking havoc on the soldiers. Chapter 323. Those who stand in my way shall die on the west coast of the relevant country. The general watched the sky ahead. The sea had turned black again, and in the distance, countless small dots appeared. This was a sign that the flying armored beasts were launching another attack. This time, the number of flying beasts had clearly increased, and the blackness of the sea was more pronounced. The general had a premonition that this would be very different. The number of planes here was noticeably less than that of the southern defense line, but the number of flying armored beasts was also lower than in the south. However, a similar scene unfolded here as in the southern segment. Although the number of airborne creatures here is much less than that along the southern defense line of a certain country. Nevertheless, several standard airborne creatures have breached the defenses and began unleashing biological bombs above the soldiers. The area was engulfed in flames. The general watched everything with a grave expression, feeling extremely conflicted. Finally, he heard the command from the president. All soldiers, retreat to the steel walls. At the military airport, the crowd became busy, with pilots rushing towards various aircraft to prepare for evacuation. Ground vehicles also began to withdraw. The loudspeakers repeatedly broadcasted the command. Latest orders, all military personnel outside. Evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. Hassan suddenly jumped up, grabbing Jack and Hani, and said, hurry, it's time to take off, or we'll be done for. Hani, with his wife and child, followed Jack and Hassan as they ran towards a B-52 bomber. A few minutes later, the massive B-52 began to accelerate down the chaotic runway. But the situation was extremely complex and confused. The entire airport was in disarray, lacking any coordination or command, with all aircraft taking off blindly. The smaller fighter jets fared a bit better, needing shorter runways, so they quickly took off one by one, circling towards the eastern coast of a certain country, where the capital and steel walls were located. However, the B-52 needed to use the longest runway. Airborne creatures were approaching. From the cockpit, Jack saw scattered airborne creatures flying in from the direction of the sea. Fortunately, some fighter jets had already taken off, tasked with covering the other aircraft during their ascent. The soldiers were well trained, their qualities significantly superior to those of the disorganized troops from another region. They understood that the more planes took off, the greater their aerial advantage, ensuring everyone could return safely. Come on, speed up, buddy, Hassan shouted through gritted teeth, maneuvering the aircraft for takeoff. The scene resembled a disaster film, with planes and airborne creatures battling in the sky while the grounded aircraft desperately tried to take off. The airborne creatures attacked those planes that had not yet taken flight, hoping to eliminate them before they could ascend. Although the airborne creatures could not compare to the fighter jets in speed and armament, they were incredibly agile in the air, quickly selecting suitable targets for attack. Hassan looked up at the sky. One airborne creature had locked onto their massive aircraft, swooping down with a roar to pounce on them. Hassan accelerated again, shouting, Hani, take that bug out with a machine gun. Hani rushed to the firing position, glancing at the situation outside, and said, no way. That could hit our own people. The aerial situation was chaotic, with aircraft and airborne creatures everywhere. If he fired recklessly, he might hit friendly forces. Hassan shouted, don't act like a coward. These people have only a few days left to live, so let's make their deaths meaningful. Fire. Hannibal felt a chill run down his spine. Hassan was clearly losing his mind, caring nothing for the lives of others in his desperation to survive. However, it seemed that this was indeed the most logical course of action. Jack ran to another shooting position, preparing to fire. He was already terrified by the starry sky armored beasts, and he knew that the current forces could not withstand their attacks. To survive, he had to escape to another country at all costs. He flipped off the safety, aimed briefly, and then began shooting wildly. He didn't care about the fate of the other aircraft. They were all doomed anyway. Even if these planes managed to take refuge behind strong defenses, it wouldn't last long. Seeing Jack shoot frantically, Hannibal no longer hesitated and aimed at the starry sky armored beast as well. After a few bullets hit, the flying armored beast tumbled in the air and crashed heavily to the ground nearby. But the next moment, the beast shakily got back to its feet, seemingly intent on taking to the skies again. Without a second thought, Jack opened fire on the starry sky armored beast again, and it finally fell to the ground, lifeless. However, his bullets also struck several fighter jets that were taking off. The pilots had to halt their takeoff and, in the midst of the chaos, managed to give Jack the middle finger. Hassan suddenly said, "Hannibal, take out the plane in front." Hannibal looked ahead and saw a fighter jet attempting to take off, but it seemed to have malfunctioned and was moving too slowly, blocking the bomber's path and severely hindering its acceleration. Hannibal wanted to say something, but Jack's gunfire erupted. Boom. The struck fighter jet exploded instantly, shattering into pieces. "Yes, that's right. Those who block me will die," Hassan shouted, piloting the bomber through the wreckage of the planes and beginning the final acceleration. Chapter 324. The bomber's escape. Several flying armored beasts had locked onto the massive bomber that was taking off, encircling it from multiple directions. One was flying low in front of the runway, trying to intercept the bomber. The bomber's speed was still insufficient, and the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Hannibal and Jack's machine guns could not effectively deter the approaching beasts, and Hassan shouted angrily, "Go!" The plane continued to run down the runway with all its power, preparing to collide head-on with the oncoming armored beasts. Clearly intimidated by the bomber's massive size, the flying beast slightly veered off. But the rush of air from the bomber's speed caused it to lose balance and crash heavily to the ground. In the next moment, the bomber finally lifted its nose and began to climb. Other flying armored beasts were charging in from the front, and a collision seemed imminent. Hassan slammed the button for the chaff flares. Boom, boom, boom. Like fireworks, the bomber's body suddenly erupted with colorful rows of small bombs. This is a decoy used to confuse air-to-air missiles. Hassan wasn't sure if it would be effective against such flying creatures, but given the current situation, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He launched 5 rounds of decoys in quick succession, creating a scene reminiscent of a bomber taking off amidst explosions. The approaching celestial creatures clearly had never encountered such a display. For a moment, they were taken aback, allowing the bomber to ascend rapidly, leaving the celestial creatures behind due to its speed. Hassan let out a sigh of relief. As long as they took off, these celestial creatures would be powerless against them. They would safely head towards a certain country, and no one could stop them anymore. Not insects, nor humans. A fighter jet noticed their westward direction and quickly maneuvered to intercept, shaking its wings to signal that they were going the wrong way. However, Hassan simply responded with a middle finger and continued to climb towards the west, because the only hope for humanity, the iron walls of that country, were in that direction. In the command center, Yao Yao handed over a situation report. Xiaoyi glanced at it, sighed, and set it down. The cost of the recent events for the new president was rather steep. Almost 1/5 of the military strength had been lost on the southern front. He wasn't mourning the fate of those individuals, as they would inevitably meet their end, just a matter of time. He felt pity for that country, as the loss of this military strength would significantly impact their ability to hold the line. The day when celestial creatures would surround that country was approaching, and it would not be delayed by a few days due to his suggestions. In Xiaoyi's predictions, there would be a few defensive fortifications that would last a bit longer, specifically in certain regions. Among them, that country and the European Union would bear a greater share of celestial creature forces. They would have to face threats from Antarctica and South America, while the European Union would contend with the massive forces from Africa. The country in question also played a critical role, as it was situated at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. Comparatively, another country faced less pressure, primarily dealing with attacks from the sea. Meanwhile, that country was about to face assaults from celestial creatures from other Asian nations. According to his predictions, in 20 days, all defensive structures in the world, except for that country, would be obliterated. It was expected that today, another country would fall, followed by another nation. The emergence of standard celestial creatures would completely shatter the resistance of these nations. Yao Yao said, "We should prepare for the worst." Xiaoyi picked up the phone and spoke to a colleague. "Notify our supporting troops to withdraw to the iron walls." His colleague hesitated, saying, "Although standard celestial creatures have appeared in major locations around the world, our border can still hold. After all, aside from the few standard flying creatures that ambushed fast, no other standard flying creatures have been detected along the border." Xiaoyi replied, "That's because these large creatures consume a lot of resources for the celestial beings. They will not be deployed unless absolutely necessary. Once they are deployed, it will be too late to retreat." Luo Yaoyang understood this and had always trusted Xiaoyi's judgment. He immediately ordered the withdrawal of all mecha units along the border. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yaoyang asked, "Do we need to provide air support to the neighboring nations?" Xiaoyi replied coldly, "No. Until we have an effective method to eliminate the celestial armored beasts, we should conserve our strength." The perpetual existence of the celestial armored beasts was the most pressing issue everyone faced. Even if one of them was killed, the body could not be effectively destroyed. Once the body was digested and decomposed by the celestial armored beasts, it would turn into a new standard celestial armored beast, launching another attack on humanity. They remained undefeated. Chapter 325. The digestion liquid issue. The celestial armored beasts themselves were not particularly powerful. Their greatest strength lay in their endless reproduction. If they reproduced normally, there would be no need to build iron walls, and humanity could use technology to eliminate all celestial armored beasts. However, celestial armored beasts were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. Kill one, and two more would appear. How could they fight against that? Without finding a method to completely eradicate the celestial armored beasts, humanity was like playing a tower defense game, only able to defend but not fundamentally solve the problem. Sooner or later, humanity would be unable to hold out and would completely collapse. Should I urge the biological team to see how their research on the digestion liquid of the celestial armored beasts is progressing? Yao Yao asked. Xiaoyi shook his head and stood up, saying, "Don't put pressure on the biological team. They are already quite stressed. In the current situation, there is no need to rush them. They will work overtime to complete their research." Suddenly, the phone rang. Yao Yao answered it, her expression slightly unusual. "Xiaoyi, the biological team has called for a meeting in the main conference room." Xiaoyi nodded and walked out. His eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept all night. On one hand, he was concerned about the battle situation in various countries, and on the other, he was worried about the biological team's research results. If humanity could not deal with the bodies of the celestial armored beasts, it would be very detrimental. The main conference room was filled with people, with representatives from various teams present. After entering the conference room and sitting in the center, Xiaoyi looked around. Everyone except the biological team was there. He wasn't in a hurry and quietly waited. This time, the biological team's behavior was a bit strange. Generally, when they had research findings, they would be eager to share them, but this time they seemed exceptionally calm. Before long, Wang Lin, the leader of the biological team, and Wang Chong, the deputy leader, entered with a group of team members and took their seats. Wang Lin glanced at Xiaoyi, who directly said, "Let's begin the report." Wang Lin stood up and said, "We have conducted dissections on several live samples of the celestial armored beasts and performed detailed research and analysis. We have also invited renowned biologists from within the country to participate in the study." He handed the documents in his hand to the assistant, who began distributing them. "We verified our findings, which indicated that the celestial beetles do not have digestive fluids. Their method of digestion utilizes a nanoscale classification approach," Wang Lin said. Everyone was taken aback. This was the first time they had heard of such a digestive method. Wang Lin continued, "Unlike humans and other animals, whose digestion relies on chemical processes, we break down food with digestive fluids to produce new, beneficial substances for the body. These substances are then transported to various parts of the body to form new tissues, such as fats and proteins. This process inevitably leads to consumption, and a significant amount of material cannot be fully utilized. Additionally, we need to convert food into energy to provide our vitality and maintain our body temperature. However, for celestial beetles, it is entirely different. They rarely use food as an energy source. In some ways, they resemble cold-blooded animals. They do not need to maintain body temperature. And because they do not require blood to transport energy, they can survive in various harsh environments, whether high or low temperatures." Qian Linson asked in confusion, "What do they rely on for energy?" "Most of their energy comes from external sources. For example, solar energy, geothermal energy. And even the weapons we launch are converted into their energy sources. They possess an energy conversion system that can accept external energy inputs. Only when there is a complete lack of external energy input do they rely on their own body tissues to provide energy. Inside their massive bodies is a decomposition organ. Food entering their bodies is not broken down by digestive fluids. They have very small cells that directly take individual biological molecules and transport them to appropriate locations for assembly. It is like building a house. Humans must produce cement from stones, bricks from soil, and steel bars from iron ore, along with lime, water, sand, and other raw materials to construct a house. However, celestial beetles do not do that. They directly take bricks, cement, and steel bars from the bodies of animals or their kind, and then build their structures. The reason celestial beetles cannot obtain materials from plants is that plants cannot provide the substances they need. This transportation process incurs almost no loss. Every basic component of an animal's body can be utilized by them. Chapter 326. The location of the mother worm. Qian Linson understood. "I see. The process of organisms on our planet consuming food is a raw material reprocessing process, while the feeding process of celestial beetles is like building blocks. They can knock down the blocks and rebuild them, resulting in no waste. In contrast, every time we reprocess and produce, there is significant waste." Wang Lin clapped his hands. "Yes, that's exactly it." Feng Wei frowned and said, "This is too bizarre. How can there be such a domineering organism in the world? It's simply not giving other organisms a chance to survive. Xiao Yi suddenly said, I have a question. From my memory, they never leave any survivors. They aim to wipe out all the animals on Earth. Such actions seem detrimental to their own species, as they cannot decompose plant nutrients. Just think about it. Although their consumption is minimal, there is always some loss, even if it's just 1%. After 100 years, or 1,000 years, or even billions of years, they eventually exhaust themselves? What significance does this hold for their population? Qian Linson shook his head. This is the reason for their invasion of Earth. They deplete the life on one planet, and then attack another. Xiao Yi leaned back heavily. So the question arises, how do they invade the next planet? The starry sky armored beasts, while physically superior, seem to lack technological advancement and the means to escape Earth's gravitational pull based on current observations. They are more like a simple-minded but muscular brute. How can such a species undertake interstellar migration? Volcanology expert Lu Dingwen suddenly said, I have an immature hypothesis. They rely on their strong survival capabilities to escape Earth itself. For instance, by causing a supervolcanic eruption, or simply by disintegrating the Earth, breaking off apart, and then drifting through space, much like the asteroid that arrived here. Qian Linson shook his head. This hypothesis is unrealistic. The starry sky armored beasts have a limited capacity to withstand forces. Whether it's a supervolcanic eruption or the disintegration of the Earth, they wouldn't survive. Lu Dingwen rolled his eyes. It's just a guess. Xiao Yi suddenly said, Don't you find it strange? This creature is too perfect. Its only flaw is its brain. Qian Linson responded, Speaking of the brain, we have made some discoveries. We analyzed signals received from the moon by the Fast Radio Telescope and confirmed that these signals indeed come from the queen worm. I estimate that the intelligence of the queen worm is on par with, or possibly exceeds, that of humans. It manages both the overall and local coordination of the entire swarm. Their method of communication is, in simple terms, quite straightforward. Since the moon remains in a fixed position relative to Earth, the side facing Earth is always directed towards it. The queen worm utilizes the moon's unique surface structure to relay signals. As long as one can see the moon, they can receive the signals emitted by the queen worm. This is their method of communication. Xiao Yi asked in confusion. I remember that the information receiving part of the starry sky armored beasts can only receive signals, not send them. How does the queen worm know what is happening outside? Wang Lin replied. Oh, we have already deciphered that. Based on the analysis of a large number of flying armored beast samples, a very small portion of them possess the ability to send signals. These scouts serve as the eyes of the queen worm. Qian Linson added, I have discussed with lunar research experts that the craters on the moon are excellent terrains for relaying information, and they do not cause significant signal attenuation, even enhancing it. Luo Yaoyang waved his hand. Then let us just eliminate the craters on the moon. Qian Linson shook his head. That's unrealistic. The scale of the project is too large. Moreover, the moon is covered with craters, and we currently don't have the capability to eliminate all of them. Xiao Yi said, finding the mother bug is the simplest, most direct, and best approach. Since the mother bug is sending signals to the moon, it must be at sea level or in shallow waters, not hiding deep underwater all the time. We can locate it based on the signals. Qian Linson nodded. Indeed, we were thinking the same thing. After analysis, we have basically narrowed down the location of the mother bug signal to a large framework. Qian Linson arranged for a large screen to display a map of the ocean, marking an area that included large parts of the Malay archipelago and the Bay of Bengal. Based on calculations, the mother bug should be here for the time being, Qian Linson said. However, it will move. It may quickly dive to the seabed and only resurface when needed. Luo Yaoyang slammed the table. No matter where it is, I will find it. Xiao Yi flipped through the materials in his hand. That feeling struck him again, as if he had overlooked something. Yet, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. Chapter 327. The defeat of the army in a certain country, the southern defense line was in a state of collapse. A large number of biological bombs were being sprayed everywhere, turning the defensive fortifications into a hell on earth. Soldiers contaminated by the biological bombs rolled on the ground, screaming until they breathed their last. A large number of standard six-legged armored beasts broke through the lines, indiscriminately slaughtering the soldiers. Although the country had long published information about mechs and explained their importance in warfare, there were always those who believed mechs were ineffective against the star beasts. Much like the attitude towards masks in previous years, the military's high command was particularly dismissive of mechs. They firmly believed that it was better to provide soldiers with more weapons and vehicles than to use resources to build mechs. As a result, the prevalence of mechs among the military was very low, while there were plenty of vehicles. Many generals even requested to use the materials intended for building iron walls to construct vehicles instead. Fortunately, the president insisted on his opinion, ensuring the iron wall was completed on schedule. However, when faced with the standard six-legged star beasts, the shortcomings of the vehicles became painfully evident. The agile star beasts could easily topple the vehicles, and their strong forelimbs could easily pierce through the vehicle's armor. The vehicles were only useful for fleeing, as they had no other value. The entire southern defense line collapsed completely. Other lines also began to retreat upon receiving the president's withdrawal orders. On the west coast of the country, a general stood on a Humvee looking back. The defense line on the west coast was much better than the southern segment, as the number of star beasts here was significantly lower. With Air Force cover and ground artillery interception, most of the troops could still carry out an orderly retreat. However, the Humvee had now stopped, as the road ahead was blocked. The general noted that many residents had not evacuated, causing congestion ahead and blocking their retreat route. As the general's messenger, Rabe felt heavy-hearted. He had initially thought he would witness a great victory, but today everything had changed. He was witnessing not a triumph, but a brutal defeat. Without hesitation, the general commanded, "Order the tanks to clear the obstacles, and have the military police maintain order, ensuring the soldiers can pass first." Private Rabe felt a weight on his shoulders and hesitated before saying, "But they." The general coldly interrupted, "Such people should have returned to their fortified city long ago. Since they haven't, they need not rush back now, and they certainly cannot obstruct the path of our brave soldiers." He turned to glare at Private Rabe and said, "Remember, there is no room for doubt in my orders. If it happens again, you can forget about serving." "Yes, sir." Rabe quickly straightened his back and saluted. He understood that, in the general's eyes, the residents who had not evacuated to safety were not worth considering. The vehicles moved forward. The soldiers worked efficiently, quickly pushing aside the obstructive vehicles and people, allowing their military trucks to pass swiftly. The general stood on the vehicle, looking back at the soldiers who were still fighting to provide cover. A military retreat is measured by whether anyone can hold the rear, and for now, their forces on the west coast were in retreat, not collapse, which slightly eased the general's mind. Suddenly, a group of people approached, holding signs and chanting slogans. This was a contingent from the Star Beast Alliance, currently holding a welcome parade to greet the arrival of the Star Beast. The Star Beast Alliance was originally a religious organization that believed the Star Beast was sent by God to punish sinful humanity. They aimed to make the currently corrupt people, who had lost their reverence for God, understand what divine punishment meant. They firmly believed that the Star Beast Alliance was a modern-day Noah's Ark, and as devout followers, they would survive this cleansing of humanity by the Star Beasts and propagate, leading humanity back to the right path. Those who had undergone the Star Beast's cleansing would be more devout and pure, leaving only the good behind, while the wicked would be eliminated. Thus, they had been protesting against attacks on the Star Beast. Now, upon hearing that the Star Beast had breached the soldiers' defenses, they immediately began their welcoming ceremony, proclaiming the cleansing by the Star Beast and the pious acceptance of God's punishment for the sinful. As someone walked past the general's vehicle, they shouted at him, "A bunch of fools." The general gritted his teeth and muttered before sitting back in the vehicle. Just days ago, he had felt a sense of pride and superiority, believing he could stand alongside the military greats of the past. But now, he found himself pondering what he was truly fighting for. Is it really just for this group of ignorant members of the Celestial Armored Beasts Friendly Alliance? Or for those who have never entered the Iron Walls but are now rushing to get in and blocking the way for the free populace? Chapter 328, The Fall of the Land of Fusang. The Land of Fusang. At the foot of Mount Fuji, there stands a 30-meter-high defense structure. Relying on the powerful military force they secretly built over the years, despite opposition from other nations, they successfully repelled the invasion of the Celestial Armored Beasts on Honshu Island. As for the other islands, they simply gave up on them. Their defense line extends across the entire Honshu Island. As the largest and most developed island of Fusang, they had long established plans to build defense structures on Honshu. However, they believed that constructing walls 100 meters high was unnecessary. Based on their research on flying armored beasts, they concluded that their self-defense forces could intercept aerial threats at sea. Therefore, they only built a 30-meter-high defense structure along Mount Fuji, which served as the headquarters and residence for royal family members. Their true defense line was the coastline of the entire Honshu Island. In reality, the only reason they did not build iron walls was their calculation that they lacked sufficient steel. While the rest of the world was constructing iron walls, they could not procure steel from overseas at all. The recycling of steel took too long and was inefficient, making it impossible to complete the construction. From previous defensive encounters, it was evident that their military's fierce combat style had successfully defended against 5 attacks from the Celestial Armored Beasts. However, starting from the 6th attack, the situation changed dramatically. The emergence of flying armored beasts, especially the standard flying armored beasts, turned the tide. They began to retreat continuously, with the front lines falling one after another. This was not World War II, where one could rely on desperate tactics to intimidate the enemy. Even suicide attacks with planes would be futile, as the insects simply did not care. Those committing suicide were merely going to their demise. The soldiers on the ground were also resilient, bravely holding their positions. However, upon witnessing their comrades' agonizing screams from white phosphorus burns, they became fearful, retreating and consolidating their defenses. 100 million residents followed the military's retreat, eventually withdrawing to the vicinity of Mount Fuji. Now, they had nowhere left to retreat. From the air, it appeared as if a swarm of dark celestial armored beasts had encircled a large group of prey, eagerly preparing for a lavish feast. Inside the defense structure were the command headquarters and the royal family, while outside were the densely packed citizens and military personnel of Fusang. To express his solidarity with the people in their time of hardship, the Emperor of Fusang stood atop the defense structure, delivering a speech to the citizens, urging all soldiers to hold on until the very last moment. The Prime Minister approached the defense structure and pulled the Emperor down, saying as they walked, "The flying celestial armored beasts have surrounded us. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to." The Emperor defiantly replied, "I will not leave. I will fight alongside the citizens until the very last moment." The leader coldly said, "Do you want to end up like them? Burned by white phosphorus or eaten by insects?" The Emperor shivered. "No, I don't want that." "Then hurry up and leave," the Prime Minister urged. It wasn't he that the Prime Minister had any good intentions in wanting to take the Emperor with him. Rather, the Emperor's influence internationally was greater than his own. With the Emperor accompanying him, the chances of being accepted by other nations would be higher. "But I just said I would stand firm with the people until the last moment," the Emperor kept insisting. "We only have one runway left that can accommodate large aircraft. If you don't leave, just wait to be food for the insects." The Prime Minister wished he could strangle this oblivious Emperor. I'll go. I don't want to be food for insects." The Emperor hurriedly walked away. Moments later, several helicopters flew to a nearby airport. A few minutes later, a large transport plane took off, carrying high-ranking officials and royal members of the nation. In another place, Yao Yao walked into Xiao Yi's office and said, "The Emperor of Fusang has applied to take refuge within our steel walls." Xiao Yi casually asked, "Have they signed an agreement with us?" Yao Yao shook her head. "Fusang is not a country with nuclear strike capabilities. How could they sign an agreement with us?" Only then did Xiao Yi come to his senses. "Fusang. Let them go to their big daddy then. Our nation does not welcome wolves." After saying that, Xiao Yi stood up and walked out of his office. After a short nap, he felt much more energized, though the bloodshot eyes were still alarming. "Xiao Yi here, by chance." Niesi Hua came over holding a cup of plain water and handed it to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi looked at the cup and asked in confusion, "Why not coffee? You can't keep pushing yourself. You can't rely on coffee to stay awake all the time. You are very important. So you must maintain your sleep to lead humanity to victory better," Niesi Hua said softly. "Oh, I understand. How is your situation?" Xiao Yi asked. "We are producing 10 million mechas offline every day, and more mechas are being recalled. We should be able to complete 70 of the mechas before the star beasts surround the city," Niesi Hua replied. "Don't overwork yourself. You stayed up late last night, right?" Xiao Yi said. Niesi Hua suddenly stopped. This was the first time she heard Xiao Yi express concern for her. And in that moment, she felt that all the pressure and grievances she had endured during this time were worth it. "How did you know I stayed up late?" Xiao Yi's response made her both cry and laugh. "Because you were wearing yesterday's clothes." Suddenly, Niesi Hua felt a surge of emotions. "Xiao Yi actually noticed my clothes. He is paying attention to me. He must have feelings for me." Chapter 329. Uncontrollable Body. Xiao Yi took the elevator down to the underground area. This section was designated for the biological team's research. The entire basement level was the experimental site of the biological team. Niesi Hua closely followed behind Xiao Yi as they entered. "What is that smell?" Niesi Hua pinched her nose. But Xiao Yi didn't seem to notice anything. "Smell? There's not much of a smell here." "Oh, this is the experimental area, with both live and deceased samples of the starry armored beast. Although the starry armored beast does not produce waste, there will always be some odor." Wang Lin approached and said, "Commander Xiao, welcome to guide our work." Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I just came to take a look. I feel like I have some thoughts, seemingly about the starry armored beast, but I can't quite grasp them. So I came here to seek inspiration." Wang Lin pointed to the largest room and said, "Sample number 1 is inside. We have completely dissected it. You can come in and take a look." Niesi Hua frowned, feeling somewhat averse to these things. Xiao Yi followed Wang Lin over and, noticing that Niesi Hua did not come in, said, "If you're feeling uncomfortable, you don't have to enter." Niesi Hua felt warmth in her heart. This was the second time Xiao Yi had shown concern for her, which was rare for someone as straightforward as him. "No, I want to go in," she replied. However, Xiao Yi's next words were quite discouraging. "Maybe it's better if you don't come in. If you end up feeling sick, it would be quite unpleasant and could affect the scientist's research." Niesi Hua was furious. It turned out he wasn't concerned about her after all, but rather worried about how she might disturb others. She huffed, "I won't feel sick." Once inside the laboratory, Niesi Hua almost did feel sick. The entire room was filled with the bodily tissues of this oversized starry armored beast. Although it didn't look as horrifying as a bloody animal carcass, it was still a disturbing sight with its pale appearance, especially since this starry armored beast was super large. Over 4 meters tall, 1.5 times the height of an average one. Its size was particularly enormous. The tissue fluid of the starry armored beast was strange, composed of very small transport cells. These cells extract individual cells directly from food and transport them to where they are needed. Wang Lin lowered his voice and said, I strongly suspect that the starry armored beast can control the direction of this tissue fluid. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, and before he could ask, Nie Sihua jumped in with a question. What do you mean? Qian Lin's son, who was observing the starry armored beast, walked over and explained. What it means is that the starry armored beast can control the direction of its food. He pointed at the massive corpse of the starry armored beast and continued. For example, if this starry armored beast were in the wild, once it reached its standard body size, it wouldn't choose to continue growing but would opt to split. They have learned through trial and error that the standard body size is the most suitable for combat against humans. So, if it continues to eat, it would choose to split, producing more starry armored beasts to increase their numbers. But this particular starry armored beast is different. It knows it has been captured. No matter how many it splits into, it won't help, so it chooses to continue growing instead. Only in this way can it possibly escape using its body. Qian Lin's son shook his head and said, this creature, aside from its brain, is far stronger than humans in every other aspect. Wang Lin added, in fact, it's quite painful for us humans. We can't really control our own bodies. Nie Sihua raised her arms and kicked her legs. No way, I can control myself. See, I can kick my legs and raise my hands. I raise them when I want to, and if I don't want to, my body won't raise them by itself. Suddenly, Xiao Yi turned around and swung his fist down hard towards Nie Sihua. Ah! Nie Sihua exclaimed and quickly raised her hands to protect her head. However, Xiao Yi stopped and smiled at Nie Sihua, looking at her with a teasing gaze. Now tell me, did your hands cover your head because they listened to you? Or did they do it on their own? Nie Sihua then realized that Xiao Yi was deliberately trying to scare her. She punched Xiao Yi lightly and said, well, I guess it was my hands listening to me covering my head. Qian Linson chuckled and said, is your reaction that fast? If your hands really listened to you, they wouldn't have covered your head, because you know Xiao Yi wouldn't actually hit you. Nie Sihua understood. Oh, so this is instinct. Wang Lin nodded. Yes, instinct. It's not that you control your hands, but your brain controls your hands, making them protect your head first to avoid injury. Now let me ask you, does your brain control your body, or do you control your body? Is it possible that your brain is an independent entity, just parasitizing in your body, making you mistakenly believe it's part of your body? Chapter 330. The simple is the most effective when faced with harm. The brain knows you can't react in time, so it bypasses you and directly controls your body to protect itself. Is this possible? Nie Sihua felt dizzy from Wang Lin's words. It seemed that we are the masters of our bodies, but in reality, we can only control a very small part of it. Wang Lin continued, for instance, recently my stomach has been acting up with excessive acid, but I can't control the secretion of stomach acid. It just keeps coming. For example, when you're trying to lose weight, you know you're eating too much, so you need to boost your metabolism to speed up the consumption of what you've eaten. But your body doesn't listen to you at all. Instead, it stores the excess nutrients, causing you to gain weight. Also, for people with high blood sugar, even though insulin secretion is insufficient, it tends to not secrete when it should and over-secretes when it shouldn't, resulting in low blood sugar when hungry. When you feel hungry, you get dizzy, sweaty all over. These are things we can't control. We can only control the actions of our limbs. Wang Lin pointed to the massive creature behind him. But these bugs are different. I suspect they have precise commands, instructing internal organs and even cells to perform the tasks they want. Such creatures are simply terrifying. Nie Sihua then realized that humans have limited control over their bodies, and their understanding is also very limited. Many functions of the human body still lack reasonable explanations, especially concerning diseases. Why do people get high blood pressure? Why do they get heart disease? And what exactly causes acne on the face? Humans can only provide vague conclusions, such as endocrine disorders or sweat gland blockages. But these are merely broad inferences and cannot address specific issues. The understanding that humans have of themselves is, in fact, extremely limited and narrow. In contrast, the celestial armored beasts seem to have control over every tiny tissue in their bodies. Qian Linson marveled, noting that such formidable creatures naturally dominate the universe and continuously invade outward. Aside from their brains, they are far superior to humans in many other aspects. Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized what had been troubling him for the past few days. After observing the situation on site today, he finally confirmed the idea that had flashed through his mind. Wang Lin's research on these celestial armored beasts could be analyzed from an evolutionary perspective. The deputy leader, Wang Chong, fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Wang Lin also fell silent, having noticed that Xiao Yi's suggestion provided them with a new direction. This is Xiao Yi's greatest strength. He always manages to propose new suggestions and directions when they are at a loss. As they left the large laboratory, Xiao Yi saw another even more massive celestial armored beast, the standard body flying armored beast. He felt a certain simplicity and purity in all three forms of the celestial armored beasts. The six-legged celestial armored beast fights humans using its hard shell. Although it lacks the high-tech weapons of humanity, its simplicity and purity allow it to remain undefeated. Humans have developed various tactics to deal with celestial armored beasts, like the Standard 3 and the Little Dragon Terminator, yet they still cannot defeat these creatures. Meanwhile, the beasts can gradually eradicate humans just by relying on their own conditions. The celestial armored beasts understand this principle deeply. The four-winged flying armored beasts are also simple and pure. They rely on mobility and flexibility to gain aerial superiority. They don't need to dominate high altitudes. Controlling the lower altitudes is sufficient. No one can fly at high altitudes indefinitely. They will eventually return to lower altitudes. Human flights at high altitudes will inevitably land. Therefore, the beasts do not require high-altitude weapons or flight forms to force humans to fail. The standard body celestial armored beasts are similar. Their biological bomb components are very simple, yet invincible. Furthermore, these biological bombs have a wide range of sources, as many animals possess such components. The power of these biological bombs is sufficient to deal with humans. They do not need nuclear weapons or high-tech armaments. Such simple biological bombs can send humans fleeing in fear. The true weapon of the celestial armored beasts is not their sharp forelimbs or biological bombs, but their indestructible bodies. They die and are reborn, in a cycle that continues endlessly. This is the fundamental reason why celestial armored beasts are simple, pure, yet incredibly powerful. Thus, they do not require many complex forms. 3 forms are enough. The 6-legged starry sky armored beasts are responsible for ground operations, while the 4-winged flying armored beasts handle aerial tasks, and the standard body flying armored beasts focus on assault. That is all there is to it. The composition of these forms is even simpler than that of ants. Wang Lin, you should collaborate with the mathematicians to analyze whether there is a possibility of shrinking the flying armored beasts' size, allowing them to fly at heights exceeding 100 meters, or even 150 meters, Xiao Yi suggested. Chapter 331. Methods of body disposal. This was also the part that worried Xiao Yi the most. After all, the Steel City Wall is just a fixed defensive structure, while the abilities of the Starry Sky armored beasts continuously adapt to their environment. Therefore, if the flying armored beast's flight height suddenly changes, it would impose tremendous pressure on everyone. When they reached the innermost part of the basement, Xiao Yi saw a large number of discarded Starry Sky armored beast corpses, where they were experimenting with various methods of disposal. Wang Lin said, "We are currently developing a solution formula that can quickly dissolve these Starry Sky armored beast corpses." Nie Sihua asked, "Have there been any results?" Wang Lin nodded yes. "We have developed several solutions that can dissolve the Starry Sky armored beast corpses. However, unfortunately, while it works fine in the lab, there are many issues when it comes to practical application. Is it only usable in limited areas and not suitable for large-scale deployment?" Xiao Yi inquired. Wang Lin nodded heavily. "With so many Starry Sky armored beast corpses, we would need an enormous amount of solution, and the dissolution process takes a long time. It's feasible for experimentation, but impractical for large-scale application in real combat." Qian Linsen sighed upon hearing this. "I don't think this path is viable. The solution for dissolution cannot be widely implemented. It would be better to research more into burning or decomposition methods." In a certain country, within the Steel City Wall, Gao Daqiang entered a militarized residential area and said to Tina, "This is my home. You will also get a similar house. You can choose to live with your family or alone, with a standard size of 20 square meters for each person." "Daddy," a cheerful voice called out as his daughter joyfully ran over, jumping into Gao Daqiang's arms. Gao Daqiang lovingly rubbed his daughter's smooth face with his beard, and then turned to point at Tina, saying, "This is Aunt Tina. Call her Aunt." "Aunt, hello." The daughter obediently greeted. Tina responded with mixed feelings and took out a box of chocolates from her bag. "This is a welcome gift from Aunt." The daughter happily accepted it and was about to open it when Gao Daqiang set her down and said, "Go tell your mother that we have guests at home." The daughter cheerfully ran inside, and Gao Daqiang turned and smiled. "This is my precious daughter. Come on, I'll take you to meet my family." As soon as they entered the Steel City Wall, Tina followed Gao Daqiang to his home, eager for him to introduce her to the situation inside the Steel City Wall. Currently, the layout inside the Steel City Wall of this country is heavily populated on the outside and lighter on the inside. The construction area around the Steel City Wall has gathered a population of 400 million builders, along with supporting staff and foreign construction workers, totaling over 500 million people. Inside the Steel City Walls, there are evenly distributed billions of people, mostly children and the elderly, living in the central area. Within the walls, various types of factories are present, including mecha factories, arms factories, livestock factories, poultry factories, power plants, living supplies factories, and drinking water plants, among others. There are also various living service facilities, such as hospitals, canteens, schools, kindergartens, and nursing homes. Factories no longer impose age restrictions on employees. Anyone from 15 to 90 years old can apply for a job as long as they feel capable. Currently, during the period of militarized control, the supply of materials has reverted to a demand-based distribution system. However, there have been significant changes compared to the distribution system previously implemented in the region, due to the optimization and adjustment of production capacities across various sectors, especially with the solutions provided by Professor Yuan Ping's Green Team addressing the living conditions of residents within the walls. The distribution system, although rationed, is sufficiently generous. Basic living supplies such as water, electricity, gas, broadband, and communication services are provided with free quotas to ensure normal supply. Any excess can be offset with universal vouchers. Essential goods like meat, eggs, fish, rice, flour, and oil are distributed per capita, ensuring everyone has enough for regular use, with excess also covered by vouchers. Seafood, red wine, and high-end goods are allocated based on contributions, while those without contribution value, such as the elderly, children, and disabled individuals, receive a fixed amount. Housing, heating equipment, and air conditioning are distributed per capita, with any housing exceeding personal space being nationalized. Public transportation is the standard mode of transport, and taxis only accept taxi vouchers, which are distributed uniformly by employers based on the nature of each person's work. Regular individuals receive one taxi voucher per month. Additionally, shared vehicles are made available for residents, with each person having 5 opportunities per month to use them. All personal vehicles in the market have been nationalized, and bicycles are borrowed through a shared system under real name registration. Anyone maliciously occupying shared bicycles will have their borrowing privileges revoked. As for money, its usability has drastically diminished, leading to rapid devaluation. Gao Daqiang suddenly realizes that it seems like overnight, those once lofty wealthy individuals are now living lives similar to his own. However, he is actually faring better than those wealthy individuals because his contribution value is higher and more substantial. Gao Daqiang can afford to invite guests, enjoy red wine, and eat seafood, while those formerly impressive wealthy individuals can only watch enviously, drooling and filled with jealousy. Throughout the journey, Gao Daqiang introduces Tina to life inside the steel walls. This is all new to Tina, as she is far removed from the era of rationing. The European countries once experienced a period of incomplete rationing during World War II, but that era feels too distant for her to have any real understanding. More than 40 years ago, the Great Zhou Kingdom experienced a life under a rationing system. The older generation easily adapted to this way of life, which inadvertently helped the younger people become familiar with it as well. The comparison of wealth has lost its significance. Now, when someone is getting married, it is no longer about how many thousands are required as a bride price. What matters more is character and quality. Those who once walked arrogantly, business tycoons who profited from exorbitant gains, unscrupulous merchants, contractors who got rich through bribery, and various small leaders who amassed wealth through corruption, have all been brought back to reality. Beautiful women no longer pursue such men. Instead, they are focusing on responsible elites who can contribute to society and the country. Many elderly people sigh, saying that the simple and beautiful era has returned. Life is no longer about mere survival. It is meaningful, idealistic, and driven by aspirations for upward struggle. Gao Daqiang opened the door with Tina, his wife, who initially wore a bright smile, suddenly felt a wave of tension upon seeing Tina. She sensed that Tina held some hostility towards her, likely due to her being Gao Daqiang's wife. Nevertheless, she smiled and said, "Welcome, please have a seat." Tina looked around. The space was modest, a 60-square-meter rationed apartment, but it was very cozy. Although the place was a bit messy, everyone was busy with work, and Gao Daqiang had just returned. While his wife was managing the children and household chores, it was a common scene in most homes, except for those with obsessive cleanliness. With extra energy, everyone channeled their efforts into studying or practicing mecha operations on simulators. A little disarray at home was acceptable. The meal was quickly served, and since there were guests, Gao Daqiang exchanged some contribution points for a few high-quality items. "Tina, I heard you're looking for a place to live, right?" His wife casually said, while serving Tina some food. "Since you're doing research, you should live closer to your institute. There's a nice, sunny community near your research facility. I have acquaintances there who can help you find a room with a good view." Gao Daqiang looked at his wife in confusion and said, "Honey, don't you usually avoid using your connections?" As the first person to receive the National Mobilization Medal, he certainly had many connections at his disposal. However, his wife knew that her husband's honors were hard-earned through sacrifice, so she never leveraged her special connections. Today, however, felt different. His wife playfully scolded. There's no need for others. But Tina is different. She contributes to the country. I heard that the equipment and technology she brought back saved the country over a decade of research time. It's only right. Gao Daqiang nodded in approval. I didn't expect you to be so aware. Haha, I underestimated you. His wife shot him another glance. In truth, she had a purpose that she would not disclose to Gao Daqiang. Tina felt an overwhelming sense of threat from the situation. She had to distance herself from Gao Daqiang as much as possible, even if it meant leveraging connections she had never used before. Tina wanted to say something, but Gao Daqiang's wife waved her hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. It's settled. It's only about a 10-minute walk to your research institute. And the environment is nice. The residents are all young and handsome researchers. Who knows, you might find a nice guy there." Tina fell silent. In her heart, no matter how good a man was, could he compare to Gao Daqiang? However, seeing the harmonious family of Gao Daqiang, she couldn't bring herself to break them apart. She could only bury this affection deep within her heart. In a certain country, the presidential palace, the newly elected president looked at the daily briefing in his hands, his brow furrowing repeatedly. 1/5 of the military strength had been lost at the southern defense line. The breach had led to a massacre by the starry armored beasts, nearly wiping out the soldiers stationed there. The cost was far greater than what the president had paid during World War II. However, there was a silver lining. He had finally managed to unify the divided nation. The military stood firmly on his side, the police supported him, and even the House of Representatives was aligned with him. Even the Senate, which had often opposed him, had finally put aside their differences and joined him. He could finally lead the country to face the challenges posed by the starry armored beasts. Yet, he felt so tired and longed for sleep. He decided to take a nap first. Chapter 333. Coup amidst crisis in another country. Large numbers of starry armored beasts began to attack the 100 million people gathered at the foot of Mount Fuji. The battle was brutal, with waves of starry armored beasts clashing with the military and civilians. The military continuously dropped high-yield bombs on the battlefield. Only high-yield bombs could eliminate these creatures, but inevitably, this also resulted in significant civilian casualties. Although they had temporarily held off the onslaught, everyone knew that within a day, the 100 million people at the foot of Mount Fuji would all perish. The most elite forces were currently within the defensive fortifications. This was the last line of resistance for the nation, and they would not engage unless absolutely necessary. Although the Prime Minister and the Emperor had fled, the military commanders, filled with the glory of their nation, firmly believed that they could withstand the attacks of the starry armored beasts thanks to the defenses of Mount Fuji. They were convinced that once the other country dealt with their own creatures, they would come to provide reinforcements. At that time, they would have preserved the spark of their nation and could restore its former glory on this land. The more than 100 million people outside the fortifications served as a human shield against the starry armored beasts. In the other country, large numbers of soldiers were retreating back behind the iron walls, while the president issued a recruitment order calling on all eligible citizens to enlist. However, few responded. Clearly, people had not yet realized the looming danger. Some citizens who were stranded outside the steel walls organized a parade to express their protest and dissatisfaction with the military's withdrawal behind the steel walls. When the general's vehicle entered the steel walls, it was surrounded by this group of marchers, and it took considerable effort to break free from their blockade. Sitting in the car, the general coldly looked at these foolish people, filled with indignation. Just a few days ago, he admired their protests for freedom. If it weren't for his position, he would have wanted to join the parade. He had always believed that the people of the Great Zhou Kingdom exaggerated the threat of the starry sky armored beasts, and their propaganda had ulterior motives. The ultimate goal was to use the construction of the steel walls to cripple the economy of a certain country and then replace it as the leading nation. These ideas were constantly promoted by mainstream media, which he had trusted deeply. Although the major disaster had already exposed the foolishness and one-sidedness of these mainstream media, he still thought it was just a coincidence, a result of their unfamiliarity with the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, after recent encounters with the starry sky armored beasts, he suddenly realized the truth. It was never the Great Zhou Kingdom that was exaggerating the facts. Rather, it was Western nations that had been deliberately slandering and undermining the efforts of the Great Zhou Kingdom. He, like these foolish marchers, had been brainwashed by so-called mainstream media. The dangers posed by the starry sky armored beasts were never exaggerated by the Great Zhou Kingdom. In fact, they had been very objective. If the citizens of a certain country could not recognize this, their nation would quickly face destruction. And he, as a member of the world's leading power, had to do something. He could not allow this group of foolish, media-brainwashed citizens to bring down their nation. He had to take action. With this thought in mind, he stood up and said to the messenger, "Relay my orders. The army should not stop. Head directly to the presidential office." The messenger, La Bei, was somewhat surprised. He sensed a resolute aura about the general that made him feel a bit intimidated. However, He quickly relayed the order to every unit. The convoy swiftly approached the presidential office. 2 guards blocked the vehicle and said, "General, the president is busy and cannot meet with you." The general forcefully pushed past the 2 guards and told the armed soldiers behind him, "Follow me to see the president." The guards, realizing they couldn't stop the general, quickly reported via the intercom, "Report, the general is coming in. He wants to see the president, and we can't stop him." The captain of the presidential guard hurried over and reached out to stop the general, saying, "I'm sorry, the president is busy and cannot meet with you." The general smirked sarcastically, "Are you sure he's busy? Or is he asleep?" The new president was nicknamed Sleepy Joe, and this was no exaggeration. At the age of 78, he would often fall asleep even during important meetings. Ignoring the guard captain's obstruction, the general stormed into the president's office. Sleepy Chow lifted his head from the table, drool unwashed, looking utterly confused. The general spoke in a deep voice, "Mr. President, we must take immediate coercive measures. Order all citizens to withdraw behind the iron walls and issue a mandatory conscription order for residents aged 16 to 60. The president took a while to regain his senses, and once he understood the general's demands, he hesitated and said, Our country has never had such a precedent. We need to communicate with the Senate first." The general no longer hesitated. He turned to Rabe and said, "Notify the troops to take over the presidential office. At the same time, inform the commanders of other military districts to convene at the presidential office to discuss national affairs. We cannot allow politicians to run amok any longer." Chapter 334. Discovery of the Mother Worm, Countdown Day 20. Chronicle of Major Events. A military coup was initiated, led by a general elected by the military district commanders, who took control of the government and announced nationwide military management. All dissenting voices were suppressed, and a mandatory conscription order was issued across the nation. All eligible residents must enlist unconditionally, and those who oppose will face military law. All military forces were mobilized into the iron walls. The general ordered all residents to be gathered inside the iron walls and announced the acceptance of external refugees into the iron walls for defense. The House of Representatives and the Senate were abolished, and all members were reassigned to the front lines as ordinary soldiers. The general declared that until the starry armored beasts were eliminated, the country would no longer be a democracy, but a military-controlled state. Any other political dissenters would be charged with treason. The general warned major media outlets not to spread false information and revoked freedom of speech. All news and information published must be based on facts. Otherwise, the entire news department would be shut down. Detailed information about the starry armored beasts and their dangers was released to the public. After a series of reforms, that evening, public opinion polls showed a decrease in the division among citizens for the first time, indicating that the people were beginning to unite. On the same day, 100 million citizens of another nation were consumed by the starry armored beasts, as countless beasts surrounded the defensive fortifications of Mount Fuji. This country faced near extinction. However, the prime minister, emperor, and some high officials had already entered the iron walls of the other nation. As of today, the range held by humanity has dwindled to only a few major nations. Other regions have failed to mount effective resistance and are gradually falling. On the same day, the northern, eastern, and southwestern fronts of another nation saw the advance of starry armored beast vanguards, with a massive follow-up force approaching the border. The nation withdrew its mecha forces stationed along the border, consolidating all troops within the iron walls. At the same time, a large number of refugees were pouring in from various directions, heading towards the iron walls. Countdown Day 17. Coast of the Bay of Bengal. Ria looked ahead and excitedly shouted, "Rai, land, land." Rai opened his eyes, leaned over the edge of the basket, and indeed, a coastline appeared ahead, indicating they were one step closer to the nation. He glanced at the supplies in the basket and sighed slightly. The food is almost gone, but fortunately, some rainwater has been collected, and the water supply is still sufficient. The most troublesome issue is the fuel. It's uncertain whether we can hold out until we reach the great nation. "There are people below," said Ria. Lai was taken aback and glanced down, noticing a small island that indeed seemed to have people on it. However, weren't all the islands occupied by the starry sky beasts? How could there still be signs of human presence? Lai picked up the binoculars to take a look and felt an uneasy sensation rise within him. There were indeed people on the island, but they appeared to be surrounded by bugs. Ria wanted to take the binoculars, focusing on the scene for a moment before saying, "Why are they all a group of pregnant women?" There were 7 or 8 pregnant women on the island, huddled together, seemingly very frightened. Beside them was a massive creature. Although they had never seen it before, both Ria and Lai recognized it as another type of flying beast. Suddenly, the large creature scooped up the pregnant women into its body and began to take off. The direction it was heading was towards the great nation. "This is bad. They must be heading for the great nation. There's definitely something wrong with these pregnant women," Ria said anxiously. Lai glanced at the flying beast, which was getting farther away, and nodded, saying, Ruya, this might be our chance to enter the steel walls. There's something wrong with those pregnant women. We need to inform the people of the great nation. They might show compassion and let us in. However, the next moment, his expression darkened again. Who knows if they can even reach the great nation? He looked down at the small island and suddenly snatched the binoculars from Ruya's hands, staring intently at the area below. A creature, unlike the flying and six-legged crawling beasts, was slowly crawling from the shadows of the island towards the sea. This starry sky beast was enormous, moving clumsily, with a huge abdomen that hindered its crawling speed. By its size, it was even larger than the flying starry sky beast that had just taken off. It's a mother bug, Lai exclaimed. In the great nation, 100 kilometers southwest of the steel walls, a massive flying beast landed and then, like dumping a sack, released 7 or 8 people from its body. These individuals were trembling, looking at each other, afraid to move or even cry. Strangely, the flying beast showed no intention of harming them. Instead, it took off again and quickly disappeared into the sky. The 7 or 8 pregnant women, still in shock, began to flee in all directions. However, they quickly found their bearings and started to escape northeast, towards the location of the steel walls of the great nation. Chapter 335. The True Alien Civilization in the Great Nation. At the command center's main conference room, key personnel from various teams were gathered. Unexpectedly, the biology team members Wang Lin and Wang Chong, who usually arrived last, were already present, and both looked very serious, indicating that today's topic was heavy. Seeing that most people had arrived, Xiaoyi nodded at Wang Lin and said, "Let's begin." Wang Lin said in a heavy tone, "We have made a new discovery. Although we cannot be certain yet, we need to communicate with all departments in a timely manner. Moreover, we have invited experts from various scientific fields to participate in the meeting." After speaking, he nodded at Wang Chong. Wang Chong stood up and brought up a large screen, which displayed an image of a starry armored beast. Last time, General Xiao reminded us to study this starry armored beast from the perspective of biological evolution. After our systematic research, we have come to a conclusion. This starry armored beast is not a product of evolution. Wang Cheng's voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it sounded as loud as thunder. How did you arrive at this conclusion? Someone asked. Wang Chong switched to a different image, which showed an anatomical diagram of humans. This is the anatomical diagram of humans. The biological community generally agrees that humans are products of gradual evolution. Throughout the gradual evolution of humans, many traces have been left behind. It is well known that terrestrial life evolved from marine life. The process of human embryo formation illustrates this point well. In the earliest stages, our embryos resemble fish. Therefore, human embryos are not perfect beings. They are the result of gradual evolution, with significant structural flaws. For example, the respiratory tract and esophagus share the same passage, which easily leads to incidents of food blocking the trachea. Especially in our brains, the central part is actually the most primitive section, while the outer part has gradually evolved. This results in many instances where we react instinctively rather than through analytical thought. Wang Chong changed the image again, now showing the body structure of the starry armored beast. Look at the starry armored beast. It has a well-protected brain, the most reasonable skeletal structure, the least wasteful digestive system, and an almost indestructible outer shell, along with a protective layer constructed using Rupert's tear, all of which show no signs of evolution. Qian Linsen said seriously, "Are you implying that the starry armored beast is artificial?" Wang Chong sighed. "This is just a hypothesis. We do not have concrete evidence to prove this." Although it was just a hypothesis, everyone felt a sense of unease. The starry armored beast was already difficult to deal with. Its only drawback was its lack of intelligence. If it were merely artificial, that would imply that there are predatory extraterrestrial civilizations watching Earth from the stars. Eliminating the starry armored beast would not save humanity. Earthlings would still need to engage in a survival battle against extraterrestrials. Could humanity stand as opponents to such a civilization capable of creating such perfect beings? Everyone's heart felt exceptionally heavy. If all of this were true, it would mean that humanity's resistance might be utterly meaningless. It was like a wild rabbit desperately evading hunting dogs. It had managed to trap the hounds using the terrain, but it did not realize that the hunter's rifle had already locked onto it. In front of the hunter with a rifle, the rabbit had no means of resistance. The extinction of humanity was merely a matter of time. The wild rabbit faces the hunting dog, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. However, compared to the hunter, it is simply on a different level. For an alien civilization capable of producing perfect creatures like the starry armored beasts, annihilating humans would be an easy task. Wouldn't it? Silence filled the venue. If this conjecture is true, humanity's resistance is merely a joke in the eyes of the alien civilization. This serious and heavy reality left everyone feeling downcast. Suddenly, Xiaoyi chuckled softly and said calmly, Do you think that an alien civilization capable of creating such perfect beings as the starry armored beasts would find it easy to destroy us humans? No one answered. But this was indeed the most genuine thought in everyone's minds. Xiao Yi continued in a calm tone. If the alien civilization could easily annihilate us, why would they go through the trouble of creating the starry armored beasts and spend so much time on it? Why not just strike directly to eliminate us? Everyone's eyes gradually brightened. Xiao Yi stood up. Even if there is an alien civilization, it is not frightening. Since they want to use the starry armored beasts to eliminate us, it indicates one thing. Their level of civilization is not much higher than ours. Otherwise, they would be like the alien civilization in the three-body problem, able to destroy all our defenses with just a drop of water. Why has no one watched the update video? Donations have decreased. Life is tough. Chapter 336. Finding the weakness of the starry armored beasts. Therefore, we can deduce that it is precisely because they do not have the upper hand in directly confronting us that they resort to using the starry armored beasts to eliminate us first. Xiao Yi's tone became lighter. Moreover, this also reveals a piece of information to us. They have a way to easily eliminate the starry armored beasts. Otherwise, how could they occupy the Earth? So, we just need to find the weaknesses of the starry armored beasts to defeat them in one fell swoop. At the same time, we must seek out this alien civilization to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Xiao Yi turned to Wang Lin and Wang Chong with a smile. I also need to ask your biological team to thoroughly research and identify the weaknesses of the starry armored beasts so we can launch a counterattack and eradicate these creatures. One cannot help but say, Xiao Yi is a natural leader. Just a few simple words turned the previously cold atmosphere into one of extreme enthusiasm. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao, we will definitely find the weaknesses of the starry armored beasts and completely annihilate them, Wang Lin said excitedly as he stood up. Xiao Yi's words were like parting the clouds to reveal the sun, illuminating everyone's hearts. This is the charm of a leader. Within the eastern iron city walls of the great Zhou kingdom, Jack was waiting with his uncle Hassan and the Hannes family for the community committee to arrange housing and work. Hanny, shouted an energetic elderly lady in her 70s. Hanny did not understand Chinese, but fortunately, another elder in the community knew a little foreign language, reportedly learned specifically for the Olympic Games years ago, and had kept it up, now able to engage in simple exchanges with foreigners. Hani walked over with some unease. Even now, he couldn't quite pinpoint what he was feeling, whether it was relief or regret. He had learned from the media that a certain country had implemented military control and established a military government led by generals. Currently, various aspects in that country were improving, and those foolish enough to still harbor fantasies about the star beasts were assigned to the front lines, facing the ferocity of the star beasts directly. Soon, these individuals had to admit that the star beasts truly existed in the world. Moreover, they also had to acknowledge that the Earth was round. Although they still struggled internally, the military stated that as long as they did not recognize the Earth's roundness, they could only remain on the front line of the steel walls without any breaks. The generals wanted the foolish populace to contribute as much as possible to the country before meeting their end. Now, the situation in that country was orderly, and with its already strong foundation, it firmly held onto the steel walls. Therefore, Hani felt he shouldn't have come to this unfamiliar nation. Not only was he in a strange place, but his status had also diminished. He had now become a foreigner managed by the community's older residents. What skills do you have? An elderly woman asked. Seeing Hani's confusion, an older man translated for her. Hani replied, I can maintain military equipment and manage logistics. I used to be the head of the maintenance department at a military base. The elderly woman was pleased. Great. We'll assign you to the mech factory as a mech maintenance technician. You can take your family to choose your house later. She turned her attention to Harson. What about you? Harson shrugged. I'm a pilot. Just one person? The elderly woman inquired. Yes. She flipped through her documents. You are a loyalist who has defected. It's good that you have this awareness. Fighting against the star beasts is a long and arduous task. Being single isn't ideal. Although you are a bit rough around the edges, we do have a few unmarried young women here who might suit you. Upon hearing the translation, Harson nearly fainted. It turned out that the community's elderly women not only managed everyone's accommodation, work, and daily necessities, but also their marriages. Harson explained for quite a while, trying to convey that he was used to being single and enjoyed his freedom, but the elderly woman didn't understand a word. She slammed the table. Don't be so excited, as if you've never seen a woman before. Take it easy. First, stabilize your work and living situation, and then I'll help introduce you. Since you're a pilot, we'll arrange for you to go to the airport. They should need drivers there. Then it was Jack's turn. The elderly woman glanced at him and frowned. Why do I feel like I've seen you before? Jack felt a bit guilty. He was the one who had filmed the first video of a star beast online and had publicly humiliated the supreme commander of that country. Now that he was seeking refuge there, he was sure he would face difficulties. Oh, I remember now. You're the guy from the video, the elderly woman said disdainfully. Weren't you quite impressive? Why did you come to our country? Jack scratched his head and replied, Ma'am, I was young and immature. He spoke humbly, feeling immense regret. After all, he had insulted the supreme commander, and his days in that country would surely be tough. The aunt waved her hand and said, It's not your fault. It's that so-called happy education that made you foolish. A spirited and handsome young man like you has been turned into a simpleton. Well, I guess you probably don't know anything. So go ahead, head to the front line. I'll give you a pass. You can report to the front line at the Steel City Wall. Chapter 337. Two worlds inside and outside the wall. Jack didn't expect to be arranged like this. There were no small shoes to fill, no disdain, but instead, he received the undeniable sympathy of the elders. It made him feel like a poor child who had suffered torment since childhood. Hassan took his assignment form and said to Jack, Jack, you can't just slack off anymore. Now that you are in this country, you need to work hard. A young man like you will surely pick up operating mechas quickly. Put in some effort. And it would be best if you could become a qualified mecha warrior. Jack nodded and said to Hassan, Uncle, you should stop drinking too. When the time comes, with one of us on the ground and the other in the sky, we will definitely eliminate all those starry-skied beasts. In the southwestern section of the Steel City Wall, Li Qingyi stood on the wall, quietly observing below. She was the head of the 1173 military unit, and the kilometer-long Steel City Wall beneath her feet was her defense area. As one of the few female commanders, she had her advantages. She was meticulous and serious in her work. The Steel City Wall had already reached a height of 130 meters, and looking down from the edge gave a dizzying feeling. Although still under construction, its majestic grandeur was already impressive. At the foot of the Steel City Wall, there was a 100-meter-wide isolation zone. Now, countless refugees lived in the woods outside the isolation zone. The Steel City Wall kept a large number of refugees blocked outside. A tall wall divided the entire world into two halves. Inside were the hard-working residents, bustling with energy, while outside were the anxious and unsettled refugees. The people inside were enthusiastic, working earnestly, with a tense yet harmonious atmosphere. Outside, however, despair and disappointment filled the air. The refugees had built makeshift living spaces using various materials. The best ones were military tents, the next were disaster relief tents, and the least were camping tents. But most were makeshift shelters made of cloth and branches. Life inside the Steel City Wall was orderly, with pride on everyone's faces. Outside, it was chaotic, resembling a lawless world. However, compared to refugees in other areas, those in the kilometer section Li Qingyi managed were somewhat better off because she would warn those with bad behavior, and particularly egregious offenders would be shot on the spot. This way, the lives of the refugees outside wouldn't be overly miserable. They would eventually die, but at least they should die with some dignity. Xiao Wu, what news do we have from the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft? Li Qingyi asked. Today, the movements of the starry sky beasts seem a bit strange. A few days ago, the celestial armored beasts had already approached the Iron City walls, and it was reported that some combat units in other directions had engaged with a small number of these beasts. The area under Li Qingyi's responsibility also detected traces of the celestial armored beasts, including flying armored beasts and smaller six-legged celestial armored beasts. Clearly, these were reconnaissance units of the celestial armored beasts. However, it was strange today. Not only was there no sight of the main force of celestial armored beasts, but even the sporadic reconnaissance units were nowhere to be found. Report to the mech commander. The reconnaissance aircraft found no traces of celestial armored beasts within 100 kilometers. Wu Zhihua stated. What about the refugees? Li Qingyi asked. The number of refugees today is significantly lower than in previous days. It is estimated that there will not be a large influx of refugees coming in, Wu Zhihua replied. Li Qingyi understood what Wu Zhihua meant. The celestial armored beasts had fully entered the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Their main directions of entry were from the southwest, northeast, north, and west. Wherever the celestial armored beasts went, the refugees had been completely devoured. Thus, those who could not escape to the foot of the Iron City walls had become food for the celestial armored beasts. In the future, there would no longer be a large number of refugees arriving. Why have the celestial armored beasts stopped advancing? Li Qingyi shook her head, muttering to herself in confusion. There was still a population deficit of 100 million inside the Iron City walls, while outside, there were at least 200 to 300 million refugees. Although Li Qingyi sympathized with the plight of these refugees outside the walls, she knew they could not be allowed to enter the Iron City. A mech soldier approached Li Qingyi and saluted, saying, "The command center has sent a response. No refugees are to be allowed in by any military units." Li Qingyi sighed. She had submitted a report to the command center yesterday, hoping they would allow each military group to independently choose a batch of refugees to enter the Iron City walls. After all, the Great Zhou Kingdom still had 100 million vacancies. But today, the command center directly rejected her proposal, which left her feeling disappointed. "They're coming again," Wu Zhihua said with a strange tone. Li Qingyi glanced down, her heart stinging once more. On the isolation line, a group of children under 10 years old had knelt before the Iron City walls, beginning to bow their heads. The children had blood scabs on their foreheads, a result of bowing their heads all day yesterday. Chapter 338. The dangers of being an overly kind person. Although she knew these children were forced by their parents to bow, the inherent softness of women made her feel very uncomfortable. No one outside the walls could save them. The children were no exception. This group of refugees had resorted to countless means to enter the Iron City walls. Bowing, kneeling, self-harm, bribery, and more, but none had worked. Since yesterday, they had changed their approach, forcing all children under 10 to kneel on the isolation line and bow their heads. In other places, such a situation did not occur, because the refugees knew that the leader of this steel wall was a woman who might be moved. The refugees were left with no other options. A desperate measure was their last resort. A group of mecha squads drove armored vehicles close to the steel wall. Two men suddenly rushed up to block the armored vehicle. One of the older men shouted at Yiwen, "Officer Yi, it's me, we're acquaintances. I'm also from the Great Zhou, let us in." Yiwen was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that someone among the refugees would recognize him. He took a look and finally recognized who this person was. It was none other than the once prominent Zhang Qiurong, accompanied by his son Zhang Dongyang. However, Zhang Qiurong now looked disheveled, unshaven, and had lost quite a bit of weight. He had been waiting at the border of Anan for a long time, always trying to sneak into the Great Zhou steel wall. Yet, he had never found an opportunity. Former acquaintances would hang up the phone as soon as they heard his name, leaving a deep sense of the coldness of human nature. But today, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face, Officer Yi, who had previously detained Zhang Dongyang. Although their previous encounter had been unpleasant, Zhang Qiurong still mustered the courage to block Yi Wen's vehicle. "I thought it was someone important, turns out it's you." Zhang Qiurong from the Maple Leaf Nation, Yiwen said disdainfully. Once upon a time, Zhang Qiurong had forced him to release him using his identity as a Maple Leaf national. But fortunes had shifted. The Maple Leaf Nation had long fallen, with only high-ranking officials fleeing to the steel walls of another country. The once glorious star Zhang Qiurong had now become a refugee who could barely survive a few more days. It's me. Officer Yi still remembers me. That is wonderful. Officer Yi, for the sake of our acquaintance, please let us in," Zhang Qiurong begged, almost wanting to kneel. Yiwen shrugged. "Sorry. You are not from the Great Zhou, and the Great Zhou does not accept you." Zhang Qiurong immediately knelt down. "I am from the Great Zhou. Look at me. Yellow skin, black eyes, black hair. I am from the Great Zhou." Yiwen patted the driver, signaling him to drive. "Unfortunately, your heart is white. I bet the bugs prefer those like you who are yellow on the outside but white on the inside." Zhang Qiurong grabbed the handle of the vehicle and started to jog alongside it. "I have also contributed to the Great Zhou. I have dedicated so many classic images to the Great Zhou. I have merit." Yiwen turned to look at Zhang Qiurong and said Dindanda, "Your contributions were nullified the moment you became a citizen of the Maple Leaf Nation. Now get lost." Yiwen stomped hard on Zhang Qiurong's hand that was holding the handle, and a scream immediately came from outside as Zhang Qiurong fell heavily to the ground. Yiwen exhaled. "Damn, I finally kicked him." The resentment from half a year ago was fully released with that kick. This is the fate of a traitor. Yiwen did not want to kill him. Letting him and his son be slowly devoured by the bugs was more fitting for their sins. The armored vehicle ascended the lift, and Yiwen turned to look back, only to see Zhang Qiurong and Zhang Dongyang anxiously staring at him, their eyes filled with deep regret. However, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. When mistakes are made, one must bear the corresponding punishment. And the punishment awaiting them is to be fed to the insects. Li Qingyi approached and asked, "Xiao Yi, how is the situation?" Yiwen shook his head. "I can't find any living starry sky armored beasts. There are none flying in the sky either. It's puzzling. I saw several starry sky armored beasts wandering in the woods just yesterday." Yiwen noticed that Commander Li's gaze was fixed on the group of children behind the quarantine zone. He knew that Commander Li's heart wasn't as hardened as that of typical male soldiers. Commander Li, with nearly 10 billion lives across the world, we can only save a limited few. Li Qingyi sighed. "I understand." Yiwen could see that Li Qingyi was still somewhat conflicted, so he continued, "Just now, I ran into an acquaintance, someone you also know." "Who?" "The big star Zhang Qiurong." Yiwen smiled faintly, referring to someone who had once abandoned his identity in the Great Zhou Kingdom to join another nation. "It's him." Li Qingyi was slightly taken aback. After all, Zhang Qiurong was quite famous. He begged me to let him in and even held onto my car door tightly. Yiwen smiled slightly. "Do you know how I responded to him?" Before Li Qingyi could answer, he excitedly said, "I gave him a good kick." Li Qingyi looked a bit stunned. "I won't be a fool for anyone. Our Great Zhou Kingdom won't play the role of the fool either." After saying this, Yiwen jumped onto the vehicle and descended the lift on the other side of the Steel City Wall. Chapter 339 Military Group Meeting Great Zhou Kingdom. Command Headquarters. Military Group. Xiao Yi felt quite uncomfortable after viewing the images captured by reconnaissance satellites of the fall of the Fusang Kingdom. Although it was known that the Fusang Kingdom would fall, seeing the Starry Sky armored beasts break through the defenses and rampage through Mount Fuji still left him feeling downcast. We have basically grasped the attack patterns of the Starry Sky armored beasts. They use standard flying armored beasts to open gaps, then breach human defenses, and utilize their numerical advantage to eliminate all humans. This pattern is simple, but it is very difficult for us to defend against, Luo Yaoyang stated. The commanders of the 4 major army groups were gathered here for a working group meeting. The true commanders are not merely those who stay on the front lines, but those who coordinate and arrange from the rear. Just like managers in an organization. Excellent managers must be detached from frontline work to manage from a higher level. Those who remain steadfast on the front lines will have their perspective forever fixed there. Those so-called excellent leaders who are publicized as fighting on the front lines are either performing for show or appear capable, but are actually ineffective. This is also the reason why small companies that require managers to work on the front lines gradually collapse. Therefore, in military group meetings, the commanders of the 4 major army groups are present to brainstorm together, leading to more efficient command. They use the bodies of ordinary flying armored beasts to shield the standard-sized flying armored beasts, and we cannot use more powerful weapons, as this could affect our steel walls. This puts us in a very passive position. I only now understand why we needed to build steel walls over 100 meters high, said Deputy Leader Zhao Taizhu. The attack methods of the Starry Sky armored beasts appear simple, yet finding a way to counter them is quite difficult. The ground-based 6-legged Starry Sky armored beasts are the main attackers. They continuously surround the city and launch stacked assaults. Once one falls, its body is quickly dragged away. They come in waves, never resting. The ordinary flying armored beasts serve as cover. Although they are numerous, they do not easily penetrate human defenses, knowing that if they are shot down, their bodies will fall within the steel walls. Thus, their task is to support the ground attacks of the 6-legged Starry Sky armored beasts and the bombings by the standard-sized flying armored beasts. They obscure potential threats to the standard-sized flying armored beasts, providing cover as they approach the defensive structures and release a large number of biological bombs to create breaches, allowing the ground-based 6-legged Starry Sky armored beasts to infiltrate human defenses. Such a simple attack method is effective and nearly impossible to defend against. Therefore, people from other parallel universes continue to raise the steel walls to block the entry of standard-sized flying armored beasts. This has proven to be the simplest and most effective defensive measure so far. Consequently, low defenses like those in certain regions fall after only a day or 2 of resistance. On the other hand, defenses in certain countries can still hold out. What if these flying creatures can reach 150 meters? Wouldn't that make it even harder for us to defend? Asked Commander Lin Xingxing of the 3rd Army Group. This question weighed heavily on everyone's mind. According to decrypted data, the body size of standard-sized flying armored beasts has also evolved gradually. Initially, the bombarding flying armored beasts were heavier and flew at lower altitudes. However, as human defenses increased in height, the weight of the bombarding flying armored beasts began to decrease, settling at the current standard size. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. This isn't a major issue. The Rampage team has conducted simulations, and to achieve a devastating breakthrough against our defenses, they must maintain a certain number of biological bombs. The number of biological bombs they carry is inversely proportional to their flight altitude. Xiao Yi took out a notebook and sketched, based on calculations. To carry enough biological bombs to threaten our defenses, they must maintain a specific body size. The optimal size is the current standard size, with flight altitudes between 80 to 100 meters. Of course, they could sacrifice some attack power for a height increase, but this is quite limited. The maximum altitude is only 120 meters. Beyond that, the biological bombs cannot achieve a lethal breakthrough, allowing us to reinforce our defenses. Lin Xingxing frowned. Will they attempt to modify the biological bombs? I don't know. After all, such occurrences have never happened in previous universes, Xiao Yi replied honestly. Lin Xingxing said, they haven't encountered significant resistance in other universes, so there's no need for them to modify the biological bombs. However, if we get into a prolonged war with them, that becomes very likely. Xiao Yi nodded again, you're right. Therefore, we need to closely monitor the movements of the Starry Sky armored beasts. Xiao Yi also had doubts in his heart, specifically how the Great Xia Kingdom was ultimately breached in the previous universe. This information was not included in the 512K data. Chapter 340. The target population of 100 million. According to the data, the steel city walls established by the Great Xia Kingdom successfully defended against standard flying armored beasts. They should have held out for a longer time, but in reality, they only held for 3 months before falling. The Starry Sky armored beasts must have developed new attack methods to break through humanity's defenses. In addition to the shortage of ammunition, the insufficient number of mechas, and the inadequate scale of the steel walls, there should be even more critical reasons. However, this reason could not be recorded in the information that was transmitted due to time constraints. This required everyone to adapt and adjust flexibly in actual combat, which also tested Xiao Yi's leadership skills. I suggest building dense turrets at the top of the steel walls to counter possible bombing-type, flying armored beasts with concentrated firepower. Luo Yaoyang said. This proposal was feasible. The dense turrets could also provide auxiliary defense against crawling armored beasts, several commanders echoed. Xiao Yi hesitated. The consumption of ammunition for the turrets is truly alarming. If we are to engage in a prolonged war, we must consider ammunition consumption carefully. Turrets can be built, but they should not be used until absolutely necessary. Luo Yaoyang sighed. I wonder if the guys in the frenzy squad have come up with any good tactics. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaolong excitedly approached with several mecha instructors, saying, Yes, we have developed the latest method to deal with six-legged starry sky armored beasts, which can minimize ammunition consumption. Zhang Xiaolong played a video of himself operating a mecha, showing how he hit the shoulders of the six-legged armored beast with 2 consecutive grenades. The impact from the grenades caused the beast's body to lift slightly, exposing its most vulnerable area at the rear. Although it was only for a brief second. For the experienced Zhang Xiaolong, it was enough. A regular bullet struck the tail, shattering the outer shield of the armored beast. Several more regular bullets pierced through the beast's weakest shell, and then a grenade accurately shot into the beast's body and exploded. This is how you can take down the starry sky armored beast without using tungsten alloy warheads, Zhang Xiaolong said excitedly. However, he noticed that the expressions of others were not relaxed but rather somewhat disappointed. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaolong asked. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. It's nothing. Your method of not using tungsten alloy warheads is indeed good, but it's impractical. Ordinary mecha warriors do not have your level of control. They can't hit the critical points with such precision. Yi Aoyan quickly stepped forward, excitedly saying, I think the best approach is to first use rhenium alloy projectiles to destroy the outer shield, and then attack with other types of projectiles. Yi Aoyan and Zhang Xiaolong were like two rivals, always in open and covert competition, chasing each other. Just as Zhang Xiaolong was about to counter, Xiao Yi stopped their argument. Stop getting tangled up. Both methods have their pros and cons. Let's include both methods in the teaching materials. With Yi Aoyan's method as the standard for ordinary tactics and Zhang Xiaolong's as the standard for advanced tactics. Don't spend your energy on this research. Focus on studying the standards for defeating the standard body flying armored beasts. The standard body flying armored beasts are our main enemy. With the new arrangement, both Zhang Xiaolong and Yi Aoyan left excitedly. Youth is great. It's full of passion. Luo Yaoyang smiled and said, I hope they can bring us some surprises. Xiao Yi looked at the large red areas on the screen and asked, which countries are still resisting? Not many left. Most countries have fallen. Only the European Union, a certain nation, a certain state, and a certain country have not succumbed. A few wealthy nations in West Asia have built towering steel walls, but their scale is too small and their numbers too few, teetering on the edge of being breached. They have also sent us requests for entry, Luo Yaoyang replied. Xiao Yi nodded. From now on, all entry applications from these places will be approved. Their experience in resisting enemies can help us enhance our defenses. Luo Yaoyang suddenly realized. So, that quota of 100 million is reserved for these experienced fighters. In a defensive position somewhere in the Middle East, oil tycoons were beginning to flee. Although they were wealthy and had hired a large number of troops, employing advanced weapons for defense, they initially relied on their tall steel walls to withstand the attacks of the armored beasts from the starry sky. However, they had a fatal flaw. There was no defense line built for particle colliders on the ground. The armored beasts from the starry sky broke through the ground and invaded the interior of the steel walls. Although the number of armored beasts that entered through the tunnels initially was not large, everyone knew they could not hold out much longer. A large number of armored beasts would soon enter through the ground into the steel walls. The Middle Eastern tycoons hurriedly began their retreat. Good news. The Great Zhou Kingdom has opened its borders and welcomes us in, a correspondent excitedly told the chieftain. The chieftain shook his head. Let's go to that certain nation. They are more reliable. Chapter 341. Refugees gathered. Countdown 15 days. To the southwest of the Great Zhou Kingdom's steel walls, a disheveled woman stumbled along the road. Once beautiful, her face now lacked color, looking haggard and dirty. In front of her, there was a scattered group of refugees, all equally miserable. This was the last batch of refugees. Behind them, there were no more. They didn't even know how they managed to survive and escape. At that moment, the terrifying starry sky beasts were already closing in on them, and everyone thought they were going to die, to be consumed by the creatures. But suddenly, the starry sky beasts stopped pursuing, allowing the group, who were completely petrified with fear, to flee. This happened 3 days ago, and after 3 days of trekking, they had finally arrived beneath the Iron City walls and saw a glimmer of hope for survival. The woman among them was Chu Xiaoxiao. She herself couldn't explain how she had made it through. A week ago, a group of starry sky beasts had surrounded the group of refugees she was with. And then the slaughter began, with those refugees being devoured one by one right before her eyes. However, these starry sky beasts did not eat her. Then a colossal creature arrived. A giant flying beast landed in front of her, and several grotesque crawling beasts forced her into the enormous pouch of the flying beast. It was then that she discovered there were several other pregnant women inside, just like her. What happened next was even stranger. This group of pregnant women was taken by the flying beast to an island. As soon as they reached the island, she fainted. When she woke up, she and the other pregnant women were once again shoved inside the flying beast, and then they were dumped onto the territory of a certain kingdom. Although these pregnant women had no idea what had specifically happened, they vaguely sensed that something bad was going on, particularly related to the children they were carrying. Recently, she had felt that something was off in her belly. It seemed that the growth of the child was accelerating. But Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't afford to care about that now. She had only one thought in her mind: to return to her homeland, to the kingdom she belonged to. She had the right and the qualification to enter the Iron City walls. This belief had sustained her until now. Upon seeing the Iron City walls, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was back. Regardless of whether her homeland would accept her, she was determined to return. This was her conviction and her only motivation. As she approached the Iron City walls, her heart sank. The forest was filled with a crowd of people, their eyes vacant and devoid of life. These individuals came from various neighboring nations, which was evident from their appearances and attire. There were those from a certain region, as well as from another, from Laos and Myanmar, and even from a couple of other distant lands. There were also people from Java who had crossed the sea long ago and had been waiting under the Iron City walls for a long time. Some had even circled the Iron City walls multiple times without finding a way in. These people were acutely aware of their situation. As long as the locals did not allow them to enter, they would soon be surrounded and consumed by the approaching creatures. However, they still clung to the last shred of hope, as a rumor was circulating that there was a quota of 100 million within the Iron City walls. Once a few more people died, it was possible that the locals would start letting them in. The reason they are not opening the door now is not for any other reason, but because there are too many people outside the Iron Wall, which the great Zhou Kingdom cannot bear. Chu Xiaoxiao's clothes are tattered, but she feels prouder and superior to these foreigners because she is from the great Zhou Kingdom. As long as she states her identity, she can be allowed to enter the Iron Wall. She walked to the edge of the forest and looked ahead. There is a 100-meter buffer zone between the forest and the Iron Wall. The refugees do not dare to approach the Iron Wall because they have heard that if anyone gathers in the buffer zone, the soldiers on the Iron Wall will open fire. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, they would not easily step into the buffer zone. Chu Xiaoxiao limped toward the buffer zone and set off toward the Iron Wall. A man grabbed her and whispered, "Don't enter the buffer zone. It's a restricted area. Don't get us into trouble." Chu Xiaoxiao turned her head and glared at the man, startling him. He saw her pale face and frightening gaze, like a ghost. "Get away. Lowly commoner. I am from the great Zhou Kingdom." After saying this, Chu Xiaoxiao shook off the man and continued to limp toward the center of the buffer zone. In the middle of the buffer zone, a group of half-grown children were kneeling, bowing their heads to the soldiers from the great Zhou Kingdom on the Iron Wall. Chu Xiaoxiao walked over to the group of children and suddenly knelt down. She did not bow. Instead, she looked up at the soldiers on the Iron Wall, remaining silent as she knelt there. Suddenly, rain began to fall, landing on the children and Chu Xiaoxiao. Before long, a few pregnant women appeared, also kneeling next to her in a row, immobile in the early winter rain. Well, Chu Xiaoxiao has 3 or 4 days left to live. Good people don't live long, while bad people can live for 1,000 years. Fortunately, the bad ones will soon die too. Chapter 342. The Riot of Refugees, southwest border of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Dianqi Lake. A hot air balloon is flying in the sky. Ruiya has already fallen asleep, and Lai looks at this beautiful girl in front of him, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. Although they are very close to the Iron Wall of the Great Zhou Kingdom, the remaining few hundred kilometers feel like an insurmountable chasm. Everything that could be discarded has already been thrown away, but the altitude of the hot air balloon is still decreasing. It won't be long before they drop to the attack height of flying beasts. Lai has calculated many times that the remaining fuel is insufficient to maintain altitude, allowing them to fly all the way to the Iron Wall. The only solution is to lighten the load. However, everything that should be discarded has already been discarded. Now, there is only some drinking water left in the basket. The only remaining items are the two of them. Either he and Ruiya will slowly fall together, or one of them must leave the hot air balloon. Ruiya's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw Lai staring at her, and she felt a bit shy. Today, Lai's gaze seemed particularly intense. "Ruiya, remember, you must tell them that you saw the mother insect. Do you understand? Only then can you survive," Lai said. Although Ria felt a bit weak from hunger, she managed to smile faintly. But you're still here, right? Lai, however, spoke with a heavy tone. Ria, listen carefully. From now on, you won't be able to rely on me anymore. Ria felt a twinge of unease. Lai. What's wrong? Lai revealed a hint of a doting smile. We're out of fuel. Promise me, you must survive. Do you remember Rose and Jack? Live well like Rose, so my efforts won't be in vain. Ria suddenly understood, just as she was about to say something. She saw Lai flip over the basket and show her the warmest smile. Goodbye, if there is still a goodbye. His hand let go, and he fell from 3,000 meters. Ria felt dizzy, her heart racing. Growing up pampered, she had never felt so helpless. She had no one to rely on anymore. Everything depended on her now. She collapsed weakly. Countdown, 14 days. Li Qingyi stood under the steel city wall, her expression complex as she looked down. It was just 6 in the morning. The children kneeling below had gone back last night, and hadn't returned yet. However, a few figures were still kneeling below. These were several pregnant women who had been kneeling since yesterday afternoon. They were fighting for their own chance to live, as well as for the lives of their unborn children. The rain had stopped, but the cold wind of the early morning was particularly biting. Yet the pregnant women continued to hold on. Li Qingyi forced herself not to look at these women. Her gaze turned to the situation of the refugees in the woods. Suddenly, the previously quiet refugee tents stirred, and screams erupted. Many children and women fled from the woods, rushing to the quarantine zone. Kneeling in the mud next to the pregnant women, desperately bowing their heads. The screams from the woods continued, accompanied by angry shouts, indicating that a massacre was happening in the woods. What is going on? Li Qingyi inquired of a soldier in the watchtower. Commander Li, we received news yesterday that a group of refugees organized to massacre other refugees, the soldier replied. Why? Li Qingyi asked, confused. The massacre started in other areas yesterday. It said that these refugees believe the reason we want to let them in is that there are too many of them to accommodate. As long as the number of refugees outside the city wall is less than 100 million, we will open the wall for them. Therefore, they conspired to carry out the massacre last night and officially implemented it this morning, the soldier said with a grave expression. Such things had only been seen on television or in movies, but when faced with the reality, the pressure was something not everyone could withstand. More children and women ran out of the woods, followed by several men who were covering for them. Several assailants rushed out of the woods, brandishing knives and brutally attacking the men who were providing cover. They chased after the children and women, and in a swift motion, one of them decapitated a child. Without hesitation, he turned his knife towards the screaming women. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the steel walls, and the man who had just killed the child fell to the ground, a blood hole appearing in his chest. The other assailants quickly retreated back into the woods. Some attempted to break through the woods and run into the buffer zone. Entering the buffer zone would mean entering the protection area of the Great Zhou Kingdom. However, the assailants were well aware of the refugees' intentions and intercepted them before they could reach the buffer zone, cutting them down one by one. Blood flowed out from the woods, staining the ground and slowly trickling into the buffer zone, a shocking sight. The women and children who managed to escape cried out loudly, repeatedly bowing towards the steel walls, hoping for someone to save them. Chapter 343. The most correct decision. Li Qingyi's heart was in turmoil, especially when she saw a girl around 7 or 8 years old, filthy and crying loudly at the edge of the buffer zone in front of 2 corpses. It was evident that these were her parents. Their clothes indicated that they once lived a comfortable life. However, the arrival of the starry sky beasts had turned them into destitute refugees, ultimately leading to their deaths here. Li Qingyi was reminded of her own daughter, who was of a similar age, and felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, she felt powerless. The command center had not issued orders to accept refugees. She could not defy the orders. The massacre continued, and outside the steel walls, it had turned into a hellish scene. At the command center, Xiao Yi's hands were clenched tightly. Yao Yao anxiously said, Xiao Yi, we should dispatch a mech warrior squad to suppress the riots. If we just stand by, how is that different from killing them ourselves? Qian Linsen and others without military background sighed continuously. This massacre was something they had not anticipated. Their situation was dire, on one hand. The capacity of the steel walls was limited, making it impossible to accommodate all the refugees. On the other hand, to simply watch the refugees being slaughtered without taking action was a violation of humanity. Xiao Yi turned to Luo Yaoyang and Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu immediately replied, we cannot open this door. Otherwise, the slaughter of refugees will occur everywhere. The situation will become even more severe than it is now. Luo Yaoyang added, I agree with Zhao Taizhu. They are destined to die. Even if a massacre occurs, it won't change this fact. You are too cold-blooded, Yao Yao said angrily. Luo Yaoyang and Zhao Taizhu fell silent. Xiao Yi turned around and addressed the crowd in the conference room, stating, send my orders. Tomorrow morning, dispatch a mech squad to clear the bodies and simultaneously suppress the riots. killing all the riotous elements and incinerating all the bodies. Qian Linson looked at Xiao Yi in shock, while Yao Yao jumped up and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi, that's inappropriate. We should send out the mech squad to suppress the riots right now. By tomorrow morning, if everyone is dead, what purpose does suppressing the riots serve?" Although Xiao Yi felt heavy-hearted, his expression remained unchanged. "This is the most advantageous choice for us. Some things cannot be said outright. The existence of refugees will greatly affect the morale of the troops in the kingdom. Saving people is impossible. The fortified walls cannot accommodate so many. If we don't save them, some will criticize us for being unkind and lacking righteousness. Clearing out the refugees would further lead to moral condemnation." Therefore, Xiao Yi chose an action. He allowed the refugees to kill each other, and then used the excuse of suppressing the riots to send troops to eliminate the remaining refugees. Burning the bodies is ultimately the most beneficial action for the kingdom. This clears potential dangers, and public opposition will be minimized. Thus, Xiao Yi made the coldest decision, to stand by and watch. "Xiao Yi, this is wrong." Yao Yao still wanted to resist. Xiao Yi glanced at her and said, "Zhang Xueyao, I remember your mecha operation skills are excellent, right?" Yao Yao was taken aback and nodded. "Well then, starting today, you will no longer be my assistant. The front line needs you. You will serve as the deputy commander of a military unit," Xiao Yi said. Yao Yao was momentarily stunned, but seeing Xiao Yi's determined expression, she stomped her foot in frustration and said, "Fine, I'll go." Watching Yao Yao, who never cried, run away sobbing, Luo Yaoyang sighed, "Commander Xiao, is this decision a bit?" Xiao Yi waved his hand. "I have high hopes for her. However, women often have some unrealistic compassion. Yao Yao needs to see blood and experience the brutality of war to aid her growth." Qian Linchen sighed. "Xiao Yi, rationally, I agree with your approach, but emotionally, I find your decision somewhat cruel and hard to accept." Xiao Yi pointed to his head. "In this world, I have not experienced much life and death, nor slaughter. Therefore, you find it hard to understand my decisions. However, my mind has already gone through many cruel moments. Experience tells me that unnecessary compassion will only cost the lives of our own people. Moreover, my decision is the most correct one. We do not participate in the slaughter, and we do not need to bear the condemnation of our conscience. At the same time, we can also minimize the threat posed by the celestial beasts." Xiao Yi looked at the 4 army commanders and said, "Haven't you always wondered why I don't issue orders for you to participate in the slaughter? The reason is here. I know they will inevitably face such a day. We can achieve our goals without getting our hands dirty. Our soldiers do not need to bear the burden of conscience, nor do they need to carry the stigma. But all of this, I couldn't tell you in advance. Until today, I can finally share my true thoughts with you. Do you understand?" Xiao Yi asked the 4 army commanders. Chapter 344. Completing the integration of public sentiment. Lin Qingxing suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Sigh. Now that I think about it, Commander Gung Ao's actions were indeed thoughtless. Xiao Yi stared at the 4 army commanders and said word by word, "Every decision I make is well thought out, born from countless painful lessons. You must firmly believe in my judgment. I need your absolute trust and loyalty. Can you do that?" The 4 commanders straightened up and replied loudly, "We will swear to obey Commander Zhao's orders unto death." It was at this moment they realized that Xiao Yi, as the human commander, was a truly deserving leader. Xiao Yi nodded, his goal achieved. At this moment, he had truly united the hearts of the people. From now on, the entire strength of the people of the Great Zhou was genuinely united around Xiao Yi. His only enemy would be the starry sky beasts. As night fell, the temperature dropped a few more degrees. The women and children in the isolation zone were shivering with cold, and Chu Xiaoxiao was on the verge of collapse. However, they dared not enter the woods, where the slaughter continued, and the smell of blood could be detected from afar. On the steel city wall, Li Qingyi had been standing for a long time. Zheng Xueyao walked over to her, looked at the shadows of people beneath the steel wall, and frowned, asking, "Who are they?" Li Qingyi sighed, "Refugees." Zheng Xueyao picked up a pair of binoculars to observe the people and suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Despite being disheveled, she recognized her at a glance. "Why is she outside?" Zheng Xueyao wondered why Chu Xiaoxiao was outside the steel city wall. Wasn't she a citizen of the Great Zhou? And she was pregnant? "I know that pregnant woman. She is from the Great Zhou," Zheng Xueyao said. Li Qingyi was taken aback. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Zheng Xueyao shook her head. She wouldn't mistake her, as this woman had claimed to be Xiao Yi's partner and had once deceived her. "Commander Li, out of humanitarianism, we should let them in," Zheng Xueyao urged. Li Qingyi hesitated. After all, the command center had ordered that tomorrow morning, mecha warriors would be dispatched to suppress the rioters and clear the bodies. But there was no order to accept refugees into the Steel City. The command center didn't issue such an order, Li Qingyi said. She was aware of Zheng Xueyao's identity, not only as the Great Elder's great-granddaughter, but also as an assistant beside Commander Xiao. "I will take responsibility if something happens." If we watch a group of pregnant women and children die in front of us, what is the meaning of our steel wall's existence? Zheng Xueyao said. This statement moved Li Qingyi. She bit her lip and finally made a decision. This has nothing to do with you. This is my decision. Mecha Squad. A mecha squad approached and stood before Li Qingyi. Bring these children and women into the steel wall, arrange a special barack for them, and send doctors to treat them. Li Qingyi commanded. Watching the mecha warriors slowly descend to the ground, Zheng Xueyao felt a bit more at ease. This day had truly been incredibly suffocating for her. The person she loved the most unexpectedly assigned her here. Although he did not publicly criticize her, it felt no different than being slapped in the face in front of others. She still believed that Xiao Yi was wrong. One should not be heartless. Therefore, she wanted to save the lives of these children and women, which could be seen as helping Xiao Yi perform a good deed. What could that be? Li Qingyi suddenly looked up at the sky. She saw a hot air balloon floating over, swaying gently. In the basket of the hot air balloon, she could see a silhouette looking through binoculars in their direction. A hot air balloon. Someone actually thought of using this method to sneak in. Should we intercept it? Asked Zheng Xueyao. Mecha team, immediately track this hot air balloon and find out who is coming, Li Qingyi instructed. In the air, Ria quickly spotted Chu Xiaoxiao, as she had a strong impression of her. Seeing the mecha warriors escorting a group of nearly incapacitated women and children into the steel city walls made Ria feel extremely uneasy. She had a premonition that this woman would cause trouble. However, she could not notify the mecha warriors below. The hot air balloon drifted into the steel walls but did not descend for a long time, without sandbags or other heavy objects. And being unfamiliar with operating the hot air balloon, she could not control its descent. A gust of wind blew, changing the balloon's direction, and it began drifting back outside the steel walls. Ruya no longer hesitated. She strapped on a parachute, secured herself tightly, then crawled over the basket and stood outside. Lai had taught her how to parachute, but she had never attempted it before. Looking down from such a height made her tremble with nerves. But seeing the hot air balloon about to float away, she finally steeled herself and jumped, immediately pulling the parachute cord. When she landed, several handsome mecha warriors aimed their guns at her. Huachin recognized her at a glance as a person from a neighboring country, and a very beautiful high-caste girl at that. You have entered the steel walls of our country without permission. You are under arrest. Chapter 345. The escaped pregnant woman hearing the familiar language from her homeland, Ruya felt a surge of excitement. Her biggest concern had been the language barrier. She feared that the soldiers of the neighboring country would not understand her words. To her surprise, the first mecha warrior she encountered could speak some of her language. Although not perfectly. Take me to your superior. I have very important intelligence to report, Ria said eagerly. Although Huachin did not fully understand her, he grasped the general idea. As a border defense soldier stationed at the frontier between the two countries, learning a little of her language was essential. He never expected it would come in handy within the borders. What intelligence? Huachin asked. Ruya replied, on my way here, I saw a mother bug. The existence of the mother bug had been circulating among the people, as the official propaganda only featured images of two types of starry armored beasts. While the first video of a starry armored beast circulating among the people depicted a completely different creature. That was when rumors about the mother bug began to spread. Although the authorities had never acknowledged it, the rumor was widespread among the populace. Huachin received news from the military that high-ranking officials were searching for the mother creature, and he immediately reported it to his superiors. Soon, a helicopter landed nearby, and Huachin took Ria onto the helicopter. Chu Xiaoxiao looked around. This was a medical station. The children and women who came in were sent to temporary shelters, while the pregnant women were arranged for medical examinations at the station. Chu Xiaoxiao felt very uncomfortable, especially as she could feel movement in her abdomen. She was now 100% certain that her belly had been affected by the creature. If a doctor came to examine her, they would definitely discover something unusual. She did not want to be expelled from the fortified city again. It was getting dark, and the doctor could return at any moment. Chu Xiaoxiao staggered out of the medical station. A nurse glanced at her, and Chu Xiaoxiao pointed to her belly, indicating that she needed to relieve herself. The nurse looked away. Chu Xiaoxiao slowly walked to the side of the restroom, suddenly opened the door, and ran into the darkness outside. Before long, the doctor came in and began examining the pregnant women. At the command center, Xiao Yi looked at Ruya and asked, "Did you say you saw the mother creature?" Ruya nodded. "Yes, we saw the mother creature with a group of pregnant women out at sea." Lai said something was off with those pregnant women. Lai? Xiao Yi turned to Huachin, who had brought Ruya in. Huachin shook his head. When we found her, she was alone. Ruya quickly added, "Lai is one of my companions." Seeing that Xiao Yi was silent, she hurriedly said, "I saw you brought one of the pregnant women in. There must be danger." Xiao Yi frowned. "Someone brought a pregnant woman in?" Huachin quickly replied, "Commander Li from the 1173 military unit rescued some children and women, including several pregnant women." Xiao Yi stood up abruptly and said to Zhao Taizhu, Quickly notify them to control those pregnant women and conduct a detailed examination. Zhao Taiju understood the seriousness of the situation and quickly dialed the contact number for 1173. Xiao Yi turned to Ria and asked, "Where is the mother creature?" Ria frowned tightly, hesitating for a while before saying, "I don't know. I only know it was at sea." Seeing Xiao Yi's disappointed expression, she suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Lai knows. If you rescue Lai, you'll know the location of the mother creature." Hua Chen asked, "Where's Lai?" Ria replied, "Lai parachuted down a few hundred kilometers from here. Our hot air balloon ran out of fuel, and he jumped to save me. You must rescue him. He.'s the only one who knows the location of the mother creature." Hua Chen frowned. "Where did Lai parachute down?" Ria said, "There's a large lake there. Very wide." Lai said this lake is called Dianxi. Xiao Yi realized that Ria must know the location of the mother creature, but to save her companion's life, she was intentionally playing a trick. "Ria, I am Xiao Yi, the commander of the Great Zhou Kingdom. I promise you, we will allow you to stay in the Great Zhou Kingdom. Moreover, I also promise to do my utmost to search for Lai. But you must tell me the location of the broodmother now. Time is of the essence. She could relocate at any moment. Do you understand?" Ruya looked into Xiao Yi's sincere eyes and heard his words, realizing that her own cautious thoughts had been seen through by this young, yet sharp-eyed man. Flustered, she lowered her head, feeling a sense of guilt as if caught red-handed in wrongdoing. "Ruya, I also assure you that Commander Xiao Yi's words will be fulfilled," Hua Chen added from the side. Ruya felt an inexplicable trust in Hua Chen, the first person from the Great Zhou Kingdom she had met who could speak the language of the Tianzhu region. She nodded and finally said, "In the Bay of Bengal, about 50 kilometers from the mainland." Xiao Yi immediately shouted, "Zhao Taiju, dispatch reconnaissance aircraft immediately to locate the broodmother." He then turned to Hua Chen. "Take Ria and search for Lai. Be careful. Prioritize your safety while rescuing others." Zhao Taiju hurried in and reported, "We've just received word that a pregnant woman has slipped away." Chapter 346. The infiltrating insects under the cover of night. Chu Xiaoxiao hid in a cluster of trees. She felt herself growing weaker, and it seemed as though she was about to give birth. But it wasn't her time yet. Even for a premature birth, it was too early. Unable to walk any further, she sat on the ground. At that moment, she felt something being born from her, then another, and another, as if things were continuously emerging. With no moonlight in the sky, she couldn't see what she had given birth to, but she knew it certainly wasn't a baby. Suddenly, an intense pain surged from her abdomen. She tore open her clothes and saw something worm-like thrashing violently beneath her skin. She let out a piercing scream and began writhing on the ground. In the distance, someone heard faint cries but dared not approach. Quickly running to report to the patrolling mech squad, Chu Xiaoxiao's screams grew louder. She felt as if her entire body was being gnawed at, as though countless worms had burrowed into her abdomen and were now devouring her from within. She felt her belly tear open. Struggling, she glanced down and indeed saw the worms breaking through her abdomen, crawling out. That was the last thing she saw. By the time the patrol squad arrived, only a pool of blood and scattered clothing remained on the ground. Nothing else. Not even bone fragments. The soil appeared disturbed, as if something had burrowed underground. Headquarters. Zhao Taiju rushed in and said in a low voice, "Xiao Yi, we found the pregnant woman, but she was completely consumed by the star-skinned creatures and burrowed underground. We've cordoned off a 1-kilometer radius around the discovery site and are using large excavators to dig." To Zhao Taiju's surprise, Xiao Yi did not react with the shock he had expected. Xiao Yi merely replied calmly, "Understood. Continue the search and increase the number of mech patrols. Maintain uninterrupted patrols within the city walls and stay vigilant." Perplexed, Zhao Taiju asked, "Xiao Yi, aren't you worried?" Xiao Yi smiled and said, "There's nothing to worry about. The reason the starry armored beasts are so aggressive is that they have been lurking at the bottom of the sea for over 100 days, growing stronger before they finally erupted, which poses a significant threat to us. However, the number of these starry armored beasts that entered through the pregnant women is limited, and with our dense population, we can quickly detect their traces." Xiao Yi stood up and continued, "Why are the starry armored beasts powerful? The main reason is simply their overwhelming numbers and their ability to revive, maintaining a high population. A small number of them does not pose a substantial threat to us." Zhao Taiju breathed a sigh of relief. "Right? How did I not think of that? I was a bit overly concerned." Xiao Yi turned and said, "However, we cannot let the residents lower their guard. Although it won't change the overall situation, it can still affect the safety of individual citizens. We must remain vigilant to prevent any tragedies from happening. Also, if we can capture the starry armored beasts in their smallest form, we should hand them over to the biological team for research. Perhaps we can find their weaknesses from the young ones." "Understood." Zhao Taiju replied with a salute and turned to leave. Xiao Yi pressed the communication button and said, "Niesihua, check who let them in." Immediate dismissal. Niesihua hesitated slightly, This matter has been traced back to the order issued by Commander Li Qingyi of the 1173 military unit, and Nie Sihua stopped speaking. Is there something more? Xiao Yi keenly sensed an issue. Nie Sihua sighed. Xiao Yi, this isn't a personal grudge. Yao Yao is serving as the deputy commander in that 1173 military unit. Xiao Yi interrupted her. You have a personal grudge with Yao Yao? I didn't see that coming. Nie Sihua wanted to say that she and Yao Yao were rivals in love, but found it hard to express. There's no grudge. She quickly corrected herself. If Yao Yao wants to take responsibility, let her be demoted to become the mech team leader, Xiao Yi stated. He understood Yao Yao's temperament well. If this matter was related to her, she would definitely step up to take responsibility. Zheng Shuiyao had grown up in a sheltered environment, never experiencing hardship. Although she had a good heart, she was somewhat proud and arrogant. Only by facing some difficulties could she grow. That might not be appropriate. Nie Sihua unconsciously pleaded for Xiao Yi. After all, Yao Yao's situation reminded her of herself. Are you questioning my decision? Xiao Yi's tone turned cold. Compared to Yao Yao, although Nie Sihua also came from a distinguished background and was proud, she was much better at restraining herself, knowing when to speak and when to listen. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Nie Sihua quickly put away her thoughts and replied. Chapter 347. Because your country does not carry enough weight, 2 helicopters flew out of the steel city walls, heading southwest. Inside the cabin, Hua Chen handed a pair of chopsticks to Ria. Rescuing people is the priority. There's no time for a proper meal, so you'll have to settle for military rations. Ria's stomach let out a loud growl, and she swallowed a big gulp of saliva. She shyly smiled at Hua Chen. She was so hungry that she couldn't help but drool at the sight of food. Earlier, Ria tried to grab the food with her hands, but the self-heating dishes from the country were too hot to touch. She took the chopsticks and clumsily picked at the food, eagerly stuffing it into her mouth. Seeing such a beautiful girl eating so messily made the accompanying mech warriors unable to hold back their laughter, especially Qiu Ming, whose laughter was even more exaggerated. This made Ria feel a bit embarrassed, and she awkwardly paused with her chopsticks. Hua Chen gave a few of his teammates a light nudge. Turn your heads. Let the lady eat. Ria clasped her hands together in gratitude to Hua Chen. Then, unable to resist the temptation, grabbed a chopstick with one hand and started clumsily eating again. Hua Chen shook his head, pulled out a spoon from a box he had, washed it with water, and said, This is mine. If you don't mind, you can use this. Ria shook her head slightly, but not in a side-to-side manner. It was more like a dance. Hua Chen, who had some understanding of the customs of the region, knew this meant agreement, not rejection. He handed the spoon to Ria and said, We usually eat with chopsticks. Since you can't use them, keep this spoon. In this country, it was not acceptable to eat with hands. Ria raised her right hand, looking at Hua Chen in confusion. Hua Chen smiled slightly. You can't use your right hand either. It's not just a hygiene issue. The key point is that our food is very hot, and your delicate hands can't withstand the high temperature. Ria felt relaxed eating in front of Hua Chen. She didn't care about her image and quickly finished an entire set of rations, looking pitifully at Hua Chen afterward. She felt unsatisfied and wanted more. Hua Chen was defeated by this naive girl. He shook his head and said, You've been hungry for too long. You can't eat too much. Take it easy for now, and when we reach our destination, I'll heat up another portion for you. Is it good? Hua Chen asked. Ria wiped her mouth and showed a happy expression. This is the best food I've ever had. Qiu Ming turned to look at Ria and asked, From the looks of it, you should be of high caste too, but why does your life seem not so great? Ria, feeling indignant, replied, Who said our family doesn't live well? We can eat out at restaurants once or twice a month. How many families in your country can afford to eat out even once a month? Qiu Ming burst into laughter. He was also charmed by the girl's innocence and straightforwardness. Ria didn't understand why Qiu Ming laughed so exaggeratedly, as she thought she was speaking the truth. Around her, whether it was her teachers or elders, they were filled with unease and vigilance regarding this country, believing that it had developed rapidly in recent years and was close to catching up to the living standards of her people. The people of her country needed to continue working hard to stay ahead of the competition. Although her family was considered somewhat declining among the high caste in her country, they were still relatively well off compared to the overall conditions in her homeland. She believed that most people in that country lived worse than her family. Ria looked at Hua Chen for help. She could see that the handsome Hua Chen had a kind heart, was patient, and was friendly towards her. Unlike Qiu Ming, who always looked at her as if he was watching a joke. Hua Chen shouted at Qiu Ming, Stop laughing at the girl. After saying that, he turned to Ria and said, Ria, once you enter the fortified city, you'll understand. That country has always regarded us as enemies and rivals. But we have never seen your country as a competitor. Ria was somewhat confused. Hua Chen casually added, Because your country doesn't hold enough weight. Ria fell silent. This completely overturned her view. However, she trusted this young soldier from the other country because his face was full of sincerity and confidence. Who is the person we need to save to you? Qiu Ming changed the subject. Discussing such topics with someone from that country was a bit hurtful to her pride. Especially when the other party was a beautiful girl who seemed naive and innocent. It was clearly not suitable to continue. He is my companion and also my neighbor. Ria replied. Xiaoming meaningfully responded with an "Oh, is he your boyfriend?" Ria glanced at Hua Chen, who was also listening, and somewhat sheepishly said, no. Although Lai had saved her life, she realized she couldn't develop feelings for him. At her age, she hoped to have the kind of love she desired. Lai treated her very well, but her heart couldn't deceive her. She was grateful to Lai but did not love him. Chapter 348. Saving a person, can he survive? Ria asked worriedly. Hua Chen looked down. It was pitch black below, and they were already over the lake. Under the night sky, they couldn't see anything. Based on your description, he parachuted down. There's no sign of the nearby creatures, so there might be a slight chance he is still alive. Hua Chen then said in a somber tone, however, you must be prepared for the worst. Given his condition, encountering any of those creatures would likely cost him his life. Ria leaned close to the window to look down. Without moonlight, only the calm lake surface reflected the stars above, and nothing else. Turn on the night vision and thermal imaging to see if there are any heat sources below, Hua Chen instructed. Several team members skillfully activated the equipment to observe below. The two helicopters separated and acted independently. Be cautious of flying creatures. If you spot any, don't hesitate to climb immediately, Hua Chen instructed the pilots. Xiaoming opened the cabin door, extending his body out of the helicopter, using night vision goggles to watch below. His comrade Li Bing stayed inside the helicopter, focusing on the thermal imaging, scanning the surroundings. However, the thermal imaging showed nothing but darkness. The entire world was silent. The radar was scanning the area. But the thermal imaging was not very effective against the flying creatures, as they did not generate extra heat. Their energy consumption was extremely precise, producing no excess heat. The most practical way to detect the traces of flying armored beasts is radar. Ria, we can only search for 3 hours. If we can't find him, we must return. Hua Chen said. Ria felt a pang of distress. Lai was her only acquaintance, and she didn't want to lose this companion. What about tomorrow? Ria asked. Hua Chen comforted her. Don't worry, since we promised to search for Lai, we will keep looking until we find him or confirm he is gone. Ria's heart felt a little lighter. Dianchi Lake was simply too vast. It took nearly 2 hours to fly a circle around it. The pilot said, Captain Hu, if we make another round, I'm afraid we won't have enough fuel. Hua Chen glanced at Ria, who looked full of anticipation. We'll make another round, and if we still don't find anything, we will head back immediately. If he is alive, he should be able to hear us. We need to give him a chance to signal, Hua Chen said. Okay. The pilot immediately began to circle again without further ado. Suddenly, Ria stared out the window and shouted, What is that? Hua Chen looked over and saw a blaze appearing on a high-rise building in a city by the lake. This kid is quite clever, Hua Chen praised. Let's fly over. It should be him. When the helicopter landed, Lai had already knelt on the ground, continuously thanking various deities. After the helicopter stabilized, Hua Chen jumped down and smiled at Lai, saying, What you should be grateful for is the Great Zhou Kingdom and Ria, not your gods. Lai looked somewhat stunned. Xiaoming laughed heartily. Right, those useless gods of yours. The helicopter took off, carrying this lucky individual toward the east. Inside the cabin, Lai was still in a daze, but Ria looked at Hua Chen with a pitiful expression, her eyes full of pleading. Hua Chen paused for a moment, then remembered he had promised Ria that if they found Lai, he would give her a portion of self-heating food. Hua Chen opened 2 packages of self-heating food, handing one to Lai and the other to Ria with a doting smile. There was no helping it. This pretty girl was just too adorable. Ria put her hands together in thanks to Hua Chen, then turned to Lai and said, Be careful, it's hot. Don't eat with your hands, use chopsticks. She had clearly taken on the role of Lai's teacher. Her actions immediately drew laughter from the mech warriors. However, Lai keenly sensed that Ria's attitude toward Hua Chen was a bit too friendly. Compared to Hua Chen, he felt like an outsider, while Ria seemed to be very familiar with him. Suddenly, the pilot's voice came through. We have spotted several flying armored beasts. Should we engage or climb higher to avoid them? Hua Chen looked at the radar, which showed 4 or 5 flying armored beasts encircling them. Ria and Lai tensed up. They had witnessed how the flying armored beasts slaughtered their compatriots and felt a bit scared just hearing the words flying armored beasts. Hua Chen spat. These cockroaches that can't be killed are pointless to deal with. Climb higher. I can't be bothered with them. Xiaoming said with disappointment, Captain Hua, it's been a while since we last hunted some bugs. Let us have some fun. Lai and Ria listened in astonishment to their conversation, finding it hard to believe. The starry sky beetles, which seemed like a formidable threat to them, were regarded by these soldiers as mere cockroaches, unworthy of concern. Little did they know, Hua Chen and the others had already taken down quite a number of starry sky beetles both online and offline. They were already quite unflappable. In a few days, you'll get tired of it and won't be able to resist hunting, Hua Chen said casually. Chapter 349, Cleanup Operation Countdown, 13 Days. Main Command Center. Military Operations Room. The large screen was divided into dozens of smaller screens, each displaying conditions at sea. After confirmation, the island in the middle was the small island discovered by the two individuals from the region, but no signs of the mother bug were found. Luo Yaoyang sighed. I suspect it has already moved. The leader of the biological team, Wang Lin, said, based on our calculations, its speed isn't particularly fast. So its whereabouts should still be in the Bay of Bengal. Zhao Taizhu scoffed. Just drop dozens of nuclear bombs and fill the Bay of Bengal. I don't believe we can't kill it. Luo Yaoyang looked at Xiao Yi, who seemed a bit tempted. After all, using nuclear bombs to eliminate the mother bug was the most direct and effective method. However, Xiao Yi shook his head. We have already confirmed that the mother bug has effective burrowing capabilities. If it hides underground, nuclear bombs will have limited effect on it. Moreover, the intelligence of the mother bug is even stronger than that of humans. If we carelessly use nuclear bombs, it will realize that its location has been exposed. If we can't kill it, it will escape underground, which would be counterproductive. Zhao Taizhu sighed. So what should we do? Xiao Yi replied calmly. The reason the mother bug appears in the Bay of Bengal is clearly because it understands that the nation is its greatest enemy, which is why it is nearby directing the attacks of these starry sky beetles. Luo Yaoyang suddenly understood, right. The recent movements of the starry sky beetles have been very strange. They are encircling without attacking, as if they are waiting for an opportunity. Xiao Yi nodded. Exactly. The starry sky beetles are waiting for those pregnant ones to mix in. According to the signs discovered last night, the starry sky beetles carried by these pregnant ones should all emerge in the next couple of days. After that, they will launch a full-scale attack, and it will definitely reappear to direct them. Luo Yaoyang sighed again. Actually, we have previously investigated this small island and found nothing unusual. Xiao Yi said, don't treat the mother bug as just an insect. It possesses extremely high intelligence. Our reconnaissance methods should change. With that, Xiao Yi picked up the phone, dialed a number, and spoke into the receiver, arranged to launch a few near-Earth observation satellites to closely monitor the situation in the Bay of Bengal. After hanging up, Xiao Yi looked at Luo Yaoyang and said, cancel all targeted reconnaissance in the Bay of Bengal. Just maintain normal observation. We need to keep the mother bug off guard. Luo Yaoyang immediately arranged for this. Zhao Taizhu patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder and said, Xiao Yi, aren't you worried about those bugs that have sneaked in? Xiao Yi replied, I'm not worried. They may cause some deaths, but they definitely won't have a widespread impact. It won't affect our overall defense. As for the dead, it will soon become the norm, and we will gradually numb ourselves to it. Zhao Taizhu felt a chill in his heart. Are you saying that the starry sky armored beasts are going to start attacking the city? Xiao Yi nodded. That's right. Therefore, our extermination operation must be completed today. At the southwest section of the Steel City Wall, the newly appointed commander of the 1173 military unit, Gao Daqiang, stood above the steel wall, observing the situation below without revealing any emotions. Below the Steel City Wall, a suppression was underway. Almost every area outside the steel wall had erupted in riots yesterday. Among the crowd of refugees armed with weapons, a rumor was spreading. As long as the number of refugees outside the Steel City Wall dropped below 100 million, the Great Zhou Kingdom would open the steel wall and allow the refugees to enter. The tightly knit refugees, who possessed absolute military power, did not doubt this rumor, or rather, they were unwilling to doubt it, as it was their only hope for survival. Thus, the massacre that erupted yesterday was particularly brutal. The number of refugees from various countries reached hundreds of millions, with the fiercest among them being those from Annan and Gaoli, who were armed and many of whom had basic combat skills. They quickly began to eliminate refugees from other countries. After a whole day of fighting, the area outside the Steel City Wall was drenched in blood. Refugees from other countries were nearly wiped out. However, they did not wait for the Great Zhou Kingdom's steel wall to open. Instead, they were met by a large number of specially armored mech warriors. The mechs produced by the Great Zhou Kingdom came in two types, one with special armor and one without. The armored ones were designed to deal with humans, hence their limited numbers. The unarmored ones were meant to confront the starry sky armored beasts, as armor would not only fail to protect against the highly penetrating starry sky beasts, but also reduce the warriors' agility. The mech warriors sent out to suppress the riots were all wearing armored mechs. Although not particularly numerous, they were sufficient to deal with the rioters who only had a few weapons. A massacre began in front of the mech warriors. These rioters had no power to resist and fled in panic. However, they were doomed with no way to escape. In the distance were the starry sky armored beasts, and nearby were the mech warriors. No matter where they went, death awaited them. War is this cruel? Chapter 350. Bugs at the city gates. Yuan walked through the woods in an armored mech. He was not from a military background and had never participated in a war before. Today's operation truly exposed him to the brutality of conflict. The woods were filled with corpses, elderly, children, women, and even pregnant women. Most of these bodies had been killed by the rioting refugees, while a small number of strong men had been killed by Yi-Wen and his small team. The strength of both sides is highly unequal. It's merely a one-sided massacre. Yesterday, it was the marauders slaughtering the refugees. Today, it's the mech warriors exterminating the marauders. Yi-Wen feels uneasy. The bloody scene makes his stomach churn. However, he knows he must face it bravely. This is a scene every soldier must endure, a necessary part of their growth process. Behind him, several soldiers are gathering the bodies into piles and dousing them with fuel. Help me. Suddenly, a faint voice comes through. Yi-Wen glances over and sees a bloodied body moving, speaking in the language of a certain kingdom. A person slowly sits up, wiping the blood from their face to reveal their true appearance. Yi-Wen is taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter Zhang Qiurong again. Next to him lies his son, Zhang Dongyang, who, unfortunately, is truly dead. Officer Yi, help. Zhang Qiurong immediately recognizes Yi-Wen and hurriedly calls out. Yi-Wen raises his hand. Bang! A bullet pierces through Zhang Qiurong's chest, and he is truly dead this time. One marauder killed, Yi-Wen reports calmly. Then grabs Zhang Qiurong's feet and drags him to the pile of bodies, tossing him on top and spraying him with fuel. Zhang Qiurong. This is the fate of a traitor, Yi-Wen says disdainfully, and the discomfort that had been churning in his stomach vanishes. War is like this. Enemies must die. Traitors must also die. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. In war, no one is innocent. Yi-Wen recalls a story his father told him. During a counteroffensive, a comrade of his father saw a girl of about 14 or 15 surrender. He put down his gun and let her go. But as he turned, the girl picked up a gun and shot at him, leaving him confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Such is war. Yet peace must be achieved through war. The cleanup continues until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, when the command from headquarters comes through the headset. All mech warriors. Ignite the fuel and withdraw quickly. Yi-Wen turns and begins to jog, spraying fuel behind him as he runs, igniting everything nearby. Gao Dachong stands on the steel city wall, looking down. Flames are everywhere, and the mech warriors are rapidly retreating. In the distance, a line of black figures appears, slowly moving toward the steel city wall. Although the speed is not fast, the sense of pressure is tense and oppressive. The starry sky beasts are closing in again. This is the first time they have approached since halting their advance for 3 to 5 days, signaling that they are about to begin the siege. The toughest test is about to come. Report, the starry sky beasts are approaching. They are expected to reach the steel city wall by tomorrow afternoon. A communications soldier reports loudly. Qianlin's son takes a deep breath. It's here. The great battle is about to begin. Luo Yaoyang's gaze was fixed on the large screen, his expression serious yet calm. Finally, it has arrived. Nie Sihua, standing behind Xiao Yi, suddenly halted her movements and murmured, "Is it here?" Xiao Yi's face showed no visible changes, but inside, he was already in turmoil. He suddenly recalled a famous saying, "Winter has come, but is spring far behind?" Will spring come? Spring will definitely come. Inside the steel fortress, the busy people suddenly stopped, as a message quickly spread throughout the entire area. The starry sky armored beasts had arrived and were approaching the steel fortress. The great battle was about to begin. Although other nations had already been engaged in fierce battles, the steel fortress of the Great Zhou Kingdom was just starting. The Great Zhou Kingdom would represent humanity in the decisive battle against the starry sky armored beasts. In another nation, a general at the military office glanced at a report, sighed. The Great Zhou Kingdom has finally begun. But we can no longer hold on. In the European Union, the temporary commander suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the communicator with a mix of excitement and confusion. Has the Great Zhou Kingdom finally started? In another nation, the leader let out a sigh of relief. Notify them to send the most precious data and items to the Great Zhou Kingdom first. Also, arrange for elite troops to retreat. Finally, inform Commander Xiao that we will stand firmly with them. 1 million of the nation's elite soldiers would follow the orders of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Countdown, 12 days. A large number of starry sky armored beasts finally arrived at the foot of the Great Zhou Kingdom's steel fortress. The decisive battle had begun. Chapter 351. The steel fortress has fallen. The alarm rang out everywhere. Children stopped their games of catching bugs and looked up at the direction of the steel fortress. The elderly basking in the sun straightened their backs and turned their heads toward the fortress. Factory workers paused their tasks, silently glancing at the direction of the steel fortress. After just a second or two, they resumed their work, but with even greater care and focus. Farm workers operating machinery stopped, lit a cigarette while facing the fortress, took a deep breath, and then pressed the accelerator harder, working even more diligently. While everyone knew this moment would eventually come, many had worried about how to respond when it did. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, the weight in people's hearts suddenly lifted. What was meant to come would come, and humanity was ready to face it. At the command center, Xiao Yi stood in front of the giant screen, watching silently. Behind him stood the main members of the military team, Luo Yaoyong, Zhao Taizhu, and the commanders of the 4 major mech groups. Further back were various group members, including Zhao Hongyi from the Storm Group, Gu Linxing from the Decryption Group, Wang Xinglin and Xikong Bei from the Hurricane Group, Yi Wanqing and Yang Buwei from the Strong Group, Xiao Darren from the Education Group, Wang Lin from the Biology Group, Lu Bowen from the Internal Affairs Group. And even the elderly Professor Yuan Ping from the Green Group stood here. The top 10 groups were present, but the construction team, led by Shen Lin, which was working hard, was notably absent. Beside Xiao Yi stood an elderly man, along with Feng Wei, who was a few years younger, and Qianlin Sr. A drone hovered above, transmitting the scene outside the Steel City wall to the big screen in real time. Beyond the isolation zone, the trees were constantly shaking as gigantic starry armored beasts moved through the forest, densely packed and stretching endlessly. The main battlefield between humans and the starry armored beasts had begun. In the sky, thousands of flying armored beasts soared, circling above the crawling armored beasts without daring to enter the Steel City wall. Further back, large standard-sized flying armored beasts comparable to bombers glided through the air. Their flying altitude indicated that they were not heavily loaded but rather empty. "It's about to start," Xiao Yi murmured. "It's about to start," Qianlin's son repeated. "It's about to start," the elder said as well. Despite his extensive battlefield experience, he felt a surge of emotions at this moment. In the past, they fought for a nation and a people. Now, they fought for all of humanity. This battle was more challenging and held greater significance than the Liberation War. On the big screen, contrasting with the starry armored beasts were rows of armored warriors standing on the Steel City wall. Inside the wall, numerous armored warriors stood ready for battle. In stark contrast, construction workers continued their orderly work on the wall. The current height of the Steel City wall was only 140 meters, with 10 more meters left to complete. Although the war had begun, construction was still ongoing. On the southwestern section of the Steel City wall, Gao Daqiang looked ahead. The starry armored beasts were not advancing quickly, seemingly gathering strength while waiting for their troops to assemble. "Estimate the numbers," Gao Daqiang inquired. "Report, Commander Gao, within our defensive range, there are an estimated 100,000 starry armored beasts," a data analyst quickly reported. 100,000, Gao Daqiang calculated in his mind. "We have 10,000 warriors in the first batch, which means each one will face 10. Interesting." Yuan was exhilarated. "Commander Gao, give me enough space. I can take on 20 by myself, no problem." Gao Daqiang remained silent, gazing at the clear blue sky. It was perfect weather for exterminating pests. The starry armored beasts gradually halted in the isolation zone, beginning to assemble. Gao Daqiang spoke into the microphone. "Attention, all departments. Do not open fire without orders." He recalled that during previous nationwide drills, there were always those who couldn't resist firing early, as many participants were untrained civilians. However, this time, the participants were all active duty and reserve military personnel, along with police, riot control units, and firefighters converted into military roles, whose quality was significantly higher than that of ordinary citizens. Suddenly, the starry armored beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, charging towards the Steel City wall. The mountains and fields were engulfed, resembling crashing ocean waves. Dust and smoke rose everywhere, enveloping the entire battlefield in a haze. "Stay calm. Don't fire," the commanding officer issued orders in a deep voice. Boom. The celestial armored beasts crashed against the Iron City walls, producing a tremendous sound. Some of the celestial armored beasts began to stack up, and others, impatient, started gnawing at the walls with their mandibles. Crash. One celestial armored beast managed to bite open a gap, and seeing this, the others opened their massive mouths and joined in the assault on the walls. The iron walls seemed particularly weak under the assault of the celestial armored beasts. In less than half an hour, they had actually bitten through the entire Iron City wall and surged inside. Countless celestial armored beasts followed through the breach. The Iron City wall had been breached. Chapter 352, a trap for the invaders. This scene was also happening in other defensive sections. Almost every segment had a section where the celestial armored beasts had bitten through a hole. Countless celestial armored beasts surged into the interior of the Iron City walls like a tide through the narrow openings. The general watched this scene in silence, suddenly slamming his hand down. Is this how easily the nation falls? His mood was exceptionally heavy. The defenses were crumbling. Due to arrogance and overconfidence, preparations had been insufficient. After wave of attacks, even the once powerful military was beginning to falter. Furthermore, the number of celestial armored beasts arriving from around the world was increasing, and the frequency of attacks had reached an almost relentless pace. The soldiers were extremely fatigued, yet they received little rest. Those who rotated out barely slept for a few hours before being forced back into battle. The shortage of mechs had made their situation even more dire. Although the entire nation had mobilized for war, the circumstances were not like those during the Second Global Conflict. Back then, the nation had vast territory and abundant resources, which unleashed powerful productivity. However, now the area enclosed by the Iron City walls was quite limited, and resources were scant. The evacuation of citizens into the walls was rushed, with many supplies and equipment left behind. The ignorance and indifference of the previous two administrations had squandered significant opportunities, forcing the nation to endure this bitter outcome. The general felt as though he was trying to turn the tide, but his efforts were in vain. He had placed his hopes on the neighboring nation, which had begun constructing their own iron walls before others, yet even now, their construction was incomplete. Moreover, the walls had been breached in the first round of attacks. This left the general with a profound sense of despair. In another region, the temporary commander of the alliance looked on in astonishment as celestial armored beasts flooded into the Iron City walls, feeling a wave of sorrow. Although the alliance had withstood the attacks, the dawn of hope was nowhere in sight. As the number of celestial armored beasts continued to rise, the issues of the overly narrow iron walls were gradually becoming apparent. Due to the constant attacks, the Steel City walls began to sustain some damage, and they didn't have time to repair the breaches. Over time, it was only a matter of time before they were breached by the creatures from the starry sky. They were still fortunate to have signed a mutual assistance agreement with a neighboring nation. If they couldn't hold out, they would transport people in batches to that nation and continue relying on its Steel City walls for their final resistance. However, the Steel City walls of that nation had also collapsed, barely holding out longer than those of another country. Could the eastern nations really be relied upon? In a certain nation, a general hesitated and asked, "Leader, should we continue transporting personnel?" The leader retorted, "Why not?" The general hesitated again, saying, "But their Steel City walls have fallen." The leader scoffed, "Are you blind? Other areas are intact. Only this small section has been breached, and so regularly at intervals of about a kilometer. Isn't this deliberate?" The general suddenly understood. In the southwestern section of the Steel City walls of the neighboring nation, a commanding voice shouted, "Fire!" Boom, boom. Cannons on the turrets fired fiercely, unleashing a barrage on the most densely concentrated area of the creatures from the starry sky. Behind the steel walls, rows of mech warriors were already eagerly waiting. They formed a semicircle around the breach. The first creature to break through charged towards the crowd, but was intercepted by two mech warriors before it could wreak havoc. A round of osmium alloy bullets shattered its protective shield, and a standard military knife pierced its most vulnerable spot. A grenade was fired in, and with a muffled boom, the first creature that entered the Steel City walls was eliminated before it even realized what happened. The two mech warriors grabbed the creature's forelimbs and quickly dragged the corpse away from the encirclement. A bulldozer was already waiting, and the driver started it up, scooping up the creature's body and loading it onto a flatbed truck. Other creatures encountered the same fate as the first before they could show their fangs. They were taken down and loaded onto the flatbed. Within just a few minutes, the truck was fully loaded. The driver excitedly slapped the steering wheel and drove the flatbed to a deep pit, dumping all the bodies inside before skillfully steering back to the encirclement for the next round. At the command center, an elder patted Xiao Yi's shoulder, saying, "Your tactic of luring the enemy into a trap is quite good. I propose we have top chefs study how to turn those creatures into a delicacy." Xiao Yi frowned and replied disgustedly, "But they grow by consuming human flesh. I can't eat that." The elder shot back, "Dogs grow by eating filth. And vegetables grow in manure. Aren't they all edible?" Chapter 353. A nation no longer great. The battlefield was exceptionally heated, bustling with activity. The opening was narrow, and the number of celestial armored beasts rushing in was limited. The mech warriors were well prepared and had practiced these movements extensively, making them quite adept. This was not a war, nor a battle. It was a massacre. It was as smooth as fishermen sorting, categorizing, processing, and freezing fish that had no power to resist. The mech warriors even had the leisure to joke and banter, making it feel less like a battlefield and more like a comfortable day at work. No, it wasn't work that was comfortable. It was more like the ease of playing a tower defense game. "Hey Chow, you shamelessly stole my bug," a young warrior exclaimed. "Careless of me, a young person without martial ethics, actually ambushed and took our bug away. Come on in quickly. I've been waiting. My life is exciting because of you. Come on, comrades, let us work harder. Hey soldiers, keep it up." All sorts of sounds filled the air. If it weren't for the terrifying appearance of the celestial armored beasts, everyone might have thought this was a hunting ground. The general from the other side was dumbfounded. The leader of another nation was also at a loss. The EU commander was equally stunned. Why was it that while they were also exterminating pests, the nation they were observing was doing it so easily, comfortably, and even enjoyably, while they were experiencing bloodshed, hardship, and struggle? The general turned to a group of high-ranking officers, trembling as he asked, "How come the celestial armored beasts, which terrify us, are so easily defeated by the people of that nation? The senior officers remained silent, not uttering a word. The scene they had just witnessed filled them with a deep sense of frustration. On their own iron walls, people were dying every minute. The historical record of the highest death tolls in their nation showed that the third was during World War II, the second was due to a major disaster, and the first was during the time of holding the iron walls. Every minute, the population was rapidly declining as they fought against the celestial armored beasts with their lives. But looking at that other nation, it seemed as if they were engaged in a hunting activity. The celestial armored beasts appeared fierce and terrifying, like prey waiting to be slaughtered, but in reality, they were struggling against their fate, already firmly controlled by humans. Can we adopt such tactics? The general asked. Another silence fell over the room. After a long pause, a young officer timidly spoke up, absolutely not. Once we break through the iron walls, we will lose our hold, and that will be our downfall. Someone retorted, they can do it. Why can't we? Gathering his courage, the young officer replied loudly, Officer, put down your arrogance. Since the news about the celestial armored beasts came out, we have fallen behind that nation comprehensively. Just because they can do it doesn't mean we can. The crowd fell silent. The officer wanted to say something else, but the young officer, even more enraged, declared, Can everyone else win 4 championships like James? No. That's the reality of strength crushing the weak. Before the starry armored beast, we were already in decline, and now we have been far outpaced by the people of the Great Zhou. What they can achieve, we cannot. We can only look up to them. Wake up, you arrogant and ignorant folks. This time, nearly half of the people have lowered their once proud heads. The starry armored beast serves as a mirror to assess the strength of various countries. In front of it, all falsehoods are exposed, and all exaggerations are brought back to reality. The general spoke with a hint of bitterness. Send my orders, contact the Great Zhou, we will begin our withdrawal. An official prepared to carry out the command, but the general stopped him and pondered for a long time before saying, Be polite. No, be humble. We no longer have the right to stand as equals in front of them. The slogan of making our country great again is truly a toxic mantra. It has wasted our entire preparation period. The general murmured, For us to be great again, it will take at least 100 years. At the headquarters, the war continued to progress in an orderly manner. Xiaoyi slightly closed his eyes and leaned back slowly. His heart finally felt at ease. It was proven that the number of starry armored beasts was less than a significant level, posing no threat to the Great Zhou's iron walls. What worried Xiaoyi the most now was the whereabouts of the mother worm. Niesihua tiptoed in and gently pressed on Xiaoyi's temples. Good news just came in. The Chang'e 5 return capsule has landed and has been loaded onto the transport aircraft. It is on its way back. At the same time, the 2 observation satellites we launched have reached orbit and are conducting comprehensive observations of the Bay of Bengal. Xiaoyi nodded. Tell Luo Yaoyang to wake me up when the starry armored beast changes tactics. Chapter 354. Ruya's target inside the iron walls of the Great Zhou. In Donghu City, Ruya and Lai entered the community, feeling a bit anxious as they looked at a woman with a red dot on her forehead across from them. The woman had dark skin, and her name was clearly marked as Luoha on the badge. Lai and Ruya felt much more at ease. Their earlier tension dissipated instantly. From the name Luoha, it was evident that this woman belonged to a lower caste in the land of the East. Judging by her dark skin and rough hands, she might be from the untouchable class. This made Ruya and Lai straighten their backs involuntarily. Their caste was much higher than that of the woman named Luoha. In the land of the East, they were not even in the same social class. Hello. Being in a foreign land, Ruya maintained enough politeness, joining her hands and speaking. New here? It's quite rare to have newcomers at this time. How did you get in? Surprisingly, the old woman Luoha not only did not show humility, but also had an air of authority typical of a community matriarch. Lai felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, in the land of the East, a lower-class person speaking to Ruya like that would be condemned. We received special approval. Lai explained. Here. The 2 of them were completely in the dark and did not understand anything. Register, please. Are you a couple? Luoha handed over a form. Lai felt a stir in his heart and was about to answer yes when Ruya spoke first. No, we are fellow townspeople. Luoha then took out another form and handed it to Ruya. Then fill out 2 forms. Lai felt a bit uneasy, but he didn't say much and picked up the pen to start filling out the information. What does job intention mean? Lai asked. Luoha pointed around, explaining that this was a residential area for people from the subcontinent, filled with individuals from that region, yet there was no trace of the typical scenery associated with it. Instead, it resembled an ordinary neighborhood in another country. There were no cows or sheep roaming freely, no temples visible after a short walk, and no children running around. Moreover, people hurried past without the contented expressions typical of rural dwellers from the subcontinent. Instead, they bore a sense of responsibility and urgency. This felt completely different from his experience back home. Here, everyone had to contribute their strength. The city did not tolerate idlers. Each person had to make a contribution to all of humanity, so you must work. Do you understand? Luoha's tone was far from polite. Lai sensed that Luoha, this older woman, had likely received training in community management. Her demeanor and tone were similar to those of the community managers he had seen in recent days. Always eager to serve the country and the people. I don't know what to do, Lai hesitated to say. Luoha asked, do you have experience with mecha simulations? Lai looked confused. Luoha shook her head. Did you go to university? Lai shook his head and suddenly said, I can operate a hot air balloon. Luoha took the form and checked it off. Then you'll go to the factory. She called out to a man who had just walked by. Jain. Take this friend to the factory for reporting. Luoha glanced at Lai and noticed he was empty-handed, so she added, remember to get him some clothes and daily necessities. Lai looked at Ruya, anxiously asking, what about her? Luoha waved her hand dismissively. Girls have their own paths. Now hurry up and go. Lai felt reluctant as he looked at Ruya, who felt relieved. She understood Lai's feelings for her, but she really didn't feel the same. This was a perfect opportunity to escape the awkwardness of always being together. You go ahead. I'll contact you when I have a place. Only then did Lai leave helplessly. You're a pretty girl, so tell me, what is your experience with mecha simulations? Luoha asked, without waiting for Ruya to respond. Luoha slapped her forehead. Of course, you don't have any experience either. Did you go to university? Ruya shook her head. Have you studied nursing? She shook her head. Have you learned hairdressing? Another shake of her head. Can you cook? Still shaking her head. Can you farm? She shook her head once more. Luoha, frustrated, put away the form and muttered, another woman who knows nothing. Given that you're pretty, just come learn community management with me. Half an hour later, Ruya looked at her own room, desk, clothes, and daily supplies, feeling an overwhelming sense of stability for the first time in her life. This was the first time she had a space that truly belonged to her. She picked up her phone, intending to call Lai and share her new address. However, after making the call, she realized she was calling Hua Chen. Ruya, have you found a place to stay? Hua Chen quickly answered the phone. Yeah, brother Hua. What are you doing? Ruya heard Hua Chen's voice was quite loud, as if the environment was noisy. Hee, I'm dealing with pests. It's really boring. I've spent the whole morning and only caught 2. Those bugs just keep escaping, Hua Chen said. Brother Hua, I don't have a stable job right now. I can't do anything. I feel so useless, Ruya expressed her feelings. Oh, it's okay. You're new here and not familiar with our country. You're such a smart girl. And you're young, you'll learn quickly. I'm sure you'll find a job that suits you, Hua Chen comforted her. Hua Chen's words encouraged Ruya. If she were in her home country, her mother and grandmother would definitely say, a girl doesn't need to learn anything. Just find a good husband and take care of him. In this country, she felt she had found a new way of life, which is to learn, work, and strive for human survival. Chapter 355 Basic Combat Orders Southwest Section of the Iron Wall. Gao Daqiang shook his head and turned towards the elevator. The response of the starry armored beasts was quicker than he had expected. The battle lasted only half a day, and the starry armored beasts retreated like a tide. They surrounded an area several dozen kilometers away from the Iron Wall and no longer launched attacks. The bodies outside the wall that had been bombarded were also dragged back. We need to repair the gaps. They won't use this method of attack again, Gao Daqiang said to the engineer. The engineer, somewhat incredulous, asked, wasn't it said that these bugs are not very intelligent? Gao Daqiang shook his head. I've fought with them before. Their intelligence in other areas may not be high, but in combat, it's not low. They won't make such a big mistake again. You should speed up the construction. I estimate they won't attack in the next few days. Gao Daqiang turned to look at the distant dark line of bugs and said, even if they attack, it won't be in a comprehensive manner. They are likely to use localized strong assaults. The engineer still shook his head and said, without orders from above, I can't let anyone fill the gaps. Gao Daqiang smiled mysteriously. It will come soon. Sure enough, a messenger rushed over to the engineer and said, the command center's order is to fill the gaps immediately. At the same time, send out inspection personnel to assess the defense of the iron wall and carry out repairs. Gao Daqiang grinned, and the engineer shook his head, giving Gao Daqiang a thumbs up. Gao Daqiang's judgment and decisiveness were much stronger than that of Commander Li Qingyi. War is the best testing tool. It eliminates unqualified commanders from peacetime and selects talents who would not be reused in peacetime to take on important roles. Yuan closely followed Gao Daqiang and asked, Commander Gao, I haven't had enough fun yet. When do you think the bugs will launch their second wave of attacks? Gao Daqiang patted Yuan on the shoulder and said, just wait a few days. Once the bugs from the region and South Asia gather, we might have a fight on our hands. Other areas won't be attacking cities in the next few days. At the command center, Xiao Yi walked into the meeting room and sat down. A staff member handed him a document, and Luo Yaoyang coughed before saying, the starry armored beasts retreated faster than we expected. Xiao Yi raised his head and asked, is there any trace of the mother bug? Luo Yaoyang shook his head. We have arranged for thousands of people to observe the Bay of Bengal simultaneously, but no signs of life have been detected. What movements do the starry armored beasts have now? Xiao Yi inquired. Luo Yaoyang replied. Based on the current information, the starry armored beasts are gathering. A large number of them have moved from Southeast Asia and South Asia and are converging. They might launch a second wave of attacks in a few days. Could the mother bug have moved? Xiao Yi looked at Qian Linsen, who responded, we haven't received any special signals. Nie Sihua added, our few observation satellites haven't detected any special signals either. The mother bug should still be lurking, not issuing any special orders. Xiao Yi smiled slightly. It seems this mother bug is very cautious. The intelligence of the starry armored beasts is much stronger than we previously predicted. They have basic combat instructions in their brains, and they will retreat once their losses exceed a certain limit. I can confirm that this first wave of attacks was autonomously initiated based on the combat instructions in the brains of the starry armored beasts. The subsequent second and even third waves will also be based on these combat instructions. Combat instructions? This notion was raised for the first time, leaving everyone somewhat puzzled. Xiao Yi said, after careful analysis over the past few days, I am certain that the starry armored beasts are artificial organisms. They are definitely products of an extraterrestrial civilization. Moreover, they are clearly not newly created. They should have rich combat experience. These basic combat instructions have been ingrained in their genes by the extraterrestrial civilization, becoming their instincts. When faced with unfavorable combat situations, they will autonomously change their tactics. Only when encountering significant setbacks will the mother bug possibly conduct a full-scale mobilization. Therefore, we must not be careless in observing the Bay of Bengal. We need to stay vigilant. Xiao Yi continued, at the same time. We should analyze and judge what their second wave of attacks will look like and how we should respond. Lin Xingxing said, according to reports from frontline soldiers, the number of starry armored beasts on the southern defense line has surged. I suspect they will use their numerical advantage to break through at a single point. We must prepare a response plan. Zhao Taizhu sneered. Break through at a single point? Let us concentrate our forces on one point and see whose edge is sharper. Xiao Yi turned to look at the big screen, where only a few red dots remained on the entire world map. These represent the areas still held by humanity. What should we reply to the request for troop withdrawal? Nie Sihua asked. Let them send over the core technologies we need first. We should hold out for a few more days. Our iron walls are not yet built, Xiao Yi said expressionlessly. Chapter 356. The defense mechanism of the iron wall. Nie Sihua placed a document in front of Xiao Yi and said, this is the defense assessment of the iron wall just completed by frontline researchers. Xiao Yi glanced at it and then passed it to others. Everyone took turns reading the assessment report. After reviewing it, Qian Linsen smiled slightly and remarked, it turns out that the information we received from the previous universe is a great asset for us. Without their contributions, we wouldn't have achieved what we have today. The construction method of the iron wall has been validated through countless universes, and the building materials used are the most reasonable and effective. The entire iron wall adopts a steel beam frame structure to form the overall framework. The most vulnerable steel beam sections are made of alloys, capable of withstanding a certain degree of impact from celestial armored beasts. Outside the core steel beams and within the structure, concrete modules are used for filling. According to the methods outlined in the documentation, diamond dust and chromium alloy powder are mixed into the concrete, which can wear down the mandibles and teeth of the celestial armored beasts. Most importantly, these concrete modules are replaceable. Once the concrete modules at the front of the iron wall are damaged by bites, the power devices behind the wall will push the entire layer of concrete modules forward, expelling the damaged sections from the wall. This process takes only a few minutes. Once the replacement is complete, what appears before the celestial armored beasts is a brand new section of the iron wall. Each layer of concrete modules can be replaced in this manner, with a total height of 150 meters and 50 layers. Each layer can be independently pushed forward, ensuring the outer wall of the iron wall remains strong. If the supporting steel beams of the iron wall are damaged, there are contingency measures in place. Each construction unit of the iron wall produces an additional spare section that is 50 meters wide. If a steel beam is damaged, a spare section will be moved to the affected area via tracks for a complete replacement. Simultaneously, construction workers will continue to build a second spare section. In cases where two sections of the iron wall experience simultaneous steel beam damage, spare sections will be temporarily borrowed from other construction units. If conditions allow, after the main iron wall is completed, construction units will build dual spare sections to ensure everything is foolproof. It appears that the iron wall of the Great Zhou Kingdom spans 10,000 miles. But when accounting for spare sections, the total length is at least 10,500 miles. This is the crystallization of wisdom and experience from countless universes, allowing the people of this universe to successfully construct the most effective iron wall. Such an iron wall is nearly flawless and represents the best defense achievable by humanity. Of course, this is merely a defensive measure. Solely relying on defense is not a long-term strategy. Counterattacks are the fundamental solution to problems. However, people from other universes cannot assist them, as they have never reached the stage of counterattacking. Counterattacking must be explored and sought after by everyone themselves. Xiao Yi let out a sigh of relief. The effectiveness of the steel wall's defense had always been his biggest concern. It seemed that his worries were unnecessary. The damage to the steel wall could be kept within a controllable range. Meanwhile, the low-speed operation of the underground collider effectively prevented the starry armored beasts from emerging from the ground. By the way, have you found any traces of those starry armored beasts inside the wall? Xiao Yi asked. With the collider operating at low speed, it was impossible for the starry armored beasts to hide underground within a radius of several dozen kilometers. We mobilized the elderly in the community to form a patrol team. But so far, we haven't found any signs of these little pests. They seem to have disappeared, Lu Bowen said. Xiao Yi replied calmly. They probably need to hibernate. The starry armored beasts born from the mother worm should require a period of dormancy. Everyone should remain vigilant. Especially in areas where the corpses of the starry armored beasts are piled up, we must ensure proper defense. Luo Yaoyang responded. We have installed alarms and monitors at every corpse disposal site. As soon as they appear, we will be able to detect them immediately. Hearing the conversation between Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyang, Lu Bowen suddenly said, Commander Xiao, we only have one method to deal with the corpses of the starry armored beasts, which is high-temperature incineration. However, to burn the corpses of the starry armored beasts, we need incinerators that can reach 1 or 2,000 degrees, and given their large size, smaller incinerators are ineffective. We have too few incinerators. I suggest we build more incinerators to handle these starry armored beasts. Xiao Yi sighed. The energy consumption for incinerating the starry armored beasts is too great. Currently, our resources are limited, and we cannot build more incinerators. We will have to handle it this way for now. Qian Linsen also sighed. I really hope the biological team can quickly find a method to process the corpses of the starry armored beasts. If so, we could mount an effective counterattack and completely eliminate the starry armored beasts. Chapter 357. A Nation in Distress. Every individual is responsible. New capital city. Xiangyang Community. Director Zhang Ming returned home wearily. Just as he sat down, a fierce woman barged in with a 16-year-old boy. Zhang, hurry up and remove my son Rui's name. He can't go into the military. Zhang Ming glanced at the formidable woman. She was the head of a household in Xiangyang Community, and the 16-year-old boy, Xiao Rui, was about to graduate. In these extraordinary times, education has also changed. Students over 16 are graduating early and being assigned to various posts for on-the-job training. Zhang Ming had been busy all day assigning internships to these graduating students. The current internship positions are divided into several types. One type is frontline work, which involves being a mecha warrior and construction worker. It is the most exhausting but also the most respected and sought-after profession by young people. However, it is also the most dangerous. Yet, there are always some backward individuals who do not want their family members to take on such risky positions. This fierce woman clearly belonged to that category. Zhang Ming was very familiar with Xiao Rui's situation. The ranking in the mecha simulation had already reached platinum. Indeed, the ranking of simulated mechas is based on the ranking of a well-known mobile game. The simulated mecha rankings are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and king. This was also actively contributed by a certain company, which stated that it would not pursue any infringement claims against the official party. Interns under the age of 18 who wish to participate in the Mecha Warriors must first have a simulated mecha ranking above gold. Xiao Rui's ranking is quite good, placing him in the top 50 at school. Therefore, Xiao Rui signed up for the Mecha Warrior internship and was accepted. However, his mother was clearly unwilling for her son to take risks. Zhang, if you don't withdraw my son's name, I won't let this go, the woman said as she held on to her son. He's under 18, and according to the internship rules, you can't enroll him without my consent. Zhang Ming sighed. Xiao Rui's mother. Participating in the Mecha Warriors is such an honorable thing. Others want to go but can't. I don't care. If others want to risk their lives, that's their choice. Our Xiao Rui should stay at home and be well cared for. Even if he just cuts his finger, I feel terrible. How could I let him be a Mecha Warrior? The woman shouted. Zhang Ming shook his head. Zhang Ming's grandson came out, greeted Xiao Rui, and then stood quietly to the side. They were classmates, but in front of adults, they felt they had no right to speak. Xiao Rui's mother. How glorious it is to go to the front lines. The community will even celebrate with drums and gongs, giving every honored participant a big red flower and draping them with red silk. Zhang Ming earnestly advised. Stop fooling around. Why don't you sign your grandson up for the front lines? Don't think I don't know. Your wife has already issued an ultimatum. If you dare to let your grandson go to the front lines, she will kick you out. Xiao Rui's mother pointed at Zhang Ming's grandson. If you let your grandson go, I'll let our Xiao Rui go too. Xiao Rui's mother knew very well that Director Zhang's wife had already said their grandson would not go to the front lines for the internship. That's why she used this to corner Director Zhang. Zhang Ming turned to look at his grandson and motioned with his mouth. The grandson understood what Zhang Ming meant and said, "Grandma isn't home." This grandson lived with his grandparents and understood Zhang Ming's thoughts well. Zhang Ming straightened his back and said, "Let me tell you the truth. I've already signed my grandson up. He actively requested to go to the front lines this time. I don't believe it. Who are you fooling? Aren't you afraid of that tigress at home?" The woman said, jumping up and down. Zhang Ming took out the list in his hand, found his grandson's name, and pointed it out to the woman. "Look, Zhang Xiaobao. Frontline mecha battle team." The woman leaned over to take a look, her eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, Director Zhang's grandson, Zhang Xiaobao, had really signed up to participate in the frontline troops. But the woman was best at playing hardball. She immediately threw a fit. "Your grandson's life isn't worth much, but our son's life is precious. Our family won't go. Even if your grandson Zhang Xiaobao goes, our family won't go." Zhang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. The most troublesome aspect of community work was dealing with unreasonable and stubborn individuals. Community workers dreaded encountering fierce mothers like Xiao Rui's. If there was something worse, it would be facing a group of such fierce women. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang. Zhang Ming looked towards the entrance and felt overwhelmed. An even more terrifying situation had arisen. His wife was glaring at him with a fiery gaze. As night fell, Zhang Ming wandered aimlessly on the street with a backpack, unsure of where to go. "Grandpa, I'm here with you." Zhang Xiaobao suddenly appeared, putting his arm around Zhang Ming's shoulder. "Let's roam the world together." Before Zhang Ming could respond, Zhang Xiaobao grinned. "Even if you don't let me go, I was planning to sneak away anyway. I must go to the front lines. It's our duty to fight the pests." Zhang Ming smiled reassuringly. "Grandson, you go ahead. This time they are recruiting warriors under 60. And I plan to sign up too. My mecha simulation scores are also at a gold level now. We can fight the pests together then." There's a donation event on the website, and they insist that even the pests must sign up. The condition is that if the donations reach 1,000 within the specified time, they will add 10 more chapters. If you flip to the end of this book, you'll see the activity description. Just take a look. If it really happens, the website will force the pests to add 10 more chapters. Just thinking about it is frustrating. Everyone can decide for themselves. Chapter 358, The Crazy Evacuation. Countdown, 11 days. In a certain country, the airport was busier than ever, with almost all available fighter jets circling in the sky. On the ground, large transport and passenger planes were taking off and landing frequently. The country was in the process of evacuation. After receiving the admission notice yesterday, the evacuation began, supported by another nation. That nation dispatched aerial refueling and early warning aircraft, along with hundreds of passenger planes to assist. The country had opened 10 makeshift airports to accommodate the incoming passenger planes. The pilots flying these planes were from the so-called fighting nation, known for its combat prowess. They had completed their evacuation actions 3 days prior. With its vast territory and limited capacity, the nation was granted a migration quota of 20 million by the other country. As a result, many residents directly entered the fortified areas of the other nation to contribute to its development. After successfully defending against the first wave of alien attacks, the president of the fighting nation realized that their defenses could not hold. Thus, he immediately began arranging for an evacuation, moving the elite soldiers and equipment to safety. The fighting nation officially fell 2 days ago. Now, these somewhat reckless pilots were the most suitable candidates to assist with the evacuation. The entire airport was in chaos. Yet within the chaos, there was also a sense of order. The fighter jets are responsible for covering and intercepting the flying armored insects that come in for low-altitude harassment. Transport planes are tasked with delivering the most advanced equipment and instruments of the nation, while passenger planes are used to transport elite soldiers and teams. Helicopters are responsible for low-altitude interception. The entire airspace is bustling with activity. In the low-altitude area, the fighting is particularly fierce. Ground artillery creates a series of fiery scenes in the sky, blocking the approach of the armored insects. Fighter jets take advantage of their speed and altitude to dive attack the incoming flying insects. Helicopters ensure the safety of the airspace above the runway. Meanwhile, passenger planes bravely take off despite the chaos. As long as they ascend above 2,000 meters, they can escape danger and safely head to the neighboring nation. Within this nation, the environment is secure, and the armored insects dare not enter the fortified areas. Otherwise, the powerful ground artillery would shoot them down. The military leader of the nation stands at the airport, looking up at the busy scene. Boom! A large passenger plane is struck by 2 flying armored insects, instantly exploding into a dazzling fireball in the sky, resulting in the loss of nearly 500 elite soldiers. However, the leader's expression remains unchanged. Such scenes are too common for him. From yesterday to today, countless planes have been brought down by the insects, but even more have successfully taken off. A large number of elite soldiers have been sent to the neighboring nation, representing the seeds of civilization and the spark of rebuilding for their homeland. This nation has also endured numerous hardships throughout history, having been destroyed countless times and its people massacred repeatedly. Yet, they have shown resilience in rebuilding their country time and again. The leader believes that this time, they will also be able to restore their nation and civilization. All they need to do is let go of their dependency on a certain powerful country and firmly embrace the neighboring nation as their ally. The leader will ensure that their nation becomes the most steadfast ally and supporter of the neighboring nation. Leader, the first plane is ready and can depart at any time. An aide reports. The leader turns to look behind him and asks, "How is our defense line?" The aide replies, "It is very solid. Our ancestors will hold on with their lives until we all evacuate." The leader's eyes redden at this statement, understanding its weight. Currently, on the not-so-long steel walls of their nation, it is not the young who stand guard, but rather the veterans who have fought throughout their youth. The youngest among them is now 50, and the oldest is 70, having endured long wars. They are now facing their final battle, one that is destined for failure and certain death. These old warriors hold the steel walls, striving to buy enough time for their descendants to evacuate. The leader boards the plane, which is filled to capacity with people. Upon seeing the leader enter, the soldiers on the plane stand up, each looking at him with admiration. The leader managed to evacuate at this critical moment, which is commendable. At least he didn't flee at the first opportunity. This is already much better than many political figures in various countries. As the planes began to take off, everyone's expression was serious. The most dangerous part of their retreat journey was the ascent, as this stage was the most susceptible to attacks from airborne creatures. The leader's face was grave as he looked out the window and saw several flying creatures quickly encircling their ascending aircraft. 2 helicopters came to intercept, and their heavy fire took down 3 or 4 of the flying creatures. However, 4 of them managed to break through the helicopter's encirclement and approach the plane. Gunfire erupted below the airport as several mech warriors opened fire, hitting the flying creatures. The plane quickly ascended, finally escaping the danger zone and climbing to a higher altitude. On the airport tarmac, a group of gray-haired mech warriors saluted the plane before continuing on to their next battle. On board the aircraft, the leader looked down through the window. Seeing mech warriors everywhere on the ground, the fathers of the young warriors seated inside the plane. They were building a lifeline for the younger mech warriors with their lives. However, they could only hold on for another day or two before they would all fall to the creatures. Yet, they still pressed forward, courageously continuing their fight. This was their final mission. The leader silently removed his hat and saluted the ground. The warriors on the plane also quietly took off their hats and saluted. Tears flowed down everyone's faces. The leader spoke solemnly. "We will definitely rebuild our nation and engrave their names on a monument, never to be forgotten." Never to be forgotten. The warriors on the plane echoed their solemn promise. The country of Tianzhu would face annihilation and would likely never be rebuilt, as it was a land without heritage. In contrast, the nation of Judea would soon be re-established, as it shared some similarities with another enduring nation, because it was a land with a legacy. Countdown, 9 days. On the steel walls of Judea, the damaged walls showed significant wear. Repairs were delayed due to a shortage of materials, with the deepest sections already hollowed out by the creatures. However, the turrets atop the steel walls continued to fire relentlessly, and the mech warriors kept pouring out bullets. In 3 days, Judea managed to evacuate 3 million people, nearly a third of its total population. This was a miracle, as their evacuation numbers surpassed the combined efforts of other regions. But now, they could no longer hold out. The number of planes in the sky above the airport had noticeably decreased, with only a few fighter jets desperately covering the last passenger plane on the ground. The anti-aircraft fire and mechanized bullets on the ground opened a passage for the passenger plane. The passenger plane tilted its nose up for takeoff, then accelerated, swiftly slicing through the sky. A starry armored beast attempted to intercept the passenger plane, creating a very dangerous situation. A fighter jet tried to attack the starry armored beast but found its ammunition depleted. The gray-haired pilot acted without hesitation, steering the aircraft directly into the starry armored beast, resulting in a collision. The fighter jet's wing was torn off, trailing black smoke as it plummeted to the ground. The starry armored beast was killed on impact, crashing down from the sky. The passenger plane seized the opportunity to ascend, reaching a safe altitude. This was the last passenger plane, marking the final evacuation flight. This meant that the people on the ground had no further chance to escape. The passenger plane circled twice in the sky, bidding a permanent farewell to those below. Before heading eastward, 2 accompanying fighter jets followed closely, standing their ground for the last stand. Their journey was short, and fuel was running low. Their battle had lost its significance, so they simply wished to accompany the plane a little longer, hoping to delay the farewell. Eventually, 1 fighter jet lost power. The gray-haired pilot saluted the passenger plane, then slowly began to descend. The other jet quickly followed suit, saluting and making a gesture for a safe journey before also plummeting. Thus, the evacuation of the Jewish nation was complete, with a total of 3 million people evacuated, a miracle in the history of human transportation. On the ground, the iron walls finally collapsed, and thousands of starry armored beasts surged through the breach, engaging in close combat with the mechanized warriors. However, how could the mechanized warriors withstand the tide of starry armored beasts? The Jewish nation had fallen. In the great Zhou nation, Xiao Yi and the leader of the Jewish nation stood up and saluted to the west. This was a final tribute to the soldiers of the Jewish nation who held on until the end. After this, Xiao Yi addressed the leader of the Jewish nation. Rest assured, the great Zhou nation will help you rebuild your nation. Now, hand over your command. Chapter 360. The Iron Wall successfully topped on this day. Many significant events occurred. The Large Hadron Collider successfully operated at high speed. Since its completion, the collider, which stretches for 10,000 miles, had only been able to run at low speeds while undergoing adjustments and tests for high-speed operation. Today, Yi Wanqing's team and Yang Bui's nuclear power team collaborated effectively, finally achieving high-speed operation of the collider. They obtained many data points never seen before and validated numerous hypotheses. Another major event was the successful topping of the Iron Wall. Before sunset, the Iron Wall, measuring 10,000 miles long, 150 meters high, and 50 meters wide, was finally completed. While there was still a large amount of internal work to be done, this marked a significant milestone. It indicated that the Great Zhou nation could now fully mobilize for a comprehensive defensive battle. In the command center, Nie Sihua prepared a small celebration ceremony, gathering members from various teams to participate in the event. As Xiao Yi walked into the conference room, excitement filled the air. People crowded around him and made their way to the podium, with various fireworks being set off and colorful paper and ribbons flying everywhere. Xiao Yi could not hide his own excitement. His heart was finally at ease. Although internal adjustments would still take a few more days, the heaviest burden on his mind had been lifted. The situation in the region had not collapsed, and cooperation among various entities was still holding strong. The nation was not facing the most painful challenges encountered in previous times, such as building iron walls while defending against external threats. Now, the nation could finally focus all its efforts on addressing the looming threats. Although the situation could not last much longer, it mattered little now. They had accomplished their historical mission. Currently, the hopes of humanity rested on this nation, which was fully prepared. Everyone eagerly watched Xiao Yi, listening quietly to his speech. Xiao Yi picked up the microphone, smiled slightly, and said, "Today, we have finally arrived at this moment. This is the first message of spring conveyed to us. Although winter remains cold and the situation is still severe, spring will eventually come. Humanity will prevail. We will prevail. We will prevail. We will prevail." The entire venue was filled with fervor. As the crowd quieted down, Xiao Yi smiled again. "Our resistance has just begun, so let us gather our thoughts, take our seats. And since everyone is here, let's start the meeting." The crowd burst into friendly laughter, quickly tidying up the venue as everyone sat down for the most well-attended group meeting in recent months. The first to speak was Yi Wanqing, unable to contain her excitement. She said, "Today, we successfully operated the particle collider at high speed, and through the data, we have made some strange discoveries." She picked up a book and said, "Parallel universes are like this book. Our first universe is the first page, and below it are the second page, third page, and so on, until the last page. The information we received indicates that communication can only be transmitted from the past to the future. The second universe can send us information, but we cannot send anything back to them. Communication is one way because time is one-directional. Information can be sent to the past, but cannot be sent to the future. In fact, we attempted to send information to the second universe, but we failed." Yi Wanqing explained. The audience was taken aback. If this were true, then the first universe could not save the other universes, leaving them feeling quite lonely among countless parallel universes. In those other universes, humanity had already fallen. However, they had made another discovery. Their information had still penetrated the spatial barriers and been transmitted out. This indicated that they could send information to other universes, Yi Wanqing stated. "Since we are the first universe, where did our information go? Is there really a universe that is ahead of us?" Xiao Yi asked curiously. Yi Wanqing shook her head. "We are the source of the universe, the first universe, and we have already confirmed this. There is no universe ahead of us." Xiao Yi frowned. "Since we can't transmit information to the second universe, where has our information gone?" Yi Wanqing replied. "This is also a question that puzzles us. However, our experimental data proves that our information has indeed been transmitted to other parallel universes. We have verified this multiple times, and each time the result was a successful transmission. So now we need to figure out which universe our transmitted information has reached. This is something we urgently need to understand." Qian Linson added, "However, I am confident that we will be able to decipher the direction of this information, and when that time comes, it will be our opportunity to save other universes. Yuan Qing said. Chapter 361. Bad news for foodies. The second to speak was the green team. Professor Yuan Ping spoke slowly. I have good news and bad news here. Which one would you like to hear first? The atmosphere at the conference was lively, and even the usually quiet Professor Yuan Ping was making jokes. Let us hear the bad news first. Today's good news is a bit too much. We need some bad news to balance the mood, Xiao Yi said, eliciting laughter from the audience. Professor Yuan Ping nodded and said with a smile, for foodies, this is a huge piece of bad news. After our careful analysis, testing, and research, we found that the meat of the starry armored beast is inedible. Not only can we not digest their biological molecules, but they are also harmful to our bodies. Oh no, that's really bad news, Zhao Taizhu said disappointedly. I was hoping the chefs would come up with a cooking method that allows for multiple uses from one creature. It seems that's not going to happen. The crowd laughed again. Professor Yuan Ping continued. The good news is that we have completed the production process for artificial meat. We can directly process plant components into animal components. The taste of the artificial meat is not only similar to real meat, but its nutritional content is also the same. Or even better, we can now significantly reduce the feeding of livestock, as their food conversion rate is too low and wastes too much grain. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. If this continues, will we be able to develop artificial life forms as well? Professor Yuan Ping waved his hand. Not at this stage. There is still a huge gap between artificial meat and artificial life forms. However, it is definitely possible in the future. The third report was from the construction team S. Shenlin, who looked noticeably thinner, with sunken eyes and bloodshot sclera. The pressure he bore was second only to Xiao Yi among everyone present. The construction of the iron wall was crucial to the safety of all humanity, and he did not dare to be careless. Shenlin stood up and said, tomorrow, the iron wall will enter the internal debugging phase. We will complete all debugging within a week. Xiao Yi waved his hand. Get a doctor, give him a sedative. Shenlin, your task is to get a good night's sleep. The internal debugging work will not be delayed. The audience erupted in laughter once more. This has been the most comforting meeting in recent times. The fourth to report was Liu Bowen from the internal affairs team. He said, we have reached a level where everyone is a soldier. We currently have 500 million regular mech warriors, including 50 million foreign personnel. There are 300 million reserve mech warriors and 200 million trainee mech warriors. We have basically completed the composition of 1 billion mech warriors. At the same time, we have 700 million internal staff, and an additional 300 million personnel consist of the elderly, disabled, and children. However, if Commander Xiao feels that the numbers are still insufficient, I can assemble another team of 100 million from the elderly and teenagers. While they may not operate mechs, they can still man the turrets. Liu Bowen made a rare joke, and the venue erupted in laughter once more. The concept of everyone a soldier was a requirement proposed by Xiao Yi, which Liu Bowen had successfully achieved, showcasing his exceptional abilities. Next to speak was Luo Yaoyong, who stated, based on the experiences of military experts from other nations during their evacuation, we have developed several defensive tactics and are currently coordinating with the Frenzy team. In the coming days, we will practice these new tactics online. We are very confident in defending the Iron City walls. The final speaker, Nie Hua, mentioned, so far, we have completed the manufacturing of 700 million mechs. Our focus has now shifted from manufacturing to maintenance and the production of spare parts. The daily output of mechs will be reduced to 1 million. However, the production of key components will significantly increase. At this point, Nie Hua felt a bit apologetic, as hers was the only team among the 10 that had not met its targets. Luo Yaoyong added, through analysis and actual combat, we have found that deploying 500 million mechs simultaneously is already the limit. 500 million mechs are sufficient for both the iron walls and the city. After all, humans are not machines, they need rest. Moreover, the space on the iron walls is limited and cannot accommodate everyone for defense. Xiao Yi patted Nie Hua on the shoulder and said, you have done very well. Your current task is to be my assistant and hand over the mech work to others. I need you. Xiao Yi was speaking the truth, as he felt somewhat awkward after transferring Zhen Shuiyao and urgently required Nie Hua's full cooperation. Nie Hua, who had been slightly dejected, suddenly felt joyful. This was the first time Xiao Yi said he needed her, filling her heart with delight. Xiao Yi, is this a public confession? Xiao Yi turned to Wang Lin and asked, how is the research situation in your biological team? Wang Lin shook his head slightly. Several key studies have not yet yielded results, but I feel we are close. Xiao Yi stood up and said, don't rush, scientific research cannot be hurried. Rest assured, our iron walls will definitely provide you with enough time to develop a method to eliminate the starry sky beasts. Chapter 362. The fate of Gao Daqiang. Xiao Yi stood on the magnificent iron wall, gazing at the endless expanse of the wall, filled with awe and pride. When Emperor Yang of Sui was touring the Grand Canal, and when Qin Shi Huang stood on the Great Wall, they probably didn't feel as strongly as I do now. After all, the visual impact here is much greater than the steel walls beneath my feet. Standing at a height of 150 meters is like looking down from the top of a 50-story building. The armored warriors on the ground appear quite small. The most astonishing sight is that these steel walls extend all the way to the horizon, reaching places invisible to the naked eye. This is the construction power of the people of the Great Zhou. Only the Great Zhou deserves the title of infrastructure fanatic. In just 170 days, the Great Zhou's steel wall spanning thousands of miles was conceived and completed. This is a miracle of humanity. The workers didn't stop. Some were engaged in internal installations, while others were constructing a second segment of the steel wall as a backup. If the steel wall is damaged, a new segment will be put in place. Some say this is the 8th wonder of the world, but I believe it deserves to be recorded in history more than the other 7 wonders, as Luo Yaoyang lamented. Gao Daqiang, wearing armor, walked over, saluted Xiao Yi and the others, and said, 1173 military unit Gao Daqiang, please give your instructions. Xiao Yi smiled and shook hands with Gao Daqiang. They were old friends. How's it going? Xiao Yi asked. Gao Daqiang turned to look at the dense line of starry armored beasts ahead and said, the number of starry armored beasts coming from West Asia and South Asia is increasing. They are about to launch an attack. Xiao Yi gazed into the distance, where a long black line of starry armored beasts could be vaguely seen several dozen kilometers from the steel wall. This is what the frontline soldiers referred to as the insect line. It was indeed an apt phrase. What do you think their strategy will be this time? Xiao Yi asked. Gao Daqiang, having faced the starry armored beasts multiple times, had some basic understanding of them. This time they will definitely prioritize conserving their strength. They may attempt a single-point breakthrough or a multi-point breakthrough. However, regardless of which method they choose, it will be difficult for us to collect their bodies. Xiao Yi nodded. You're right. Therefore, we need to let a batch into fight at the right moment. Gao Daqiang was taken aback, but quickly nodded, understood. Xiao Yi suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. The image that had appeared before flashed in his mind again. Gao Daqiang, in armor, firmly held the gap in the steel wall with his team, buying half an hour for others to replace the wall segments. However, Gao Daqiang and his team never returned. It seemed that this scene was about to play out again. Xiao Yi wanted to say something, at least to prevent Gao Daqiang from going into battle himself. But he held back. He knew Gao Daqiang's character. Even if he knew he might die, he would still do what he believed was right. Some people say that individuals like Gao Daqiang are foolish, others say they are simple-minded, and some even call them stupid. However, if there were more fools like Gao Daqiang who have their own moral and behavioral standards, the world would be a much better place. Xiao Yi held back what he wanted to say and finally just said, remember, living is more meaningful and can save more people than heroically sacrificing yourself. Gao Daqiang grinned and replied, Commander Xiao, this is the second time you've said something like this. Why so mysterious? Xiao Yi also smiled and said, I hope that when we launch a counterattack, you will lead the charge. Gao Daqiang stood at attention and saluted, I will. Xiao Yi turned and walked towards the next defense section. There was a defensive section every kilometer, and Xiao Yi was measuring the steel city wall beneath his feet. At the top of the steel wall, the widest part was 50 meters, the narrowest 25 meters. The steel wall also served as a high-speed roadway, allowing for the transportation of a large amount of supplies. Every 50 meters, a high-performance turret and an anti-aircraft turret were built, creating a dense firepower barrier to protect the safety of the steel wall. Suddenly, alarms sounded, and the mech warriors quickly took their positions. Below the steel wall, a large number of soldiers rushed out of the barracks, donned their mechs, and quickly lined up to head towards the lift under the steel wall. Rows of mech warriors were swiftly sent to the top of the steel wall by the lift, and those who had just arrived ran to their designated defense areas to prepare for defense. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. This was the result of months of online drills. Xiao Yi, the second wave of the Starry Sky Mecha Beasts attack, has begun, said Niesi Hua with a somewhat excited, yet serious tone. Xiao Yi looked up at the sky. In the distance, a large area of black dots suddenly rose, forming a thick black mist that spread toward the steel wall. These black dots combined together looked like a sandstorm, creating a strong sense of shock. The sheer number of flying mecha beasts was daunting. However, the soldiers who had undergone multiple drills remained calm. Jack, as an intern mech warrior, followed closely behind his instructor, fearfully staring at the distant black mist. Instructor, aren't you afraid? Jack had not been a mech warrior for long, but he had a good sense of understanding and was now somewhat proficient in operating the mech. Originally, today was supposed to be a mech shooting class, but upon hearing the alarm, the instructor immediately changed plans and took this group of intern warriors to the steel wall for a real combat training session. Jack, with such a small heart, how did you manage to kill your first Starry Sky Mecha Beast? Zhang Xiaobao said with a grin. There was no way around it. Ever since Jack joined the internship team, he had become the prime target for jokes among everyone. A video of him had made him recognizable to almost everyone in the region. The humiliation he faced at the hands of the locals was now used as material for teasing him. Moreover, Jack stood out in the internship team. Among a group of 16-year-olds, there was a burly man with a full head of blonde hair, making it a waste not to make jokes at his expense. Zhang Xiaobao. I can't believe you're not afraid, Jack said angrily. Zhang Xiaobao froze, and everyone else was equally stunned. Jack's statement was indeed accurate. Zhang Xiaobao was scared. And so were the other interns. The looming dark figures of the approaching armored beasts in the starry sky were truly intimidating. No one would believe anyone claiming not to be afraid. The instructor smiled faintly. I'm not afraid, and I have a good method to help you not be afraid either. Jack and the others looked at the instructor with extreme eagerness in their eyes. It's simple. Just think of those creatures as contribution points, the instructor said, instantly brightening everyone's eyes. What did contribution points mean? They represented currency during peacetime. With contribution points, one could have their own exclusive mech, decorate it with the coolest stickers and logos, and even write their own slogans on it, stylish and impressive. With contribution points, one could eat high-end food that others couldn't, drink fine wines that were beyond the reach of most. They could wear their own honor badges and attract the enthusiastic attention of girls. The social climate had shifted significantly. The pursuit of material goods was no longer as important. Spiritual rewards attracted passionate individuals even more. The command center had established a system of honor and military achievements. The system was simple in theory but produced unprecedented effects. It was divided into 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and king. This was not a ranking of simulated mechs, but a ranking of military achievements. The simulated mech rankings were virtual and online, but the military achievement rankings were real. Everyone could exchange their accumulated contribution points for corresponding badges. In the simulated mech rankings, gold-tier mech warriors were considered quite weak. However, in the military achievement rankings, gold-tier warriors were revered. In a recent battle, some mech warriors managed to elevate their military achievement rankings to gold. Those warriors, donning their gold badges, attracted attention as they walked down the street, with a group of beautiful girls vying to exchange tokens and phone numbers. They enjoyed free meals, skipped queues for tickets, received complimentary toilet paper, and even had elderly people offering them seats on public transport. It was truly enviable. The instructor's words instantly invigorated the group of young individuals, making them eager to don real mech suits and challenge the starry armored beasts right away. However, earning contribution points wasn't that easy. Simply defeating the starry armored beasts wouldn't yield much. Only by claiming their corpses could they gain significant contribution points. The instructor glanced at the approaching group of starry armored beasts and stated, "Your task today is practical observation, so you won't have any weapons to use." This announcement dampened their enthusiasm considerably. If they wanted to earn contribution points quickly and get to exterminating the beasts, they had to focus on learning and interning diligently in hopes of receiving their official appointment soon. Suddenly, an alarm blared again. The commander's voice rose sharply. "Attention all units. Check your firearms, check your equipment, check your communication devices, prepare for enemy engagement." Jack and his companions heard a series of clashing sounds from equipment. This was the frontline mech warriors making their final preparations for battle. Ahead, the ground's 6-legged starry armored beasts began to consolidate, no longer forming a long line, but instead creating several arrowhead formations, charging toward the steel city walls. Clearly, the starry armored beasts were employing a multi-point breakthrough tactic. In an instant, various commands were issued to the areas designated as breakthrough points. Meanwhile, mech warriors and other defensive segments began to gather under their respective commanders' orders and move toward the breakthrough points. Xiaoi halted his steps. The section they had just passed was precisely a division point. On both sides, numerous starry armored beasts were gathering. But the steel city wall defense area in front of Xiaoi was surprisingly empty, with hardly any flying armored beasts in sight. "Commander Xiao, let's head back," Luo Yaoyang suggested. Xiaoi shook his head slightly. "You go back first. I want to observe closely." He felt it would be beneficial to get a closer look at these starry armored beasts. Luo Yaoyang wanted to persuade him further, but seeing Xiao Yi's determined expression, he refrained from saying more and turned to take the elevator. He had to go to the command center. A true commander doesn't just issue orders on the front line, but makes the most rational adjustments and decisions based on intelligence in the command room. Xiao Yi turned to Nie Sihua with a smile. "Are you afraid?" Zhao Taizhu grinned. "She must be afraid. Women are always scared of bugs." Nie Sihua glanced at the fully armed mech warriors behind her, and then at the heavily armed Zhao Taizhu, scoffing. "You two are both glory kings. And I know at least 3 glory kings among these mech warriors. Do you really think a girl like me would be taken away by bugs?" Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily, and Xiao Yi also smiled. Although due to their identities, Xiao Yi and Zhao Taizhu had little chance of engaging in battle. Their actual combat strength was undoubtedly among the top 1,000 in the country, perhaps even higher. According to Zhang Xiaolong, as a coach of a billion mech warriors, he couldn't even gauge Xiao Yi's true strength. Xiao Yi's ranking in simulated mechs is not achieved like others, through one battle after another. He has participated in very few drills, only a few in the early stages and intermittently later on. Yet even so, Xiao Yi has still earned the title of Glory King. Therefore, his strength is undoubtedly at the top level. With Xiao Yi by her side, Nie Sihua truly feels unafraid. Even when faced with so many starry sky beasts, she is not the slightest bit intimidated. The flying starry sky beasts arrived first, hovering in the sky above the steel city walls, completely blocking the nearby sky, and poised to dive down at any moment to attack the mech warriors on the walls. On the ground, the starry sky beasts were rushing in, with some already breaking into the quarantine zone. No one fired their weapons. Opening fire now would be a waste of bullets. The best way to eliminate starry sky beasts is not to kill them, but to take their corpses after they are killed. Suddenly, a high-caliber artillery turret opened fire. The bullets quickly pierced a flying starry sky beast that had entered the airspace above the steel city walls. Its four wings were riddled with large holes, losing lift, and began to descend. It desperately flapped its wings, trying to fly outside the steel walls. In its simple mind, there was a stubborn thought. It would rather die among its own kind than on human territory. With a whoosh, a winch gun was fired, and a barbed alloy harpoon shot through the body of the four-winged, flying starry sky beast. The motor quickly tightened the cable, and the starry sky beast trying to escape was forcibly pulled down, crashing to the ground inside the steel walls. This winch gun was modified from whaling tools used on whaling ships, specifically designed to deal with four-winged flying starry sky beasts. The four-winged flying starry sky beast that fell to the ground was not dead yet. It still attempted to show its sharp mandibles to intimidate the approaching mech warriors. One mech warrior drew a standard alloy military knife and swiftly decapitated the four-winged flying starry sky beast, removed the harpoon, and dragged the corpse toward a nearby flatbed truck. With a thud, the corpse of the four-winged flying starry sky beast was heavily tossed onto the truck, and the mech warrior showed a satisfied smile. He, along with the winch gun shooter and the artillery turret operator, would share the contribution value of this flying starry sky beast. The sound of the gunfire was like a starting gun, instantly sounding the horn for the starry sky beast's assault. Dense, six-legged starry sky beasts rushed out of the woods, kicking up dust as they ran toward the base of the steel city walls. A series of ear-piercing metallic impacts echoed. This was the starry sky beasts attempting to pierce the steel walls with their forelimbs and climb up. More six-legged starry sky beasts pounced, pinning the ones that had begun to climb against the wall, rendering them immobile. The starry sky beasts behind climbed onto the bodies in front, ascending toward the top of the steel walls. Thus, one by one, the starry sky beasts began to stack up, growing ever higher. In the sky, the four-winged flying beasts began to dive at the edge of the steel city walls, attempting to disrupt the defenses of the mech warriors. Chapter 365, Tina's Thoughts. A three-dimensional battle officially commenced. Boom, boom, boom. The turrets at the front began firing. The turrets actually had limited effectiveness in the steel city wall defense. While bombarding the distant flying beasts was effective, it did not allow for the recovery of their bodies. Bombarding the flying beasts at the base of the steel city walls, however, could cause damage to the walls themselves. Therefore, the main function of the turrets was to alleviate defensive pressure. Just now, the accumulation of flying beasts was too rapid, so the turrets began to fire continuously at the bottom of the pile, causing the foundation of the insect ladder built by the flying beasts to collapse. This caused the flying beasts above to fall down. Indeed, after a series of explosions, a stack of flying beasts reaching a height of 40 to 50 meters collapsed, and the ones on top tumbled down. Only a few of the top flying beasts managed to avoid falling by embedding their forelimbs into the wall. These few beasts, using their strong forelimbs, alternately pierced into the wall, climbing up step by step. Below, the flying beasts began to accumulate again, slowly raising the height of the insect ladder. Simply defending against a single attack from the flying beasts was not dangerous. It even looked like humans were conducting a massacre of the beasts. However, the most troublesome aspect of the flying beasts was their relentless nature, their ability to rise again and again after death, especially after their numbers surged. They would climb and pile up endlessly, overcoming the steel city walls. This was the most concerning characteristic of the flying beasts. Meanwhile, in the sky, the battle was much more intense. A four-winged flying beast was hit by a winch gun, but its wings were not significantly damaged. It struggled to fly outside the city before crashing down. Several six-legged flying beasts pounced on it, biting through the ropes and stealing the body, which left the winch gunner extremely frustrated. He had to replace the rope and the alloy fork and continue searching for the next suitable prey. The anti-aircraft gunners had a much busier task. They could not carefully select their targets, as their mission was to protect the mech warriors on the Steel City walls. Whenever they spotted a four-winged flying beast attempting to dive, they would respond with a barrage of fire. Yuan glanced at the section of the Steel City wall on his left, then at the section he was defending, shaking his head slightly. The section he was responsible for was not the main area of the flying beast's assault. Only a few flying beasts were attacking this section, while the neighboring defense segment was already densely packed with flying beasts, which meant potential contribution points. Yuan envied Gao Daqiang and said, "Commander Gao, should we go over and provide some support?" Gao Daqiang laughed. "Kid, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to rack up more contribution points, right?" Yuan scratched his head and said, "Hee hee, I've developed a crush on a girl. If I had a bit more contribution points, I'd probably have a better chance of pursuing her." Gao Daqiang was taken aback and replied, "Wait. Do girls nowadays prefer contribution points over money for their dowry?" Yuan nodded. "Contribution points are more valuable now than before. Even a luxury car or a house can't compare." Gao Daqiang shook his head slightly. "So how many contribution points do you want?" Yuan responded, "Just a little more than you." Gao Daqiang sensed something was off. "What do you mean? A bit more than me? Am I your benchmark?" Yuan gave him a thumbs up. "Exactly, you're the benchmark." Gao Daqiang turned to look at Yuan seriously. "Is the girl you like Tina?" Yuan was instantly stunned. "Wow, how did you know, Gao Ge?" Gao Daqiang didn't reply. His wife had mentioned Tina several times, advising him to be cautious. Initially, Gao Daqiang thought his wife was being overly sensitive. After all, he was just a soldier, and Tina was an intellectual. Plus, Tina knew he was married. So how could she possibly like him? However, during their interactions, Gao Daqiang noticed something off. Tina would often come to find him, and the affection in her eyes was undeniable. Even someone as oblivious as Gao Daqiang could notice. So when Yuan mentioned it, he immediately guessed it was Tina. But considering Tina's high standards, it would be difficult for Yuan to pursue her. On the flip side, why would Tina be interested in him? He felt they were quite similar. "Well, I guess," Gao Daqiang stammered, then said seriously, "if you want contribution points, it's actually easier for us here." Yuan became curious. "How so?" Gao Daqiang pointed to the starry armored beasts on the ground. "There are fewer of them here, but they're actually easier to climb. Don't be fooled by their slow ascent now. Soon, they'll rush up one after another, and that will be a lot of contribution points." "Really?" Yuan was excited. Chapter 366. The climbing speed of starry armored beasts. It seemed to validate Gao Daqiang's judgment when a starry armored beast climbed up rapidly. Claws outstretched, lunging at the mech warriors. In 12 minutes and 35 seconds, the first starry armored beast reached the Iron City wall, moving at nearly 5 meters per second, a speed that was quite concerning. Gao Daqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead, just about to instruct Yuan to take note of it. But he saw Yuan had already rushed up, working with a mech warrior to take down the starry armored beast and throwing its carcass over the Iron City wall. "Commander Gao, contribution points secured," Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Gao Daqiang, however, replied calmly, "You abandoned your post and disrupted the overall deployment. I just calculated. And you not only didn't earn any contribution points, but actually lost a bit." Yuan's expression immediately fell. Violating discipline not only meant no contribution points, but also potential deductions. Take note. The time for a starry armored beast to climb the Iron City wall without external assistance is 12.5 minutes, Gao Daqiang said. Yuan noted the numbers and said, "Senior Gao, is the climbing speed of the starry sky armored beast really that fast?" Gao Daqiang nodded. "There are differences in the capabilities of the starry sky armored beasts. The speed we just saw belongs to one of the best among them. Others are a bit slower, but not by much. The pressure on our defenses is enormous. In just 12.5 minutes, a starry sky armored beast can climb up from the base of the steel walls. If they pile up, the speed will increase. And if there are tens of billions of them stacked up, the pressure on the steel walls will be tremendous." One after another, starry sky armored beasts began to climb up, and the mech warriors started to get busy, rather than a defensive battle. This segment felt more like a slaughterhouse for the starry sky armored beasts. Yuan looked at the central battlefield in the distance. The situation there was completely different. The battle was exceptionally intense, but the warriors found it difficult to gain contribution points because they were unable to claim the corpses of the starry sky armored beasts. Jack and a group of trainee warriors were hiding inside a turret, observing the battle outside. A large number of starry sky armored beasts slowly piled up, and even the continuous bombardment from the turret could not stop them. The area below the steel walls was filled with the corpses of starry sky armored beasts killed by the turret's fire. But their bodies became stepping stones for other starry sky armored beasts, allowing more to stack up and approach the top of the steel walls. Numerous starry sky armored beasts climbed to the top of the steel walls and began to charge at the mech warriors. The mech warriors' bullets started to fire, taking down the starry sky armored beasts one by one. The vital spot of the starry sky armored beast is its brain, which is located in the well-protected abdomen rather than the head. To kill a starry sky armored beast, there are two best methods. One is to shoot a grenade into its body to detonate it, and the other is to concentrate fire on the area where the brain is located. Fortunately, the biological research team has discovered the secret to dealing with the toughest outer shell of the starry sky armored beasts. And now the mechs are equipped with heavy sniper rifles. These heavy sniper rifles fire osmium alloy bullets, which can effectively penetrate the toughest shell of the starry sky armored beasts. The heavy machine gun bullets use multi-metal alloy projectiles made from more readily available materials like chromium and titanium, which helps conserve osmium resources. Thus, the mech warriors currently have ample ammunition. However, even multi-metal alloy projectiles are precious and consumed in large quantities. So the weapon development department is working on graphene and diamond technology. The single-layer structure of graphene is exceptionally strong, but the combined multi-layer graphite crystals are quite brittle. Researchers are currently studying how to combine functionalized graphene layers to form an exceptionally strong thin layer, which can be coated on the projectiles, achieving hardness comparable to osmium alloy projectiles. Moreover, graphene is made of carbon, which is abundant on Earth, so if this research succeeds, high-hardness ammunition will no longer be scarce. However, the graphene projectiles are still in the research phase and require time. Their current resistance is to buy enough time for the scientists in the rear. Yet, the corpses of the starry sky armored beasts that are killed are not easy to obtain. The subsequent starry armored beasts instinctively snatch the corpses and push them down the Iron City walls, leaving the warriors who wanted to claim the bodies helpless, forcing them to continue fighting. Even the winch guns struggled to retrieve the corpses. The starry armored beasts clearly possessed intelligence. They quickly learned the characteristics of the winch guns and would swiftly bite through the hinges, rendering the winch guns ineffective. Thus, winch guns were primarily used against the flying armored beasts that breached the Iron City wall. Suddenly, a flying armored beast pounced down, targeting an unprepared mech warrior on the wall from behind with incredible speed. The anti-aircraft guns hadn't caught up yet, and once the flying armored beast entered low altitude, the anti-aircraft guns couldn't fire for fear of hitting their own. It seemed that this mech warrior was about to be ambushed. The trainee warriors watching from the turret gasped in shock, and even Jack's heart raced. Chapter 367, Mech Warrior Defense Tactics. Boom. A shell accurately struck the flying armored beast, sending it flying away. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 bursts from a heavy machine gun hit the beast's vital spots. The flying armored beast staggered, flapped its wings, and fell outside the city. Wow, that was amazing. Jack and several young warriors cheered. The turret operator shot a glare at the group of kids and said, "Quiet down." Everyone had to lower their voices to communicate. The shots just fired came from the mech warriors in the back row. The mech warriors on the Iron City wall were divided into 5 rows. The first and second rows were responsible for engaging the enemy. The third row was on alert and filled any gaps. The fourth row handled air defense and assisted the turret in defense. The fifth row was for rest. The ones who had just come to the rescue were from the fourth row. Moreover, each row of mech warriors would rotate, according to tactical requirements. Once an enemy was defeated, the first row of mech warriors would immediately retreat, while the second row would take their place. The third row would move up to fill the gap in the second row, and so forth. The original first row mech warriors would then move to the back for rest, maintaining maximum physical advantage. Essentially, everyone would just start warming up before rotating back to the last row for recovery. This also ensured a high level of mental focus among the warriors. As a result, the casualty rate among the mech warriors was very low, kept within a minimal range. Of course, this required the mech warriors to meet basic operational standards, meaning that the simulation mech level had to reach platinum. Gold-level mech warriors could participate in routine patrols and assist in defense, but they could not engage in frontline combat. Only those who reached the platinum level could participate in the defense of the Iron City wall. Currently, the number of mech warriors meeting this condition was just under 200 million. However, due to the approaching starry armored beasts, people's seriousness and enthusiasm for participating in simulation training had increased. Now, millions were advancing past the gold level into platinum each day, thus qualifying to join the battle on the Iron City wall. In the defensive segment 1173, Gao Daqiang's attention was drawn to a female mech warrior. This girl was skilled and ruthless, but seemed to be overly competitive, as if she had a lot of pent-up anger. He recognized her as the former deputy commander, who had been demoted to mech team leader after only a few days in office. She was the mysteriously enigmatic Zheng Shuiyao. Gao Daqiang approached Zheng Shuiyao and tapped her on the shoulder. "Don't bother me, I'm busy exterminating pests." Zheng Shuiyao replied sharply as she cleaved a starry armored beast in half, then fired a grenade to finish it off. She dragged the beast's corpse towards the Iron City wall, discarded it, and returned to prepare for battle again. "Zheng Shuiyao," Gao Daqiang called out. She finally paused, recognizing him. If anyone else had been in command of segment 1173, she wouldn't have accepted it. But Gao Daqiang was different. He was the first person in the nation to receive the mobilization medal and one of the most influential figures. Commander Gao, Zheng Shuiyao saluted stiffly, saying, "I'm in the middle of exterminating pests." After that, she saluted again and prepared to leave. Gao Daqiang, knowing some background about Zheng Shuiyao, said, "Hand your task to the deputy leader and come with me." Understood. Although Zheng Shuiyao was reluctant, she recognized that Gao Daqiang was the commander. Upon seeing her leave, the board team members perked up. Great. The captain is gone. We can finally exterminate pests. Zheng Shuiyao had monopolized the team's efforts, leaving others as mere support. Everyone wanted to take down more pests to earn contribution points, and Zheng Shuiyao had cut off their income stream. So, with her departure, the team members suddenly became energetic. Completely different from their earlier gloomy demeanor. Gao Daqiang noticed the change and turned to Zheng Shuiyao, saying, "Look at your team members. What's the difference between now and before?" Zheng Shuiyao glanced back and said, "These little brats, once I'm gone, they act recklessly." Gao Daqiang shook his head. Zheng Shuiyao's unresolved frustration was unhelpful for her team, and everyone involved. "Come with me. Just observe, don't engage," Gao Daqiang instructed. Zheng Shuiyao didn't understand his intentions, but as he was the commander, she had to comply. She quickened her pace, walking alongside him. The two moved through the battlefield like spectators. Chapter 368. The importance of discipline. Zheng Shuiyao was unsure of Gao Daqiang's intentions, but felt it inappropriate to ask too many questions, so she silently followed. Suddenly, her body tensed as she saw a flying armored beast lunging towards the back of a mech warrior, a very dangerous situation. If Gao Daqiang hadn't specified to only observe and not engage, she would have raised her weapon to shoot. However, the army's discipline is strict, and Gao Daqiang is her direct superior. She dared not, and could not disobey his orders. The mecha warrior seemed to have noticed the flying insect above, but he ignored it and continued to deal with the starry sky insect in front of him, striving to defeat it. His strength had evidently just reached the platinum level, making it somewhat difficult for him to handle the starry sky insect before him. Therefore, it seemed he had completely given up on defending against threats from behind and was focused on confronting the six-legged starry sky insect opposite him. Bang! The heavy sniper rifle of the fourth row mecha warrior fired, and the bullet struck the flying insect. The flying insect lost its balance and fell outside the Iron City wall, plummeting downwards and clearly killed in a single blow. Zheng Shuiyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up to the warrior in the fourth row. If it weren't for the warrior's precise marksmanship, the warriors in the front row might have been in danger. As they progressed, such scenes occurred repeatedly, and by the end, Zheng Shuiyao had grown used to it. Gao Daqiang suddenly stopped and turned to ask, "What would you do if you were surrounded just now?" Without hesitation, Zheng Shuiyao replied, "I would take a step back, then use the heavy sniper rifle to shoot the flying insect in the sky while dodging the attack from the six-legged starry sky insect. And then use the standard 3 moves to take down the six-legged starry sky insect. Why not focus solely on the crawling insect in front of you and leave the flying ones to the people behind?" Gao Daqiang inquired. Zheng Shuiyao explained, "My teammates are not strong enough. They have just entered the platinum level and lack combat experience. I don't feel at ease." Gao Daqiang calmly said, "I can responsibly tell you that most of those warriors just now were also at the platinum level. This was their first real defense battle. Yet their comrades trusted them to cover their backs." Zheng Shuiyao fell silent, as she had no words to respond. Gao Daqiang continued, "I know about your situation. Xiao Yi specifically mentioned you to me and asked me to pay more attention to you." Zheng Shuiyao snorted, her eyes reddening. She felt a deep sense of grievance. She had indeed made a grave mistake, but her nature was good. How could she have known that Chu Xiaoxiao was actually a pregnant woman carrying insect eggs? "I can see that you are quite unconvinced," Gao Daqiang asked. "Yes," Zheng Shuiyao admitted without hiding her feelings. She now hated Xiao Yi intensely but hated herself even more for not noticing something was off with Chu Xiaoxiao. It seemed that Chu Xiaoxiao had been deceiving her from the very beginning, and even until her death, that remained the case. "Do you know why you were demoted to squad leader?" Gao Daqiang asked. "Because I made a mistake and let a pregnant woman carrying insect eggs in," Zheng Shuiyao replied. Gao Daqiang shook his head. "No?" Zheng Shuiyao looked up, somewhat confused, at Gao Daqiang. "No?" "No." Gao Daqiang fixed his gaze on Zheng Shuiyao's eyes. "Your error was not adhering to discipline." Zheng Shuiyao fell silent. Gao Daqiang's tone suddenly became stern. "And you are still like this now." Zheng Shuiyao swayed slightly, beginning to understand Gao Daqiang's meaning. In the military, discipline is the most important thing. Without discipline, no matter how strong a team is, it will fail. Conversely, with discipline, even a team with weaker overall strength can achieve victory. Your squad is just you fighting alone. The others have nothing to do. It's not that they don't want to participate, but because of your lack of discipline and failure to follow the operational standards and tactical rules. The consequence of your actions is that when your teammates encounter a powerful enemy, they may suffer casualties due to the lack of trust in you. Gao Daqiang pointed at those mech warriors and said, I know your simulation mech skills are very high, and their mech skills are far below yours. You are currently doing more and better than all of them combined. However, on the battlefield, they are more reliable and trustworthy than you because they follow the rules. Gao Daqiang's tone became even more severe. When faced with tough battles, you will inevitably find it hard to cope alone. If 2 or 3 starry sky beasts come at you, you won't be able to handle it easily. If a flying beast joins in, you will definitely get hurt. Or even worse. Zheng Shuiyao fell silent. She had already experienced in simulation training that if attacked by more than 3 starry sky beasts, she would undoubtedly perish. Yet, those who seemed less capable than her could easily take down more starry sky beasts through teamwork. Gao Daqiang's tone grew harsher. Zheng Shuiyao, put away your spoiled attitude and start from the basics as a newcomer. Do you understand? His voice thundered in Zheng Shuiyao's ears. Zheng Shuiyao felt a bit dazed. No one had ever scolded her like this since she was a child. However, facing the person she respected the most, she couldn't muster the thought of arguing back. Your disregard for discipline could cost many lives. Strict discipline is what allows more people to survive, Gao Daqiang said. Tears couldn't help but fall from Zheng Shuiyao's eyes. But she stubbornly wiped them away, saluted, and said, Instructor Gao, understood. Gao Daqiang's tone softened considerably. Go back. Your squad is waiting for your leadership. Zheng Shuiyao saluted again, wiped away her tears, and jogged back to her squad. When the mech warriors of her squad saw her return, their previously high spirits instantly deflated. They cleared the front positions, preparing to let Zheng Shuiyao take the lead in the fight. It was then that Zheng Shuiyao realized that she had truly led poorly. The entire squad of mech warriors was not united with her. She was not the only female mech warrior on the steel wall. In other mech squads, female mech warriors were well-liked and received a lot of care, and people were willing to chat and joke with them. Yet, she was the only one in her squad who was not welcomed. All of this was because of herself. She had transferred all her hatred towards Xiao Yi onto others. This was her own mistake, and it had to be corrected. With this thought in mind, Zheng Shuiyao shouted, Standard defensive tactics, formation. The mecha squad warriors instantly became alert, quickly arranging themselves into formation according to their drills, and then began to engage the enemy. As time passed, everyone's coordination became increasingly proficient. Gao Daqiang continued his inspection. He needed to identify all potential issues within the entire 1173 section, not just those of Zheng Shuiyao's squad, as other squads also had sporadic problems. Currently, the pressure on their 1173 section was minimal, far less than that on the adjacent critical breakthrough defense section, but it was indeed a good opportunity for training. Gao Daqiang personally pointed out the mistakes of those squad leaders who were timid or emotionally unstable. For those who were truly unsuited to be squad leaders, he made personnel adjustments on the spot. This was all part of Gao Daqiang's responsibilities. Commander Gao, the headquarters has ordered all commanders from nearby defense sections to swiftly proceed to Section 1150 for on-site observation. The communications officer came to relay the information from the headquarters, and Gao Daqiang felt a surge of excitement. Only particularly important battles required the presence of commanders from various defense sections to participate in on-site observations. Section 1150 was a critical area for the breakthrough of the starry armored beasts, facing immense pressure. Choosing this location for tactical rehearsals showed the headquarters' strong resolve. However, talent cannot be nurtured in a greenhouse. Only in harsh environments can everyone's true combat capabilities be tested. Gao Daqiang hopped onto a transport vehicle and headed towards Section 1150. The steel city walls were 50 meters wide at their broadest and 25 meters at their narrowest, equivalent to a dual 8-lane highway. The transport vehicles operated on the innermost side of the steel walls, not occupying the space above, serving as the main means of transporting troops and ammunition. The transport vehicle sped off, and within 10 minutes, it arrived at the defense section 1150. The sounds of artillery fire echoed incessantly along the way. It appeared chaotic, but an insider could see that everything was orderly and busy without confusion. Everyone had their own posts and responsibilities, fully integrating into the battle. The combat in defense section 1150 was the most intense, with the width of the stacked starry armored beasts reaching hundreds of meters, as large numbers of them were breaching the steel walls and advancing towards the mecha warriors' defenses. This section had the most mecha warriors, and the commander had already deployed the first and second reserve teams. This was already a state of emergency. However, everything was under control, as aerial fighter jets and armed helicopters had yet to enter the fray. This battle was more about testing the defensive effectiveness of the steel walls. It was a training exercise organized by the headquarters. Old Zhao, you've got your hands full. Gao Daqiang called out to Zhao Shi, the commander of Defense Section 1150. Zhao Shi greeted everyone and immediately began directing operations, as he had a challenging task ahead. The defense at segment 1150 was already as formidable as during the toughest times. This was the first time the mech warriors faced such a grueling situation in actual combat. Although they had simulated defenses extensively through software and had considerable experience, facing such a fierce battle in real life still made everyone a bit tense. Fortunately, the team was well-trained and coordinated. Despite the busyness, there was no chaos. Gao Daqiang didn't mind the bustle. He carefully observed everything around him, including Zhao Shi's on-the-spot command. During the large-scale invasion of the celestial beasts, the defense segment he was in would certainly suffer even more intense attacks, so learning from this experience was his purpose for being here. One after another, dozens of commanders arrived. The last to arrive was Commander Xiao Yi, who greeted the other commanders before standing quietly at the back, watching the scene unfold. Inside the turret, the observing trainee warriors, including Zhang Xiaobao, were intently watching the situation outside the turret when suddenly Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "Commander Xiao! It's Commander Xiao, my idol. I want to go out and get an autograph." Smack! The instructor's hand landed on Zhang Xiaobao's head. "What time is it? You're still fangirling? Pay attention. We are about to conduct a very thrilling tactical exercise." Ignoring the sting on his scalp, Zhang Xiaobao quickly asked, "What tactical exercise?" The instructor's gaze was fixed on the side, speaking each word clearly. "Replace the backup segment of the iron wall." The trainee mech warriors were instantly taken aback. Replacing the backup segment of the iron wall meant that they would need to retract the entire 50-meter wall and replace it with the backup segment. The entire replacement process would take at least 30 minutes, during which the segment of the iron wall would be completely vacant. The mech warriors needed to prevent the celestial beasts from breaching the iron wall and ensure the replacement task could be completed smoothly. This was the most dangerous moment in the entire defense battle, extremely difficult and perilous, with the number of celestial beasts surrounding them reaching nearly 150 meters in height. It was clear how daunting this defense task was. However, the thoughts of Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyang were straightforward: to conduct tactical exercises in the most challenging situations. Only under high intensity could problems be identified, and the defensive strength of the iron wall could truly be tested. When the celestial beasts launched a full-scale assault, they would attack relentlessly day and night, and any mistakes at that time would be fatal. Thus, Xiao Yi and Luo Yaoyang decided to replace the iron wall in the area with the highest number of celestial beasts and the fiercest attacks, to truly test everyone's defensive capabilities. The saying "you can only know if it's a mule or a horse on the battlefield" applied here. "Commander Zhao now? Replace the iron wall," Luo Yaoyang shouted from the command center. Receiving the order through his earpiece, Zhao Shi immediately waved his hand, issuing the formal command to replace the iron wall. The anti-aircraft guns on the steel city wall suddenly opened fire, focusing their barrage on the flying creatures above that needed to be replaced. The dense gunfire erupted in the sky like a shower of fireworks, with blood and flesh raining down. The once concentrated swarm of four-winged flying creatures was wiped out. The few remaining four-winged creatures were also taken down by the ground-based mech warriors' anti-aircraft fire. In an instant, the four-winged creatures fell like rain, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. Once the sky was cleared, 20 armed helicopters and 2 attack aircraft flew out from behind the steel city wall, beginning their bombardment of the clustered creatures in the starry sky. Soon, the fierce artillery fire swept away the swarm of creatures more than 50 meters from the steel city wall. The armed helicopters lowered their altitude, skimming the surface of the wall to conduct indiscriminate fire, blasting away the creatures close to the wall. A loud metallic screech echoed as a section of the wall suddenly split apart. The mech warriors within 50 meters had long since retreated, and the ground of the steel city wall began to separate. The front section remained upright, while the rear part started to move backward. The front section was a consumable piece. Once replaced, it would be useless and discarded. The rear part, however, contained steel beams and structural components that could be recycled and repaired for reuse. 10 transport helicopters roared overhead, hovering above the area just cleared by the heavy artillery. Dozens of ropes were lowered from the helicopters, and a group of mech warriors quickly descended using the ropes. Simultaneously, nearby turrets unleashed a fierce barrage on the outer regions, preventing the starry creatures from getting closer. On the steel city wall, numerous supports extended out, each with a pulley at the front. A large group of mech warriors utilized the steel cable equipment on their mechs to quickly descend using the pulleys. Within seconds, hundreds of mech warriors appeared on the ground, forming a formation to defend the vulnerable section of the steel city wall behind them. Gunfire erupted as the mech warriors unleashed their full firepower. Heavy machine gun bullets and grenades fiercely striking the approaching starry creatures, forcing them back. This scene stirred the hearts of all the commanders, filling them with excitement and fervor. So far, everything had progressed smoothly, a result of long hours of simulated training. However, the most dangerous part still lay ahead. Replacing the steel city wall would take half an hour, and that half hour would be an exceptionally long defensive battle. The already fierce artillery fire intensified further as the replacement began, with all fire concentrated on this section. Over 600 now. Readers, you are amazing. Alright, 10 more chapters are being prepared. The author, with no backup drafts, feels the pressure. Chapter 371. Changing fate. The fragments of the starry creature's corpses flew everywhere. But they did not deter the swarm. The insects quickly realized that this was the focal area of their attack. The starry sky was surrounded by countless star beasts, endlessly crawling over the bodies of their fallen companions, continuing to advance until they were struck down by artillery or bullets. On the steel walls, the first row of mech warriors emptied their magazines and quickly vacated their positions, while the second row took over to continue the artillery suppression. In the rear section of the steel walls, a large number of reserve mech troops ascended to the top level via elevators. Their weapons were relatively simple. Aside from conventional arms, they carried RPG rockets. Their task was nothing less than to defend against the aerial weapons known as standard flight beasts. According to simulated data from the computer, once the figures of mech warriors appeared outside the steel walls, the nightmare for these ground soldiers would take to the skies within 2 minutes, assemble within 5 minutes, and reach the airspace within 10 minutes, beginning the deployment of biological bombs containing white phosphorus. Only by successfully defending against these standard flight beasts could the replacement of the steel walls be completed smoothly. Xiaoyi glanced at Gao Daqiang, who stood tall in the crowd. In his memories, Gao Daqiang had perished at the hands of the standard flight beasts. Seeing the scene before him, fragments of the previous universe concerning Gao Daqiang became clear. It was during a grueling battle to replace a section of the steel walls, where Gao Daqiang led 200 mech warriors to hold the line against thousands of star beasts. However, a minor malfunction occurred in the steel walls, causing a delay of 2 minutes. It was during this 2-minute window that the standard flight beasts, under the cover of the four-winged flight beasts, approached the steel walls. Gao Daqiang's team was responsible for the rear guard, and they held their ground to cover the retreat of the other mech warriors. A standard star beast flew overhead, dropping tons of biological bombs, and Gao Daqiang and his team never returned. Xiao Yi remembered the details. Gao Daqiang's injuries were not yet healed, causing his movements to be slightly sluggish. If only Gao Daqiang had acted a bit faster and been more adept with the mech, he could have retreated to the cable, secured it, and quickly exited the battlefield. But that one injury cost him his life. However, now in the first universe, Gao Daqiang's identity had changed. He was no longer the captain of a mech team, but the commander of the entire 1173 defense segment. Gao Daqiang's injuries had long since healed, and his proficiency with the mech had reached a king-level standard, ranking no lower than 1,000 in the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. His fate must have changed. It seemed that Gao Daqiang sensed Xiao Yi's concerned gaze. He turned to look at Xiao Yi and flashed a confident smile. Xiao Yi affirmed his thoughts. In this world, Gao Daqiang's fate had indeed been altered. In another realm, a general watched the combat footage transmitted by satellites in silence. He had originally believed that in terms of tactical quality and soldier capabilities, the warriors from his country would surpass those of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Despite the impressive achievements of the Great Zhou Kingdom in past military competitions, the general believes that, similar to sports, the kingdom's success in winning numerous gold medals is largely due to its national system rather than an improvement in the quality of its citizens. The entire nation invests significant effort in training a few top athletes for competitions, solely to secure championships. However, the overall physical fitness of the population lags far behind that of other developed nations. In team sports that require a broad grassroots base, such as soccer and basketball, the Great Zhou Kingdom is notably weak, with only an occasional star athlete emerging. The same applies to the military. The Great Zhou Kingdom also channels national resources to train a select group of soldiers specifically for competitions, which naturally leads to impressive results in military contests. However, the overall quality of its military personnel does not match that of other nations. This has been the general's perspective, which aligns with the views of military experts from various Western countries. Yet now, the general realizes he was mistaken. The soldiers of the Great Zhou Kingdom possess an army with ironclad discipline. Their overall quality is not inferior to that of other nations, and in terms of discipline, they may even excel. While other nations have advanced weaponry, they cannot match the momentum and composure demonstrated by the Great Zhou Kingdom. Only an army with ironclad discipline can execute such a challenging military operation. The fortifications of other nations have sustained significant damage, yet they hesitate to order repairs. A breach in their defenses could be a fatal blow, potentially causing a complete collapse. Thus, they continue to endure. If given a buffer period to repair the fortifications, they might withstand longer, but currently, they can no longer hold out. Relay my orders. The most elite units must withdraw immediately to the Great Zhou Kingdom. The general commanded after a long silence. He added, inform Commander Xiao that I agree to accept their reorganization. Chapter 372. The grueling defensive battle, he understood that even if the most elite units were to implement the tactics just demonstrated by the Great Zhou Kingdom, they could not perform any better. The tactics were executed by a very ordinary unit, just one among the 5,000 defensive troops. In terms of military quality, they also lag behind. Furthermore, the advantages enjoyed by other nations in weaponry are diminishing as substantial resources and equipment have been transferred to the Great Zhou Kingdom. At Defense Segment 1150, the most dangerous moment has arrived. A large swarm of flying beasts begins to converge, and in the distance, massive objects take off. Their movements are clumsy and difficult, indicating they are fully loaded. Their storage compartments are filled with biological explosives. Everyone's heart starts to race involuntarily. Even though they have practiced extensively on simulation software, facing such a situation in reality is still nerve-wracking. The first and second reserve teams are fully prepared for launch. An aerial fire support is also ready, with dozens of armed helicopters taking off and 3 additional squads of attack aircraft, totaling 6 planes. However, they are facing a dense swarm of 4-winged flying beasts and standard flying beasts, which vastly outnumber them. The number of helicopters and attack aircraft is configured according to simulation standards, representing a normal quantity for this segment of defensive forces. Although there are still many helicopters and attack aircraft on standby, if the flying beast were to launch a full-scale attack, the number of helicopters and planes that could be mobilized would be limited to what is currently available. Since this is a test of strength, everything must be as realistic as possible. Missile launch. The voice of the attack aircraft squad comes through the headset, and the air-to-air missiles hanging from the attack aircraft swiftly launch. These missiles have been modified specifically to target the flying beasts. Ahead, the massive body of a standard flying beast takes to the skies, quickly surrounded by the 4-winged flying beasts, forming a dense wall of cannon fodder. Boom, boom, boom. The air-to-air missiles continue to detonate, but they only destroy the 4-winged flying beasts serving as cannon fodder. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 close-range missiles are also launched from behind the steel city walls. Unsurprisingly, these missiles are intercepted by the 4-winged flying beasts. However, the attack from these missiles does affect the standard flying beast, reducing its flying speed and altitude, and altering its flight path to a more arched route. Xiaoxi shouts. Reserve team, prepare. A large number of reserve team members aim their PRG rockets at the approaching 4-winged flying beasts. With the appearance of ground mech warriors, nearby 4-winged flying beasts and 6-legged flying beasts converge towards this direction. The 4-winged flying beasts, in particular, pose a significant threat to the ground mech warriors, forming a defensive line. The primary task of these reserve team members is to eliminate the flying beasts that threaten the ground forces. Free attack. Xiaoxi commands the reserve team. Rockets begin to fill the sky, targeting the incoming flying beasts. The entire sky is lit up with explosions, and countless flying beast carcasses fall from the air. It seems that humanity currently holds the upper hand, but Xiaoxi knows that this advantage is only temporary. The flying beasts are endless in number and suffer minimal losses. In contrast, human weaponry and ammunition are limited, necessitating careful control of their usage. This war is a protracted one, a fight for human survival. Until a permanent solution to dispose of the flying beasts is found, humanity will remain in a besieged state, always on the defensive. Therefore, ammunition must be used sparingly. If every battle consumes ammunition at this rate, humanity will run out of resources in less than 3 months. Xiaoxi's task was to replace the backup section of the steel wall using as few weapons and equipment as possible. This was the true purpose of the live combat exercise. Suddenly, a helicopter's rotor was struck by a stray 4-winged flying beast. Although the flying beast was killed, the helicopter sustained severe damage and began to spiral down toward the ground. The helicopter pilot and weapons operator jumped out, using an airbag device to land heavily on the ground. The watching commanders felt a tightness in their chests. They knew that casualties were an inevitable part of war, but watching soldiers die without being able to issue additional orders was particularly agonizing. They had no way to intervene in whether the helicopter pilot could be saved. Everything depended on the soldiers participating in the live exercise. Chapter 373. The true meaning of the drill. 2 mech warriors rushed over, broke open the airbag, and rescued the dazed pilot, turning back toward the steel wall. Meanwhile, 2 other mech warriors provided cover, intercepting the celestial beasts that attempted to kill the pilot. They hoisted the 2 injured helicopter pilots onto a cable, which quickly activated, lifting them toward the top of the steel wall. Several flying beasts noticed the helicopter pilot's presence and flew toward the base of the steel wall. The reserve soldiers quickly aimed their rocket launchers at the diving flying beasts, while other mech warriors blocked their flight paths with gunfire. Most of the flying beasts were shot down, but one clever beast dodged all the attacks and swiftly descended alongside the steel wall, seemingly about to catch the unconscious pilot. Bang! A crisp and heavy gunshot rang out. Xiao Yi and the commanders instinctively looked toward a protruding position on the steel wall, where the sniper was positioned. Snipers usually do not fire unless necessary. Quietly observing the battlefield, they only shoot in the most dangerous moments, so every shot they take is made with utmost concentration. They were equipped with the most advanced AMR-2 sniper rifles, firing large-caliber osmium alloy bullets. The massive bullet pierced the abdomen of the flying beast, causing it to stiffen before crashing heavily to the ground. The commanders secretly wiped the sweat from their brows. This was more nerve-wracking than being personally involved in the command. Observers felt more tension than those engaged in combat. This was a common sentiment among all. The cable rose above the steel wall, and two medics rushed over to lower the unconscious pilot from the cable, placing him on a stretcher and quickly lifting him to the rear elevation device for descent. Although they did not know the extent of the helicopter pilot's injuries, as long as there was still breath, there was hope for survival. The entire battlefield was chaotic. Zhao Shi calmly issued orders step by step when suddenly, he heard Xiao Yi interject, pause and withdraw from the wall for 2 minutes. This statement left all the commanders momentarily stunned, because this implies significant variables. All training is conducted within a 30-minute time frame, and every step taken by each person is arranged based on expected situations within that 30 minutes. At first glance, a 2-minute pause may not seem long, but it completely disrupts everyone's steps. However, the commanders quickly understood Xiao Yi's intention. Since this is a real operation, the damaged steel walls needing replacement could very likely get stuck, requiring everyone to adapt and hold on for an additional 2 minutes to replace the steel wall segments. Yet, although it is just a brief 2 minutes, it places immense pressure on all the soldiers. Zhao Shi swiftly issued orders, increase by 5 helicopters and 2 attack aircraft. Accelerate the firing density of the turret artillery, and the air defense turrets should be on alert. 3rd Reserve Team, move out. Communications Officer. Request assistance from the adjacent defense section, each to reinforce with 1,000 mech warriors. In an instant, Zhao Shi made his response. The other commanders began to quietly discuss and deliberate, pondering whether Zhao Shi's response was the most effective one. I think the 3rd Reserve Team shouldn't move out. If they do, there will be no reserve left. In case of unexpected situations, lacking reserves would be very dangerous. The reinforcements from other defense sections could be increased to 2,000. After all, those sections are very close, and it won't take long for them to arrive. One commander remarked. Another commander shook his head. It's hard to say. It seems that changing the reserve segment is a matter for this particular defense section, but it actually has wide-ranging implications, and the pressure on other defense sections is also substantial. Only the more distant defense sections have the capacity to send teams for support. The two began to argue, but neither could convince the other, and they turned their attention to Gao Daqiang. Gao Daqiang said, I find both of your opinions lacking. Then how would you handle it? The two commanders asked curiously. Gao Daqiang turned to look at Xiao Yi not far away, a sly smile on his face. There is someone who has troops and is also free and can reinforce quickly. The two commanders followed Gao Daqiang's gaze to see Xiao Yi, and they immediately shared a knowing smile. They understood Gao Daqiang's point. Xiao Yi has a mobile force of 500,000, primarily responsible for internal security of the steel walls. Their base is very close to the steel walls and can reach the battlefield within minutes. Moreover, the quality of the troops is excellent, and their equipment is more advanced. However, everyone usually doesn't consider deploying this force, as it is directly under Commander Xiao's command. Nevertheless, Gao Daqiang opened up a new perspective for everyone. In emergency situations, Commander Xiao's direct troops can also be life-saving. This is the true significance of this exercise. Chapter 374. Exercise failure. These commanders were at ease, but Zhao Shi felt overwhelmed. 2 minutes, under normal circumstances, can pass in a flash. A quick scroll through a video or catching a live stream might not even feel sufficient, and yet 2 minutes can pass. But on the battlefield, especially in a time-critical situation like this, 2 minutes can be a matter of life and death. A massive fleet of flying creatures is approaching, and no amount of heavy artillery can halt their advance. The bodies of those flying beasts are falling like rain, yet a large number of them continue to swarm in. It looks terrifying, resembling a cloud of giant locusts. In 2 minutes, they will surely be overhead, and at that time, biological bombs will inflict significant damage on the ground mech warriors. The steel walls paused for 2 minutes before starting to move again, detaching from the entire structure, while the backup segment was on standby on the side track. Once the backup segment of the steel wall switched to the main track, it would signal the end of the process, allowing the outer mech warriors to begin their retreat, primarily relying on the firepower above the steel wall and aerial support for defense. However, the ground mech warriors now faced the most dangerous test. Due to the approach of numerous flying creatures, helicopters and attack aircraft had to gain altitude to evade their attacks. Their ability to provide support to the ground was greatly diminished. The only strong support available to the ground mech warriors was the firepower from above the steel wall. The six-legged flying creatures, with their sheer numbers, began to close in on the mech warriors, forming a defensive formation. Zhao Shi's expression turned grim. After a moment's hesitation, he issued the retreat order. Deploy explosives, retreat within 10 seconds. Since the backup segment of the steel wall had not yet entered the main track, Zhao Shi's retreat order indicated a tactical failure. This left him feeling quite frustrated. The ground mech warriors quickly set the explosives and rapidly evacuated, each fastening themselves with cables to ascend above the steel wall. Just then, standard-sized flying creatures closed in, and biological bombs began to be dropped on the ground. If Zhao Shi had delayed his order even slightly, these mech warriors would have fallen within the attack range of the bombs, leading to inevitable casualties. Boom! The explosives on the ground detonated, sending the incoming creatures flying and buying the mech warriors a few precious seconds for their retreat. Zhao Shi commanded in a deep voice. Fire support launch. A bright flash appeared overhead, marking the precise strike of powerful artillery from afar. This firepower was not part of the plan. It was the last line of defense from within the steel wall. It could not be used unless absolutely necessary. By deploying this force, Zhao Shi acknowledged that his mission had indeed failed. The reason for the failure was the 2-minute pause order issued by Xiao Yi. Had Zhao Shi insisted on holding the line with the mech warriors, the mission could have been accomplished, but there would definitely have been casualties among the ground mech warriors. And the numbers would not be small. To preserve the lives of the mech warriors, Zhao Shi chose artillery support, thereby opting for mission failure. He cast an apologetic glance at Xiao Yi, who merely smiled faintly, not perceiving it as a failure. After all, failure could be more beneficial to everyone than success. Summarizing experiences and lessons from failures is more meaningful than a simple victory. The backup section of the iron wall has finally returned to the right track and is now advancing forward. A few agile, starry armored beasts rushed into the gap, but with walls on 3 sides, they were forced to retreat by the backup iron wall. However, if a large number of starry armored beasts were to block this gap, it would trap the backup section and prevent it from advancing. Therefore, the artillery fire remained intense, keeping more starry armored beasts at bay. After an agonizing 10 minutes, the backup section of the iron wall finally returned to its position, combining with the other sections to form an impregnable defense. The commanders began to disperse, reflecting on the recent battle and contemplating how they would handle such situations. This was the purpose of the drill. A report indicated that a total of 13 people were injured, and 1 helicopter had crashed, with 3 severely injured and 10 with minor injuries. Zhao Shi approached Xiao Yi, saluted, and reported. Zhang Cheng was already aware of the overall situation. The helicopter pilot and weapons operator were severely injured, likely with fractures, and would need to stay in bed for months. Fortunately, their lives were spared. There was also a mecha warrior who fell from the iron wall after a cable was severed by the forelimb of a 6-legged starry armored beast, resulting in serious injuries and fractures in both lower limbs. Luckily, the mecha squad leader who provided cover during the retreat saved him. The person was rescued, but the mecha was destroyed. This tactical operation was deemed a failure, with the only silver lining being that no one died. Chapter 375. A misguided discussion. Xiao Yi casually asked, "What would you do if there were a massive outbreak of starry armored beasts?" Zhao Shi remained silent. The distant artillery support was the last line of defense for the entire iron wall and could not be used lightly. Zhao Shi had only called for this support because it was a non-emergency situation. However, during a massive outbreak of starry armored beasts, using this artillery recklessly could invite deadly danger. This was why Xiao Yi posed the question. Zhao Shi still did not speak. Xiao Yi provided the answer. Your only correct approach is to have the ground mecha warriors hold the line. Zhao Shi felt a chill because Xiao Yi's answer implied that he would have to sacrifice the lives of these mecha warriors. Although he understood that war inevitably leads to casualties, the thought of having hundreds of mecha warriors die under his command left him feeling conflicted and uneasy. Xiao Yi did not say much more. He greeted others and then used the lift to return to the command center. Suddenly, Zhao Shi's voice came from behind. "Commander Xiao, I understand now. In the future, I will learn to make choices. Sacrificing hundreds of mecha warriors is certainly painful, but exposing 2 billion human lives to danger is an even more foolish act. A commander must understand how to make sacrifices." Seeing that the commanders had all left and the replacement of the steel wall segment was completed, the battlefield, although still fierce, was no longer as thrilling as before. The trainee mech warriors began to engage in lively discussions. Jack did not join the conversation among the 16-year-olds. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Zhao Shi. He was an outsider and had observed that the defensive battle had gone exceptionally well, with the steel wall segment being replaced smoothly. However, he couldn't understand why Zhao Shi, the commander, looked so frustrated. It was only after hearing the conversation between Xiao Yi and Zhao Shi that he realized the reason. Xiao Yi, the human commander, expressed views that Jack found hard to comprehend. The philosophy of prioritizing individual life was emphasized in a certain country, exemplified by a famous war film where a group of people was sacrificed to save one person. However, in Xiao Yi's perspective, such occurrences were absolutely unacceptable. The interests of the individual must yield to the greater good. This was a stark contrast to the values of the country Jack was familiar with. Moreover, he noted that in the context of warfare in the country, the focus was on collective cooperation and the elimination of individual heroism, which was markedly different from the prevailing narrative in the other country that glorified personal salvation of the world. In the other country, whether in films or propaganda, the spotlight was on individual heroes battling against the world. Even in comics, the narrative revolved around a single hero opposing the entire world. Conversely, the philosophy of the country was about sacrificing the individual for the benefit of the collective. This left Jack somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't a soldier aspire to be a shining star rather than a mere pawn? Shouldn't they be resolute in completing their mission even when they know it could lead to their death? He wished to find an opportunity to discuss this issue with Commander Xiao, unaware that this very topic was already being debated among the commanders and higher-ups in the country. At the command center, Xiao Yi was listening to the debate between two factions. The representatives of these factions were Deputy Leader Zhao Taizhu and Commander Lin Xingxing of the 2nd Mech Legion. Lin Xingxing firmly advocated for the strict implementation of established tactics, insisting that sacrifices were acceptable if they served the purpose. The saying "a great victory is often accompanied by countless sacrifices" encapsulated his viewpoint. In contrast, Zhao Taizhu emphasized the sanctity of life, arguing that extraordinary measures should be taken when necessary to protect every soldier. This approach would ensure that more soldiers could carry out their missions without fear. Allowing soldiers to perish recklessly would severely impact morale and create hidden dangers. Over time, this could foster a mentality of fear and avoidance of battle among the troops. Both sides held their ground, unable to convince the other. Zhao Taizhu turned to Xiao Yi and said, "Commander Xiao, please make a judgment." All eyes focused on Xiao Yi. He signaled for everyone to sit down and said, "Calm your emotions. If you want me to judge, I think you're all wrong." The group looked at Xiao Yi with confusion in their eyes. Xiao Yi continued, "What is the purpose of our exercise this time?" Zhao Taizhu said without hesitation, "We need to test whether our specific tactics are reliable to prevent unforeseen issues during the most dangerous times of war." Xiao Yi spread his hands and replied, "So, the question we need to discuss is how to correct and adjust in response to the problems that arise, while also analyzing the process of this exercise to eliminate potential issues in the future." But what are you all discussing? You're discussing human nature. It's important to understand that there are no right or wrong answers when it comes to human nature. Xiao Yi continued, "In certain situations, Commander Lin might be correct. But in others, you, Zhao Taizhu, might be right." Chapter 376. The choice of human nature. Seeing that everyone looked somewhat confused, Xiao Yi stood up and said, "Let me tell you a famous ethical dilemma known as the trolley problem. Many of you may have encountered this scenario. A train is approaching, and another train is headed towards it on the same track. A switch operator is about to change the track to divert the train. At that moment, he discovers that there is a person on the track that he would divert to. If he pulls the switch, the train will run over that person. Now the question arises, if you were the switch operator, would you pull the switch or not?" Xiao Yi looked at Zhao Taizhu and asked. Zhao Taizhu was taken aback and quickly replied, "I would pull it. If I don't, the two trains will collide, resulting in more deaths." Lin Xingxing clapped his hands and said, See, don't you also agree with my approach?" Zhao Taizhu was momentarily stunned. This was exactly what Lin Xingxing had been insisting on, sacrificing a few to save the majority. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Zhao Taizhu, if you pull the switch, in a sense, you would be a murderer. Would you still be willing to pull it?" Lin Xingxing jumped in, saying, "I would pull it. Even if it means facing condemnation, I would do it. To save the lives of hundreds or thousands on those two trains, I would bear the blame without hesitation." Zhao Taizhu fell silent, unsure of how to respond. However, Xiao Yi waved his hand and continued, "What if the person on the track is your underage son? Would you still pull the switch?" This question struck a nerve, and Lin Xingxing suddenly fell silent. He found it impossible to answer. Zhao Taizhu provocatively looked at Lin Xingxing and said, "Why don't you answer?" Lin Xingxing shot him a glare and replied, "You answer first. Would you pull the switch or not?" Zhao Taizhu also fell silent. Pulling the switch would mean losing his closest family member. Not pulling it would lead to the deaths of hundreds or thousands. This choice probes into human nature, and both Lin Xingxing and Zhao Taizhu, who hold differing opinions, could not provide an answer. After a moment of frustration, both turned their gaze to Xiao Yi and asked in a muffled tone, "Commander Xiao, what about you? How would you choose?" Xiao Yi sighed and said, "When it comes to matters of human nature, there is really no right choice. However, the scenario I just described is based on a true incident. In the last century, a switch operator faced a similar dilemma. His son was playing on the tracks, and two trains were on a collision course. If he didn't pull the switch, the trains would crash. If he did pull it, his son's life would be at risk. So how did he choose? Several people anxiously asked. Xiao Yi said. He chose to pull the lever, and while doing so, he shouted a command to his son. What was it? Xiao Yi said, lie down. After shouting, he pulled down the switch. Then he cried and ran to his son. When the train passed, he found his son lying safely between the tracks, unharmed. Xiao Yi explained that he had trained his son in scout skills from a young age. So when his son heard the command, he immediately lay down, which prevented a tragedy. Zhao Taizhu and Lin Qingxing breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yi continued. So, as I said earlier, your opinions are incorrect. We are not discussing whether to pull the lever or not. We should be discussing how to train children and how to shout lie down, as that is the solution to the problem. Luo Yaoyang finally understood. Right. What we should discuss is how to ensure a successful mission without losing soldiers, even in the event of an accident. Zhao Taizhu and Lin Qingxing exchanged awkward glances and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Zhao Taizhu sat down heavily, scratched his head, and said, Commander Xiao is getting more and more articulate, cleverly scolding us. Laughter erupted in the meeting room. The issues you need to discuss are how to shorten the time for replacing the steel wall spare section, how to prevent the steel wall section from getting stuck, how to effectively increase track speed, and based on this drill, identify potential faults and propose solutions. Rather than getting entangled in human issues, Xiao Yi took a seat. Nie Sihua smiled as she handed a document to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi glanced at it, and then passed it to Luo Yaoyang. Just now, we received news from the front that the starry armored beasts have retreated. On the steel wall, Gao Daqiang arrived at the ground via a lift. The starry armored beasts had just retreated like a tide, carrying away all the bodies they could. This defense was perfectly executed. Technicians also went down to the area below the steel wall for on-site inspection and assessment of the damage. It was estimated that this would be their last opportunity to evaluate the overall defense of the steel wall. According to the news from the command center, the starry armored beasts would not launch another attack until a sufficient number gathered after this failure. The steel wall of the Great Zhou Kingdom would soon experience the quietest moment before the fierce battle. A large number of mech warriors took off their armor and changed into construction worker outfits to begin internal repairs and adjustments of the steel wall. They had to complete all internal and external construction of the steel wall before the next attack from the starry armored beasts. Still short of 100 gift points. This is troubling. I might not complete this, and I'll just add a little less. I really have no drafts. Chapter 377. The President's Downfall on the Way. Gao Daqiang saw Zheng Xueyao, who was busy conducting tests. Gao Daqiang greeted her, and Zheng Xueyao quickly saluted, saying, Hello, Instructor Gao. Zheng Xueyao had finally put away her arrogance and settled down to complete her job. Gao Daqiang returned a courtesy and slowly walked over. He had finally completed the task that Xiao Yi had given him. Educating such a proud young lady was no easy feat. Fortunately, he managed to accomplish it smoothly, which could be considered an explanation to Xiao Yi. The ground was littered with remnants of battle, including shrapnel and craters, presenting a scene of devastation after the war. More arduous conflicts lay ahead. The country was struggling to hold its ground and was in retreat, although the alliance was still holding on. It could be breached by the relentless assaults of the extraterrestrial beasts at any moment. The steel walls of the country and the alliance did not have a period of rest like the Great Zhou, as the endless extraterrestrial beasts continued to climb and attack. Bodies were dragged to the rear, while newly split extraterrestrial beasts quickly grew and continued their assault. This cycle went on endlessly, like waves continuously crashing against the steel walls of the country and the alliance. Under such an onslaught, their defenses were bound to fail. Once the entire world fell, only the Great Zhou would remain as an isolated island. Could the Great Zhou hold on? Could the spark of humanity endure? Countdown, 8 days. At the airport, the former president with wild golden hair arrived under the escort of bodyguards. Just as he was about to board the plane, he was stopped by the military police. Do you know what you're doing? You're blocking the greatest president in the history of this country. The former president shouted, his disheveled golden hair flying everywhere. Accompanying personnel presented an order issued by a general, and only then did the military police allow them to enter. The plane was an old passenger aircraft, its battered fuselage covered in mud. At this critical moment of survival, no one cared whether the plane was clean or not. However, the former president was dissatisfied. I am the greatest president in this country's history. How can you make me fly on such a plane? A military policeman replied impatiently. If you don't want to sit, then get off. We have 2 people without seats. The former president fell silent. He glanced at the aisle side and noticed the current president had just woken from a nap. They exchanged a look and then quieted down. Since both the former and current presidents were on such a plane, they had no complaints. Tell me, aren't you embarrassed to go to the Great Zhou? Aren't you afraid the people there will throw you over the steel walls? The current president suddenly said. The former president raised his head. Why would they throw me out? Under my rule, we established a friendship with the Great Zhou that transcends history. They will definitely be lining up to welcome me. The current president chuckled, raising tariffs, banning technology companies from the Great Zhou, forcing them out of the United Nations, inciting tensions between the islands and the inland, selling weapons to the neighboring countries of the Great Zhou, closing the consulate of the Great Zhou in this country. These are what you call a friendship that transcends history? The former president was momentarily speechless. After a moment of thought, he replied, "At least I managed to get the Great Zhou to buy enough iron, ore, and oil, and most importantly, I arrested the leaders of the islands." The current president was amused by the shamelessness of the former president. The leader of the island, that Tsai? Wasn't she granted access to the fortified walls of your country? The former president shamelessly replied, "Yes, she was indeed confined within those walls by me." The current president dismissed this arrogant and shameless individual. Although politicians are often shameless, few reach the level of the former president, who is completely unrestrained and lacking in any sense of decency. It can be said that in the more than 200 years since the founding of the nation, there has never been such a bizarre and shameless president. This may very well be a sign of the nation's decline. Soon, the cabin was filled with people, a group of politicians, and their family members. They had all received special permission from the general to escape to a neighboring country. The plane began to taxi and then took off. The former president stood up and loudly proclaimed, "You should all thank me. It is because I have maintained good diplomatic relations with that country over the years that you have the opportunity to enter." A chorus of boos erupted. Everyone knew that it was this individual's various measures to suppress that country that had brought relations to an all-time low. Otherwise, they would have been allowed to evacuate long ago. There was no way they would be permitted to enter now, just as the nation faced imminent collapse. In the command center, a subordinate rushed in and reported to the general, "The politicians who had previously offended that country have all boarded the plane." The general nodded and calmly remarked, "This plane should have an accident, right? It seems like it hasn't been maintained for many years." The subordinate smiled mysteriously, "Not just should. We specifically checked yesterday, and it will definitely have an accident." Chapter 378. The Mutated Starry Sky Armored Beasts. Countdown, 7 days. The general's helicopter flew at an altitude of 3,000 meters, exceeding the flight limit of the armored beasts. The weather was fine, with clear visibility and no clouds in the sky. Only smoke and dust floated in the air. The general looked down, taking in the entire battlefield. The fortified wall served as the dividing line. Beyond the wall were vast swathes of black starry sky armored beasts, advancing in waves toward the wall. Their roles were clearly defined. All the armored beasts were methodically carrying out their tasks. These creatures did not possess high intelligence, likely only comparable to certain animals capable of teamwork, far inferior to human intelligence. Otherwise, humanity would have long been wiped out without any means of resistance. However, these armored beasts were more terrifying than ordinary animals. They were fearless in the face of death. Not a single armored beast retreated out of fear. They fought on, willing to sacrifice their lives for a common goal. This was their most frightening aspect. Their roles were clearly defined, and the newly split armored beasts were not very large, standing about a meter tall, roughly the size of a tabletop. Once they split off, they joined the battle. However, their mission was not to engage in combat, but to drag down the corpses of the celestial armored beasts from the battlefield and consume them nearby, allowing themselves to grow rapidly. In just 1 hour of feeding and several hours of digestion, they transformed from newly split-off small celestial armored beasts into standard-sized 6-legged celestial armored beasts. Half of these newly grown celestial armored beasts participated in the frontline battle, while the other half continued to feed and split to produce the next wave of celestial armored beasts. When the number of celestial armored beasts on the battlefield significantly decreased and the number of corpses increased, the attacks from the celestial armored beasts would slow down, and some of those participating in the offense would join the feeding and splitting group. Once the corpses on the battlefield became scarce and the source of food was depleted, the celestial armored beasts would choose to participate in the battle and continue the attack. It took these celestial armored beasts less than half a day to grow from splitting off to becoming standard-sized celestial armored beasts. Yet they seemed capable of splitting even their combat skills. This half-day was enough for them to master all offensive techniques, making them extremely dangerous. This cycle continued, endlessly. The general silently observed everything on the ground, truly at a loss on how to deal with these celestial armored beasts. Since the outbreak of the celestial armored beasts, the nation had relied on strong firepower for defense. However, against such stubborn celestial armored beasts, no amount of firepower was sufficient. The current problem faced by the nation was the excessive use of weapons and insufficient personnel. Once there was a shortage of weapons, the defense line would be in jeopardy. The nation still had a large stockpile of nuclear weapons, but in such battles, using nuclear weapons was clearly not an option. Even if some of the beasts were killed, the soldiers would also be destroyed by the nuclear fallout. Inside the city walls, there were discarded shells and abandoned weapons everywhere. The artillery fire remained fierce, but the general knew that it could not hold on for much longer. In the past 2 days, the general had withdrawn nearly 1 million troops, all of whom were the elite for the future reconstruction of the nation. "General, the wind has suddenly changed. We must leave," an aide reminded him. Just moments ago, dark clouds had rapidly gathered in the sky, and the distant horizon was ominously dark. The wind had also picked up. This was a common phenomenon indicating an impending storm in the region. The general looked down at the defensive soldiers. These men were mere cannon fodder. Even with the nation's transportation capabilities, there was no way to evacuate them to safety. Their only remaining value was to buy time for the evacuation of more people. "Let us go." The general closed his eyes. Suddenly, the helicopter pilot began to ascend sharply, causing the unprepared general to stumble. Gripping the handrail, he shouted angrily, "What is happening?" The pilot nervously replied, "Flying armored beasts are coming." The general struggled to look out the window and saw a group of flying armored beasts suddenly appear in the air, chasing the helicopter amidst the fierce wind. The flying armored beasts are noticeably smaller than those seen before, but they are flying at a higher altitude. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. A thought flashed through the general's mind. Have the flying armored beasts mutated? Boom, boom. The sound of consecutive impacts rang out, and the pilot said in panic, "We have lost power. The aircraft is about to crash." The helicopter spiraled down towards the ground. Looking through the window, the general clearly saw that as they neared the ground, a group of massive standard flying armored beasts flew over the steel city walls, showering a large number of biological bombs above the heads of the defending warriors. Chapter 379. The reasons for the breach of the defense. The warriors screamed as they fell from the steel city walls, and a large number of 6-legged celestial armored beasts climbed over the walls, beginning to slaughter the mech warriors indiscriminately. This was the last scene the general witnessed. In a certain country, the command center, Xiao Yi hurriedly walked into the meeting room and took his seat. Soon, the heads of the military and biological teams rushed in as well. The defenses had been breached. Their commander's helicopter was attacked by flying armored beasts and crashed. The general was presumed dead. The entire country was now in complete chaos. Niesi Hua gave a brief report. Xiao Yi looked up at Wang Lin and said, "According to reports from that country, ordinary flying armored beasts can fly up to an altitude of 3,000 meters, while standard flying armored beasts can surpass the 100-meter steel walls. Could it be that the celestial armored beasts have mutated?" Wang Lin shook his head. "We cannot make a definitive judgment without concrete data. However, based on my analysis, it is unlikely that the celestial armored beasts have mutated. Rather, they may have changed in size." The aerodynamics expert nearby said, "We modeled the celestial armored beasts' eyes and found that if ordinary flying armored beast bodies are reduced by 1/10, their ascendability could increase by 300 to 500 meters. If their shell hardness and thickness are further reduced, and they take advantage of wind power, they could reach altitudes of 3,000 meters." Xiao Yi frowned and asked, "Are you suggesting that the flying armored beasts may have changed in size?" Wang Lin replied, "This is merely a hypothesis. The primary issue is that the country is currently in disarray. The planes carrying the former and current presidents have crashed, and the general's fate is uncertain, leaving the entire management structure in a vacuum. Without data from that country, we cannot make an accurate judgment." Xiao Yi turned to the aerodynamics expert. "Is it possible that those standard flying armored beasts also changed in size?" The aerodynamics expert said, "There is a certain possibility. However, I personally lean towards the issue being related to the geographical environment of that country." The aerodynamics expert brought up a map of that country and said, "The terrain is flat, especially in the central and eastern regions where the steel walls are located. Winds can easily sweep across the central and eastern parts, making it very likely to form tornadoes." Xiao Yi nodded. He was aware of this geographical feature, as the country in question is one of the regions in the world where tornadoes are most frequent. The aerodynamics expert continued, "We all know that the standard flying biomechanical creatures primarily rely on wind power for flight. Therefore, they could potentially leverage the winds of a tornado to briefly exceed a height of 100 meters, allowing them to breach the defensive structures in that country." Zhao Taizhu anxiously asked, "Is there a possibility that they could break through?" The aerodynamics expert responded with some relief, "The likelihood is very low. Our country's terrain is complex, and the occurrence rate of natural disasters like tornadoes is quite low. Most importantly, Commander Xiao has increased the height of the steel walls from 100 meters to 150 meters, which completely eliminates the possibility of the standard flying biomechanical creatures crossing over." Xiao Yi waved his hand. "This is not my achievement. It should be credited to Shen Lin." At this point, Xiao Yi shifted the topic. "Is it possible for the standard starry sky biomechanical creatures to change their size to increase their flight altitude?" Wang Lin replied, "I reported this last time. It's not possible. To maintain sufficient deterrence with the biological bombs, they must carry a sufficient quantity of them. and to carry enough biological bombs, they need to maintain a sufficiently large size. Currently, the size of the standard flying biomechanical creatures is the most optimal, which is a conclusion we've reached after countless computations with large computers. Xiao Yi again confirmed in his heart that the starry sky biomechanical creatures were artificial. Otherwise, how could they have such perfect body proportions? An evolutionary product cannot be flawless. Our coastal steel walls will face the threat of oceanic hurricanes. Could they potentially use tropical storms or hurricanes to cross the steel walls? Qian Linson asked. The aerodynamics expert shook his head. This is why it was so wise to build the steel walls an additional 50 meters high. If they were 110 or 120 meters, they might have been able to use the wind to get in. But at 150 meters, it's absolutely safe. Those extra 50 meters can be considered a stroke of genius. Xiao Yi also felt a bit of fear. When Xun Lin proposed the height of 150 meters, he had hastily agreed. Looking back now, that decision was remarkably wise. Moreover, Xiao Yi had a vague feeling that the breach of the steel walls in the great Xia country of the second universe might be related to this reason. From his memory, he knew that the day the walls were breached was a stormy, windy day. Chapter 380. The Purpose of Extraterrestrial Civilizations. The version of himself in that universe probably did not understand the reason behind the breach of the steel walls. Although every universe is interconnected, they exist independently. Events occurring in each universe have their own particularities. In the second universe, the fall of that country may not be related to the wind. So Xiao Yi in that universe did not consider this point. Have you made any progress on the disposal of the starry sky biomechanical creatures' bodies? Luo Yaoyang was most concerned about this issue and asked eagerly. Wang Lin sighed, not yet. Xiao Yi turned to Qian Linson and asked, is there any latest progress regarding the asteroid passing close to Earth? Qian Linson replied, we are currently collaborating with the space station team. They will be approaching the asteroid soon and will launch a probe from the space station to observe it up close. Unfortunately, our fast radio telescope is currently out of service. Otherwise, we could thoroughly search for signals reflected from the moon. Perhaps we could make some breakthroughs, at least to track the mother creature. Nie Hua added, the team at the space station has become wanderers. The collapse of their nation has become a reality. They can only rely on us for supplies and to return to Earth. Xiao Yi calmly said, let him stay safely at the space station. Once we have the capacity, we will come to retrieve him. Back in his office, Xiao Yi gazed at the map on the wall, quietly contemplating. The fast radio telescope is located in the southwest of the Great Zhou region, and due to the terrain, the steel walls did not protect this area. However, during the evacuation, all power sources and battery equipment were removed to ensure no electrical power remained. The area around the fast radio telescope is sparsely populated, and nearby animals and refugees were cleared out during the evacuation. The starry armored beasts generally do not damage items without electrical signals, so the fast radio telescope should not have suffered significant damage. However, despite its presence, it cannot be used. A region marked in red on the map is located in the Bay of Bengal. This was also the last known location of the mother creature. This area is under close surveillance. Perhaps controlling the mother creature could end this crisis. Currently, the experts at the command center have 3 opinions on how to achieve victory. The first opinion is that locating and eliminating the mother creature will resolve the human crisis and decapitate the swarm of starry armored beasts. The second opinion suggests researching methods to handle the corpses of the starry armored beasts to gradually deplete their numbers through military action. The third opinion is to identify the weaknesses of the starry armored beasts and destroy them in one blow. The first 2 opinions have many supporters, while the third has limited backing, as no one has yet identified any weaknesses in these man-made creatures. However, Xiao Yi is quite intrigued by the third opinion. Since the starry armored beasts are artificial, their invasion of Earth must be a preparation for extraterrestrial civilizations to colonize the planet. Therefore, they must have an easy way to eliminate the starry armored beasts so they can take over Earth. Otherwise, what would be the point of creating such starry armored beasts without reason? The inability to find the weaknesses of the starry armored beasts now does not mean they cannot be found in the future. Moreover, humanity should broaden its perspective. The starry armored beasts are merely the immediate enemy, while the civilization hiding behind them is humanity's greatest foe. Thinking of this, Xiao Yi pressed the call button and said to Nie Hua outside the door, please ask Qian Linson and his research team to come over. Qian Linson entered with a group of scientists from various disciplines. Xiao Yi said, as the ancient said, we need to make preparations for a rainy day. We should also consider our next steps. Qian Linson raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting the possibility of extraterrestrial civilizations? Xiao Yi smiled. You know my thoughts best. From the beginning until now, Qian Linson has been Xiao Yi's best assistant. Despite their age difference of several decades, they understand each other well, and many things are clear with just a hint. Nie Hua sometimes jokingly says they are a pair of good friends across generations. We have basically reached a consensus that this celestial armored beast is a man-made creation, a species produced by extraterrestrial civilizations, as it shows no signs of evolution, Xiaoyi said. So, we need to speculate on the purpose of this extraterrestrial civilization. Philosopher Yang Xuelin, name provided by reader Xueqilin, said, based on our experience. The purpose of any civilization is expansion and conquest. It is in their nature. Extraterrestrial civilizations should be similar. Their goal is expansion and conquest. Chapter 381. Discussion on extraterrestrial civilizations. Earth is the target of this extraterrestrial civilization's expansion. The celestial armored beast is their tool for conquering Earth. This should be quite obvious. Yang Xuelin stated. Qian Linshan nodded. That's right. This is the essence of biology. Xiao Yi lightly tapped the table with his hand, raised his head, and asked. I agree with this line of thought. Since the existence of the celestial armored beast is as a tool for extraterrestrial civilizations, they must be able to control this tool easily. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a tool if it could harm its user. Qian Linshan and the others nodded slightly. It's like how humans use dogs as hunting tools. The reason humans use dogs instead of wolves is that dogs can be controlled. If wolves were used as tools, they would likely eat the humans when there was no food or prey. We need to think from the perspective of this extraterrestrial civilization. Perhaps that will yield results. Xiaoyi said. Therefore, I propose forming a storm expert group composed of scientists from all disciplines, specifically responsible for brainstorming. Everyone should study the celestial armored beast and the civilization behind it from the perspective of civilized behavior to find a way to save all humanity. The leader, of course, will be Professor Qian Linshan. Xiao Yi looked at the crowd. Does anyone have any objections? No, Professor Qian is the most suitable for this position, Wang Lin said sincerely. This opinion represented the consensus of the others. Yang Xuelin excitedly added, yes, we can't just think from a technological perspective. Perhaps we can find a way to deal with the celestial armored beast from a philosophical angle. Just like in the three-body problem, the final solution to the human crisis was not weapons or technology, but a philosophical concept. In the three-body problem, it was the dark forest theory proposed by the wall-facers that saved Earth civilization. Perhaps these philosophers can save Earth civilization too. Qian Linshan said, Xiaoyi, you have information from other universes in your mind. Now you can discuss it with us to enlighten our thoughts. Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Then let me throw out a few ideas to spark some discussion. My speculation is that this civilization should not be much stronger than us. Otherwise, they wouldn't go through such trouble to cultivate a creature to attack us. A scientist commented, perhaps they just find it inconvenient to attack us directly? Qian Linshan replied, that still suggests they are not much stronger than us. If their civilization were a dimension above ours, they wouldn't need such complicated means. They could easily defeat us. Xiaoyi nodded, exactly. They might be more advanced than us, but not to the point where we cannot retaliate. That's why they resort to using artificial creatures like the stellar armored beast to attack us. Secondly, why has this civilization chosen to invade Earth at this particular time? Is it by chance, or has it been planned for a long time? This is crucial for our counterattack, Xiao Yi continued. Thirdly, where is this civilization located? Is there a possibility for us to counterattack? Can our technology catch up with theirs? Fourthly, is there a possibility for peaceful coexistence? Can we engage in equal communication and exchange, similar to the interactions between various countries on Earth, where competition exists alongside communication? Xiao Yi laid out his four thoughts in one breath, concluding, these are just my ideas. Consider them as a starting point to inspire further speculation. The venue fell into contemplation, with everyone reflecting on the four directions Xiao Yi had just proposed. After a moment of thought, Qian Linshan said, personally, I believe this civilization is not too far from us. If a civilization can achieve near-light speed travel, it indicates their technological advancement far exceeds ours. And they wouldn't need to use means like the stellar armored beast to clear Earth. Therefore, they should not be far from us, perhaps even within our solar system. Qian Linshan's words sparked the scientists present, who began to speak up enthusiastically, sharing their opinions as a brainstorming session rapidly unfolded. In the afternoon, Xiaoyi appeared again in the military group's conference room. Upon seeing him enter, the previously lively discussion came to an abrupt halt. Xiaoyi waved his hand, saying, I just came from the storm expert group. Please continue. I want to hear the summary of yesterday's battle. A qualified leader continuously listens to the opinions and analyses of their subordinates, then offers their own insights and direction to guide the meeting effectively. This is not only the essence Xiao Yi learned from the elders, but also something he has continuously learned from many universes. Chapter 382. Reform Plan for the Backup Section of the Steel Wall. Second update. Luo Yaoyang said, after a day of analysis, we have identified several directions. The first is to streamline the process of replacing the backup sections of the steel wall to enhance the speed of replacement. Specifically, we conducted research with experts in construction machinery power systems and improved the track propulsion speed by 10, which saved us 2 minutes. Secondly, The designers proposed a new plan to make the connecting surfaces of each steel wall segment as smooth as possible to reduce the chances of getting stuck. Thirdly, the artificial intelligence expert suggested that during the final evacuation, we should leave behind intelligent unmanned combat units for last-line defense, as they would serve as expendable alternatives to prevent casualties among our personnel, said Luo Yaoyang. Xiaoyi became interested and asked, is it possible for us to directly use unmanned combat units in battle? What about aerial drones to participate in combat to reduce unnecessary harm to our personnel? Luo Yaoyang sighed. Before the arrival of the starry armored beasts, many ground wars relied on unmanned aerial combat, achieving significant results. For example, in the conflict between two countries, the military strength of one was far inferior to the other. Consequently, in their war over 20 years ago, they suffered a crushing defeat, and the disputed territories were occupied. However, with the strengthening of their national power and technological advancements, they adopted unmanned aerial tactics in their recent conflict, resulting in significant enemy losses with minimal personnel expenditure. After all, how could human courage compare to machines that fear nothing? Thus, they achieved a complete victory and regained the disputed areas. However, this war is different. We need to minimize material losses. The main issues with drones and AI combat units are their insufficient adaptability and high susceptibility to interference. The consumption of drones and AI units is significantly greater, often dozens of times higher than that of piloted combat units. This is a long-term war of attrition, and excessive material losses would be detrimental to our sustained operations. Therefore, these drones and AI units can only be maximally effective under specific conditions. For instance, during operations like replacing backup sections of the steel wall, we can conditionally expend some drones and AI units to avoid personnel losses. Zhao Taizhu slammed the table. If artificial intelligence could reach the level of a real person, then we wouldn't need to lose lives. Xiao Yi pondered in silence, but Lin Qingxing spoke up first. I have an idea. Since we can remotely operate the combat units, it avoids the shortcomings of artificial intelligence. Luo Yaoyang shook his head. Remote operation is also highly affected by external factors, and we have tested that only top-tier operators can remotely control combat units while maintaining their combat effectiveness. Otherwise, it would be a waste of valuable units. Xiao Yi nodded. Indeed, real person operation is optimal, and we cannot overcome this limitation in the short term. However, your discussions today have been fruitful. At the very least, in the event of a delay, we can complete the replacement of the steel wall segments without losing any soldiers. Xiaoyi concluded, I have one more suggestion. We can quietly replace the backup sections of the steel wall without making a big fuss. How to replace it? The engineers and military experts all looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi took out several teacups and arranged them in a row, saying, our previous method was to pull back the sections of the steel wall that needed to be replaced. Why don't we try pushing instead? He then used one teacup to push the others from the back, explaining, like this, pushing from behind. This way, we can complete the replacement without any combat. Shenlin frowned and replied, this isn't suitable. Constructing a backup section of the steel wall requires a massive amount of steel, and we are currently in dire need of supplies. We can't bear such consumption. Xiao Yi remained silent, simply smiling at the other engineers. One engineer suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, actually, we can push out the sections that need to be replaced and bring them back in, right? How do we transport sections that are 150 meters high, 50 meters wide, 50 meters thick, and weigh thousands of tons? Shenlin shouted. The engineer responded, we can disassemble them for transportation. This statement instantly brightened everyone's eyes. After a discussion, Shenlin summarized, Director Xiao, after our discussion, we believe this method is feasible. However, it may not be executable in the short term. We need to internally modify the already constructed steel wall while adjusting the newly built backup sections. We will construct the integrated sections of the steel wall in layers, which will facilitate gradual recovery during the replacement process. Xiaoyi stood up and said, I'll leave this to you. I'm an outsider and can only provide some ideas. The implementation still needs you to execute. The engineers and military experts stood up to see Xiao Yi out of the conference room, their eyes filled with respect. A leader who dares to admit being an outsider and does not interfere in the actions of experts is a leader worthy of respect. Most importantly, such outsiders can always propose ideas that enlighten the experts. This is why Xiao Yi can become the overall commander of humanity. Jobs didn't make phones, but led the mobile revolution. Elon isn't a scientist, but created reusable rockets. The founding leader of the Zhou dynasty didn't fight on the battlefield, but led the people to establish a powerful nation. Leaders are often outsiders, but can lead experts. Meanwhile, news was playing on the television. The latest report stated that the steel wall of a certain country was breached today by the starry armored beasts, with 200 million surviving residents becoming food for them. The entire continent had fallen, and now only the European Union and our Zhou dynasty remained as the last human habitats. The situation had drastically worsened. The commander of that country was attacked by the starry armored beasts, and his plane crashed, resulting in his death. Now, millions of elite troops from that country have officially joined the Zhou dynasty's mech forces to fight against the invasion of the starry armored beasts alongside the world's people. The steel wall of the Zhou dynasty was about to face a tremendous test, as a vast number of starry armored beasts were about to cross the ocean and land on Zhou territory, putting the steel wall to its most arduous test. Hassan swatted a fly that somehow survived the winter, looking at the disgusting blood on his hands without saying a word. Hanny, still shaken, said Hassan, "Thank goodness you acted wisely. Otherwise, we would all be dead." Hanny's wife brought out pies and bread, sincerely thanking Hassan. "Otherwise, our little Hanny would have become food for the insects by now." Today was a rare holiday, as the retreat of the celestial beetles had granted these foreign workers, who knew nothing about construction, a day off. Hassan and Jack had agreed to visit Hanny's home, seeing the fall of their homeland. With over 200 million compatriots becoming food for the celestial beetles, Hassan couldn't feel happy at all. Jack, still anxious, said, "Thank goodness we escaped. Otherwise, we would be gnawed on by insects right now." Suddenly, Hassan stood up, took off his hat, faced west, bent down, and stood still. Jack and Hanny were taken aback, feeling moved. With over 200 million compatriots dead, they knew they had to do something for them. Hanny and Jack also took off their hats and bowed in silence towards the west. After a long moment, Jack said, "We will rebuild our nation. Moreover, we will create a country with a more Wansan Drudu, a country free from politicians." At that moment, Jack finally found his goal, to rebuild the nation. Not the so-called free and democratic country that once was. The democracy and freedom they preached were merely under the control of politicians, a nation blinded by arrogance and pride. The country he wanted to establish would learn from the great Zhou kingdom, forming a nation that prioritizes collective honor over individual interests. In the northern part of the Steel City, the 173rd Construction Unit was at work. Zhong Xian's bamboo was wrapped in a thick coat, beginning her inspection along the road. A snowfall had occurred last night, and the snow on the ground had yet to melt. Walking on the snow and hearing the crunching sound underfoot made her feel a bit better. She felt uneasy upon hearing the news of the fall of their homeland. Although, during peaceful times, there had been small provocations against the great Zhou kingdom after the outbreak of the celestial beetles. Their homeland had become one of the few allies of the great Zhou kingdom. Other countries had fallen, and only the EU and their homeland were still holding on. Therefore, the disdain she once felt had turned into support for their fellow humans. However, with the fall of their homeland today, it felt like losing a friend, leaving her heartbroken. As she walked, she noticed a girl shoveling snow. The girl, in her 20s, was working without gloves, her hands turning red from the cold. Shoveling snow in such weather was a form of indirect punishment for illegal immigrants, something the community, as elderly women particularly enjoyed doing. Out of humanitarian considerations, once inside the Steel City walls, these illegal migrants would not be expelled. However, the subtle torment and punishment from the community women were unavoidable. This was something the higher-ups could not manage. Chapter 384, Class Division inside the city walls. However, Zhong Qianzhe felt somewhat surprised because she recognized the girl, the one who had resolutely accompanied a steelworker to drive a large truck outside the Steel City walls. Although she didn't know her name, shouldn't she be treated as a legal resident? Given the level of affection between her and that man, they seemed to be a couple. How could she be treated as an illegal immigrant? "Hello," Zhong Qianzhe asked softly. The girl stopped her work and nodded humbly. Inside the steel walls, a class division had already formed. The Dezhou kingdom was at the top tier, followed by its staunch allies like Batai and Gaoli, which were among the countries with the highest number of migrants into Dezhou, placing them in the second tier. The third tier included nations like Siam, certain regions, and others with migration numbers exceeding 1 million. The fourth tier consisted of fewer people from countries such as Fusang, the Three Han Kingdom, Annam, and Tianzhu. Jin Jishuan was from the Three Han Kingdom and was regarded as an illegal immigrant, which made her feel her status was very low. She didn't dare to lift her head when meeting others. "Weren't you supposed to enter with your partner? Why are you considered a refugee?" Zhong Qianzhe asked, unsure if the girl could understand her. This was important to her, as she had once told Wang Chang that if these two lovers could return safely, she would give them both a chance to start anew. Now, she was still hesitating. The recent work schedule had been tight. She was busy with work during the day and simulation training after work, leaving no time for personal matters. Moreover, with the Starry Sky Beetles starting their siege, she had even less time to think about personal issues. Today, the Starry Sky Beetles retreated, leaving her feeling empty, and upon encountering this girl, she instinctively cared about her situation. The girl looked at Zhong Qianzhe in surprise, as she didn't know her. Zhong Qianzhe explained, "I was paying attention when you entered the steel walls." Jin Jishuan's eyes turned red, and she whispered, "I don't deserve him." After saying that, she continued to sweep the snow on the ground. This task felt pointless, It was merely a method for the overly vigilant community members to punish illegal immigrants. The snow continued to fall, and as soon as it was swept, it would pile up again. Such punitive work was mentally tormenting. Zhang Qianzhe pressed Jin Jishuan's hand and said, "Talk to me about it. I think he must care about you. Why is it like this?" The reason Zhang Qianzhe cared about this girl's situation was that she felt somehow connected to her and Wang Chong. If these two were well together, there was a possibility for her to reconcile with Wang Chong. Jin Jishuan couldn't help but cry. It was the first time someone cared about her situation. She sobbed as she recounted the events. It turned out that after entering the steel walls, Li Buyuan had intentionally distanced himself from Jin Jishuan. When community investigators asked if Jin Jishuan was Li Buyuan's wife, Li Buyuan answered, "No." Jin Jishuan felt that it was Li Buyuan who looked down on him. Zhong Xianzhe frowned. When Li Buyuan went out to find a truck, Jin Jishuan had followed him without hesitation. Moreover, it was clear that the two of them had endured many hardships on their way back to the fortified city. "Where is he? I can help you ask," Zhong Xianzhe said enthusiastically. She not only sympathized with Jin Jishuan's experience, but also wanted to give herself an opportunity. Jin Jishuan pointed to the residential area behind him and reported the room number. In the residential area, Li Buyuan was drinking. A man next to him said, "Li Buyuan, honestly tell me, how many girls did you sleep with on the way back?" Seeing that Li Buyuan ignored him, he continued, "I've heard that on your way back, there were plenty of beautiful girls everywhere. If you wanted, they would rush to your bed." Li Buyuan was introverted and generally didn't speak much. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be single in his 30s. "The girl from the Three Han Republic you brought in looks pretty good. Did you sleep with her?" The man prattled on. Li Buyuan grumbled, "I didn't." The man waved his hand dismissively, "Liar. But whether you did or not, I plan to take that girl home tonight. A cheap girl from the Three Han Republic, just one gesture from me, and she'll jump into my bed." Suddenly, Li Buyuan punched the man like a furious lion and shouted, "Don't you dare call her a cheap girl." The man looked shocked. He never expected the usually quiet Li Buyuan would dare to fight back. He got up and lunged at Li Buyuan, and the two began to grapple. At that moment, Zhong Xianzhe walked in, and she stared in surprise at the scene. Chapter 385. Some things aren't that